is to satisfy the particular obligation. That does not work.
I'd rather sit with the site than the weirdos. They're more interesting.
When I go over there now, if I go out there in a weekend, they satisfy my obligation. Next. That's not Katos. So it's got to say, but there's two exceptions to this rule. So generally, Mishnah spells the rule. You offer up a carbon for the wrong for the shalosh from the wrong invention. The carbon is kosher, but it does satisfy the owner's obligation. There are two exceptions to this rule. Where if you offer up a carbon with the wrong invention, the carbon is invalid. Without one of those two exceptions, Pesach, carbon Pesach, and Katos. Good. So what's going on here? Rashi says over here, what's going to Pesach, Katos, first short line, Shin Ksuvin Ugamre. If you carbon Pesach, not Lishma. If you go and you offer up a Katos, Lishma, the carbonos are highly invalid. Not only the action, but ultimately again, they are not kosher as well. Incredible. So the Rabbi says Asha. The Rabbi says it's not just Pesach and Katos, but you also included Asha. That was like, again, one of the exciting things that we're going to get to do in collection is we need to find our carbonic categories. Remember, Katos and Asha are both sin offerings. Those sin offerings, obviously, they atone for different things that we'll discuss. So there was this reference, and offered up Shalom. It is possible to cover the stones. So took in a single point with an Asha. Pesach is not up. That Katos for Asha is not. It's not worth what ultimately again in a Pesach, Katos are invalid. So Pesach, Yafka, is Madonna means again Pesach, and Asha and Portland. So we'll say this is very important. If Katos ultimately again is only going to is only going to be valid if you have wrong intention at the time that a carbon Pesach will be only offered. I won't say this is operating over here is very important. So a carbon Pesach at its core is a shalom. It's something. So which is right there, there's only a Pesach that is called Pesach. That's the dish one. So the word just saying over here that when we say that it means offered up Shalom Lishma is given muscle, that's only offered up Lishma, i.e. Erev Pesach. Chatos and then Asham that are offered up without intention are going to be muscle all year round, all the time. Right now, all of the Eliezer. Across the street. Downstairs, they still comedy show that way. Adam Robin, and or Dan Biley. Yeah, Gardner, downstairs. This was 3 fucking years ago, 4 years ago. Every different gang purpose for the wrong designation. I brought the Chatos and I had in mind for a Shlom. So it's just like a Chatos special Shalom. Muscle Shalom. So again, and Asher is muscle Shalom. Again, one second. So it's just pause just a second. Let's review. What do we have? Remember, again, one second. You're going to see cuts. This is how you got to roll in this movie. It's not complicated. Oh, it's like a breaker. Okay. Yeah, it was like a breaker. Okay, so detail number one. What is the teaching? Remember, the argument rule is offer up every carbon for the right. Okay, this doesn't have to say that because that's I offered up the carbon for the wrong designation. Oh my God, no! This was way I was going to say it sounds just like it was like a human thing. So basically, what was back next Saturday, he says to only valid when offered up on Erev Pesach for the wrong intention. Katos, all year round. Rabbi Rothschild says it's not just Katos and Pesach, it's also Asham. Rabbi Rothschild says, Rabbi Rothschild, why you include Asham? It's simple. If it's
were they looking at this for themselves? They'd like go to family.
Because that's what this guy's doing. If he has 40 people, just like Katos is a sin offering, Asham is a sin offering, and therefore, in a halakha Raisa, Katos is going to be inbound when offered up Shalom Lishma. So should Asham should be inbound.
I know the guy coming into town.
getting like 80,000 and like piecing out and going to Mexico.
Listen, people shoot movies for no budget all the time. I personally don't believe it. There's some way to lose the rational. You have to have money for certain things. I can ask Rothschild to come with his microphone. Yeah. I can sit there for 3 days. Bro didn't pay for it. We don't have the money, bro. You know, my place is come by for 3 days. Yeah, there'll be no problem. I'll come by you and do a free show. No problem. But I can't put a product for Brody. Yeah. 6 weeks. Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's okay. There's some tweets where these people really want to do that much of a commitment. That's insanity. 6 weeks for free. I was doing those $100 movies. Yeah. I say 50% of the staff is right. The rest of them are so long. You know what, guys? If I move out here and I'm here and I got $2,000 to $3,000 to bring, I will make my rent $400. And I'm looking to get to them because that's what happens. Not even get to them. Yeah, I'm looking to get to something. And somebody comes to me and says, listen, their friends don't want to meet. I got money to pay. Another carbon. The shape inside that carbon is invalidated. I had no interest in the film. I don't want to be an actor. So I would go on a 763. Gary, shit, that's what I did. I did my stand-up comedy course. I was also turned on a USC master's thesis film. So I was a key grab, I was learning about lights, I was learning about where we shot in South Central Los Angeles in the house where they came from under the stairs, and people from under the stairs, that movie was shot in that house, and then we did an overnight shoot on the Radford lot where they had Seinfeld going on, and Roseanne, or Red bicycle around. I went side to side films. But anyway, I worked on this film. I learned all about like catering, hours, Teamsters. But I also learned that I wanted to be the actor, the talent. I was nowhere near ready. But I learned that I didn't want to be in movies. In fact, I did one other one. They wanted me to work for free. We did it at USC. So this is a different film. I'm up there, sitting up there with like freaking sandbags and stuff. And they go, so tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the desert. And I go after that. And so they had lunch break, and I just went to Burger King. I still got invited to the rap party, but that's when I walked away. I said, I know I'm not gonna do that direction. I want to do stand up. And like even when I moved up to Seattle, I worked at the Comedy Underground. I learned about seating a show. I learned about a host, a guest spot, a middler, a headliner. But I wasn't like a huge comedy fan, actually. I still, I like laughing at my friends. It's different with some of these presenting things. And I'm weird. Maybe I'm just immature. Sure, I'm 47. I just turned 47. Doing the work yourself. 25. Yeah, I was born in 70. So no, I was probably 25. 25. Yeah. 25. I'm glad I went to Seattle. Really, because I grew up here in the Valley. I went to college in Arizona, and it was like just too much sunshine, too much, people don't develop stand-up in Arizona. Plus I was a baseball player, I did baseball. But I wanted to go to Seattle and be around Pierce Steers and music and all that weird stuff. I knew I had to get out of LA. And, I took that comedy course at UCLA. Graduated at the Comedy Store, and I did that one open mic in Chatsworth. That ain't for me. I grew up here in the Valley. I can't have some host. I get it. I understand it. Because I learned all about groupthink and all that playing baseball. It all comes into like, in life, playing sports, being at a high level, and you do learn about discipline when I play baseball. But
learned about
your carbon is still
just taught me discipline. And learning to get picked on. Oh, Rudy, the Jewish guy, gay guy, run weird, this, fucking punching me. But I knew that's how it was. I mean, I was liked in high school. I was a good pitcher all of a sudden. So they try, and they try, I go, I'm not going to quit. You know, they get me out of there, but I'm not a quitter. And I just stuck it out. I mean, go to a long story about that. But these guys were hard on me. And I didn't complain. And they would go, I have the Grand Canyon and started to, Jews fighting over the nickel and but I didn't care. That's kind of what it was, because I played baseball also in high school, and it was around football. So it just made me tougher. It made me strong, and I just rose above it. They would say, oh, Brody, you're Jew, or something. I go, well, Jesus was Jewish. They get pissed, like these Christian guys. But, they were good friends. Like, it was kind of a hasty thing. Because I got picked on at Reseda High School growing up, and it's different getting picked on by inner city kids. You got it, malicious. I'd rather get hazed by a Christian. That's okay. That's I don't need to be gang jumping into something. I'm so upset with politics. It stressed me out big time.
I used to bring you walls constantly. Your lower sanctuary carbon, in your life, the carbon is going to be cultural, doesn't count towards your obligation. But if you have life for lower sanctuary carbon, when you were shifting a higher sanctuary carbon, then that carbon is going to be invalid. Incredible. Let's go back there. On the cross. That's nice. So she's jumping in the shape. Just one example of this. On the car. First of all, you might say it nicer than enough. It don't come up again.
Seattle was a great scene. It was really.
Why? Because
I don't know how it is now, but we were just still great stuff. Still great for comedy. A lot of the young comics up there is what I hear. I run reasons to Arizona. Oh, he did? Yeah, so I don't know. Was it Phoenix or something? Oh, wow. So I don't know. I run the contest and all that sort of stuff.
Or the purpose of cancer. Ultimately, again, it will be muscle wide because you've shifted a carbon of higher sanctity for the purposes of something of a lower sanctity, and therefore it will be
what? Did I want to get balls? Yeah, 79, I think. 78, 79. They beat the Washington Bullets. What is it? 77.
Not only did this stuff, how much trouble also. So it's the first thing you want to start with is the question of the feedback. Right? Mishnah says,
something like my cousins lived there. I saw that team. I didn't know anything about Seattle. But the basketball team is great. And they started showing pictures of the set when they were up there. You have to show the stadium before they play.
Says no matter why you have to phrase it that way. Not only but Mr. Ella Shalom, listening. All the Bible verses go just sound here a little bit. So
Oh, 88.
but Ella, Bob, I mean, the Bible will shape for wrong. It doesn't count for the owner towards that towards his obligation. Why not just say, although other Bible shape doesn't count when you say Ella Shalom. Just say the Lord. All of the Bible will shape but doesn't count towards the owner of their obligation. That's it.
So how we started on fucking Seattle. They had the football team.
Social residual shot. And therefore, how much is that? And what is that? Actually, the first time I go to the bottom of the Kusha, side of kind of opposition in the world. Sushi, Rabbi Rothschild, Shara, Bondos, the Fatima, Shalishma. We are of our Mishina conscious. Was the
Comedy magazine?
Yes.
John Fox.
Let's just give example. I went ahead and was offering up a slogan. And instead, I went ahead and I had in mind for a kind of toga Thanksgiving offering. Okay, so what's that?
Most interesting thing about it.
Gosh, but what? I was not bringing another carbon because I still owe a slogan. Now, if you want to say it like this, you might have thought once I went ahead and I deviated the intentionality, right? I know you had in mind for a toga. so that I can even deviate from the rest of the logos. One of the exciting things we're going to talk about, we're going to go through extensively, are the various steps in carbonic service. So as I said, remember again, there's a smicha, certain animals, there's a shita, shechting, kabbalah,
this stuck out. That fucking was great. Once I always
Treasure from like the 90s or
Seattle Comedy Competition. That's the Seattle Comedy Competition. Comedy Underground. There's just something about the Northwest, the fresh air. I know nothing about that shit. I didn't know nothing about Sam, a fucking nut. I met Rio went there. I knew that the Supersonics were there, and then something really fucking happened. I discovered a band called Soundgarden.
Just because
And I was like, oh, see right there on the way. Yeah, now even that was up in this newspaper. That thing right there, was something that they had in the newspaper,
it's just
in this publication. And I was like, that,
when it comes
that club.
to that
So every time I would have it was show that magazine.
its original
I would love to see what comedy clubs was closing. And I'd always circle that fucking club. And for some reason, I wanted to go to fucking Seattle. And sound good. I'm here about terrible. I'm here about all this shit up there. One thing I hear about comedy.
once I messed up, what's the point of trying
I
to
didn't think in my mind I was number 11.
that's something like
Seattle.
like there's the golden light
Put
I think
together
like the boat making a thing for making a mistake. At least if I can't undo the mistake, the best thing I can do is don't compound it. Don't compound it. Don't double down. Try to figure out what I can do to extricate myself from the cultures of this mistake now instead of trying to make it worse. That's what I'm saying. If you drop over shut pushing, over shut pushing, over strong. Looks like you're saving over, and check the slow and strong. Whatever the case is, I shifted it over. For the purpose of
That's crazy romantic.
I told her strong.
I met on Memorial Day weekend, and I was in Seattle. 5 weeks later, but now I tell you, the people always say, well, I'm going to Seattle to comedy in 23. So they know they're right now. And start Western weekend.
Make sure that by consuming ritual rights, the carbonic rights, that you live in the right mindset. Everyone who's weaker, ultimately again, for the sake of Sunday, who's weaker, to the original over intention. We're going to so you might say ourselves, everybody's in the spell, everybody's in the crap. Because it's this concept, or even if I deviated in the original intentionality by, let's say, the Shkita, I should not deviate in future aspects of the carbonic service that I can include in my mindset. Because either this is a svara or it's a husk. So you know, everybody's in the svara. So what's the svara? It's very simple. You shouldn't be shutting back on English.
You're saying 6:50 today? Was it back then? I'm talking about.
That's because I know.
What's the you want to call when you go? That's what I did. I went to Seattle. To New York. That was because of Lloyd bullshit. You gotta play money. Or you're gonna die because you really have a dream. You'll live in the shit. Sacrifice. One night, I was in Chicago. It helped your back. I'll go to the rest.
That was like, you see the problem in the house, right? The box said, talk about my whatever mandate you made, fulfill it. But then how does it end off? Nedava are two different things. Behind Nedava, you might say, so why does the Pasuk mention Nedava on the days? Neder. So I said, ultimately, the subject of the Pasuk is Kashanadanda, Neder. So it's talking about and then why are you doing on the Nedava? This way, guy.
There's a distinction between the what's the distinction? Neder the Amar Harei Alai, with the Dava Harei, right? So Neder ultimately again is on the Dava Harei Alai, I take it on myself, and the Dava ultimately again is I think this animal should be in the Dava. So I was asking why does the Pasuk vacillate between Neder and the Dava? Rather, what sort of Pasuk teaching incredible top line to be Bezer law. In Kamash, that guy's doing Neder. So the Gemara is teaching me that if you fulfill, right, in other words, if you carry through on that which you intended to do, then ultimately your offering is a net. That's the love, and it's not ultimately again, it will be counted as.
My seat doesn't go back.
Look at that.
So I can see my car has to go in the back.
That same
The one I really want to talk to
if let's say I have a
I've never seen it.
when I offered it, I had it running for the road.
I didn't see that on these.
The carbon is
I never really saw
so it's
living RV.
I'm offering up a
But
carbon.
here it's
It doesn't count towards my obligation, but I'm offering up a carbon. When you dava, you share the same living, and I will say that even as in a dava, ultimately again, are you allowed to go ahead and make changes in the designation of a dava? And the answer is no. What do you see from here? And Allah said, even if you made a change in the designation of the carbon, you should not make subsequent changes during the ensuing rituals and rites. Look at Rashi. We're done with Charlotte the Chidun Drachmat Kari in the Dava, Charlotte Shanirede. And therefore, since the Torah calls this designated carbon in the Dava, it tells you that even though you made a mistake on the front end, don't continue to have Shalom Lishma intentions the rest of the way. Incredible. I'm going to do the Dava. The reason that Dava. Lo Habis Kaban Ba'arta, the Tkuma Drechama, so he said, Papa, did you miss a night last night? Last night. You were not with us. You were not with us in the tomb of Beit Karmach, the Rami, which is a place. Right? The Rami, tomb is like the boundary, and Beit Karmach is the place. The Rami, Rava, Mili Ma'aya Sadadi, Bishani Ruhu. Because Rava was contrasting, right? He was going ahead and talking about all different kinds of things, raising all different kinds of contradictions, and he was out. There's something so good. Like, Papa, did you miss a matchup last night? You said, everything depends on who your friends are and who you are, right? In terms of what you consider a good night, right? Why do you consider something that you tell your friends, oh, you miss out? So at least for Lena and Papa, did you miss out? Mamish. Rava was on fire. Right? He was Mamish going ahead and contradictions and resolving everything. So my meaning now, so it's obviously you can imagine, right? So Papa has a lot of FOMO over here. So Papa says, so tell me what happened. Right? Give me something. Right? So then he comes to Papa. According to our Mishnah, all Karbanos that are offered up Shalom Lishma. So watch this. Haima is Shalom Lishma. The interesting thing says, what is happening in the Mishnah? So yeah, let's take a simple case. I have an obligation ultimately shlomim. And what am I doing? At the time of the Shkita, I have in mind that it should be the shame. I'm actively having in mind the wrong designation. Okay, so good news and bad news. What's the good news? Carbon is kosher. Bad news? I still have to bring another shlomim. Didn't count on my obligation. Now let's hear this interesting. Hastama, alu l'bayim l'sheifa. What about the following case? What about if, let's say again, I'm obligated to bring a shlomim, and at the time of the carbon, I had no I didn't have any intention. Like bringing carbon, I did so. What's the good news? The good news is I didn't have intention for the carbon. What's the bad news or other news is I also did with intent to bring a shlomim. So Rava posited that such a carbon is kosher and counts towards my obligation. Why? Stama alu l'bayim. So Gemara says, Alma stama yami kelish. What was Rava's deal? Rava's deal was that in Mishnah, the problematic case was when you have in mind ultimately again for the wrong. 25. So I say, so again, my warning, what is the covenant compromise? When I have the wrong type of carbon. So I said, I have to bring a shlomim I had in mind for Ola. That's when the covenant is compromised. But Rava's inference, even the Mishnah was, but if you just have no intention, I'm bringing a carbon. Yeah, I'm bringing it, I was to bring a shlomim, but at the time of the Shmita, I didn't have any intention. That works. When I say that works, is the covenant is special and it fulfills my obligation. What do you see from here? Allah, stama nami kilishmat dami. But they won't say stama, which means now stama essentially means no specific intent. No specific intent essentially counts as specific intent. In other words, as long as you don't have erroneous, the carbon is considered to be offered up Lishma. I'm reading Mary's Akasha 1 second. Kolek Dav Shalom Hashem Yishar, Puzzle, Ustama Nami Puzzle. We'll contrast this with what's the last word get. And we get that it's not for the purpose of the movement. Let's say again, Ruben goes into the sponge. Listen, I'm divorcing my wife, and so it's great, to receive a little bit of time. We have some people who, you happen to find a Ruben in a yellow. Over here, Ruben and Rachel, you find the before that, and it's there. It's Ruben and Rachel. Obviously, it doesn't work, right? Why doesn't it work? Because it has to be the Shema. So the Gemara says, Stama nami pasel. What happens if the Sofer ultimately, again, just wrote, didn't write it for the wrong woman, he just wrote it to stamp. Just wrote it stamp, such a get is going to be also. So we'll say, so what do you see from here? You see here that halacha l'maisa, so we'll call no intention is considered intention. So what's going on? I'm just shining Mars says, no, we resolve that. Nothing like the stamp of the shman opening. Each of the stamp of love with this. You can't compare those two cases, we'll say. But in general, a married woman in a chazak is that she's married. Gerushin represents a tremendous change in the life equilibrium. That requires active lishma. In general, if I designate a covenant as a shalom nugget, so the default is I designated it. Remember again, I designated it, I'm bringing it. So what's the default? The default is that it's for shlomim. As long as I don't change the default, we're good to go. Right? So in other words, peace is just fundamentally positive. Whereas there's Musvak in the stomach cherry on. But where do you know, that you offer a carbon without specific intent, that the carbon is going to be kosher? Where do you know that from? So the Gemara says, so again, maybe it's our Mishnah. Like this, again, Mishnah is phrased. All carbonas that were offered are shalom lishman. Shalom lishman. So what does that mean? Again, what's the problem over here? They're being offered up for the wrong designation. That's what ultimately they're compromised. The low katman is b'chul lishman. They're interesting, right? If the Mishnah wanted to teach us that even stam is problematic, then it would have been a bit better way to. How should it have said? Kol hazaken, shman. If it wasn't offered the shma, that would have told me that even no intent is still problematic. The fact that it says Kol hazaken shalom lishman indicates to us wrong intention is what compromises the carbon. Does not. No intention does not. Gemara says. Nami Hakitani, Palagajetam, Shalom Lishay Shabassel, the Lokatani, Shalom Shabassel. Where's the problem? By giving, we have that same verbiage as well. And yet by giving, that's not halach. Right? By giving, the halach is ultimately that's law. That's Shalom Lishma, right? Or even Stam. Right? The Gemara says, it's not. Take some Lishman for Shalom Lishman. So it says, give me an example of Lishman and Shalom Lishman. What's the example? So the Gemara says, L'shem case, or L'shem Shlomim. So for example, again, the case would be, let's again, I'm offering up a Kalam Pesach, all right, and instead I have a for Shlomim. So the Gemara says, Taimar L'shem Pesach or L'shem Shlomim. Ultimately, again, that this is a case of Shalom. Why? because you actively have two distinct designations. Ha, L'Shem Pesach, Stama, Kasher. Now, let's say, by the way, just want to point out, it's not the best example of Kaveh Pesach, because Kaveh Pesach was one of the examples that Alikama said. But don't worry about that right now. So it says as follows. What do you notice in here? When do we say tension impacts the carbon? An active change of designation. Like Levites against our first Pesach, but I had in mind for Shlomo, or Shlomo had in mind for Pesach. But again, what we can infer from here is that what? Polishing Pesach was stomach. But ultimately, again, the intention was first of Pesach and then changed to just a nondescript intention, kasher. Alma, Taman Kilishman. Therefore, what do you see from here? Then no intention, right? What we call a stam intention, ultimately, again, is the same as a lishma intention. Or stated otherwise, the only time you compromise the carbon is when you actively have in mind for a different carbonic designation. Like when I saw, you just have stam, power, right? No specific intent, the carbon is still going to be kosher. Don't shine us, maybe it's different over there. Why? Damar, the carbon is different. Damar, Hava Osa, that's Rishona Osa. So listen, maybe it's different over there because, for example, let's say you say the Shem Pesach, and then you don't have any intentionality afterwards, that's okay. Why? Because when I saw, since I said the Shem Pesach on the outset, that sets the tone. And even if there's no specific intent, the rest of the way forward, that's okay. Because that creates what's the example of Shalom Lishma Lishma? L'Shem Shlomo L'Shem. It started off by saying L'Shem Beis Shlomo. No intention. L'Shem. So we don't show. No more shining us and why the Amar Yochiach Sofa Al Tfiloso. That was maybe different because maybe it's retroactive clarification. Since at the end you had in mind for the right carbon, that shows that from Shman Shalom Lishman Tana Nami Shalom Lishman Ulishman. Not again, Gemara just says, or perhaps we're just bringing up this other case in order to make a sense of so we're going to stop over for today. So we're going to get to the conclusion that compromise the carbon. The Gemara, so now both of the Gemara is trying to answer that. We're trying to answer that it didn't work, and here's Hashem. Stay tuned. Answer first thing tomorrow morning. Bye. Have a great day, everyone.
Evil or convince us to eat the wrong fruit, or make a left instead of a right, or to pet a dog or kick a dog. I think that there's something that we have to give ourselves a bit of a break with that, honestly, because if you can imagine other times, it's like there's literally an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other whispering in your ear.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Talmud response for dedicated Shem Joshua's this year. This is Chos, the Resort Torah Israel. Our Talmud sponsor for the month of Elul. From Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah and Shem of his parents, Abram Ben Asher Plus, Vega Rezo Bas, selling, and the hopes that Kilos in our entire kilo, all of Kali will be answering each one of the minutes. The Uli Nishman's daughter from his father, Ari Plum, Yitzchak, Ari Ben Achavra Yaakov from Yidacha. And as always, we dedicate our learning in Schos of our precious Hazdus as well. The Earth Hashem successful the whole Maaseh Yidehem. 2, 4, 6, 8 is up from the bottom at the 2 dots. So again, the Mishnah introduced us to the concept of these hierarchies. So the Mishnah, for example, said that a coin comes before maybe it becomes a very solid, so part of mamzer, so on and so forth. So the Gemara says, when is all of this true? When you're all on equal footing. For example, if that's a Tam Chacham comes first. So for example, you have a mamzer Tam Chacham and a coin. The mamzer Tam Chacham takes precedence over the coin. So you might not hang, you don't know this from. Such beautiful you are. So I'm not talking about Rabbi Rothschild. Ultimately, everyone says such a beautiful, beautiful pasuk. The pasuk says it is more precious than gems. So what is this referring to? So it says pasuk Mishnah is referring to Torah. Torah itself is more precious than even the most valuable jewels. What does this mean? A kamikah is more precious. The Kohen Gadol shenichnas lifnai. Right? Tam Chacham is more precious. The Torah is more precious. The plan words from the Kohen Gadol who enters into the Holy of Holies on Yom Kippur. As we discussed yesterday, the difference is that a Tam Chacham represents what you make of yourself, versus these other static. This is as a Kohen, a lady, even in Israel. These, at least initially, are statuses which are conferred upon you. Earned status is greater than holder status. Earned status is greater than conferred status. Incredible. Let's go right there. Really, an emancipated slave ultimately eventually takes precedence over again. Why? She said, "Godly one of the kedusha, the Zerlon godly one of the kedusha." Because an emancipated slave grew up with right within a Jewish home, and therefore Hamas grew up, so to speak, in a context, in a situation. Welcome back to Melfish. Wow. So it's supposed to finish. It's not as hard as okay, so the question, but this morning I was seeing things, and then Hashem, incredible. It's right. But even if I have to see things, so good to see you. Hashem. So the question says as follows. So I would have thought that a Nadim Shukri, because at the end of the day, and I grew up, so to speak, in a Jewish home, versus a Ger which did not. The Gemara says, the difference is that in Eved, descends from a cursed lineage. Eved come from Canaan, and Canaan was cursed. Showing this, so it's a very interesting shadow. The students asked what also why. Well, literally means it runs. 4 lines at the bottom, 13 and 8. So the Gemara says that people run. Now, run means that people are agreeable or amenable to marry a Yores, but people don't necessarily want to marry an emancipated servant. What's the reason for that? Very simple. A servant was Bechlau in the context of honor, of cursing, but if the honest was not, there are other possibilities. But presumably knows that one day she's going to want to convert. Therefore, she's careful, ultimately, again, with her also holistic kedusha. She's moral, she's not promiscuous, but Shifra never knows if she's going to be emancipated, and therefore, Allah unfortunately behaves immorally. Why is it that a dog knows its master, has an allegiance to its master, but yet a cat does not? What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Allah has covered the color. So we'll say, you're going to see on this items that if you eat them cause forgetfulness. Amongst them, a mouse. Now, if you eat from something that a mouse eats, that causes you to forget. So the Gemara says, if you eat a cat, cats eat mice. By definition, a cat doesn't remember its owner because, again, it consumes a mouse. Interesting idea. Okay, why mice should create forgetfulness? We'll see them as well as if they Mahakol, Moshe Moshman Bakbar. Why is it that no one likes mice? Like, why does no one like mice? And everyone's always trying to kill the mouse, catch the mouse, all these different kinds of things. So the Gemara says, Suran Ra, because mice are bad eaters. Suran Ra means that inherently, mouse exhibits negative behavior. How so? The Gemara says, Rabbi Amar, Rabbi Amar, guys. It's one thing I will say, because mice don't just eat through food, right? They'll even not through clothing. Now, what benefit does a mouse have when it's clothing? The answer is none. So the must find out is that a mouse is just structure, even though there's no benefit. On the base, you basically on his third single, the most sometimes they'll even chew through the handle of a shovel. Now again, you'll ask yourself, what benefit does the mouse get when it chews through the mouth of the handle of the shovel? There's nothing. It's that destructive nature of a mouse is something that's considered to be so negative, and therefore, inherently, man doesn't like mice. Incredible. So it's a Karavan. And let's say, I want to also point out, I'm not going to do justice to a lot of these Gemaras because, like, there's so much profundity, there's so much meaning in all of this. We'll get to the end. If we have time in our session, there's a couple of sections I want to go back. We're gonna make sure we finish it that day. There are 5 things which cause a person to forget their learning. So again, if one eats something that a mouse ate, in other words, let's say a mouse nibbled on a loaf of bread. If you add, that causes forgetfulness. If you eat something that a cat ate, now again, it's not because of the cat, but rather why is it? Because cats eat mice. So if one eats the heart of an animal, which I will say, that one you can understand, because you consider the heart is the very, very life source. So to ingest the very life source of animalistic life, by definitions and blood's your humanity, which causes you to forget the Torah. One who eats 20 olives, if you drink bath water, leftover bath water, seems like a bad idea on many levels, right? But Lamaisa causes forgetfulness as well. This is fascinating. If you wash your feet one on top of the other. So just the imagery that remember, we're talking about, let's say somebody has like a bucket of water and you're washing your feet. So if you put one foot on the other and you wash it, that causes this. So just think about that imagery for just a moment. If your feet are one on top of the other, what does that show? You should walk like that. You're immobile. When did you forget your learning? When ultimately, again, you move yourself forward. Put this on top of the other. You can't walk. If you can't walk, you can't advance. Such a person, unfortunately, loses their Torah. So too, someone puts his clothing underneath his head. Put it underneath your head and he's sewing. But ultimately, again, if you put your clothing underneath your head, then what? Then you can't go ahead and get out into the world and accomplish things. So by definition, if you can't get English, you're going to forget your Torah. Spirituality is only retained if it's a process that is constantly moving forward. But if it remains in place by definition, it's you wash one foot on top of the other, you're not moving forward. You're not wearing your clothing, it's tucked underneath your pillows, you're not moving forward. If you're not moving forward by definition, you are regressing and forgetting. Incredible. There are 5 things which can restore your learning, like job memory. Restore your learning, what are they? Number 1, past a bread baked over coals. Themselves are apparently beneficial for me. You can eat a roasted without salt. Olive oil. The most it's interesting, right? Olives cause forgetfulness. Olive oil apparently is good for memory. I will say a person who regularly drinks wine and smells nice things, that's good for and if you drink the leftover water from baking bread, from making dough. Others say also, and you eat the soul. See what's about. Rabbi Rothschild is that person who drinks regularly ingests all of the fluid. He said that that consumption of olives could cause you to write too much loss, could cause you to forget your learning, even from 70 years. So to again, olive oil could cause you to recall your learning, even if you forgot, or to retain your learning for 70 years. Next, we'll say again, like I saw, this is beautiful, just convicted of this beautiful matter, this olive oil. For the time we'll come back to it. Now, a lot of the animal, the person regularly drinks wine and goes that's good for memory.
Greetings to Podcastville. Uncle Joey here. This podcast is brought to you by Nature Box. What do you do when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? You rely on your self-control to resist, and how do you end up there? You eat the junk food. Start snacking out with Nature Box. These snacks right now you'll save even more because Nature Box is offering our church family 50% off your first order when you .com/Joey. Again, that's naturebox.com/50% off your first order. Number 2, here's something that you want. Many recent studies suggest that having good oral health is fine today. Because right now you go to quip.com/Joey and get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first refill pack free at quip.com/Joey. The new way to brush your teeth. And number 3, today's coming. You see him sit there and he sits there all day. What do you think what happens when he sits there all day? I mean, your dad's a nice guy and the whole thing, but his ass don't mess like the rest of us. Just because he's your dad don't mean his ass don't stink like 10 dead notes. That ends today. Because you're going to order HelloTushy.com. How's my dad's ass going to stink differently? You know how? HelloTushy.com is a new portal today.
That's the stack that has all the fish. That shows them the actors. It goes to the screen, which runs through the center. Now the stack of the 3 hours, but one goes ahead and looks at the face of the morning.
You leave the house, you walk around, you make hope. Meanwhile, your asshole on fire. You don't know why your fucking little muffler is burning. You know why? Because you got that fucking backup trip. No more. HelloTushy.com will take care of that. Go to HelloTushy.com right now. That's it.
This is fascinating.
That church.
Get 10% off. HelloTushy.com.
Causes a person to what we do in our daily is forward. There's a boss that's Shiva, and then church. People make a mistake. They think that those Avelas behaviors are there to like hold you on the back. Not at all. They're to propel you forward in a particular avoda of taking care of the neshama of your life. Now you get distracted by other things. But the stack represents to a certain degree the loss, which represents the past. In Headstone, I don't think it's something it used like reading it the first time. I think it's talking about reading it over and over and over. And certain times, right? Like all of shots, either Hava committed zero, that the dead are ultimately forgotten. Because everything who never suffered loss, the dead are forgotten. The loss is fresh.
Excited to be here, Joey. Feeling good.
As we move ourselves forward,
sunny, hot down there.
someone who's stacking with
Today was, it was about 104 out there when it happened. Yeah, and the Dodger game they played down right. Marine layer, 70. It's smoking hot here. It was the
everybody has to show they can't say that.
Palm Springs, it's just the cut off the mountains. That's the first spot that the clouds from LA don't get to. It cuts it off. That's what it starts out there in that desert. And I like growing up here. You got the marine layer, you got the ocean breeze coming in. So you go to Anaheim Stadium, it's cold down there at night. That stadium, they got wind coming through there. Same thing with San Diego. At night, it's always got San Francisco. Geez, all the cities are there. San Francisco, LA, you think LA and Anaheim, San Diego, it's a mile.
Literally translated that out of walk. Now, what does that mean? Let's see, when they smash you, some people were often sitting on the floor. So if you walk into the smash after everyone was sitting, it looked like you were doing what? Stepping on the heads of the people.
Yeah, but we're lucky we're not in Chicago. It rains hot. You really got to read the weather there.
Are permitted to enter into the smash even after everyone else is sleeping. Even though it looks like a shit of disrespectful, that they're walking over everyone. You can't see your shit and come on. So let's say again, it's not fucking bush, and then he has to leave to relieve himself. Once now, he'll come back in and go back to his place. They don't need to come check with Shamunim at the end. If there are sons of Hamid Chachamim, whose father has a leadership position in the community, his man Shliach Dan Shmor, when they have asked to understand their father's name, and they sit in front of their father, and their back to the rest of the people. His man should give them das the shmor. When his sons themselves do not have the das to understand what's happening on the earth, Nasi Yoshvim Lifnei Aviyam, Upnei ultimately, again, so in that case, they sit behind their father, facing the people. They will say, Father, you begin to see something very embarrassing. Even
I left New York. Let's say again, summer, it was. See, I can deal with humidity. I can deal with it going down the subway, even though that was really cool. But you get on that subway with that air conditioning, and it felt good. My apartment, I didn't have air conditioning. I had a fan and a water bottle. That's what I had. So it was pretty brutal. And then but I did it after 3 years living in New York. I got it out of my system. I did it in the subway, subway to the bus because the subway was not working. But got to see a lot of different people, doing comedy down there, out there, and got to the subway. I did it. You're the one who told me to go to New York. It was funny, like you mentioned, Colorado right here. That's where my mom was living. My friend. So I actually went to Colorado for a little bit. I go, I got to get out of New York. Went to Colorado. Caught my breath, and then I started here in LA. I needed that. That's my career graduation class at the college. I did well. I did well. Sunday night was packed. flash friend, one of those sensational words, all insistent, see the lights of Dodger Stadium,
happy shooting or something. And then I just like waited, and I didn't hear anything about it for a week, and I was terrified that I had been sick, and then maybe I was fired, and maybe it wasn't like that, because I don't know him. And then like kind of just casually came over to me a week later, and she was like, "I got you." And he was like, I put the picture on page 4, and he was like, I only got to page 4. And then he walks away, and I was like, got him. And I took like a real slutty picture of myself, and I printed it out, and I put in a book of Zen Buddhism, and then I sent
the valley, high school, North Hollywood High, right here. How long has that been there for? It's an active quarter. You got 2 high schools there. You got yeah, Magnolia, Oakwood's private, rich kids probably. They have like a full-time staff of crossing guards on Magnolia throughout the day. Like six crossing guards down. You don't see them until like a that sounds good. They built a bridge. They just installed the bridge. It costs like $30,000. There's probably like a
no, I don't think so. It's kind of a lot to throw at somebody random.
That stuff is, I mean, that's what I try and share on Twitter. I went to those private schools. I met my mom. Yeah, for a semester, and I knew it wasn't right. I went to like Valley. I think it was actually called the Valley School, or like Haskell and Sherman Way. You know, the Pettings, Notre Dame. Riverside. Notre Dame's on Riverside. It's high school. Let's respect #1 baseball player prospects in the country right now. Up to 100. Tyler Green. Tyler Green, yeah. Get to 102. Yeah, a lot of money. Right. That's another one. Yeah, these kids, you know, they're rich kids. They got helicopter parents, so they're doing, you know, some of the drugs. That's right. Sorry,
We're showing you make this change.
Think there's something you should know. I think it's time I told you so. There's something deep inside of me. There's something else I got to do. Get back your picture in the frame. Get everything singing in the rain. Just hope you'll understand. Time to close the night, make the man. All we have to do now. Take these lies and make them true somehow. All we have to see is that I don't belong to you, and you don't belong to me. Yeah, I won't let you down. I will not give you up. To have some faith in me. It's the one good thing that I've got. I won't let you down. Please don't give me up. And I really love to stick around. Heaven knows I sure have some fun, buddy and me. What you can, what your buddy and me. We can be bitch, I good time, down, boy. Yeah, I'm living fast. Yeah.
What's the tragedy of this story? Why is all of this happening? Why is all of this happening?
Easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy, do you like both of these nuts on your chin? I couldn't help easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy.
Oh, go back. No.
See the number there, Pablo? That's about 30. That should be enough for your birthday party tonight. For the cake, yes. We'll keep it sweet, not too much. The number there, Pablo? That's about 30.
You know, sometimes when someone isn't treating you right, the best thing you can do is speak up. Might even put it in a song.
You say the record, like, go ahead, big in
That's what's on your heart. I'd probably start the song like, first off, forget your girl and the crew you claim. West side, where you ride. Then you can say he claims to be a play. We all know what happens with the trial. You know, sometimes when someone isn't treating you right, all you can do is speak up. Might even put it into a song.
You say the record, like, go ahead, big in
That's what's on your heart. We'll probably start the song like, first off, forget your girl and the crew you claim. West side, when we ride on the foot.
You really just said that?
Opening line. Then you could say that he claims to be a player, but we all know what happened with his wife.
Wow, this is hilarious.
Ready.
And
I should have informed you.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death?
I'm dying this fucking country ass town. Shit flying in my mouth. That fuck, I can't see it. And let's get the fuck out of this country, motherfucker. I can't.
What really happened on that Thursday?
We're going to interview Eric White, who climbed the
highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But, yeah. That's the break. He climbed Mount Everest. But, I had my problems. So what year about that? That's the break. We're going to interview Eric Washington. He climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But, yeah, he's lying. I'd rather sit with the sight than the weirdo.
Being retarded. Retarded people go to work, school, just like the neighbors. They come home for the supervisor. In the neighborhood. Before they go home, being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.
How would you say your mental focus is? Which focus? I haven't. Look, I have trouble even saying to myself, my own head. I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than July. How would you say your?
You get 3 pieces of extra crispy and 2 biscuits on the side. Let me get a 3 pieces of extra crispy.
You ever been to Kenya? Can you fit these nuts in your mouth? Oh, man.
Yo, you wow, Mr. Rogers.
You ever been to Kenya? In your mouth. Oh, man.
Guys, I want just these.
Tupac, we heard of the artist Akon, but did you know he has a brother named Joe Khan? Joe Khan sees that.
Look, motherfucker, when I cook is what you gonna eat on my line. Fuck out. Welcome to Death Row Partner. Say what I say. Chill on.
Can you fit these nuts in
Peace and love, y'all. Tonight, we take our business at the prime time. 3 possible fathers, 1 beautiful baby. Shit wrong, you take that up with the manager. Don't want to talk about the drop fucking sandwich. You hear me? You gonna fucking drop,
Hey. Good afternoon. Terribly sorry to bother you. Would you mind awfully if I came in?
Can you fit these nuts in your mouth?
Oh my goodness. It's one place up in now. It's one place. Hi, my name is Lee, and what do you do?
the drink, Captain Stuff. What's up? Feeling better? Yeah.
Think of a number between 1 and 10. Okay, multiply it by 9. Okay, now take whatever you've got, whatever number you got, and add those two digits together. Okay, now subtract 5 from that. All right, okay, now take the letter in the alphabet that corresponds number. Like 1 is A, 2 is B. Got it? Okay. Yes. Okay, think of a country again. Okay. Okay. Okay, but don't tell me. All right. Now take the last animal and think of a fruit. Okay, but don't tell me if you're thinking of a kangaroo in Denmark eating an orange. Think of a number between.
Yeah, I'm sorry to not propose to me if there was nothing just.
Ma'am, roll your window down, please. Roll your window down, please. Can you turn that music off?
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, I can't hear you. We need to have a conversation. Okay, can you roll all the way down, please? Ma'am, roll this. I'm Deputy Schwartz, Sheriff Landon. Tell me what's going on.
Okay. How old do you think I am? That's me.
I'm not going to guess you. Can I just get your ID and registration?
Trick or treat, motherfucker. That looks great too.
Happy Halloween, neighbors.
Trick or treat, motherfucker. Well, that looks great.
This is Steve. Was a male. Yeah, I'm not too sure here. He's available for adoption. Let's County animals. Very loving cats.
Pinky.
This is Pinky. He's a male.
I went on a date, actually, yeah. You were still alive. I was like, you look like this where they found him. And we had a fun night over lunch.
But I also learned that I wanted to be the actor that I was nowhere near ready. I learned that I didn't want to be a in fact, I didn't want to run to
You have something to talk about, right?
There's a different film up there. This is up there.
I know. I think I know you're coming.
6 a.m. So they want to break.
I went on a
Do you like Chef Boyardee?
That's why I walked away. I said, I'm not. I know I'm not.
I went on a
Like even when I go to see comedy, seeing the show, I learned about, hosting guests. But I wasn't like a
Some of my young neighbors have been teaching me new words.
one of them laughing at my friends. I like
It comes from the word
they brought some
tuition.
of these
A friend told me about a phrase young people use. They say,
maybe I'm just unsure about
it means they're telling the truth, no deception, no pretending. Have you ever heard someone say the word sus? It's a short way of saying suspect or suspicious. Sometimes neighbors use a new word to say that something tastes especially good. Lately, I've heard young people say it.
I'm glad I went to see
Some of my young neighbors have been teaching me new words, and one of them was quiz.
Have you ever been like, what's the tradition of the lecture? Have you ever been?
See what you picked up, Haru?
Open that curtain. You want a 12-week course of professional driving lessons.
Years to years and music and all that weird stuff. I knew I didn't get out of LA.
It's okay to be gay.
A comedy course at UCLA
Love yourself.
for a comedy store. And that one open mic in Chatsworth.
Victoria is.
Can't have some. I get it. I understand it because I play baseball. I learned all about it. Holy shit! Comes in playing sports. I learned about discipline. When I played baseball in Arizona State, we represented. Holy shit! You could get in trouble. Just don't be disciplined. But learning to get back going, the Jewish guy, gay guy, run weird, this, fucking punching me. But I knew that's how it was.
Holy shit!
I was like the nice guy. So they tried to nice. They tried they didn't get me out of there, and she was considered officially dead. Thankfully, CPR from her mom revived her heart, but she was in the coma for 2 weeks, and then she defied all odds and woke up. Jewish guy had the Grand Well, obviously, there's a problem with that too. She doesn't want to sound like that. She doesn't remember the accident. I am so sorry. I was ready to walk again after lighting both her legs, and we'll have more on the story hopefully. That's a big story. I know, it's the story of a pig
That is inspiring others.
One from a plumbing family. Friends like it was kind of a good thing. Because I got picked on ever since high school growing up, and it's different getting picked on by inner city kids. You got it, malicious.
I'm so pale.
I'd rather get hazed by a Christian.
Today's snow is crippling much of the Washington lowlands.
Give their final goodbyes to this fallen Louisville police officer, D.D. Megan Dugan's. I'm sorry. Megan Dugan's.
Slight chance of some precipitation it's rain. It's going to bring a possibility of some rain.
Well, the sign says that it's 4 quarters per an hour, but a quarter only gets 15 minutes. So if my math is correct, that's not an hour.
That's not an hour, but it is.
I just don't understand how something so small can be so impressive.
Perhaps you would know about that. Thank you very much.
Over the last 2 years, hundreds have landed in the Summit County Medical Examiner's office. But now he's dead.
Keep your pride flags, and wear rainbow colors at Toggle Bay tomorrow afternoon.
I'm so pale. Feeling much of the Washington lowlands.
Give their final goodbyes.
That girl sounds
I'm
fucked.
so pale. Feeling much of, you're going to do a spoken word for us now, right? And tell us what we're about to hear. Okay, freestyle. Well, let me sit back. Go ahead, Marshall.
Years ago, they tried to.
Something cousins lived there. I saw that. I didn't know anything about Seattle. One day, the basketball team is great. They started showing pictures of the city when they were up there. Yeah, show this thing.
You want to try to read something from your book?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're going.
It's such a good feeling to know you're alive.
Is it off? Are we off? Fucking thing sucks. What the fuck's the matter with you, neighbor? Unbelievable. Who put this together? A bunch of damn toddlers? Yeah? Watch this. Fuck off, neighbor. We're just here. This piece of...
Keep rolling.
Are you still rolling? Are you still fucking rolling? Forget it.
Are you?
I said, don't move them. Don't fucking move them. God. Fuck this! You think this is funny?
And sometimes the kindest thing we can do for ourselves is just slow down and take a breath.
Fuck me, you fucks can't even keep the lights on? I'll get it. Neighbor, 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 neighbor. I'm done. Did you get that? Yeah, we're still rolling. Can we cut? It's such a good feeling to know you're alive. Cut! Cut! Is it off? Are we off? Fucking thing sucks.
I love anal.
Yes.
Can you page I love anal?
I was wondering if you can call for my brother to meet me back up here real quick. What's his name? Last name is Oxfong. First name's Mike. Mike Ox. Oxfong is his last name. Attention, all our customers with Mike Oxfong. Electronics. Mike Oxfong.
What is the one thing?
Good evening, I'm Lisa Carter. The president drops a wild skateboard video, pushing to become a downloadable new Tony Hawk Pro Skater game. Here's the scoop. President Trump is going viral with his epic skate edit. He's throwing hammers, insane tricks that are wet, all to lobby for a...
You want to know the truth? I don't give a shit about my neighbors. Oh my God! I don't give a shit about your damn kids either. What did you say? I can't believe this. Think this ring is your happy little neighborhood, huh? You think your hero's gonna come save you? Not tonight. Not in my neighborhood. What tell me? Wrong. The only thing that matters is Mr. You told me that match, and you know it. Mr. First, you talk to me. 3 counts clear as day, and you turn it into 2. You think I didn't see you? Somebody get in the neighborhood on respect, and you spit on it. Just have time to stop.
I hear you. All that noise. It sounds like jealousy from the neighborhood. You don't have to like me. You just have to understand.
You didn't want a neighbor, you wanted a problem. Now you got one.
You want to know the truth? I don't give a shit about my neighbors. Oh my God! I don't give a shit about your damn kids.
Listen, there's such a significant amount of capital that's needed to buy a rocket, and the number of people that really understand rocketry was a very small number.
Well, I really started taking it seriously like in the 7th grade.
Well, it's a huge difference. It's a very difficult tech.
Anything in life that you put your mind to, you can do.
Man, I don't even know if this shit really happened.
Are you nice? Am I nice? I'm probably better than you.
What you mean?
I just have more lyrical skills than me. I'm laying it off, and by now I would be dead. And that's the bringing this stuff. I know she trying, but man, I think so. I'm be dying. That's what I said. I told y'all, let's go talk to something.
I'm not going to say no to you.
Are you nice? Am I nice?
I don't even know if this shit's real. I don't know.
It was Liam Gallagher from Oasis. He is so angry.
I think we have a clip of that. Let's go into this.
Oh, you do? Here, Liam Gallagher from John Oasis is here. Hanging out. Shooting the breeze. Catherine's on the phone from Jersey. Catherine? She said hi. What's your question, Catherine?
Actually, I wanted to know what Liam thinks about the boy bands that are out there today.
What do you think about all that happening? records, you know, in sync this group right over here. Broke Music Records, 1.1 million.
It's not about selling records.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. This is why I do a lot of television. Yeah, well, there you go. That was kind of the worst guess recently.
Whole thing. You know, that's actually my vocal. They just chopped it up.
Oh, it's not sizer, it's just that?
It's just my vocal, so they pitched it up, messed with it and stuff.
That's not true. It's not true.
I swear it's true.
Good morning, sir.
Me?
Yeah, you.
The dang saxon, sir.
3,000 yo. Line into the sweet. What kind of idiot logs into court like that? What's your name again?
The dang saxon, sir, but I don't believe that I typed anything like that. And
Well, that's what it says.
I apologize. That should not
Yeah, you should. I'll put you in the waiting room. You can sit and live for a while. I think we'll call yourself online. Good morning.
Schwarzenegger is here. You know him? Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know him? Say that, I didn't say Schwarzenegger. I didn't say that. We'll be back in a minute with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's his name.
You got here first. You did it when I was 9. It's such a curveball. I know, can I just say something? I'm going to say it again, and if you smile, I'm going to leave. Okay. If you smile, that really fucking helps you. All right. Don't cover your mouth. Cover your mouth. The thing is that I'm telling you like this. I'm vulnerable. I know, and I'm expressing a truth to you. I guess here. I just feel like you're laughing. No, let's do it. Okay. You can't have to go to the ball. That's a curveball. So when I was 9 years old, I was 9. You start with the paper like inside out. With pencil leaf, right? Make a tiny blanket. Exactly. Shape it, roll it back and forth, take what you got, a little lick, the snake out, grab it.
They were pretty good.
I'm all right, just
Now you're replaying it. They were professional.
Thanks, man.
And now, if God made it, I'm good.
Snoop Dogg.
I think being a big a lot of work.
I got brain at that.
What did you buy today?
I bought 6 bucks. 6 Bud Light, and I love them, Tom.
So, boys, how much would you drink today?
What day? I don't know, maybe a couple beers, depends. Weekends, maybe, 5 beers. 2 drinks a week.
What do you think of that?
Well, that's just not feasible, not in this country. Well, come on, man, 2 drinks a week, what's that going to do for you? I mean, that doesn't even get you through a day.
Or even if you're at home, you have like 4 beer. That's just two more. I mean, I'll have 6. That's a fair number. There shouldn't even be guidelines anyway. Why are you going to tell them?
Well, I guess the idea is, would you be concerned that you're at a higher health risk if you're drinking?
No. That's not the main point here is why are they telling me what I can drink at home? What, can I have 2 liters of pop? Can I have 2 liters of pop? Well, what's more healthy? 4 beers or 2 liters of Coca-Cola? Do the math.
So I'm guessing that this information about the new guidelines is going to change your health.
It's heartbreaking and I can't even believe it. Wait a minute. You can't handle the truth.
What did you guys?
Biggest moment of my life. Right now. 3 minutes. Yes.
Let me get through, please. Ivan, guys, we're gonna need a medic out here. Close traffic, please.
They breathing?
Please, dear. Clear, please. This was not supposed to happen. Questions whether or not he landed on his head.
Biggest moment of my life.
Attention.
You know what? If you were somebody, you would be sitting there and I'd be talking to you. Check it out. Listen, man, you play that, man, you can walk down that Grammy Road together, or you can diss me, and I win the Grammy Road, you sitting in the audience watching.
Okay, wait. We're demonstrating.
Allie, is it better to go slow or better to go fast?
I think you kind of vary it.
Just let this gray roll upward, let it drift like a whisper into the sky.
No, Mr. Rogers, like this.
Like this.
Holy shit, that wasn't neighborly. Rogers, what happened to my guitar? You know what happened?
Hey, co-pilot.
Toward his crotch and yelled, "Suck it," at a female classmate. So when you say suck it, what are you telling somebody?
It's just a gesture. I mean, it's not like I'm not saying get your head down there and suck it.
He's not going to go out there, his friends. Maybe you see, you hear them in the stores. So it's not just going to say, well,
So we got a generation of kids yelling, "Suck it." Yeah. Toward his crotch and yelled, "Remember that
We are gathered here today because the idea of freedom cannot be changed by the hands of time. Got it. All right, son. Thank you. Let's give him.
Let's make some happy clouds.
I need, honestly, I need
Do you know this?
Okay, you have to see this. This is Ben. We're about to show. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm asking.
City Zoo. And this week, the zoo's ace caretaker took over their Instagram, and we have all women that they did. As you can see, Ben was fascinated.
I'm here this morning because I want to apologize. The only time I said to our entire community. I said something yesterday that was inconsiderate, it was inappropriate, and I hurt people. And I want you to know, I understand how much I've hurt you out there.
Oh, come on, come on. I mean, I get it. But...
I love you so much, and you have been one of my best friends for the past year and a half, and I would never do anything to hurt you.
Alex, thank you very much. And I do accept your apology, and I do appreciate your apology. All that being said, and Alex first admits to you, what she said yesterday was wrong. It cut deep for me, and it cut deep.
Calm down.
A lot of you in the community, I've heard the phone calls, and I've heard the Facebook messages as well. And I guess coming out of this, I want this to be a teachable moment.
It looks like me.
The lesson here is that words matter.
These are just posted. Okay, you have to see them. This is Ben. We're about to show. Oh my goodness, I can look at him. He's a resident of the Oklahoma City Zoo. This week, the zoo.
Oh. Look at what it is. This is my girl. She started it all.
Then I ran down. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I was fighting for my life. And then the smoke bronchitis.
Ain't got one time for that.
I woke up to go get.
I'd love to give it a gift, but
You know, sometimes life can be hard. Take some smoke.
Yeah, y'all Puerto Rican, you yeah, I speak Spanish, you little fucking little cocksucker. What do you got, you little fucking little cocksucker? Yeah, fuck you, you little piece of shit. Yeah, I speak Spanish. Primo y Arobroi. Cocksucker. Yeah, fuck you, you piece of shit.
Yell at him in Spanish. Yell at him.
Yeah, you motherfucker, you motherfucker. Pussy garbage.
Spiegel knows a lot of languages, but yell at him in Chinese.
Nay, motherfucker, you piece of shit.
Bro, I was just winning this on-ramp.
I love this thing.
I thought it was fucking high. That's just a bit. On the on-ramp. What the fuck? They don't have this shit rocked off or nothing. Watch, this guy's coming. There's a guy coming behind me. Yeah. Who's he gonna fucking go? Oh shit! I am hot. Fuck, bro. I was just winning this on-ramp. There's no signs fucking off, but I thought I was fucking high. That's just a bit. On the on. What the fuck? They don't have this shit blocked off or nothing. Watch, this guy's coming. There's a guy coming behind me. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, it's water. I am hot.
Hungry right now? Not at all. Really? I'm so hungry. Like you should probably eat. Alright, thanks. Do you think you could hungry right now? Not at all. Really? I'm so hungry. Like you should probably eat. Alright, thanks. Didn't hit it off. Do you think you could look Cam and say Dua Lipa is the greatest star in history for me? I would never say that.
But at the same time, me, I'm 56 years old. I'm sorry. Skill or talent or trying to learn. I can't either.
Really?
I'm very surprised
I feel
musicians
so
can't.
much.
So did
What?
I'm sorry. I'm in a relationship because of that. It's a real fan.
The song is the one that was wearing the giant chain around his neck. Where's this a giant chain?
Is the one that was wearing a giant chain around his neck? Wearing a giant chain. What do you think?
What's your favorite food?
Pizza.
Why haven't you joined the army to help defend our country?
Hungry right now?
Let's talk about your giveaway. So
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. Buttered sausage.
I love it.
So his first name's Holden, last name Tudix.
Holden Tudix.
Yeah.
Attention large customers with Holden Tudix, please come back to the building materials desk. Holden Tudix.
You're able to call for my brother to meet me back up here. Yeah. Last name's Murfitz. And then first name's Ween. Turkey. Her last name is Tracian. And then first name's Penny. I was just wondering if you could call for my brother to meet me up here real quick. Your brother? Yeah. His name is Gabe. Last name's Horn.
Gabe Horn?
Yeah.
Gabe Horn, you are needed to Gabe Horn,
Icon has the tools. Real quick, what's the prices here on these new machines you've seen, Keith?
This one's list price at $49.99. This one goes for $95 grand.
Okay.
Depending on the drive.
It's $79.99. 2 megabytes. $49.99. And $84.99.
This is equivalent to an IBM AT. This is 12 megahertz, 286. It's got a 287 socket. It's got a 20 megabyte hard drive. 3.5-inch floppy. This is an EGA compatible screen. It's got 16 scales. On the back here, your standard G monitor, 2 servers. It's also got a space here for this code right here.
In addition to the desktop features, I'm going to appeal at all the ports. Screen here, and if you notice, I'm running Microsoft Windows and Excel here, and the spotting of the cursor is something that does work across the screen. How much Pepsi do you think you drink on average?
I really like Pepsi. I really do. My favorite kind of Pepsi.
You don't drink Diet Pepsi?
No, just regular. Just regular Pepsi.
Just drink Pepsi. You think you drink on average?
I really like Pepsi.
What's your favorite?
My favorite kind of Pepsi.
You don't drink Diet Pepsi or?
No, just regular Pepsi.
Just drink. How much Pepsi do you think you drink on average?
I really do like Pepsi.
What's your favorite?
My favorite kind of Pepsi.
You don't drink Diet Pepsi or?
No, just regular.
How long have you worked for that kiss?
Years since I was
You are so lucky. You are the luckiest woman in this world. Dad is such a great guy. He's got everything a woman could ever want. Kind, generous, successful, gorgeous. He's got an incredible body. I'm just I would do anything to be with Carolyn. No, really, I would. Because Dad never even gave us a chance. Never even gave us a chance. I'm the one who told you to make crafty, and it wasn't for you. You still need making crafty, Daddy. No. Seriously. It's still like, what do you have? And I don't want to make it too. You are so
T sensitivity is that I open T sensitivity. I open I open Okay, I open it.
Okay, so remember again.
Quick and easy.
Four erroneous movements. One
Have you looked at my link, Brody?
and one erroneous movement of
Oh, yours? No, I haven't.
The
audience shouldn't be able to intimidate you into this. If you want to do it, it's up to you.
Whosoever therefore shall be ashamed of me and of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him also shall the Son of Man be ashamed.
Now, wait just a minute, please. People want to know what that means that you just said. In your own word, tell us, what does that mean? Don't want to hear.
Attack layoffs are on the rise. This is going to help you.
Be a brave girl, do your thing, like the city sang.
Guess he just bought the house right next to his ex-wife, and she doesn't even know it. Thanks for coming. Guess he just bought the house right now.
Look who is standing behind Will Smith.
Girl backstage. It's a girl backstage. Make it perfectly clear. Never mind who you thought I was. Rick James, bitch.
That's what he said. Rick James, the one and only, the original. Rick James. Yes, indeed. Only
People really just kind of not really in the mood to do this. We don't need to. We've done 20. No, Maddie, I want to. No, you think it's funny? You think it's all a big fucking joke? I'm here to be your fucking friend. Don't laugh like you're my friend, okay? I would fucking knock your teeth out of your skull. If my girl, hey, you don't fucking. No, don't fucking calm me down, dude. We do this all day. I'm tired. I don't go home. I have other shit I want to do too. So I'll fucking go there with your fucking hair on your head. You know, shut up. It's like in the film. I'm stressed out because I'm fucking on Atkins. I've been eating shit all day because every fucking reporter comes in here and asks me what it's like to be fucking unattractive, and I want to fucking sit here and fucking kill you right now. I literally, my dream right now is to get out of this chair and fucking knock your teeth out of your head. Okay, well, no, fuck you.
We're not stopping today yet. Right tail light. Whose vehicle is this?
Excuse me?
Whose vehicle? His vehicle?
This one?
Yeah.
I have no idea. It's my niece's.
What's your niece's name?
I think it's
That's your niece?
Yeah.
You think that's her name?
No, that's her name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the car's under her name.
How many passengers? They got an ID on her? Do I hear us? No?
She's the one that owns the car back there.
That's it, there?
You got your experience here.
Oh, okay. Where y'all headed to?
Right now, I just came from a friend's house. We were watching a baseball game. I'm just at home.
Do y'all live together?
No, she lives down the street from us on the
This is your car? Okay. And you're related to him? You're not related to him.
He's my uncle.
So you are related. Okay, you just said no. So yes, you are related. Okay. Why did you say no the first time I asked you? I didn't understand what you meant. Okay.
So that's actually she's actually okay, so we're going to be honest. I'm not going to be a friend. Because I got worries.
So that's why, yes, you're related, no, you're related, you're my uncle, no, you're not. So actually,
She's my wife.
okay.
But not legally married.
So you together, do you have a child in common? Okay, and that's the child you're talking about. They're pretty much husband and wife. They have a child in common. It's not business.
Where you want to stop it today yet?
If you could say something to Janelle right now, what would it be?
That we miss you and we're looking for you. And Steffi P from biology is pregnant.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, she says that she's not, but she's like totally wearing sweaters and bangs.
Tell us how you've been. If you could say something to Janelle right now, what would it be?
I know, so feel like what is that? What do you like interesting?
I would have to pay for that?
I don't get it free.
In America, we get it free.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
You feel like you do. You don't. You just don't know.
Hands-on experience. You mind if it is? Okay. I'm not very creative, so you're going to bear with me on this. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're finished with this. This is what I do about this.
When you've had a tough game. I'm here with the lovely
Farrah Abraham. Hi, guys.
Now, Farrah, let me ask you a question. What is your favorite set experience that you've ever had?
I haven't had a set experience, so that's funny.
Oh, you haven't had a set experience? On set.
I am known for a celebrity sex tape. That's what I'm known for. So.
On set.
I am known for a celebrity sex tape. That's what I'm known for.
I'm an idiot. Yes.
It's okay.
Okay, so you're known for celebrity sex tape. Okay. And who is a celebrity?
I am. I think this is probably the worst fucking interview I've ever done.
I'm here with the lovely
Farrah Abraham. Hi, guys.
Shall we get drinks inside?
On camera here?
Do you want to get drinks inside? We have to add a drink now.
Don't ask me like give me your email.
I'll get my email. I had to answer the camera. Sometimes people want to talk to me quickly.
Really, I'd be more time to speak to you without a camera, I'm sure.
That's your beautiful girl. I'm going to get your email. That's the camera. Should we sure can see your cheek?
Thank God I did that because
Look at this. This motherfucker's so athletic. This thing sucks. There is no way 16 fucking people are watching this right now. They're looking at a fucking orange. I gotta take a shit. Allegedly. But look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork, son.
That's a way to go too, I guess. But is that right? I mean, isn't it funny kind of still when the guy's in pain and suffering? But it seems like these days you don't have to.
As it is, and we have to spend a little bit more time actually.
It'd be great to sorry about that. The stars are getting to you, but I'm just I'm stressed out because everything you talk about Bill, Joey, you were a best damn sports show. Even in the movies, I feel in the movies too, it's like extra pressure. I was telling my mom that it was like, I'm willing to live in my car too, not necessarily for comedy, but for my mom. You gotta take care of her. I can't do it. I can sleep on her couch for live in the van, 14 couch on the 14 days on the couch. I'm not a mama's boy, but my sister's not doing it. Comedy. Well, you have to really turn her on that. Well, like a one day. Or I guess I can bring us a good video because went to one last night. So
arrested.
Yeah.
והאיש הקודם הזה איש, וניסוס לא הוציא מגויס השם. And so this meaning a woman takes precedence over a man, ultimately for clothing and for being Catholics. It's clothing because if it happens to a woman who doesn't have clothing, it's going to be a much more humiliating experience than for a man. And in captivity, you are nervous ultimately, you get much more nervous. What's going to happen to a woman in captivity than what's going to happen to a man. This man should share only the
Periscope, right?
Sweden,
Instagram,
we are concerned that the man is going to be sodomized, which means that in captivity. Ultimately, again, we would repeat so now, interesting, and this would be fascinating, but Gemara doesn't spend any time kind of like telling us where it got these images. Instead, what it does is it dives deeper visual or just this higher part. So let's start into the way and say a little bit better. Something like that. I'll give the rap of the chef.
Where do they go? Back off into a regular life somewhere? I don't know what happened. Because I got into this to do this.
Father and his red are all held captive. What's amazing and incredible, that's throughout almost like our entire lives. It's like the sugya about captivity, like there's someone taken hostage. It never resonated with any type of personal importance. You know, think about Jews in captivity, and even though, again, unfortunately, there's always been states like that. Just interesting, just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking how so many things that happen in our world kind of take certain things and make them a reality. So that now,
what was it like back
the word hostage, the word hostage.
Yeah, well, you were there 3 years.
Coming back to some type of perspective and just historical reality. His father and his rabbi are all held captive. Told them the rabbi.
So what was it like in 97?
Comes before anyone else. Right? In other words, I have an obligation to sustain my life before anyone else's right. So therefore, Ruben's life comes in the form of the rabbi. Told them the obligation, but yes, he redeems his own father. So that's like some dramatic. Now, again, what's the logic being sourced? We're going to get back into substitutions. Why does a Rebbe be considered as a father? So then the Gemara says, because my father brings me into this world. My Rebbe brings me into the world. So my Rebbe brings me into the world to come. Therefore, Ruben has obligations to redeem his Rebbe. Condemn us to Tula. See what I'm saying? It's fascinating. Ultimately, again, Ruben's mother, if she was in it, she's first to be redeemed. It's fascinating again, right? And again, that goes back to the mission. Because obviously, again, a woman in captivity, we're very scared about what's going to happen. Chacham hold them in the wrong stuff. Let's say terrible wrong. Let's say two people are captive. Chacham and the king. Right? So, right, the king is held captive, and first. Chacham shifts, you know, say, what's the fuck? Chacham told them that stuff. You would give a Chacham before a king. Now, let's say, by the way, isn't that incredible? You would give a Chacham before you give a king for captivity. What's the logic? Chacham Shemains ain't running to say ultimately again, if Chacham dies, we have no one else. Right? There is no one to replace it from Chacham. Now that Yisrael Shemain, all Yisrael will give him out. Kings you could replace. Any Jew, Baruch Hashem, is fit to Damash. Every Jew is fit to Damash. Not everybody can come from Chacham. Everybody needs to come from Chacham. So they walk on ice and there's a choice between the king and the Chacham. Incredible. Now let's hold in the coin level. So ultimately, again, a king should express their general coin level. again. Interesting enough, is a calling versus a calling who was putting on the Bahamic vestments.
Yeah,
Calling was
yeah.
anointing with anointing oil.
That was fun.
Precedence over the
Yeah, well, you're compared to the Omar. I could be kicking them out.
wearing a Bahamic clothing. It's precedence ultimately again.
Yeah.
Once I found out that they were going to have a similar mission, therefore he is used to do like that. Ultimately again, what the big special. Mashiach Haber ultimately identity of the coin. And the Mashiach Haber, which is a Torado who was coined, but now again can't function because of a similar mission. Called him the Haber was interesting enough, he takes precedence over a coin which is qualified because of the Haber was remote, called him a Mashiach Milchama. So again, we have a coin which is disqualified because of a move. He takes precedence over the Mashiach Milchama. Mashiach Milchama was the coin. Mashiach Milchama. It's a scan. How do the scan come from the other phone? He's from the guy in the Amar called Christ, ultimately in the Amar call, he takes precedence over the these bar called them with a Mishmar, but these bar was over. Remember again, the Kohanim divided up into shifts. There was someone in charge of
I would do the youth hostel every Wednesday night, every Sunday night. The audience warm-up was the other thing. Was just start and stop, get these high school kids in and get these community college meet. I come my team to that because I get over to learn about and I sold t-shirts and Supersonic games, being the waiter because I was good at baseball, but I wasn't in that artistic world. And then I just had to force myself to listen to his book. He said, you want to get into comedy, learn one speak, just talk. Then I did a cable access show, like public speaking, and then I went to New York. I was a tour guide at Radio City Music.
Everyone has to be the same, right? Everyone has to have this opportunity. Everyone has to have the same rights. Everyone has to have this. And if I, it's not true. Baruch created different roles, and if everyone tries to be the same, then by definition, at the end of the day, the collective is everyone is in general. The other is going to lose one because they have to be foot soldiers. But if everyone's a foot soldier, there's no strategy, there's no vision. So I need again, Mary and Lauren. I need ultimate leaders. I need followers. I need people with power to make decisions, and then I need those who are bound to execute those decisions. But it's not fair. They're not the same. Correct. They're not the same. They're not the same. The goal was never to be the same. The goal was never to invest everyone with the same rights, responsibilities, and entitlements. There has to be differentiated responsibility, roles, and responsibilities. Otherwise,
start that expedition all over between, but the next thing I do is the only thing about it is Everest kind of epic, and I've already climbed Mount Everest, and
Listen.
I gotta get myself up to climb it again. I am Jim Carrey, and I'm hosting SNL this week with musical guest Iggy Azalea. I love your day. Thank you.
and who should go ahead and become a Holiness Mitzvah. Very soon, imagine the sky going out, I'm going to show up the coin is anointed for war. They're both walking together down the road, and they both together see a Holiness Mitzvah. someone's going to have to become coming to the nation stuff. Which one of them should become coming? So you might as well read them now. Touch on the sign up. Scan myself and publish it with Hawking again. Talk about names, mix up. So the scan it, it'll become walking on the road together. And they come across the next mix up. Mutter she coming with shop no cover, the eye coming scan. Interesting. It is better that the shop no cover becomes today and not scan wide. The other box, so not scan in the Spanish caption. And we'll say never again. It is one of the parties of the reasons for the government. And what's the scan's job? The scan's job is to be open, right? It's always the job to be on call. Therefore, if it's a choice between the scan or the point of shop will come becoming, that's when the shop will come becoming. I got kind of the shop will come becoming the scan. I got to learn to have up for a nice second, just in the board, that if a shop will come and take precedence over the scan, you're right. But I think that you can't heal off the outside. When it comes to ultimately supporting and sustaining, the shop will come and take precedence ultimately over the scan. Why? Because if you end up with the member again, the shop will come and you on the actual work. That is a very important point. But when it comes to coming, you'd rather a shop will focus on coming. Why? Because you can't have problems themselves without a friend of it. You have to put together the front door, but trying to come forward, but you do scan. You can't look at it, just a couple of minutes. Mission. When God called me, calling because it's very important to be done. Calling called the lady, making the cell, the fish, along the same hierarchy. Calling comes before me. The cell comes before non-real in the city. When they were facing up in the city, back to the city where it's going. They were people who all moved their work on the side of the cell. They became one of the 7 indigenous nations. And they both made a treaty that afterwards discovered that they were part of the 7 indigenous nations. As he felt that it was inappropriate, and therefore I walk on myself the status of water carriers, things like that. So that's in the sin. The sin with yard, and the sin comes before his yard. Yeah, the evidence show, right? Yeah, the expensive over the emancipated state. So we'll say, so in my mind, I will say, now what is this? What is these hierarchies? So again, those are these hierarchies need for a variety of different things. One of these hierarchies, we'll say, water hierarchy, it's not Shekulam Shabbat. They are all the same. Aber weil ich dann zu kommen Stoffen, wir kommen Jorgo am Oretz. Let's say what say again, yeah, but now to come Stoffen. Not the Jorgo. And for Jorgo, holding the coin Jorgo. So ultimately, again, a man to come Stoffen will take precedence over a coin Jorgo. So we'll say why, because listen to this. Because at the end of the day, right? How do you become a coin? How do you become a coin? Right? It's a position, it's a status that's built upon. It is so much more important. The true metric of success in life is not where you come from, but it's ultimately you do with yourself. You choose to place authority. You don't choose your parents. You don't choose your family. You don't choose again if it's only yourself. You don't choose if you're up and you choose if you become awesome, right? Right, that's some people make that choice, right? But the mindset, again, I mean, again, you don't choose ultimately to get born in madness. You know, therefore, the worst place, because Alan telling us, the more important about where you come from is who you choose to make of yourself. Who you choose to become. Again, you have a massive context of this so that it's not pretty difficult to know your circumstance and decided to make yourself something great. How do you stop that? At least the first step is that is let me do it because the model is going, now I'm just going to talk to this girl. Incredible. Second, calling for the religious, we didn't know that before we didn't see it. Not me, I'm only going to say, I don't know how to go together. The ultimate day was that the one that says that we are, if you know, this is very out of the emotion. Interesting enough that it says, put out of the formation, out of the world.
And everybody there say your eyes over you. Pretty good question. Pretty good turn. Supplies are a terrible thing. Just
Everybody in high school be like, yo, you acting like, dog, you can't. And I used to deal with that when I was in high school. And what happened is it made me calipophobic. Hey, Mr. Yama, you know that tend to be in a different country? Well, that's right. And if you look at Japan separate, this machine is new. You know, some Japanese guy opened up cities to fucking city walk, and everyone thinks it's Chinese. Spell inward. Yes, hard R or soft A? Spell inward. Yes, hard R or soft A? A couple of years ago, this man by the name of Steve Phillips said if you carry a ladder to anywhere, you can get it for free. Because they'll think you're working. So
You don't want to fucking do it. I'm doing a one-man show now, and it's called The End of Yes. It's a series, I'm trying to, do comedy and just sort of, just sort of at the end. Yeah, I can do a little trick. I think we like to see it. I was 7 years old, and we were playing in the front. I was throwing a ball, and he'd run and get it, and I run out into the street, and I saw the car coming, and I had no time to stop the car. Athleticism.
Like we didn't pass the back. So what do you want to do? This kid wasn't good after the act was over. But the man said, then what should we have done? I might not have a heart. When you have to be alone, I would imagine the next day, when it's younger brother offered him should have passed. I was like, what if mistakes happen in life versus when it's exactly sometimes you know try to also like can't trust that how far really trust you should also know what's straight on the pipe. Sometimes the life is really look at it. Even after that, what's the approach? It's part of it. Number one, like the hub. At the same time, I have to use the mistakes of the past ultimately have awareness for the future. If I just put my mistakes in the past, my and I don't learn from them, and I lose the yes. The past supports over the future, but at the same time, mistakes over and over. Incredible. Don't trouble. So remember that I had you back to the past. I would say, fiction and carry out those. But we can't do that. I'm not sure to carry out those. So we can't share both. So finish the album. So first of all, open your distance to yourself. And we need to be a humble. You can see much of a humble. Because of what we is right? And stuff. Incredible. Other than that, Shadow Nicholas, but also actually also shot. So Sister had a relation 7 times. She named Mark. She posted the words that she learned from the number of birds in the process. Color like that, color the whole shop. I was hanging out, you know. I was like, how could close that here? There's nothing out. Did she receive employment from the active relations? And you know, I'm sure I'm sure my young guy actually for buses showing drawing itself. Yeah, dude, the total was even with those buses, like, it was good. Brown showing this was so something like incredible. I'm not sure that was a very beautiful. The only answer I've done was the color of it, something people should always know. First of all, it's a very thorough. It's a solution, it's a person not the idea, not the idea, but why it is not the idea. So basically, $1 premiums is even not for the right intentions. Why? Because I will say again, if you're committed to doing the right thing, even if it's not for the right reasons, at the end of the day, you'll come to a spot. Listen, this is such an incredible resource. If you are behaving consistent, again, whatever degree you are capable of being consistent, and the first is committed to doing the right things actually begin over time. The intentions, the feelings, and humbleness will come. You know, as I really see the strong. Żebyskamy dawali sobie nowe kalacza na populacji samej was incredible. Was the policy campaign that followed remember why did Paula bring the virus? Why did Paula bring the virus? Protect the Christians, right? And Shalom's money doesn't go. He's not trying to push flowers to that. So what happens? But yet he bought 42 cabanas. During the day, he bought 42 cabanas to get flowers. So he comes to 42 cabanas second floor. Something that's the something never will. The result is to have a granddaughter, a great big granddaughter, yes. The Rabbi Rothschild, goes, dance, so headlong, then so mama, that's a mama, now that. What's the result of the again? What's basically all the way directly to Baba. So let's say it's incredible. So let's end up with it. Before we say that, they put it in the next page. What is the congress? So let's say some first, some which means that the entire Davidic one, the entire Messianic one, comes from the Mitzvah Shalom. We get that incredible. Exactly. It's a thing that we think that the Mitzvah Shalom is not okay. It's not good. It's not good for that. It's something that is totally on the right side. You know, the power of the Torah is one thing on the leader's hand. Even if it's a symbolic one, you don't have to walk it for itself, but it's for us for future generations. Because of one Mitzvah Shalom is one. And then there's a big one, 40 Kabbalah. There's a lot of Kabbalah. That is because of that one act, Kabbalah. Because that one act, Kabbalah, the world is incredible power of that. Remember, I want to give that a way of the way that it's also about that is how it's sitting on. The way that we see it, the product is and even this thing, like, the one for utilizing the fire that is that, so we're not going to do the computer to tell you, go out, come on, that's one of the most back to step on the color. Remember, both fathers and years later, one is the second one is called Sarah, the second one is called Thomas. So it comes from all of the book. The second is, I'll talk to us more about this about the funny don't go to one with Torah. We'll come on top of it out. We'll come on with the law. It's absolutely solid. If it's the thing to the one with Torah, you can check it out. Let's start off with that. You would steal the little brother. How do you stand on this? Focus on comment. Come on. The whole thing is being up now. The whole thing is remember. So go on and you talk to them today from my time. I'm old. Then I'm from Chinese. So the older daughter was very explicit about the maternity of her child. The younger daughter was much more relaxed. So you went to care. If I could 12 children when it comes to the older daughter, you can't really want to start up with them. with the younger child in the angle, although after like his step up, well, after the why did this reason? So ultimately, again, because the older daughter was a little bit more crazy. And that was, yeah, the younger daughter was a little bit more secure. And therefore, how much of most of the stuff was that he was in the world. Yeah, he also was especially on the other hand, listen to this. Because the person should always be strong. Again, it's almost like a same thing. Why? So this child like just like a kid, because of the one night that the older brother, right, and the went ahead of her younger sister, and exactly the father, some most of the girls the ultimately, again, her offspring from the 14 years earlier to produce Jewish money. Remember again, Diana comes from Noah. Diana comes from this comes from Noah. Yet interesting enough, the members of the Hamel, Hamel is someone older than the father, Noah, said, the Chabon's mother was Nabal. So there's like, so I'll give you plenty of so what's the story about this in general? How Jewish humanity, the Davidic line, the Messianic line, all comes from like uncles of these places. Right? The older daughter, Tamar, those are the stories ultimately identical to part of the line. The Maram is what the child is, monarchy, by yourself a pedigree. That's the early stories of our monarchy, and we should watch a little bit. There's some more, once the Maram says, monarchy has a tendency to go to the itself. So this is monarchy, you know, it's again, monarchy comes from existing individuals, and then for ultimately, again, the monarchy comes to us as amazing. Doesn't matter what you do, that is ultimately where it starts. Like, the Shia comes, and broken is two things. Like, the Shia turns ultimately, again, like, that had sometimes the Jews are the always do up with stuff. In the origin, the point of origin, that recognizing where he came from, that's not up to where you're going, that is only. The Amars goes back to the West, the Amars back to the West. The Amars, from the Mashiach, comes to the ultimately living in the Mashiach, from the regular Saftos offering. So it says, the Amars, Patanasi, just if it's nothing, they really put the book out of something. I, the Alon Bagdad, the Mashiach, the Dom the Tide, just like the Mashiach, the Royal Spirit, the Mashiach, the regular Mashiach, we're back in this circle, remember again, the Mashiach and the Nasi are going ahead and making a mistake for the Nasi, so the Mashiach is hell of God. Which should us myself, because the Nasi is just really has to do that, should us myself, but again, check it out. I think the bonus, Shiyah, Mashiach, I have done should us myself, maybe I don't know what this. One next day for the third level, then there is hell of God, then it was never a wrong all of us should us myself, and wrong is past. Then there is a part of should us myself together, let's say we makes a mistake. Right? The fact about me, it's not eventually the parents. Or eventually that's how the process is put double. Has should us myself, I have a brother. Maybe this was this is maybe so again, the people level has had a double and should us myself, then how about noise? Let's say just a should us myself. This is just very real. That's how we're going to I'm already on the Mashiach. I'm already talking to us. They go into the prospect that I'm already supposed to exclude Mashiach and Nasi fundamentally from Chathos. Under those circumstances, will Mashiach or the Nasi ever bring the Chathos of a regular person? Hello, Laura says, Tina, Mashiach, Nasi, that's my school tonight. Remember again, Nasi, I would say that Mashiach, I quite level 50 because it's also a circumstance with it, but he needs one hell of never should be that's my son. And maybe you can Nasi, maybe you're not so should be that's my son. How do you know ultimately again that he's totally exempt from a regular pathos? So instead of Mashiach, I would Nasi, should be that's my son, and so when you figure out, Papa, I see what's the case, this is very interesting. You know, Allah desires to give the shirk and note in his son. Listen to this. Imagine the following case. Imagine the Nasi goes ahead and he's a happy guy's outside. Maybe the guy's a zero when he was a regular guy. Then he becomes king. The African interesting. When does he become awareness about his healing consumption? When? Ultimately, again, after he becomes king, now the act happened when he was a covenant. And now, when we feel awareness occurs when he's king. Was a sign that the Muhammad thought needs his fellow Sira since the event happened. When he was a covenant, he should be named the Hathos. A much more long ago, much more longer the king never brings a regular pathos. So which is the terms of the children, the arts of Sira. The statements of the children say that Havana by believing that he's turning at the time of awareness. Since in this case, the king A, the guys that feel that he was a covenant, but when he becomes aware that when it's his king, so he's going to have a pathos. You know, Allah, Allah, he wants to have a pathos. But when Allah will hold it, no, Havana by believing he's turning. When he was a covenant, why would he not fight with that? I don't think so. You have one of the business trades. You have to ask, you know, that's the guys here who should have the business. And it's later, in the stream, we have a talk about that. What's the case? Things really shouldn't worry. Half of the guys here is a covenant. Right? You know what I mean? Becomes king. The other half of the guys, and now what? And now has awareness of what you got to do. You know, so it's like, so what's the second? One of the covenant gods who started to is supposed to do that. I'm not a god. That they do have to make things fit combined. So they're going to get much more than others. The king does not really incredible. This is the moment I think it's about bigger is under those circumstances, you have one level or a king echo here in the house. Right? You think that even if they did something before they were, I think exactly the office, and find out about it ultimately whether in office, they still won't bring it up. Incredible. One is knowledge, you know, knowledge that can talk to us. Does the coming king somehow live as one of the things that we're talking about? You don't shop up after that store to have those visitors. So let's say right here. If we ever get any kind of real success, we can get this case. What is your real guy? Then what happens when it's time to become king? Right? Here's the thing. After the guy gains a covenant, no heirs in his king, he's offered, and then another after the guy is. He does have to do the ultimate figure before the mind becomes one. But now let's just figure out the stage. So this is another distinction. When we keep the guy as a figure of the city, right? When he was a covenant. Where that's interesting. The difference that is really not only in the land. So does that monarchy, ultimately go ahead and does that monarchy change anything or not? So the monarchy awesome. The other side, back and positive, the other side, because us. So the good news is, remember again, when you ask the guys who eat regular diets, touch the guys who eat. Then again, I understand that you're not just going to have to person go to month, about half of you right now, after what's done. But here, at the end of the day, we're still both contribution when it's coming, right? Because it happens that there's not in the middle. And you know, that some desire that you could mind. Emotional, I'm really not getting into the world, I'm not discussing, and the stuff. So now, it's official over now. You must say, I guess you know,
That's just what is this bullshit? There, no way 17 people are watching this shit. I wouldn't watch it. I'd be like, this is the worst. What is this motherfucker doing? Do something. I'd be like, do something.
What's the worst?
I mean, I don't know. Is it, what do you think is the worst? I don't know.
Taylor, separate down his carbon, came out the place, and then did sugar. And then did sugar.
Competing.
Yes, that word. That's the funny thing is, what is all the time? What's the timeline for all of this?
Yeah, that's true. Like, who can be most
America's the same. Which tells us that one thing in the timeline, all the same thing. Sugar has to go. We're actually learning this. We're actually learning this. Remember again, all this shit we happened in Shea last couple of days. We're learning all this shit. We're standing with what we're talking about. We started this in the 3rd chapter. Sugar is illness. What's sugar illness? Instant sugar. A lightning bolt goes off with my soul. Suddenly I didn't have no physical clarity to become who I want, what I want. So it's possible that again, all this is happening in one day. The same guy, 8 stated, separate out the context, comes in after colors, and then becomes about sugar, all the way back in half. In a relatively short amount of time, water, choose
I would say blood pressure is pretty to the worst. He sucks, yeah. It's all the rage of the YouTube channels. That whole debacle. Yeah, I believe that Mary was talking about me or whatever. So it was like to say Tony's the worst. It's not gets radically right. I will say that. He's
not sure if it should or now he becomes turns out that now he finds out that he is so what's all about this? So we can grab on the probably by the plug device, probably put it up on the display. That's how running my good is this one environment to run this. See what this and then how that device is into you divide the population. So shotgun shooting. Shiny is your banda, you shiny is something. Oh, no, you shiny the banda, you shiny cover the head. This is what you want this. This is shiny up. Where do the shit is? So you shiny the banda. Status has also changed. The guys are watching. He's trying to like he's trying to cover the day. He's an old it's not going to about the always trying to cover the it's no alternative for being up on a conduct. Maybe maybe she's up in the recovery. I'm all right. So it's not what so it's ultimately I'm all right. Ultimately, I get this word. I'm going to not bring I shall look at the I shall look at the shape. I shall be some meaning for our shit. So it's someone ultimately that you will and what it was to be with staff ultimately is about that to bring about us. Don't shut me in the us because but even if somebody forget you what you're doing, still in staff, get fuck out of here. Bring a couple times, you know that in that's how I put it. It's not bringing a fight. But it says, find it out. What's the time after you go? You're not going to and maybe probably on our down to the way that you question your homosexuality is very and no, say the only like he doesn't get it, that's only one thing Caleb. And this guy accidentally ends up eating his blood. Thus bring a covenant not just for the water. So the movie like Caleb Perhaps had it been pointed out just because they were doesn't automatically make you a woman for flights.
You know, we watch a lot of stuff that's about us and Netflix. Oh, hell yes.
But just because you're a woman for one thing,
Let's see
doesn't
here.
mean you're a
This
woman
one's
for
called
everything.
Slow Better Keep an Eye on Mr. Gimme Gimme.
Posted
Posted by CJK610. The famous meme. I mean, I think this is the cat's head a little bit of fun. I know there's something there, hopefully not. I'm pretty God there is.
Because again, he likes it. He likes it. And what happened with this guy? So he's getting ready to put it up. It happens to be getting some sugar, coaching. And it's some coaching, gotten him stuff with the video. So he ends up eating the video. But that was not his intention.
This is so funny.
What's the status?
Let's move.
My son, he was having trouble when he was in fighting kids. He was like crazy. And so the teacher said, there's this place called Korean Taekwondo. It's in this great program for kids. So he started preschool and he went all the way through 8th grade. He got his black belt. His junior black belt. And it changed him. Fucking changed him. He became disciplined. It calmed him down. For like 4 days a week. When he got his black, I don't know if they always do this, but when he got his black belt, most people would be like, wow, that's impressive. Great job for something. I was like, yeah. He's like working out the details. I know, but he's got like all these I know it's my function. You know, certain what they call katas or something. Yeah, he was listening to katas, and then he had to break some boards, and then he had to do whatever, and then he had to fight two black belts, like at the same time, and he had to do like 3 rounds at the same time, making fucking flip them up, and keep chowing out, and it was tough. It was like, it's so happy for the son. Great for the Simmons. He's a small guy, but he seems like a badass. Like, he tells stories about fights he was in college. So that is the past life full of dirty, right? Smartest tool in the shed. Yeah.
Okay, so
They came in and he started crying.
the
And Mr. Jones sat him down. He goes, you need to get back in there. You can finish this. And he went in and he wiped his tears and he finished. And then he got a black belt.
So apparently, if you sing for your own pleasure, that makes you a woman. If you sing openly and from a rebellion, that's execution. And generally, execution refers to people who stand up and push back. The verbal ability. But the mindset again, it goes to one categorical or one categorical approach. Based on the words, it discovered and was an example of a woman who was reading it. I will not also the name of change that's what I was saying. Shut the
McDonald's, I'm thinking like it's like a Mickey, it's like a McMansion.
Nobody in their right mind wants to discuss it.
He was disciplined every moment. Like that's the whole goal of his life. He's not trying to become an entrepreneur. He's just complimenting his son's change. Big Rogan over here. Big podcast.
What happens if a person only goes for the
graduate children all the way up to black belt, and they would also make it real easy for you to do it where you didn't spar.
Like the vintage shot, this is even if the fibers are just together. What if somebody wears that's like somebody wears the vintage shot? Says, not somebody that likes having more. That one not having more. Not somebody lying, giving the person to see that people that are having more. That's not what that's one of the things says is only good football shot is that makes the lower down. But there's no one says anyone knows about how rough the shot is. Even the virus, the vintage shot is but about the Rabbi the half is also not focused on here. One of the things you said, or to satisfy your own desires that makes you a woman. If you seem to rebel against the responsibility that makes you insecure. The fact that Allah is non-woman. The other thing he says, no, even if you sin with the intention to enter that chance, it's a form of rebellion, you're still a woman. Allah is idolatry. Idolatry is a ridiculous nation where they catch up. I thought, makes sense, like lying over it. So when you like, no, this stuff, this is to indulge their own gratification. When you're using it because you are going ahead and rebelling against them. This is a good example of the Hafiz. And he's called it the also the honor also the good news over there is that I revelation guys say, listen, I'm just curious. I've been curious, like I've never been anything like this. Here's what it says. That is curiosity, right? You see what it looks like. You can't call that guy. You have to call the woman, you know, something disgusting. The Isa he said that, which made the difference said, this whole time was speaking about the rest. So he is the rest. Which was that it's the thing, I'm not on that rest. Jag var rest connection med another. Because you are from the rest means that it's not the case. Like connection med another thing you know. And we're going to become resource as Shemal Okam. We're going to over, but now you feel like you do that as a Shemal Okam. So what's that song? See the philosophy. By the severe of the Nose, it said, commits us Hashem Elokav. Like by the areas of Hashem is God, it says that the kingdom of God, you do that as Hashem Elokav. So that's clear symmetry. Other things about saying, Nala Havon Shein Al Gabon Elashem, and that is Nala Havon Shein Al Gabon Elashem. So just like ultimately again, but
this one's called Oh No Not
and again,
posted by altruistic mistake
I also again this year talking about someone who does not have, and he's not answerable to anyone other than God. Nasi Shein Al Gabon Elashem. So to the Nasi, the question is someone who answers to no one but God. What's an example of someone who answers to no one but God? There's only one person like that in the kingdom of God. So that is. It's incredible. You know, I mean, not with the sun. It's a such a fascinating discussion. So that's the see. Free speech. I think that's one thing that's someone like me. If I were to all the parents, I see what I believe is study. Remember that he was raising people's videos and trying to censor messages and even how to stuff. He was the head of agriculture, it was like someone like me. I occupy a position with the highest position in leadership, the highest leadership position in the land. With someone like me who was subject to an erroneous act. So you know, says, I'm right. Every time I'm above that. No, because you're saying those things that you don't prove or like, that other people express or like, or don't approve of things. And then when that happens, it's like you get your initial thought. I get your nut, and you start to hear the thing that you one second. It's not what you accept that always. But I think that the things of the pop up and some of the we have too much. Scurrilous thing that can be heard. Yes, one of the more those things about people on the left today is this newly embraced idea that you should be able to suppress ideas. You know, suppress ideas you start That's because most monarchs, the king of Buckus, so you know, I think the kind of leader was dependent or subservient to the other. So really, it's a threat ultimately to a winner of defensive, which is a Baba. Remember here, it's like Baba was the strongest Jewish leadership, was the strongest Jewish community that was created as itself. So amazingly enough, that it says threatened, as much as you are the leader of the Jews of itself, you are still dependent and deferential to the relation of yourself. And again, that's why you would not bring this sometimes different version of this exchange. So Rabbi asked Rabbi Rothschild, same question. Rabbi said, someone like me, head of Eretz Yisrael Jewry, but I really started for a mistake that I committed. Hasam Sheva, Hasam B'Cholkid. Here's the difference. They would say Babel is the Sheva, the scepter of leadership resides. Here, Cholkid is where the scholarship of leadership resides. So I'm not. And that's the Sheva from New York. No, those to the Babel. And the Bible says the scepter cannot have the result. That was the result. It means that we have the power. So when that essence of the document is used by the Son of the Scholars, he has the power, he has the power. When the Pope is the great black law, they need to do one of Shabbat, so the Lambda is called the Start of that. So it's interesting. So here, that the way that this work was, that we are products deciding to bump up with the rich from himself. But the secret scholarship was the Eretz Yisrael. So because of that, therefore, there are videos that he says, as much as you are the leader of Eretz Yisrael Jewry, at the end of the day, if someone like you were to make a mistake, you would not go ahead and bring the Messiah. Incredible. What's that Mishnah? Days of Mashiach. Like an ultimate figure, who is Mashiach? We've been waiting 2,000 years to answer that question. Who is Mashiach? When is he going to be here? And by the way, what incredible Gemara to learn. Who's the Mashiach? Now, of course, in this context, ultimately, again, so Mashiach, again, refers to Kohen Mashiach, right? Refers to Kohen Gadol. So what is it here about the anointed Kohen Gadol? So we're talking about a Kohen Gadol was anointed with anointed oil. Well, part of the group of the Gadol. And once everybody was spoken this Kohen Gadol in the Seshta, there are 2 ways in which a Kohen Gadol ultimately, again, to become Kohen Gadol. Number 1, the anointed oil. Number 2, it puts on the clothing of
it really does have the energy of a very rich child.
Who has to bring
they just is like, oh, t-shirt company,
goes ahead and delivers
t-shirt,
their
shirt
food
design,
and that's on his own doing, but it's only a Kohen Gadol anointed with anointed oil. Not the group of the Gadol. Anything comes up, anything, Kohen Gadol the shop, the group of the Gadol, in general, again, on one side, there's no distinction if a Kohen was anointed with oil, only put on the Kohen of the rest is Ella. Har Habo Akal. This is actually going that Rabbi This is halacha. This is halacha. If a Kohen Gadol issues an erroneous only an act on his own ruling, he has to bring a par. But he only brings the par if he was anointed with oil. Not if he was inducted with oil. So what's the Indian Kohen Shabbos for Kohen Shabbos? Furthermore, the Rabbi said, if you have a Kohen Gadol, Kohen Shabbos means an active Kohen Gadol versus a Kohen Shabbos. A Kohen Shabbos, Kohen Gadol varies. A former Kohen Gadol, former Kohen Gadol. So it says, so there's no difference between Shabbat Ella, Har Yom HaKippurim, the Asir Saifa, except for again the Par of Yom Kippur and Asir Seifa. Asir Seifa will say is what we call Minchas Chagitim. That was the beginning of the Kohen Gadol. So in general, in the side, even the former Kohen Gadol has all the rights of the Kohen Gadol, with the exception of only the active Kohen Gadol to bring the Kabbalas on Yom Kippur. Only the active Kohen Gadol brings the Kohen Gadol also. Otherwise, they're the same. Seven is a Shalom Gadol is a Only six out of the Surah, all the throwing marry the Surah, that's Surah Al-Amora, can't marry Al-Amora, the inner and happy Kabbalah, both coins, the Rabbi says, actually for another Boba coin Gadol, to not become even for the closest of relatives, because they first of all, the Purim of Purim do not allow their hair to grow long as from the morning, nor can they let their clothing, ומחזיר הרוצח. When you have died, all of the people who are confined to the mikvah of the murderers are allowed to go. Incredible. For our purposes, for obvious purposes, what's important about this is we spend a significant amount of time speaking about the Har Kohen Mashiach. So remember again, Kohen Gadol, Halach Davar, Shimon myself, delivers an erroneous ruling, and then brings action based on that ruling, brings a unique covenant called the path, which the Mishnah tells us, by the way, that's only true for a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil. She wants to learn to with oil. Ultimately, it's not being stuck. Shana also say, Shana this is how you learn to oil. Which way to do it? How you show people as I can't do that. Those are the good things you have to take the oil. And they repeat the oils. How do you make the oil? The oil will say you take olive oil. And you get different like herbs and roots in it to make it aromatic and fragrant. So we're trying to took the oil, olive oil, and put the roots in there. Then we go, you'll say, no, it's possible. Follow what's up as I cut. They will say, never even look to see. Don't show me what's called the oil. The problem just is what happens when you put the roots, right? Or something with oil, what does it do? The roots themselves absorb the oil. The problem over here is that would have drained, that would have taken up all the oil by itself. Although Rothschild said, come in and something. So they'll say, so again, what should I do with the what should I do with the oil? Because the oil, the roots themselves will absorb all the oil, and no oil left. So how do they ensure that? Shona side carbon value, meets it on Shem, the color goes out to come. So that's very interesting. What do? They went ahead and soaked first the roots in water. Now, why did they soak the roots in water? That the roots should absorb the water, become fully saturated with the water. Afterwards, they put the roots in the oil. That was the oil to absorb the aroma or whatever, the scent of the aroma of the roots without the roots absorbing the oil. Was miracle after miracle after miracle. How so? All of the utensils, Aaron and his sons all 7 days, and not only that, the people touching the awesome level, and there's still enough oil left over for the future. So let's say what you want to say is, don't worry about it. Let's say was miraculous oil. Miraculous oil. Don't worry about the roots absorbing, not absorbing. Because at the end of the day, what we're doing is enough oil ultimately again for all this time, potential, all seven of future generations. That's what just made up. Moshe Shana Mishkan. רגע, Moshe Shana Mishkan. Aisha Asa Mishkan, guys call that Seba. All working against the one happening. So Moshe Shana Mishkan, and he anointed the Mishkan and everything that was there. And we're going to do this at Shana Mishkan, so Asa Moshe Mishkan. Come on, listen, Nasim on the field of that. So there's so many miracles that occurred in Shana Mishkan. There's only 12 rolls of oil, which is not a lot. They're coming they come to our so just think about this, just when you're making anointing oil, you have to contemplate again how much the roots themselves absorb, how much does the pot absorb, and how much does the heat cause to evaporate. And what is all of that, Bone Nimshach, Mishkan, the kingdom, Adam, the one of Shivasi, Bone Nimshachu, Kohanim, Dolim, Umullah. And yet, the Lord said, with that oil, there was enough to anoint the Mishkan's entirety, all of the utensils, out of his son all 7 days, and future generations of kings and Kohanim. So it's a miraculous oil. So that's it. So that's it. So stop over there today. We'll pick up on the next section. I want to point out something. Thank you. Don't be nervous. If you look at Monday's dot is a little dapper, right? It's just a little there. So we gotta, it's not fair. We don't keep there to Monday. We just allow that little piece to be Monday. We have to get the last stop of colors a little bit more. You know the most. I can go faster if I want to. I choose not to. I make an active choice to slow down, to pump the brakes a little bit. So we're going to say Monday will be something substantive as well. What a week. Good pair of shots. All right, Shabbos, everyone. It's just look for all of you. Thank you again for showing up every day. Although I used to show up every day, I'm trying to disappear. Everyone knows it like that. But I'm back in the afternoon. Still starting with more every day. So Shabbos. Shabbos every day.
500 horsepower. But I get some plans for that day. I got some plans. It's a work truck. I'll put some drive fast logos all over it. Put that Polaris on the back, take it to the practice track, take it to the races. That's the plan for it. It's so slow though. It's frustrating. BR87 underscore. You gonna flip it? Oh, dude. That's so original, man.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this wonderful campaign. Our annual calendar is sponsor Closer to Recommends itself. The dedicated and Joshua's this year as its host. So it's the most fun. So, on the cover sponsor for the month of. I will not bother you to back over. Here from the Shabbos of his parents. I'm going to go after 3 months. Bigger is all fast and 70 for the rock and the hopes that all the titles of our Zealand and so will be answered in the months ahead.
I think like a special of the card, he just says that it doesn't have a certain amount of horsepower. It doesn't say how much it does have. Yeah, so even a cargo question would be like, well, what does it have?
The families in the family, all those need report services, cultural research,
this is a jump scare. It's called Just Two Guys Meeting Up One Time. Goes right here, Bumper.
Successful. The full of mass in the day,
That was a special time.
show up all about his so plus we got to let us know a lot of really excited
this one's on the bar stool. It's supposed to be holiday too. 577.
So today's got that test. Now, you're picking up a Mishnah on the test on the base bottom of the dot. Mishnah. Ein chayav l'mashmiras kol.
Approximately 71 centimeters tall.
So we already alluded to some of this in yesterday's dot. So remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit, we are moving essentially now.
Different. And it's kind of funny because the bar, the stool that you got in your place is a normal stool. It's like
in the lowest remember again, that's Halam Dava, then followed by Shiva Das Maisa, so some separate acts upon that, Halam Dava, that's category 1. Category 2, let's go with Kolachia, right? Offers the erroneous ruling. Who is he offering the erroneous ruling? He's not offering by himself. By himself, what's Halacha? He offers up also in Pav. Same thing, Halam Dava, Shiva Das Maisa. Requires the erroneous ruling, and then following up an unintentional act based on category 3 is thus. Ultimately, again, thus going to have a religious ruling once again, all by himself. I will go with the word after this. Today, he has a unique offering, ultimately again, a seller. Same idea, Shiva Das Maisa, Shiva Das Halam Dava, Shiva Das Maisa. So that's the end of it now. Again, we saw actually that the rest is not focused on the part Shiva Das Maisa because we were talking about Halam Dava. We're going to talk about that more today. Now we're just going to talk about some exceptions to this. But there are certain areas of Halacha where if these erroneous rulings happen, we would use the name for example, Mishnah in Chayam. But so we're going in Chayam, remember, in Chayam means these individuals are not obligated to bring their unique types of Chayam. So in Chayam, I'll shoot you so ultimately, again, Shmiras both ideas is Shua, we're not quite Shua states that if someone tells you, someone goes up to the children, you know that I like to obey money. Like, and I say, and swear that you don't have any business. That's what Shua says. And I say, I don't. Shmiras Kol means someone else is making a statement, I answer it in a positive, and I'm taking a Shua by answering to someone else. That's what's called Shmiras Kol. So I'm not actually doing a Shua myself. Someone else is saying it, but I'm answering, I'm confirming the Shua. This is about taking a Shua. So that's what's called Shmiras Kol. In Chayam Shmiras Kol, Bitul Shasai. So Bitul Shasai, let's say again, back to Shua states, right? Public articulation.
because they don't
Remember,
say
they
their
both like
name or what
the
they do.
shame alcohol, right? I will eat, I won't eat, I had to eat, I had to eat. Again, speak to society.
Okay, so this is called, without a doubt, this is one of the most outrageous things he's ever said. The fact that he actually made up this story and was foolish enough to share it on the podcast is one of the wildest things he's done. Where the
also falls into
F does he come up with this
category one
nonsense
is
versus my top
actual
foundation in 6-3-1-3. I killed the dude in Southern the other day. Killed it. I was preparing that whole show for that. Came around the head.
So
Yep. Had him. Was here. That way it'd be cool. It would make fun of me, but when recess came, I would shine. That's how I'd get street cred. So,
there is no need
bro, Rich, my mom didn't take me to Payless shoe stores, and I wore a double figure breakers at the cleats. Sure, there was a whole cleat. So I'm walking around, everyone's making fun of me. I'm clink, clink, clink. That's when I tell Lisa, hi, bitch, I'm not the flake. I'm really, yeah, I don't take it here. What's up, what's up? Look at the asshole. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. So recess game, no one has like good footing. It's like, you're 4 years of injuries. I was very Sanders in fourth grade. It might have been a cleat, but then another dope thing my mom loved is because they're low cleats on platform. They wore out all the time letting me do that. So she's like, oh yeah, you just keep wearing those. They turn into regular shoes. Wait till you work one down the spikes. They're like, so but dude, when I traction wheels, I don't even really understand. Is he saying that the cleats help them like with fighting or like maybe because sports makes sports look okay? So like because it works well, football is amazing because the athletes on board and then they reward
so you have on one hand, you have the sun engine, the double,
way to not have to get their shoes because the cleats just disappeared over time. Or you say it makes sense? Yeah, the fuck is that? I don't even know. Yeah, but that's you're the number person ever. Fair enough. I just don't get it. I don't feel good because I feel so weird when I'm trying to do it.
But it's not in the compass, so therefore, any situation individual will bring a carbon over and loaded is a different type of sin offering, just based on a spiritual technicality. So that's also ultimately again, these unique entities do not bring the specialized carbon. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. That's additional. Diagnostic biopsy, but the biopsy and again, the music is the same diagnostic. Just like the Sanhedrin and the basement and level. But the giver doesn't know. Unless he tries to give a natural. And if you look at general, unless he goes ahead and along for myself. Unless he is fighting for everything, in other words, unless he brings in carbon. In all of these things, I will say, essentially, my focus on the here is whether or not the Russians hide the carbon over the building. We see this in the Gemara. So the two is that the Russians hide everything. What's the Shnias HaKol? The exceptional to the Gemara Shnias HaKol. In other words, Shnias HaKol is the case where someone else wants to go into Shua and I affirm that Shua. The Russians not obligated to that. Why is that interesting? Because the human in general is not subject to anything other testimonial nature. Shanara, Moshe, and also, because let's say a king in general is not subject to anything, but a king cannot be a judge, a king cannot be a judge, a king cannot testify, and a king cannot be testified down. So therefore, this call, which in general again is a shua, because simply judgment of God is incredible. So let's say otherwise. What's this one again? The point of everyone seems to agree regarding the Sanhedrin. So they're only going to be subject to the unique products in the king's breakdown. Because they're going to be the obligated to cover over. In that case, the Sanhedrin and the Manolo, you're not going to get their unique cover. My goodness, it really, what the news yet is like, let's say, just by the way, I want to give you this now because just 30 entries for you. Constantly overlooking again, like what you're saying, is hard to say. Therefore, Sanhedrin, Coin Level, and Nasi only bring their Habanos when the individual will be subject to a Chatos. But if the individual is subject to a carbon over the yogurt, they do not bring their Habanos. That is the halacha based on even what was before the talk. You know, jumping around a little bit on that, and it's helpful to feel that exercise. Same thing for myself, but my brother was in the activity and he's like, he learns his Hamakra, Hayat, Yashon, Achos, the Eva, Holchem is Hayat, the Achos, is Hayat, and what's it? Interesting what the Pasuk says, whoever will be culpable for one of these days. That was like, this Pasuk happens to be talking about the items mentioned in the Mishnah. The Pasuk itself is talking about liability for Miyaskol, decreased Fasayim, and Tumas Mikdash Hadasha. So it's interesting, like this grouping is not random, this grouping is biblical. So therefore, what's going to be said? The Pasuk says that someone will be guilty for one of these things. So this video says, is higher the Amos, is higher the Homer. Whoever is liable in one of these cases is liable in all of these cases. The Shaitan is higher the Amos, and is higher the Homer. Essentially, basically, is like this. It's a grouping. It's a grouping. And halacha might say you have liability in one, you have liability in all of them. But if you don't have liability in one, you have liability in liability in none. Therefore, it's like the absolute insurance has to go. But why is that? I don't understand the liability in one. You're liable for the one that you're liable. Why do you have to liability? By the time there is that reading, rather than using the subject is somewhere. Besides the higher than the older. Ne'emar Tabakas, Ne'emar will subject Yado, the Ne'emar will sussit Yado. So let's say it's very interesting. So the Pasuk says, will subject Yado. Now this is talking about over here, but you talk about over real ways. Talking about real ways, right? So Pasuk again says, will sussit Yado. So the Gemara says, so Pasuk, yeah, I know it's fascinating. So let's say this is fascinating. This will be subject to a common code that we know which is fascinating. Someone who is capable of reaching poverty. Right? Reaching what most of us reaching poverty. In order to be fascinating, in order to become kind of cover over the yoga, you have to have the person to become accomplished. Not see Mashiach, she will follow the Daniels. This comes from the spirit and a Kodagel, who can never become accomplished. Now what is that? It's fascinating. Nasi, they said, the Asa Achas become a Sasha Shalokah. So then they get the Nasi, because the Pasuk says already, it's not unique coming around the Achi Nasi. They just went ahead and invited one of the mitzvahs of Hashem is Yah. Who's the Nasi? Who's the Nasi? Who's the Nasi? It means someone who's answerable to no one but God. He's the most powerful man in the Jewish people. With power comes money. Therefore, the assumption is the one that got me to that's really funny. You just never be accomplished. Mashiach, what I'm talking about, this say, that coin can global so this is incredible. So the Torah expects to clean global, I expect to clean global. The coin had global the echo. Yes, to read the Russian is very interesting. The coin was global. They or building his knowledge from reading nonfiction books. What does this mean? He doesn't have time to learn all these directions. I just got done with him. Physical. Movies, you're a big Marvel guy. I can watch Black Panther. I am reading Stephen Hawking's things. Who is handsome? Who is strong? Who is wise but not wealthy? What is reading Jane Wire? the other Kohanim are obligated. They're ready to put together a level GoFundMe page, right? And what happens? They are obligated to go ahead and make you wealthy. Make you wealthy. I would say, by the way, it's also interesting that the application of becoming wealthy falls upon the other Kohanim. It's fascinating. Like that Gemara doesn't say Rabbi Rothschild has to make it wealthy. The Kohanim has to make it wealthy. So what's it? So this is fascinating. I don't know myself. Usually the subject will always someone who's uncovered over the already. Only someone who has the ability to experience poverty. A king never experienced poverty. He was a king. The government never experienced
End of this video, the legal will make the case that Burn the Boats deserves to be ranked among the worst, if not the worst ever made. No, I mean, I agree. It's pretty bad. Worst special ever, though? I count all of them are worse than the other. But Or Die is, I said it'll be probably one of the worst specials I've ever seen. It's almost not a comedy special because half of it is just male to that. Yeah. If Annette was canceled and had long hair, it was crazy. Talking about how his dad's getting older and then he starts going, I did that. I did that thing is the worst part, probably. Yeah, so being able to watch Girl or Die, Daddy. This one's posted by Celery Alarming 1561. It's Papa Could Never. It's a video of Alex Burr in a mechanic shop, it looks like.
You are never impoverished. Never impoverished. I will say, if you think about that just when you're what if you are testing for? What is it to be a point on the person to be a fella? That no matter what I do in life, I can never become spiritually impoverished. I can make a lot of mistakes, with a lot of work, do a lot of things, but you mess up my life. Just off the rails. But at the end of the day, I'm never impoverished. At the end of the day, the personalistic spiritual conquers are never empty. There's always something in the end. There's always something in the soul. And that should give us peace, especially during this season. Because a lot of times we come to a lot and we're so, we don't put on a good face, but I'm so down on myself. I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm so disillusioned with myself. But I don't think there's someone to get started. Just remember, just remember that you're a Melech. And both of those individuals never chased this height, the accomplishment. Right? There's always something there. There's always internal wealth. No matter how bad it gets up, you always have the ability and spiritual credit to be able to affect the family. One thing I remember about this stuff, nothing should have started now. Wasn't this a fascinating case? What happens if the king gets you know, here's what the establishment looks like. Just so you appreciate the circle over there, right? What is the establishment? Yeah, I
can't be honest, I can't wait for it.
We're not seeing anybody though. Don't bring a cover over the other, right? Why don't we bring a cover over the other? Because bring a cover over the other, you have to be able to experience poverty. These individuals can experience poverty. Now, never again, let's go close full circle. That's why the Mishnah said, they're not something among us, but close to the scriptures of Israel. Let's call to start signing too much with the digression, because those are our vendors from which liability is covered over the globe. Therefore, they're not subject to this. That is not asking the power question. What happens if the king gets salas? What is that? Again, how about for myself, if the king gets salas, actually comes out of your message and it's got over the video.
We started this project, I said,
The video, I will represent the other minister, שאין לא יהיו סללה, בשום סולה. בגלל לתורה והזית, שהיינה רק שנה לחיים בצורה עד יום הסוף, לא שווה ספר, בגלל זה קצת מרדה. Like the halach for myself, when a king contracts salas, you cannot begin. You can't begin. No, you can't begin while you have salas. Doesn't mean you can't go ahead and receive the gold. But you can't act as the king says, like, what is the chance? Why get salas? Why get salas? Because you did something. You did something.
Craziest thing.
Kids go ahead. The leader of the people who yourself are not honoring the right type of thing. So therefore, he has Taras, he's got to advocate for voting during that time. So here's the simple thing. So Yakachin is Taras. What is the halacha? What is this mean? Halacha for that way is we just established that you can't take during that time over the other. You can't go ahead and get the other time. What happens exactly? But I think it's supposed to at least go to advocate for voting. This is subject to a couple of other voting. Then this is what Taras. So it's like, no, we conduct it. We say, let's say, we say ultimately, again, we conduct it means, we say, I love the races, essentially, once you're in, you are forever removed from the lifestyle coming over the age. And even if I love the race, right now you're not functioning as state, you're still removed from the lifestyle. Oh, we've got functioning. No, it means it's when you're in, functioning.
Shout out to her. This is supposed to be cheese radio. We started Baldur's Gate 3 and experienced this.
We lost all the gods. Tell me. It's money. Right? Also, what I say. So the thing is like this. Essentially, one of the advantages okay, obviously, king comes with power. King also comes with opportunities. But most of my age, it's fascinating. The notion of public office
there's more than two people that need headphones. Part 2. We've never seen part 1. I don't know.
Is not just something that modern day politics is stuck. Right? In other words, by the way, I was going to point out that is something nefarious. In other words, sometimes just based on the position that you have, open up additional opportunities. Okay? Again, I'm not sure anything is real bad. Obviously, because it's too difficult to make some. So we want to say, who's wealthy? Who's wealthy? He's saying wealthy because he's good. And his own personal finances, have generated tons of wealth also. Just because he's not at the effect that he wants to, obviously it's most probably endowed with tremendous personal wealth. And therefore, I love the Lisa. It is always public over here. How the people are, let's see, a public here. Ultimately, everything I go. Because y'all go ultimately responsible for all this really good actually. And you know, ownership, like the one right inside. Cover over the audience. See exactly what I was about to go in the shop myself. I see it, like I didn't have to keep putting us yet. They have to keep on the phone. Then you have to follow. That's it. All the relations go follow the phone. So that's it. It's up to the side. Anytime you come over the building, you might never go to the market. So I'm going to I'm going to draw. And I say, like that. So it's why we're going to be everyone. I'm sure people will choose their friends with equal sense. Discuss it, particular compatible liability. So therefore, my brother, so everyone brothers, have to come cover over the other. Okay, person, what's the boss? I'm a problem. That covering out of the ball. So this is the covering ultimately out of the center. What's that? It's referring to the computational level. This is referring to the covering of the ball. It's super for a ball. Well, then I gotta start over on. This is another cover. This is the one that is a pretty for you. The other one is not. I get him on. He reminds me that one of doubles. So maybe you know, let's say maybe you will look at over and over. Maybe the play doubles should be check. From the greatest skill puzzle. What is that? Remind me what is that? I see the side. That's also a little bit more like the lowest level zero. About a little structure is what happened at point. But then we higher levels of over the rate tracks and the levels of retirement. It's not so long, so I could say that he fell on a point of Sheikh Hassan. A Sheikh Hassan, the Akhos, on this capper, the Akhos is capper the Pula. One of these going to achieve a tournament from taking one of these and choose a tournament for all of them. The Sheikh is capper the Akhos, is capper the Pula. So essentially, again, you're retired all of the other is retired to any of these forms of the country. But again, once you have subject, once you have subject to cover, by definition, ultimately, everything has subject to the lowest level. Yes, it's the lowest level, not kind of everything. And the other is the higher that's on the Akhos Neiva. How can I call this high the Akhos site? Because you make the same drug show here. Like it's possible. Once again, only you have liability for the whole group, then you have liability for every one of them. So you should describe the Afras, describe the one. I love a term, why is it this thing that we keep Omer, or we keep ourselves? Remember, it's not true. But the Akiva says that both the Yahweh does have liability. It does have liability to Sasai. Only his exemption Yaskov. Yes, not treated as a group. Abayu was as a Abayu, Ve'achos mashmalei, Ra'achos lo mashmalei. Darshins, Ve'achos, he doesn't darshin, Ra'achos, Mashma Ve'achos to mashmalei. Why does he darshin Ve'achos? The Kasira one of the Basol, Rabbi Asira Seiba. Because it turns back to right this, and Asira Seiba, which is the lowest level older than the The lowest type Asira Seiba is a high school. Which will only be higher than the lowest level of the subject, the lowest level older than the rate will be higher than that. Inside right from the side, the Achas Hamshin is higher. Because if you look at it, then you're going to get to one of the levels of older than the rate. The other one, the dash, the higher the Achas, the 11 doubtless. You're going to write that possibly again by doubtless, by the lowest level carbon. Inami the Ashir is 4 by the highest level of Ashir. Back then it doesn't write it by one of the poles, but ultimately it kind of writes it in the middle, anything starts. Don't take really kind of all carbon over the Yore, because if you're subject to all shades of older than the Yore. But if someone is never subject to poverty, and therefore they never reach the lowest level older than the Yore, therefore they're not subject to any kind of side. Bottom line, you take one message over here. Hello, Fortnite, again. Coin Double. Coin Double and Paskin as well. Thus, are not subject to cover over the Again, Sanhedrin goes without saying they're subject to cover over. We already saw the area yesterday's time. So, because they're subject to over the rate, and therefore, hello, for myself, you will not bring the Kabbalah's confirmation. Let's go. Sasai, too much does the Hadash. According to Stephen, stated a little bit too late to go. The only time Sanhedrin, Coin Double, bring dead offering or erroneous ruling is a case where the individual would be subject to a carbon practice. That's it. If you believe you're subject to a different carbon, they're not bringing the incredible Mishnah. Kalacak saçılı çalış. Hayatın aslına kalacak doesn't practice. So say is hayat maybe his policy was actually general Allah anyways, any other and there but also they have performed intentionally with having the punishment of Christ. And ultimately, again, unintentional would bring a carbon loss. So again, it was a little cut with individual, but this one is what is the process. They have to make his problems. So ultimately, again, the individual will bring a sheep or a goat. That's a katos, sheep or a goat. But rule one, in that same case, I don't see here. If people would have had an issue in their own issue, he would bring a seer. That's the king's unique offering. Mashiach who based it. Ultimately, again, Kodano based it, made sure any student and five people following on it, they bring their heart. So that's the entire case. Right? That's the paradigm that we've been operating with this entire sector. If I hold this to Habib, what about the case of, bless you, what about the case of all this? Mashiach will be his seal. So he keeps on. Ultimately, again, the individual, the dust, and the conduct all bring the seal. Basing power and desire. Basing bringing power and desire. Okay? Really, it's like bringing the power and desire. Power, Allah, we see it apart from Allah, the seal, is the dust. Hashem Tabu, so that's the Tabu, because it's in the Christian case, this is like that. A compilation of dollars to come on. I trust that business you just never that depends on your financial status. I know you not trust Haya. That's the thing, right? It's going to play that. And I'm just like, if I wasn't yet, that was a big piece of right? You go for it, like, yeah, but like, you're going to be awesome. And just say, look, everyone brings the same comment. So why do people think this one has more, this one has less? You know, say, you know, one of the most important pieces of those types, kind of the most important stuff is the artist. So, is you have to understand, right? Some people have one.
Yeah, but that's
And
not
some people
fun
have
to go to a
some
break.
times
You talk about those
so
sucks, right? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's the guys go, yeah.
that
Yes.
yeah,
Different though, right?
you feel like you have to cut it. But that's the
This is supposed to be half-assed. Last clip of the day. One of our guys, Papa tries his best to keep up. Let's see. Two, some government official just wants to be watching
same in life. There are rules and laws. That's the way life works. That's why when you get a single child, it's something that there's first and second place. Right? It's profoundly detrimental to them because it's important to understand ultimately again let's say sometimes effort sometimes life will regulate the types of systems that come into play. What matters in ways like this nature that this we can have this people who are more than people are less, people who are bigger singles, people who are smaller singles, people who are less people who are less and again, so much of life is just being comfortable in your own skin. Even if you can't treat what everyone else is doing, it's okay. It's okay if I start doing exactly what I need. You go, well, I'm not trying to what are you going to make? I'm good. At least I'm like the hashtag of Asham Miller. Yeah, you know what? Even has more money than I do. So he's going to bring a nicer customer. I have lesser money. Doesn't make me a lesser person. And so much of my life. It's a shop, I think. I mean, you're going to do it for as long as I can. You're going to Asham Miller. Das Hayat in der Nosse Hayat, und der Asham Tawari, so das individual and is about Chayyim. And my whole is a previous mission. So Mashiach, but ultimately again, Mashiach, the point of all these in the pattern, Hashem, Da'adain, Bolivan, Hashem, Da'adain. Hayat in the Nosse Mashiach, what is Chayyim in Hashem, Da'adain. The Bezin does not bring that. Ashmiya Sakal, Ba'mito, Sasaba. So we'll say, so again, we're got how can you get so again, so it's a shua of project, equals sign a shua of articulation. So what's the English like Hadasha? This is the form of English or individuals have to go into Dutch. Reason 2, which means again, reason is the meaning of not again, these things ultimately, they're partner by looking by us. Yeah, and ultimately again, Yahweh does see Mashiach and Chayyim. Hello, God of Mashiach, Chayyim up to us with us, because that's a creation. But ultimately again, Shimi says that the level is not Chayyim for anything, it's friendly of course with us with Hashem. Because the divine you combine the real, what you have in the okay, kind of our boss, so this is a really nice Mishnah. There is a little bit of like a catch-all. I want you to listen to it. So Chayyim, I'm sure Shimi says as follows, which I don't think well. Kol Shayach of Hashem Chayyim, unless it goes. Then it changes with the power of principle. Any kind of individual is Chayyim in Hashem. The Nasi, who else to be Chayyim, the Nasi to be Asibon. Mashiach who brings it to you, or Mashiach brings it to you, that's pretty much along with what we said in the previous video, with the exception of Nasi. The Kol Shayach Hashem Da'adai, any kind of individual is Chayyim in Hashem Da'adai. Nasi Mashiach who Kiyotze sorry, the culture of Hashem Da'adai, any kind of individual is Chayyim in Hashem Da'adai. So Nasi Mashiach Kiyotze, Nasi Mashiach Kiyotze, if you listen to it, based on the water, Shmiya Sakol, you can start to us make the Kadashah. Those cases we just mentioned before. What's that about? Based to the based in water. Nasi Mashiach Chayyim. Nasi Mashiach Chayyim. Hello, Nasi Shmiya Sakol. It's not kind of Shmiya Sakol. Because remember, again, that's a matter of testimony. It has nothing to do with testimony. But Mashiach was made liability regarding matters of community the whole show over the other, the concept of all of the other, right? So if you just kind of all of the other, thus shares the same. Mashiach will bring some to it. But Mashiach brings up on the Isaac, you know, it's like, I'll do the Kasha. It's a contradiction. I'm preaching Mashiach, I because leaders because Kasha. You said before that Mashiach has not Chayyim, if you must have Kasha, if you must have Kasha, for the mother, about the Shia, Sakol, leaders, as I Chayyim. What's over again? It's even only considered to be true. So when you're making it sound like it's too much of the Kadasha, the Nasi is popular. But the other parts of the vem de Shmias Kol, e tu estás saindo, de Nassim Ovichai. Well, 1 second, in the Sefer, Koshu Ba'omer Yomen Nassim Yotzibot, Mashiach U'Kesim Turim. Katani, Mashiach U'Kesim Turim. And they're not basic Turim, just like the things that happen all in this case. Says mainly again, Shmias Kol, because of the Mashiach Turim. So to the another Shuri Bakari, that's a contradiction of just about the point of his liability. Contradiction of the contradiction. Candidalos, it's talking about different pieces. One is talking about the lowest level of covered over the other, and one is talking about, again, not the lowest level of the impoverished of the impoverished. So as I said earlier, but she had plugged it into the שאין הכרז בעל החוק, הייתי בלגי בשחלי, תשמי אסכול ובשחלי תדוק בקלוס, בטרמיני יורים. So it's very interesting, but it's a possibility of suggesting that I've offered a nice song, but you can send the lowest level covered over the buildings, but maybe subject to certain higher level of covered over the buildings. It's an interesting sheet over there, because beforehand, we assumed either you're fighting covered over the buildings or you're having covered over the buildings. So there might be a hybrid model where you're hired in certain parts of OWO at certain levels, but not subject to others. Interesting. Was a tree similar to the Kiva Bakado, so a tree was a tree one. It's an undead it's similar to the Kiva Dallas, the Potter, the color that it was Dallas, so the Kiva that ultimately again is part of the lowest level of our OWO, but also these are the higher levels. So these are ultimately said, ultimately, the tree says they know it's totally exempt from a covered over the other. Incredible. Elish in point double high. I get it. What you say is logic, and point double is high. What is logic? The English sign that shows plus it says it's in the cars. It's going to be off of the car. You should have followed. This refers ultimately to someone who's covered the same as his house covered. That says that Sha'im Kamar Shabbat comes to us two words. This cover is not like the rest of the tower. Ultimately, again, let's say who's that. That's Kanado. Kanado. 3K. Nasi, Nani, Ein Kamar Shabbat. I don't say it, but the rest knows, so like, you don't say it, but the rousing brutal AMA that took place, I want to say 2 days ago. This morning, right, so it's something just so that sort of like you were talking about it, what's going on with the shut up by she says that she says that the point level is not highly investigation of the success of the culture. So now again, just let's go back to this in a second. So my conversation, I mean, why did she say that? Look, when I said that it was not something to us in question of the shop, because the hospital is just saying that she didn't have power. Like, you must make this because that actually says that ultimately, again, for practice, but through the reason it was this house. What do we actually put here? We check out the shop of the cow. Who's lying over this? Someone whose carbon is the same as everyone else's carbon. The answer is actually carbon shutdown is completely ultimately again someone whose carbon is not like the carbon. Actually understands this thing. It's talking about someone who is paid for together with the cow. But Bashim Shat is still the same carbon as the cow. Okay, Yossi not really carbon shutdown. That's just excluded because the Yossi's carbon is not like the Seaboy's carbon.
So I know what sells. Good
The
luck with
witch
that.
you might say, Shabbat, they can't find people or at least the Nasi is the same as you probably saw white right here saying because the Nasi is included with general Rabbi Rothschild. So in that respect, there is some carbonic symmetry between the Nasi and the rest of Rabbi Rothschild. Is that ultimately they get really covered in Rabbi Rothschild about Rabbi Rothschild. To which the Gemara says, they came behind him down to go trouble with how they got right to get it. But they just go on and trouble with how the Shabbat says to shut up. So that's the issue. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Kohanim ultimately are not the same as the cow. Like that are different. Because remember again, Kohanim have their own kapara by a kipper. It's true, but Kohanim shovel the cow, the Shana mitzvos, the Shana Kula. Kohanim are the same as Parasot because they are the same in terms of other forms of atonement throughout the year. Mashiach, Nami, Har, Shalom, Mishach, mitzvos, the Shana. Well, again, the Mashiach, Hanoga, ultimately is also just like Paris, a lot of things throughout the year. It's said that Mishach, Hatasso, Shalom, ultimately, again, it is referred to. Someone whose Hatasso sin is ultimately the same as individuals who might move and who attack the cow. So essentially, again, it looks like who is going to be subject to us make the Hatasso. Only so is there the same adverse liability as the cow. Ultimately, again, if the client does not, if we're going to be talking about us make the Hatasso. Okay, incredible. Well, that's it all around us. So again, the Rosa says that the Nasi brings the other people, the Rosa, and love to us make the Hatasso. Ultimately, the Rosa is regarding to us make the Hatasso. Right? So we never mind. Currents both keep it up with us. Because ultimately, again, since currents is mentioned there, it's treated like the Hatasso Kavua, ultimately not like a cover over the already. Therefore, they will be like, these are like the Rosa Blue Kamar, as you do, the Rosa is talking about everything. He's referring to all of the basics. So the Rosa is here, by Mashiach, to talk over the Hatasso. And then also, who is this moment? The Sira Nasi, right? And the crown of the Mashiach, and the equivalent ultimately again of the Hatasso. This Mashiach made her the Shmias probably to Sasai. So saying that the individual that is called the Mashiach will be the power, that Shmias probably to Sasai. Hello, the moment have Tony Mashiach, in fact, there doesn't make any mention of the point of what you see from there. Shmanion, Atumas Mikosh Bikadosha, the Mashiach Pato. It wasn't talking about Tumas Mikosh Bikadosha, for which I can say for more ultimately again, the Tony Mashiach. How do you know this? Still long. The Velosa Kuri guy, everyone is talking about all of the pieces. The Mashiach, so what's that in the Kiva? And my tongue goes, he holds it like a Kiva. The Amar, Mashiach, Mata the Kiva, who holds that coin, all of these cases are already left at all. Mata the Kiva, the second year of the Kiva says the Mata, is that the Kiva Mata from the Kiva. Of course, not the name of the school. There's nothing more to discuss about this. All right, all the Velosa, Shane, maybe awesome. The Velosa is the Kabbalah for myself. The Kabbalah for myself. Since I'm not seeing ultimately again, it doesn't bring that a Nasi does not bring Hashem Kavod, but to us make us the Hadassah. So turning Hashem Shas, Kavod, and us make us the Hadassah, bringing Hashem Kavod, but to us make us the Hadassah, all the other Pakani. So we could be in example. Since ultimately again, to us make us the Hadassah has a different place. Even though again the punishment is covered over the glory, but we treat it as something that has a Chatas Kavua. Because it would be treated as a Chatas Kavua, therefore what? Therefore the Nasi should be tired. The Nasi should be tired. Ultimately again, the whole of the other parts that walk, Nasi Siada, I have a Biopana, all the Nasi should be Chatas Kavua. For a second, I'm going to be sure before. The rest repeats that he does not bring Hashem Kavod, to which the Gemara says, Kasha. You're right, it's a contradiction. We're not sure what to do with that. Okay, well, so again, takeaways, right? Takeaways. So let's say, number one takeaway is there's nothing more beautiful than learning Torah Mishpah. Right? That is the most important takeaway. Let's say just understand what has happened over here. Just understand. Your mind may be a complete blank slate. But just understand that your neshama has just spent 4 learning all about Kabbalah, which means for the last 40 minutes, my neshama was residing in the walls that it's going to touch. So this overwhelming sense of eternal sympathy. And you do not know where that is coming from, 40 minutes where the neshama inside, even though your mind is consciously biased. Right? Like, again, it's okay. It's okay. But remember that's what this is. That's all what this is. Just like listen, sometimes you may be sitting with someone who you love very much and you're in a conversation, and then in the conversation it's over, perhaps you have no idea what the conversation was about. That may or may not happen. Right? You have no idea what the conversation was about. But you know what? It still feels so good because I was sitting with someone who I love. And Shama knows that the relationship just became so much stronger. That was like, that's what happened on our last 2 minutes. But again, seriously, keep our principles. Our principles levels are simply working out. And by the way, tomorrow I'm coming back to it. So you know I got it done. So it's a great halacha. But I'm also remember again, I'm actually going to see. I'm going to try to. There must be also people that stabilizes all of these halachas. But again, I'm also like, remember, pieces of the place that we have learned to come together, individual, whatever individual brings, and hatos, halacha. So that is when the knowledge, the Sanhedrin, and it bringing their unique kavanas. If the individuals bring the Asham Talmud, ultimately again they are exempt from the unique kavanas. That's pretty much everything today in a nutshell. Again, any machlokas is a messy subject to cover all the knowledge. That's a fundamental machlokas. They will say, Hajjin Allah, Horeh Kodesh Shah, they will say, Maziton, do it tomorrow. I think there's another big day.
Tonight was immediately met with a neon yellow TFAG and full redux. I'll be talking out early.
Yeah, there's a lot of merch on this new venture.
Yep.
Which is funny because on the old venture we went from ordering the jackets, they cut us fire sale. They cut half everything back if you select something to buy, like we did back in, oh, if you bought this jersey.
Yeah, there's actually a face that comes on screen. Please buy something else. Please buy a sticker. Buy a sticker. It's $2. A shop sticker. I was hoping that would be a good outcome, but I feel like I'm ready now. But it kind of fits the desperation of wanting to sell the merch.
You want to just get rid of all of the fake boys. Like they realized it was a mistake, and they got the best price for marketing. They're like, well, we got to get rid of it. Let's just cut half price and then trick them even more and cut it down until we get rid of like our 1,000 donut T-shirts that we have.
You know, there's a sticky out there that's like, I just bought something and they're giving me
Fine, so we'll say good morning, let's begin. I will share this morning dedicated by Warren Captain College.
They're fans.
Never solid college. Sorry about that. Robert Schwartz. Carry on. Maybe Shabbos
Way less than before.
most people says no. They know Sean. Which one of them you know?
Yeah.
Starts with you know that they that's all tragedies of problems. So all tragedies of problems. So that was the day that was designated to also limit this world. So therefore, whatever one's religious feelings are is somewhat irrelevant. Yet any day that set aside to remember such incredible, overwhelming fervor of clouds of situational notion requires us to dedicate our learning this morning. The Guru Nishmas Sincerely negotiate for the Shabbos will have enough love, which they have such all Bishop and Spiritual Divinity and Comes. And then Vice versa, let's begin with base on the Aleph. First word, the Nabi Shalamish. So the Gemara asks, was there really Shalamish? Remember, it came up a little bit. Remember, beforehand, was discussing the idea that in your office was the Yoda was the one Shalamish. So the Gemara asks, was the Shalamish in the times of Yoda? And the was Shalamish. And she does Sharamishcha, but the R was taken away. Sharamishcha was also taken away. That shows that this act actually fascinating, right? So, speaking about all of the things that were taken away in anticipation of the destruction of the first place of the so when the R was taken, Sharamishcha was the jar of blood that was kept in the arrow. The macros of arrow, the staff of arrow, with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos should show the Christian garment stuff. And including that, of course, was the Argos, the box, which the Mishnah said, so what is the point to that? The Clear Zoma Church, the Rosa Marshall, has seen by Argos, the Doctor of Samahala. So it's the point when sons of the companies took the arm out to work with Kalisco and were defeated by the Mishnah always but they also went ahead and took the arm back. This is the famous nice Rabbi where everything is down. There was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Mishnah said, thanks to the Lord. They sent back the arrow, and together with the arrow, they sent back the gift of the gold. So that gold was kept together with the arrow. But you know what I'm saying? When they hit the arrow, they knew that gold as well. So we got them, and we gave them the arrow. There's no way that it showed that you went ahead and away. Why? Shirah Shekasa Torah, because it's not a concept that said, Lord Hashem Oscha, there's about no show some writing on the wall, and there was going to be a some writing on the wall, and as such, that's why items going to be carried out hands, and therefore it can went ahead and therefore see Baba Guns with their mark. I don't know the Indian on the deal of Israel, Hakoshi Hashem, US Arakosh, the guys in Shabbat, Shabbat, Israel. So apparently, suffering and shit, the first piece had a crush. But then you go to the anticipation of its destruction, or you go to some other things. But these are subterranean chambers where you get. So there's no use to hide the arm and go all these other things. Some of the subterranean processes that the arm is in Harabite, somewhere there, somewhere buried in Harabite itself. Reading ultimately, again, I think from Mashiach comes to this location. So you are able to masa because it's out of the blessed Hashem of the Kadesh Hamon. Yeshua tells the Lord, no longer have any Avodah B'Chassid. Avodah B'Chassid means what? You're not carrying anything. There's no longer anything. Carry, but what is your job? So you do as Hashem of the Kadesh Hamon. What's your job? To be an Eved Hashem and to be a technical scholar. Just because you don't have your responsibilities, because I told you 2 days ago, about the idea that any people of opposites, you don't carry the arm anymore now. It's fine. You never got the trouble, you have to touch it. Asya, from Asya Shamsham, Asya B'Shmeres, Asya B'Shmeres, Asya goes, all of these items listed above teach us that just as our own that so too all of these items were given as well. So I'll say therefore again to come back to our original question. How can you tell me that your Achaz was good? Shabbat Mishcha, because his older brother Yaakov, but at the end of the day, there is no more Shabbat Mishcha by this point, right? Which the Gemara answers, Amra Papa, Ba'afar Smadakta. Right, will say there is no Shabbat Mishcha, but instead he was going to ultimately again with balsam oil. Okay, so the Shabbat Mishcha, also remember again, they mentioned also was going to balsam oil, Shabbat shovel. Why? Because shovel was out of the mountains, always going to come from Yehuda. Shovel is from the sky. So Shabbat Farson, I will say, represents the good, but we'll probably be more temporal. So come on, but like, these Gemara's are how do I have anointing? How do you anointing? So to me, makes it, Gemara says, go ahead and make an like a crown. Like a crown. The Exa Kohanim, and the Kohanim ultimately again like a king. Right? So again, you keep showing up the car, you take you smear it around the center of the crown. How do you go ahead and hand it on to Kohanim to be right? Well, Nashia Barga doesn't make coffee about it. Like, coffee, right? You look at Rashi. Rashi has a really laser. Coffee about it. Rashi has it looking like a letter press. So the way that it looks, by the way, Rashi is start cleaning the eyes and essentially making sure that Shabbat Mishcha down up to the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a ches. It's like a ches. I would say it's more like a cross. The point of view is you're starting at the front of the head Rothschild and Baby statement. So we'll say we're going to see how we think accounts. According to one account, you go ahead and Morgan shot it on his head first. And then afterwards, we put it between his eyes. And yeah, see the nose below showing that he's different prices. There's no first, we put the shot between his eyes. And then you go ahead and we poured on his head. Tonight, we'll say my focus now on the top of water. We know that there are going to be requires both pouring as well as putting oil to the eye. My focus is now on the head, which is the proper order. You get down to the side, you get down to the side. So some say, and I will say that between the eyes is the most important part, and others say no, it's the part of the oil on the head that is the most important. My time in the back of our God, one is the reason the thing he says that the point is going to the part. He said, so big shana hamishka al rosh karo. Ayusha obsolika show. Also, if you get a pasuk itself says what? And eat so first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you are going to or dab the oil, you smear the oil. It's more important. The matter of shukha, the opinion says that no. Smearing is more important. Kasabar shekin atamotzi, the sharks. Says, remember in our site, when you see the pouring of oil, something you not only find by the oil, but you also find by what? By the kingdom. In fact, the content of also anointed with pouring tells us that pouring of anointed rich. I'm opposite by the circle or something. Here's the problem. The order of the second was first by so before, and then by each shop. Okay, Kamar, let's look at what he says. Baptized by so why is it that ultimately they word should be called the anointing is open. So what's that fundamental is Hanoi as to again how the proper anointing was done. So you think one is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the steals from the eyes, one was done first, was the case. Right? That first boat skin and then the go ahead and pour the oil and then you go ahead and smear it. Of course, it's Shema HaKol, Yorei Ala Zakan, kind of like oil that goes down the beard. It goes down the beard, it goes down the beard of the older Ala HaKol. Over here, the pasuk over here is the pasuk is entirely. So the pasuk over here is in front of the Shema HaKol Arosh Arosh Doring Ala Zakan Arosh Doring Ala. So what Shema HaKol goes down the beard of Ala HaKol. So the verse is a reference also to the Shema HaKol. And again, Aaron is going to type of Shema HaKol. Also, this is beautiful Gemara. Shame people's Margolios, Videos, the Aaron sequence. Because these things really drop with Hashem on the drop, and we're constantly holding on the edge of Aaron's feet. Amra Papa, Tana, we should have sat there all those verses over the first time. So it's like when Aaron would fall, so the drop would like roll up the ear of the why? So they wouldn't fall off as he was talking. So to drop with your Shema that sit on the edge of his beard. And when we were talking, we rolled off. The Al-Davar is that how your motion is like, that's similar. The Al-Davar is that how your motion is like, and the motion regarding the droplets, first shradding was always good. Without was a second line volume basal damage. Maybe I committed after. What is this? Maybe I applied too much Shema and therefore again it has to activate. Remember again, what's the love? Megillah is people on Monday. It's property. So it's a basketball, but Amra Shemanato. So ultimately, again, the basketball comes out and says Shemanato, right? Like the good oil, the power thermal. Again, the Gemara mustn't compare. The pasuk this is the very next pasuk. Israel and Abedom Kochman is given 133. It's how thermal Shorega Haritz, like two of them are mold, which falls down and Haritz. So what was the comparison between oil and how thermal? Not how thermal. People, Hashem and Mishnah, Shemazak and Aaron. Just like the most like. So to again, Shabbat Mishka, in the years of Aaron, there is no Milah. That I don't know it. Still, Aaron was saying, I'm a show, maybe I got some enough oil that was not completely rubbish. God is a back of all love. You may not know my name, Sheves Akin Gangacha. My Moshe Roma of Akalova. So, Pastor says, I feel more than some other things together. Just like Moshe, I didn't do Aaron. Don't worry, you didn't do it. What's the end of what's the symbolism? The Shona Mishka is only sitting in the tears of Aaron. Let's say, when is Shona Mishka? When is Shona Mishka? Put on apply to someone with it normally for service. Shona Mishka represents goodness. Shona Mishka represents sacred. Shona Mishka represents Jesus for something new. Because our telling us what Shona Mishka always remained on the period of Aaron. Because as voice, because as well as the beating was applied, tells you that Aaron's excitement for this community Noah, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first day. And only will be a very incredible medical hospitals. You know, it's the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge our engagement is that it's not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we can handle that. Remember, Shmiras and Mitzvahs, observance, our greatest challenge is feeling the goodness, is feeling the excitement, is feeling like it's something special, like we have the opportunity. Regardless of our Kohen, does not say that part of the mandate. That's obvious. Every blessing is part of the mandate. Regardless of our Kohen, is a felt excitement like the day in which the Shona Mishka was first applied. Emotionless Amalachim ala Baya. As I saw, the only anointing king, actually, the anointing kings. This literally means the only anointing kings by a Maya, by a spring. By a spring, the day should be Moshe Mahusa. They said because the anointing king by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea being that just like the spring grows, so to again the king's mind came to grow as well. Shene Emar, Nayom HaMelech was inside, this is a total aside. If you ever go to the Torah, you adopt the word from that Gihon spring. Was like that is where cloud is felt historically and worked by Gihon. It's an incredible thing to stand on that area. It's fun to go out the water. The more fun than walking the water was to stand on the spot, or literally you can't mount your feet, drop your foot on the spot. So you might look like them. You might just say, you might mount, well, you might have a happy on the nation, or I was going to say, like, oh, yeah, I want to go to this. I wasn't going to do it. And then I start this stuff, and this reference to this. Already, I learned the way of leader. You mustn't trust to go. Okay, so this. The person wanting to go. They're going to live out here or not. Now, again, don't the words of this. Right? I don't want to walk away with this. This person wants to live out here or not. So what you do, you go. Maybe you shrug about so young famous. They must struggle. In the candle during that sensation. They show you the basic little Russian thing. But what it really has was when there's not a strong group, but he must just be because if the candle remains lit, it's enough. If the candle remains lit, then what? They thought they must be shots. It's like the candle remains lit, that person knows they can live without it. So there is a candle during a sensation, placed it in a hole where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out here. Similarly, the mind of the body will get other things. Okay, number one. Number two, first I'm going to be successful in business. I feel there's business venture that I want to undertake. I'm going to be successful or not. The body living, like maximum, and I want to be successful or not successful. Where are we going to go? Buy yourself a rooster. Buy yourself a rooster. Shove it. The rooster gets fat. That's the, that's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, how about the body living to our company? The body living, because they're about to do something. We're going on a trip. And I want them to get back. I want them to make it back. So what should I do? So what happens? Also they see that they come a base at the Chazon, those that ultimately they go to a home that is dark. And not that it's pitch dark, but that it's dark. Because the Lord of the Ruach, the shadow of the shadow, they do the harder, the husband. Then you know ultimately again that you're going to come home with it. Don't say, so just I want to come to the out of it. What is going on in this Gemara? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so let's say, so the Mashal, again, I'm going to always say, write this down, I always use Mashal, sorry, maybe Shabbos is not, again, I didn't really talk about this, just other ones. So let's say, so the Mashal says, he says, I don't understand, there's a biblical prohibition of Osanafish. Not about to engage in forms of divination, so don't do omens. Don't do omens. So the Maharsha says something absolutely amazing. The Maharsha says, well, since you for this is dramatic, the person wants to know without fear or not. So what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in the home where there's not a lot of light. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays there, you're going to live. We'll say, what does the Gemara say? If it goes down, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice the Gemara, next to the Gemara, the only thing that's mentioned the Maharsha says something. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. The person has to have an expectation that things are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I see the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Well, so that's not an omen. What is that? What is that? That's life. That is the affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it. That's an omen. So it's like in the soul. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately again to affirm the positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So these omens confirm the positive outcome. If it says something negative, simply ignore. Don't say, so I understand. I'm not doing the Maharsha justice much more than these. Don't say, I understand the godless this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. Especially for good reason. Some because they have a lot of life trauma, a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes we think for a lot of just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Torah wants us. The Torah wants to have a positive expectation of life. That things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. It's like, so you say to yourself, okay, since you have that mindset, everything works out. But again, you realize that you test our spiritual metal. I'm supposed to have that outlook. If things don't work out. It didn't work out this time. It didn't work out next time. It didn't work out for the last 25 years. Well, the next 25 years. I'll say that's how we're optimistic. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what we say. So once the Gemara ends off, the Gemara says, but my suggestion, the Gemara says, don't pay attention to the why? The Gemara says, no, my culture, thank you, Mr. What's the other problem is? The problem is beautiful as that Mara started. You hear that guy who likes it, and then watch. It goes out, and suddenly, so you see the shape back to like a off. So it says, then when the Gemara says, you know what, you're better off just staying away from open. Not open, stay in these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yeah, the Gemara says something just about, I'm very excited. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to sing the mill scene. Let's say, you see this? This is the Gemara. So now is it now that you tell me that omens are significant, not significant, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this one second. Salah for my son. The Ola Gay Ragio with that state of Shasa was it for a person. You should always look at that. Notice again. So here, so here is the best. So I go to school and choose the painful. Was it in fact again? This Gemara appears here. The Sabbath hardest and those say two different themselves. One is what that said, one is what painful. It's nothing just a moment. So now that we said that one, it opens us to the person on Rosh Hashanah should look at what should be Kra, Rodia, Karsi, Silky, this person should be a good, and a good so also, you understand? We do this. This is Siminosa. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? You sit down and go through a whole bunch of foods. on Rosh Hashanah, where does that practice come from? That is divinity, that is the Torah. What's in Rashi for just a moment? Rashi says over here, Rashi says, if you look, it's on the left hand side of Rashi, about us trying to destroy my described, okay, tries to still becoming why these items. The Hainu guy is our dog today, the shiny rockers. Let's say that she says coming out in a most but they grow fast. They represent vitality. So she's supposed to be different. The word brings down some different words things. The reason we eat these items is because of their names, which also we see with the Ratzon. The Ratzon somehow are a play on these names. Rashi said, no, the denominator amongst these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, they're going to begin to shut up with those items. He says, why does one Gemara say that there's a makeup? What's that? It's an incredible opportunity. Let's say I don't like any of these colors. I don't like fish, lamb, it's not my thing. I don't say, so what would you prevent people? That's it. And so I say, so what I don't like those. What do you do? Rabbi Rothschild says there is still a need that each of them on the table and to look at them and to respect each other. Based on the experience of the Gemara, everyone thinks it's just a miracle, just not true. Even if you're not going to do it, this is the ultimate thing to have it, but that's incredible. Says the Gemara, I'm sure to break. What's his name? Shashi said to his son. What do you want to call the Torah from your rebellion? Yours must be some other to me rabbi. What says to this? Prepare. Learn the Mishnah before you go to your rabbi. What's the hours you want to really learn? What's the incredibly so? Learning requires preparation. You can't just show up to learn and prepare themselves. So he says, review your Mishnahs. And then go before your rabbi. If you guys see coming, and when you see before your rabbi, says this, look at your rabbi now. Look at your rabbi now. How you and Yamba rose as well. It's a application. We know that possibility. And also looking at our identity. So that you're not going to look at your lips as the words are coming out. Garcisu, I'll narrow the mind. When you learn by everything. Sounds nice. Learn by a river. If he hates the Mashkanaya, again, the water flows, and the learning flows. I'm going to cover the last Makasio. Better to sit, better to learn in the garbage use, but better to sit and sit in the garbage use of Rasa Makasya and don't live in the palaces of Pisa. What's the little guy for just a moment? The Rasa Makasya, how about you come to William Rasa Makasya? How about Pisa of Haba Tabas Bab? You come to the Buddha of London, the Ashba, the Rasa Makasya. You go to a Pisa. Better go to the garbage stuff over Pisa. And the mansion is in Masmakasya, and actually, what does that mean? And apparently, Masmakasya was an incredible Torah. Over these out as much as we have to make over these are one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history was different, quality was different. Better to live in a garbage in a Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not a Furthermore, now, Sarya, Masmakasya, so furthermore, it gets better to Galvana was a type of fish. Better to type of fish, Galvana fish that's about to spoil than Pisa or Run. Pisa was a higher end gift. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad than to eat the fine gift of Pisa, which was means what? Be careful how many is the right word up. Pleasures in life you attach yourself to. Because I was like, the more pleasures a person is, the higher the degree of punishment, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son is better to get by with a huge fish than to have to require the Pisa. Because once you require the Pisa, again, it's going to be a lot more material to get people down. So he's teaching his son all of these incredible lessons. Living in Makom Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because the materialism both of them, so we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity to move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity. And so these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately leaves me sometimes to place an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Beautiful. Rama Kari Belokai, those are the classic things that Rama says. Literally, my horn was written to Rabbi Rothschild. Rama Kari Belokai. Literally, I will say that this horn is reference to the horn of my horn and not my jug. David is going to carry into the Mahisa. David is also anointing with oil inside of the kettle, inside of the horn. So their minor came to show you the path, going into the Mahisa, but showing you what you were anointing. Oil from a path, from where jug, their minor was like conscious this Father Joshua points out that a path is earthenware. Earthenware easily cracks. As opposed to a horn, like a carrot endures. So it's because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarchy endures. Those who are anointed from the path, their monarchy endures. I'm going to show the Mishnah. So we're going to go back a little bit to Gemara. Remember again, the Mishnah made a distinction between Gadol who was anointed with Shana Mishnah versus the Gadol who was Ruba with the Gadol. Says the Gemara, but Mashiach Yaakov. I'm sorry, Yaakov. So it says Mashiach. So maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the morning to Yom. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Gadol, maybe it refers to the Bala. What am I calling? He calling Yaakov. The difference is calling, I would have thought that even refers to the calling who is anointed with the Kohanic vestments. Kabbalah Mashiach, if the Pasuk says Mashiach, Mashiach, Yaakov Mashiach. If it just says Mashiach, I would have thought that's the king of Osai, who is appointed ultimately again to go we'll say that this must have the special power of the Gadol. That literally goes out to work. However, the Hakol, never was a person goes out and uses this thing version of the Hakol. Hamashiach, Shina Mashiach Al Gabon, who is anointed, and there is no one anointed above him. So the Gemara says, my man. Gabarava, Hayarach, and Himena Shayah. What's the same way the Muslim talks about Hayarach? It means, again, the specific part. Yeah, this is the Yasha. Haganami, Hamashiach, when Hamashiach has the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because they're again, as we said before, the Kohen Mashiach, the Kohen was also anointed. God will ultimately, I think, was ones amongst those who are anointed. Mashiach. Yaakov Melech was his first, what we first and before that. I never thought of us as Mashiach. Maybe that's the first thing. Melech, I would do it. Because the king does something sleeping apart. He started to do it. He could just start. So before Shabbat, it's just, and I'm saying this, and I used to go to say it. I'm going to do as follows. For an accidental act, we would desire Helam Dover Yavim. Was in a piece of Helam Dover. Maybe he should have something apart. Kamash Lodom was a Joshua redemption. With the Pasuk of Kamashiach, ultimate data refers to the Kohen. By anything Mashiach, the Shona Mishnah was a Mishnah that discusses ultimately the distinction between the Mashiach and the Shona Mishnah. The Kohen Gadol is the versus the Kohen Gadol who is the Ruba of the Gadol. That's the local Gadol. The Mishnah does not reflect the Gadol. He recommended, he was there, the one time he said, the Ruba of the Gadol is Mar, Abba, and the Mishnah. And even the Ruba of the Gadol was even the Gadol was not a the Shana Mishnah. It's appointed because of the Kohanic vestments. So he gives a power, I'll call it, he brings a special power of the Kohen Gadol, very fair. But the whole of the company greater was a concept, he only brings a special power to the Kohen Gadol, the Kohen Gadol was anointed with Shana Mishnah. Not the Ruba of the Gadol. Right from there, I was not talking about this Sanya. Mashiach, even Ela Mashiach, Shana Mishnah. I only know that there is no story. There's anointed with Shana Mishnah. Ruba of the Gadol now. I don't know that it's even the person of Kohen. Who is? Anointed with Kohen. Now, with all our Kohen HaMashiach. Ultimately, the Bible says, Kohen HaMashiach. My opinion, because who we established is like Rabbi other things. Amos Sefer was a yet put at the end of that place. Mainly was when we established the Mishnah. Ella Pargam Burdas, yes, was again one of the explanations at the end of the Mishnah. That there is no distinction between the Kohen and the Shabbos. It wasn't the active Kohen Gadol who was serving the Kohen Shabbat. What's the Kohen Shabbat? That was the filled Kohen. He was the Kohen Gadol again, who's filled with. But there are some people who are with the first Kohen Gadol. So there is no distinction between to accept our Yom Kippur, special paragraph here, and that serious influence, once it's a meal offering, given by the Kohen Gadol every day. So the Gemara says, who does that reflect? The son of Meir. Once again, ultimately, again, reflects the view of Rabbi Meir. The Sanya, who's that broken, you know, the Kohen Gadol, the Avar, if something happened to the Kohen Gadol, there was some type of school, and they had to promote this. You know, after Takta, and they appointed a place for the Kohen Gadol, I really sure close it out with us. This is actually amazing. What happened when the Kohen Gadol number one comes back to it? What happened when he comes back to it? So this is what happens. So the first one has the ability to come back to it. He's now in practice in Kohen Gadol. Lashini, Komitzos Hakunava, so the Shini is called for the full-fledged Kohen. They're right there. So we'll say ultimately, again, these are right there. So we'll say if they are ultimately told that the first one is very full-fledged Kohen. So but actually, so that he needs, then he just goes back to that God is not a translating level because the license can't have people kind of determined, but he's just a regular Kohen. If Yossi or Rishon closes Lavadoso, if Yossi in the first place goes to the service comes back to work, the shame is in a row, you go to Kohen, go to Kohen. Wow. And what happens? The second guy will say, nothing. He's not the Kohen Gadol, and he can't be a regular Kohen. And that's what I just mentioned. I'm going to use my set Yosef Ben this is what also just happened. There was once an episode of Yosef Ben who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira both saw the Kohen Gadol, but other She'ira Achekachta. So this is what happened. So there was this episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got upset. And what happened was they appointed another person. And then when the first Kohen Gadol came back to work, what happens? When the second, the replacement Kohen Gadol, but when they go out of the Yosef, Kohen Gadol got Kohen Hedron. Also, the replacement was now out of the job. Then you have Kohen Gadol and the replacement Kohen Hedron. Why not? Kohen Gadol is Shulei. You'll see in general again a Kohen Gadol because of the Hamas. You can't get the two Kohen Hedron. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. You can't be two kings, they can't be two Kohen Gedolim. At the end of it, has to be one or leader. So, furthermore, Kohen Hedron is Shulei Bakodesh Kohen Hedron. And also, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedron either. Why not? Because I want to say, once you've been a Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedron. It doesn't make sense. Rather than Bakodesh Kohen Hedron, once I said, I don't say based on this, they should have all of the same of me. You're telling them they should have to deal with that all of the same of the other thing. But you'll see, I'm already, is it there? All right, this thing, he said, yes, they should have all of the same of me. Yes, that is the way to do it. So, Yosef Amar read, Yosef said, no, I don't trust you for that. No, I leave it tonight. Yosef said, he's got that. And then he chose to plug the difference tonight, the things to the person. Rova Amar Shimon, similar to there, the Haga, you call it right. So obviously, God tried to Shimon, and what's that? Shimon holds, it's like, Rabbi Meir in one piece. It's the sign of Dvarim Shimon, Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedron. So we'll say one other difference between a Kohen Gadol and a Kohen Hedron. Abraham, our Haba, Kohen Hedron. So number one, it's a special time that only Kohen Gadol brings. They transgress something. Hari Yom Kippur, the Hari Yom Kippur, Masir Salifa, and a special daily meal offering. We'll say that one is Lo Korea, Lo Korea. And we'll say furthermore again, the Kohen Gadol suffers loss. Lo Korea wasn't, doesn't get his parents go long. Right? And Kohen does not go ahead and carry his book. About Kohen, so we'll say, but what kind of Kohen Gadol will discuss that there is from the cloud. And so the next is a regular Kohen that turns Kohen from the top. Right? They went out of the Kohen, and it was neither of them. And she doesn't have the ability to go into the Sunday first Kohen, before the Kohen. Musa Allah Bismillah, and Kohen Gadol the only marry Bismillah. The answer to Almana, and cannot marry Kohen Gadol can't marry Almana. Umaxia Talotza, and thank the Kohen Gadol openly taking the house of Seth to the front. Umaxia Kohen, Kohen Gadol can go ahead and pump up the bones, even when he's older. What's never again? I know she's the period. Defendario, pero la hoja. Los equipos of the carbon during the time of activities. Okay, the inner hole doesn't receive a portion of carbon suffered during the time of activities. L'active healing for those who know the healing for them. Let's say the that's the offer of carbon, the last number one. Like you go and offer first, they don't have any portion. We'll say and use the limit to take portion of any carbon before any other point. The savage is small and English. Wears 8 different garments. The Kalavoda is like Shira Ella Bo. And I will say again, the entire amount of the giver is only kosher with or it's only things that I will say first 5 organization days. How that almost make us get that up. I will say ultimately again, in his rules regarding some regarding
Yeah, I mean, it's watching like
the lowest was regarding something to do with the base of English and laws of Tova. So ultimately again, it's hard to imagine it doesn't have a special carbon on that. The Chulan, no idea the rule of the gun. I will say all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a convertible who is also apply to a convertible with Ruba with the garden with one exception. The Kara maybe as for we'll say except for one thing which is special power that is brought to with the convertible permits something that is transferable by Karis. Only a convertible who was anointed with oil brings that power. The convertible with Ruba with the garden, who is anointed putting on the vestments of the convertible does not bring that power. Who are not given the Mashiach Shabbat. They must say all of these halachas in convertible also apply to what? To a replacement convertible who is now out of a job. Right? So basically, go to one return convertible from the Mashiach Shabbat. The kind of term that's here saying. Section again, the kind of kipper, and it will give off the Kulan in your dog from a struck of something. I will say none of these things apply to the point God that was going for the purposes of one course. Hey, there are with the exception of 5 things that are speaking, so that both Morea and Morea suffers the loss of a close relative. Does not allow his hair to grow, right? Nor does his hair to grow. In the time of the grow, grow the clothing, you can have to come coming to a grow. Musa Allah Suba, because that I have Suba, Rasa Ba'amala, and you cannot try Namala. The last year's how it's after you don't eat that. Ultimately to what? What other objective you have? The compass is no maximum. They will say ultimately again, the point of Shah Rafama, his death does not allow Zach to come back home. So what's the focus of people coming about whether that death of Shah Rafama allows the Zach to come back. Now, I like the listen, I know ultimate consideration of the Rafama, back Shabbos they done, who was what we said before. That the point that the group regarding his father on to us with us, which the Gemara says that because puts me hate for our world again. Raisi just said before that the coin Mashuach will come up. It's considered to be all of the halakhas that we discussed. The coin was Mashuach, Hashem and Hashem, do not apply to the coin Mashuach will come up. With the exception of 5 so those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. Again, he doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't get his clothing, he doesn't become coming to his relatives, he has to marry his and he can't marry an Almana. So we'll say, he says to Gemara, I didn't even wait to join.
No, he's not anywhere. Okay, guys, get on it. Let's get this. Let's get that up. Let's get these numbers up. And I want to say this is what went crazy.
So I'm going to that. Like the coin was greater than his brother. It's the exact coin level. Was the first coin level. I said, you took a road show shot on the shop. You will put oil on his head. Yeah, a shot for fun. Was it this for first bunch of was going for more? Immediately I said, no, emotions on the bucket. And literally again, he goes his hands to go to what he called it. Was the first special call of coin level. Exactly, literally got it. Was it the first ultimate getting into a coin level by putting on the special investments of the coin level. Kulan Omer. Rosholo, Yikra, the God of we'll say that all of these costs. So we'll say whether you are a coin Mashuach Lakama. Like whether you are like so whether you're a coin God Mashuach Lakama, or Meruba, the halach is also that all of them is said, Rosholo, Yikra, do not cut your hair and the labels, and the God of Yikra, do not carry your clothes. Now call the partial space for you. Don't come in contact with any clothes. Roughly, only in I thought that all of that of Kabbalah and I think it was Abu Bakr, he makes there some discussion of Allah. What's it? The pasuk says literally, the crown of the anointing oil was on his head. So Allah will know how happen. Ultimately, you can't find him and not upon himself. It doesn't really make sense to him. Who is anointed to show that Mishma, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up the carbon while he is in the holy. That is true today. That does not apply to any of our other Kohanim. Even though all of the Kohanim don't. Remember again, you have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There's the Kohen Gadol, who is anointed to show that Mishma. Then there's the Kohen Mashrach, the Chama, Kohen goes down to war. There's Kohen Shuvah, who does the Kohen Gadol, without anointed to show that Mishma. All of these people have Kohen Gadol status. And in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachas. We're just putting up exceptions over here. The halakha lemaisa again for hakavas point as the aninos, for the ability to offer up a carbon while in a state of aninos that only applies to the Kohen, which is anointed with oil, not to the other Kohanim. I highlighted what the Gemara says. The Hakadosh Baruch Hu also going into the Mitzvah. Maybe again the halachas have to see. Maybe also only the Kohen Gadol right to show maybe the other ones don't have. Abulomar did. Therefore, also the pasuk says we would all of them in the day of the Sukkah. Kitranai. It was in Yom Begin is my focus tonight. Who should have Sukkah? Was it the pasuk says Shanai over the Sukkah? After she said that concept, we got after the Torah goes ahead and makes a healing between them. So all of the people are small. So it's after the Torah makes a distinction between the various types of lives and building. So once again groups them all together in the obligation to marry a woman who is a Yisrael. These are the Shmar. Kiva Omer in the other Shabbat Machmas Karyom. Machmas Munim Guy. Was it some Kiva says, I only know. Was it particularly Rashi? Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Amar Machmas Mumominai. Now, Lomar Baruch. That Kiva Amar Rishon Machmas Mumo Aser Ba'amana. So it's I only know maybe the first part of this. So the Gemara says as follows. I only know that Kiva is in the other Shabbat Machmas Karyom. Even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol, because he has a seminal mission. Even during that time when he can't go ahead and work as a Kohen Gadol, I still have there's a prohibition from Tanai and Amana. How do I know Machmas Mumominai? How do I know that even if a Kohen Gadol, let's say, has some type of significant role, which renders him unfit long-term. We're going to discuss this more carefully in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Almana? And we're going to the pasuk says, which tells us that again, once you can sleep with a Kohen Gadol, you cannot marry an Almana, only marry an Yisrael. We'll say, this is the following next question. Mashiach shelitztara lahu ba'amana. Goes to the discussion. What happens if the Kohen Mashiach, the Ganai Kohen, he got saras. So it happens he gets saras, cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. It happens. He's not going to the saras. So what's the shayla? Mahu ba'amana. Can he marry an Amana? Can he marry an Amana now that the chance to serve as a Kohen Gadol because of the saras? Can he marry an Almana? I wasn't able to try to do a short term marriage, but still, yeah, so he can be married. But my son, for the period that he has saras, he's submitted to be married to an Almana. So he was a big Chadav. He really said that, once you were the Kohen Gadol, so then what? Remember, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that's status. Once you already see that, remember again that even after you go there, after you're Kohen Gadol, if you accidentally transgress, you still have the right to cover the Kohen Gadol. So we say big Chadav. Once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if you can't actively serve, you cannot marry an Almana. Or you can't start function. Or we'll say, maybe you know that the prohibition to marry an Almana is a function of being the active Kohen Gadol. Once you are set aside from being a Kohen Gadol because of your task, you marry an Almana, Rahava Yadeh, first member again, Rabbi asked Shaila of the Gnat. They're not going to know. So what happens? If the Hamid is staying, Grandpa will come on. Right away, so the Grandpa was staying and he asked this question. Hamid is going to break Grandpa. So this is what happens. So Grandpa was asking this question. So what happens? So you know, the son of the Black said to Grandpa, tell me no, you don't do anything now. Any other Shabbat must carry out. I only know ultimately a Kohen. I only know that the prohibition of that of only dying still applies. Other maximus I don't know that even if a point is disqualified from service because of his wolf, and there was a prohibition of unmarried certain women still applies. Now, below my opinion, what's that? The word Behu means what? Behu Isha is like that means that he is always in the status of a Kohen. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, he is the Kohen Gadol, and therefore even if it has a woman and Catholic to serve, you only marry a Lisa, which is not the Kohen. So Papa asked the pastor, Papa didn't know there. Put our hands in the question. So Kama Nash Abraham saying that Papa got up and kissed the on his head. Yoav laid back and leave it to daughter in church. Let's say so. Such a beautiful. I'm sure, of course, you call the reference. But the nice after he did that, he went ahead and gave his kiss and he gave his daughter Carol. So let's do it out of the Kohen Gadol. So remember, he gave reference very fast. Kohen Gadol pouring in the matter, Kohen Gadol in the matter. Kohen Gadol goes ahead and pouring in the matter was what? Here's his clothing. The event that has trouble is a loss. He does Kriya on the bottom of his clothing. The head of the bottom. The regular point, Kriya on the top. Kohen Gadol back to the clothing. Kohen Gadol could go ahead and also even the sneak about it. The low oak but he cannot do other, but he can't do it. The head goes back to the low oak. So it's a regular coin, can't offer it and can't eat it. Can't offer it and can't eat it. Tomorrow. What does it mean? The bottom does Kriya on the bottom, and the coin head does Kriya on the top. So the Rav says that literally again, it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. So the bottom of the garment is by the head, right? And the top of the garment is by the neck, by the neck. So you want to see the not is also below the neckline. And it's got a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right, I'm sorry. Like the shirt got a t-shirt. Like the neckline is like reinforced. Right? So Mar says, Shmuel says, Lamata means below the reinforced neckline. There you go, right? Yeah. Let's go work backwards. He cuts three up, one, because three at the neck line. They cut the top of the garment. That's the mavo. The mavo means the cuts out the neck line rather than the garment itself. Wasn't that what's the top of that? Because if you cut the garment itself, then what happens? The hair might not necessarily be visible. So it's my focus ultimately again. So it's my focus loving ultimately again where we are actually cutting. Are we cutting ultimately? What does the model of anatomy? Rav says the model is literally the bottom of the garment. That's where the comes down to the study. The model has to come down to the study. Shmuel says no. The model is the neckline. That's where the comes down. That's where the comes down to the study. And the model means what? The model is below the neckline. That's where the comes down to the study. Next day, I call him Rabbi Rothschild coming stop for Shalom. You know Rabbi coming stop for Shalom. So it's actually we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up the next session with this next day tomorrow. But
best day of my life was when that guy at the Hamburger Pizza was like, "Hey, I watched him." Or no, he didn't even say that. Well, he said something like, "Barbo's on."
Alright, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Our show this morning is dedicated by Warren Catholic Howard. Memory of Solid Howard. Sorry about that. Days are short. Each one of the days we know that Tisha B'Av day is all tragedy comes so all tragedy comes so it's a day that was definitely so therefore whatever one's religious feelings are is somewhat irrelevant. Any day that's set aside to remember such an incredible overwhelming program of cognitive situation requires us to dedicate our learning this morning. We trust this day negotiating all the day Shabbos and Haviyam Yom. We should have such all we should have listened to the nutrition comes. And I suppose that's speaking to base on the Aleph, first word, so the Gemara asks, was it the original well, beforehand, was discussing the idea that the was Shana Mishka. So the Gemara asks, was the Shana Mishka in times of the Old Testament? After the Gemara says, as a body part. We should Nikras Aro, Nikras Shana Mishka, when the Aro was taken away. Shana Mishka was also taken away, and this is actually say, this actually fascinating, right? So, speaking about all of the things that were taken away, in anticipation of the destruction of the first place of the destruction. So when the Aro was taken, Shana Mishka was it says about it. It says it was a jar of mud. It was kept in the Aro. The macros of Aro, the staff of Aro, with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos Shashok, the Christian Dor with the stone. And including that, of course, was the Argos, the box, which the Christian sent with gift clouds or working with money for Shemar. The Esquia Zova Church, Rosima, Sham, and still the Argos with the Shiraka of Zova. So it's a different when sons of the new company so they are out of war with Israel and were defeated by the Christians. The Christians are always pretty cut Israel, but they also went ahead and took the Arab captive. This is the famous mention of David, wherever the Arab was a terrible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Christians said, thanks for no thanks. They sent back the Arab, and then in return they sent back the gift of gold. The last gold is Arab. But I'm saying that the hero you are the hero that you will drop the done. So they show that you went ahead and away. They'll show some of the writing on the wall. Some of the writing on the wall and as such, we have lots of items fully in our hands, and therefore they went ahead and took it. Therefore, Sipa Baganzu Shneamar, I don't remember being on the field of Israel, Akdoshim Hashem, US Arakosh, the Dice, Shabbat, 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 Israel. So, Hamelach will be something and she was the first piece having touch. But then he built an anticipation of its destruction, or he built some other things. The point is there's subterranean chambers in the Bisanish. So Yoshio gives you command to hide the aura as well as all these other things. Some of the subterranean, those are also is a Gemara that the Arna is in Harabais, somewhere there, somewhere buried in Harabais itself, reading all the that again, I guess, from a chef comes to the resolution. So we were able to master because they after the US and Shalom, they can ask how we saw. The shield comes to no longer has any Mosa Bakase. Mosa Bakase means what? You don't carry anything. There's no longer anything. Carry, but what is your job? So into as a show of the as Hamon Israel. What's your job? To be ever a show, to be everything about Israel. Just because you don't have your because this was like some 2 days ago. I think about the idea that any more person will follow after. You don't carry the army going out. It's fine. You never got no trouble, you have to punch. Ask you, say with Shabbat. From Asia, Sham, Asia, so Asia, Asia, was the ultimate Shama, all of these items listed above, teach us that just as our listening, that so too all of these items were taken as well. So it's therefore again to come back to our original question. How do you know that your Achaz, was Shabbat Mishkar, because it's ultimately Yakin, when at the end of the day, they didn't know what's going on this time at this point in time. There is no Shabbat Mishkar, but instead there's no ultimately again with balsam oil. Balsam oil, okay? So the Shabbat Mishkar, also remember again, they mentioned also balsam oil, Shabbat by smoke, shovel. Why? Because shovel was out of the always going to do shovel is going to fry. So Shana Carson, I will say, represents in the but we'll probably be more just a horror on this. So the one was like, these bars are each emotion is how long. How do I head and anoint the king? How do you anoint the king? So commit nature. The bar says, you go ahead and make a like a crown. Like a crown. The Esa Kohanim, Querían kind of ultimately again like resource so again. King showing on the clock, so he smeared around his head like a crab. How do you go ahead and the night how Viking was nasty about that, but it's tough about it. Like tough that you look at Rashi has a Rashi has a book like the last class. So it's like the way that books by what Rashi is start and essentially share the same on this down at the head all the way down to the neck. So it's like a ches. It's like a ches. Obviously it looks a little bit more like a puff, but you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head and you're shooting the oil over to the back of the head. אני חדה, וכאילו מוצאים של הראשון. ואחר כך לא סלימו של הדברים שלי. So it's two components that we with accounts. According to one account, go ahead and pour the shell on his head first. And then afterwards, you put it between his eyes. And yeah, even though it's little some of the same. Peter writes, he says, no, first you put the shell between his eyes. And then you go ahead and pour it on his head. So now, once it's not focused on the top of order, we know that the running requires both mortar as well as putting oil to the eye. Since my focus apparently can't reach the proper order. Even down to the sheet, down to the sky default. So some say, and I will say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say no, it's the pouring of the oil on the head that is the most important part. My kind of demand drama is that let's say one he says that the pouring is going to the part like so shut up and strong hours like you shop also look at show let's say you get a person self says what like so first the person itself says before the oil before you or you cap the oil you smear the oil. The people that do that is more important. Rather, she had it says that no, sure is more important. Kasabar shaking at the whole team of sharks. Says, remembering on the website, that you seek a point of oil, something not defined by the current, but defined by what? By the king. The fact that utensils are also unknown to the pouring tells us that pouring is the dominant form of anointing. I've obviously like so or somebody who jumps here's the problem. The order of the plastic is first by so forth, but then by each shop. Okay, Kamar, what's what he wants us to say? Not time by so why is it that also again for it should be by shop? Because the anointing is already being done. So what's like under my focus Hanoi as the ultimate again how the control anointing is done. Two parts to the anointing, one is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? Was it just you know the rice the pasta? I'm not fasting. That first bone skin again no Rabbi Rothschild my brother was first to go ahead and pour the oil and then to go ahead and smear it between the eyes. Okay? What is the body? Come on, listen. Tomorrow's on it. Shema had told, Yorei Abba Zakan. Abba Zakan is kind of Adam. Like the oil that goes down the beard. It goes down the beard, it goes down the beard of the older Abba Zakan. So it's the first over here. The first over here is holy. The first over here. So the first over here is in front of the Shema had told Arosh Yorei Abba Zakan. Arosh Yorei Abba Zakan. So it's what Shema had told us under the book that the beard of Abba Zakan. So the verse is the reference ultimately against the Shema HaMishcha. The regular Aaron is supposed to by Moshe with the Lord of Shema HaMishcha. Also, this is the book of Bible. The exchange people's Margolios and Kudos the Aaron position. This is this. You are to practice of Shema HaMishcha that were constantly hanging on the edge of Aaron's Amar Akaba, no, you should massacre all those Jewish was over the Just when Aaron was caught, so the droplets would like rolled up the beard of the king. So I said they put it fall off as his country. Since the droplets of Shema HaMishcha that sit on the edge of his beard, and when he would talk, they would roll up. The Al-Gamar said, I am emotionally like this. The Al-Gamar said, I am emotionally like this. And it was regarding these two droplets, first Shadow was always were was a second wide volume between the dollars. Amar, Shema Chassid Shalom Al B'Yushan HaMishcha. Maybe activated active. What is it? So I applied to much Shema HaMishcha, and therefore again it has to be active. Never again, what's the love? Megillah is spiritual on Monday. It's property. What it says, Yom Shabbos Kol Ba'amra Shema HaTov. So ultimately again, the gospel comes down and says, Shema HaTov, like the oil, which how terrible. Again, let's watch the whole video on stream. Plus it compares. The plus again, this is the very next plus. It's all I think of the flat of given. 130. How terrible showing the Harry still. Like you up in their bowl. Falls down on Harry still. So what was the comparison between oil and how terrible? Not how terrible. People, I'm sure I wish I should have stuck in Harry. Just like those like so to again. Shema HaMishcha in the beginning of Aaron, there is no issue as well. But I died in Aaron knowing. It's still Aaron was concerned. I'm a shell emotional about like now. I'm emotional but maybe I got some enough oil that was not my kind of people. Not just a basketball, but I'm not beautiful. You name I told my name. Sheves Achim Ganyachon. But Moshe Loma'o, Achim Loma'o. The Pasuk says, Achim Loma'o, so rather than together. Just like Moshe, I didn't think you are Aaron. Don't worry, you can make you have Moshe. I think very Shon HaMishcha is always sitting at the fear of Aaron. But say, when is Shon HaMishcha, put on apply to someone, Shon HaMishcha represents goodness. Shon HaMishcha represents cycle. Shon HaMishcha represents Jesus or something. Chazal would tell us what Shon HaMishcha always remains on the beard of Aaron. Was as wet as the daylight to tell you that Aaron's excitement for the Torah, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first day. And ultimately, again, incredible metaphor. You know, the greatest challenge, I would say, is not generally speaking, observing challenge, the spirit of goodness, the spirit of excitement, the spirit like it's something special that we have the opportunity to do. The guidance of our calling does not seem to provide divine mandate. That's how it's ever good to provide divine mandate. The guidance of our calling is in something excitement like the day in which the Shon HaMishcha was first applied. Was a beautiful remark. Literally means the only anointing by a Maya, by a spring. By a spring, it should be much like Mahusa. Because the anointing by a spring was like a symbolically beautiful thing. The idea that just like the spring flows, so to again includes my life to flow as well. Shea Emar, Nayom HaHamelech was like such. This is a total side. You ever go to first, you're dozen, and take the word from it. Well, that's the equal spread. So say that is where cloudy stuff is stored and going to develop by the equal. It's incredible that you stand in that area. Okay, it's fun to do if you want it. But more fun than walking the order was to stand on the spot where literally you can't mouth features dropping for another that spot. So you might want to try to you might say, yeah, March, you might know, well, you want to have the American, but I go so like, oh, yeah, I was close to criticism from two thickies. Criticism. Posted by Snoop King. Let's see what this is about here. Please God, stop making Alright, hi, man, the boy picture. You must have shot Steve-O. Okay, listen to this. If a person wanted to know, they're going to live out the year right now. Now, again,
my guy.
I don't want to walk away with this. This person wants to live out the year right now. So what you know, maybe these sugar last are young things. They are showing take a candle during that service in Shabbat. These are showing people. But basically, a Russian city. What do you have? Where there is not a strong wind. You must shift the rock. If the candle remains lit, If you cancel remains lit, then what? They not the must shas. Those that you cancel remains lit, and those that you wouldn't without the possibilities, they can handle during a certain so they sit in a home where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're gonna live out here. Similarly, we'll not get body with the other case. Okay, number one. Number two. First of all, I'm going to be successful in business. I have a particular business venture that I want to undertake. Am I going to be successful or not? Well, part of the name, like master, and I want to be successful or not successful. Literally kind of go, buy yourself a reason. Buy yourself a reason. Eat shaman something so these two get stacked. I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? That's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three. How about the way I made your uncle? Well, why would they? Because they're about to do something. We're going on a trip, and I want them to come back. I want them to make it back right now. So what should I do? So what happens? I was going to see them. They come a base at the condo. So it's like ultimately they can go to a home that is dark. Not that it's pitch dark, but that it's dark. Because of the boy of the world, the shadow of the shadow, laid the heart of the hospitals. Then you know ultimately again that you're going to come home. Don't say, so just I want to question the average. What is going on in this spot? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so let's say, so the man shop, again, I'm going to hold you correct this down. Sorry, maybe shop is not, and we'll talk about it. So let's say, so the man shop is going to be good. I don't understand. There's a typical prohibition of those synopsis. Not allowed to engage with one of the prohibitions. Don't do omens. Don't do omens. The Masha says something absolutely amazing. The Masha says, listen, people keep the Gemara, the person wants something without fear or not. So what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Make a candle, put it in the home where there's not a lot of light. And what does the Gemara say? If it's lit, then you're going to live. We'll say, what does the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice the Gemara says something, the default setting of life is that things are going to work out. The person has to have an expectation that things in life are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I really own it, and you own it first, the positive outcome, then what? Well, that's not a omen. What is that? What is that? That's life. That is an affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it. Again, that's an omen then. So it's like an amazing sowed. When the Gemara talks like these omens are here ultimately again to affirm the positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlet, outlook of the Jew. So these omens confirm the positive outcome. Fantastic. You think it says something negative, simply ignore it. I'm not doing the matter of justice much longer, please. Because you understand that God knows this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people that are waiting for the sky to fall. Sometimes for good reasons. Sometimes because they have a lot of life trauma, a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes they think a lot of just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Torah wants us. The Torah wants to have a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural people. I will say, you say to yourself, okay, you have that mindset if everything works out. Again, you realize test my spiritual battle. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time. It didn't work out next time. It didn't work out for the last 25 years. I'll say the next 25 is going to be great. I'll say that's the power of the Jew. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's a good sign of you. The most I think you want to end off. The Gemara says, the my suggestion Gemara says, don't pay attention to only why. The Gemara says, no, my culture, I can't miss the last one. You don't see what the problem is. The problem is beautiful that my story is. You hear that kind of life, and watch. It goes out. Suddenly, not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, never the Gemara says, you know what, you're better off just stay away from not only just stay from type of symbols in general. But let's say, yeah, the Gemara says something just to hold on to, very excited. Oh my God, Ashton, the other Simba Milsi. Let's say, you see this? This is the Gemara. Somebody said, now that you told me that only are significant, signs are significant. Get ready for this also. Some of my son. The only thing radio for that statement Shasa was a for a person. You should always look at that. Notice again. So here's so so I go to students the Bechel. Was it the fact that this Gemara appears here in the Sefer Sharias and Yos? And we'll say two different yourselves. One is the left side, one is the Bechel. Especially this moment. So now that we said that what it opens us the person on the Shana should look at this. Draw, Rudya, Karsi, Silvi, person should be good, and so it's like, understand? We do this. This is Siminosa. We do this at the Shana. Right? You sit down and go through a whole bunch of things on the Shana. Where does that practice come from? That's the Gemara. What's it like? You're actually just the moment. I should say over here.
Sure, we'll get to that later.
Rashi says, look on the left hand side of Rashi, down us, short by Tishar, but the Christ is still becoming why these items. Now, how do you guys do that? Don't say, Shariakos. Well, say, Rashi said, amongst these things that they grow fast. They represent vitality. So each of us is different because the curve goes down from the different curves. The reason we eat these items is because of the pain, which also we see the Yuratzon somehow are a play on the stands. Rashi says, no, the denominator amongst these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately, again, we begin to shut up with those items.
If it was another person, it'd be fine. Like,
says, why does one want to say with this? Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates. Fish, lantern. This is not my thing. I don't. So what would you recommend? Well, that's good. And so I say, so why I don't like it? What do you do? But the Bible says there's still a being that you can put them on the table and to look at them and to recite something based on the skills of the Gemara. Everyone thinks it's just a mechal, just to eat. It's not true. Even if you're not going to eat it, there's a being ultimately to have it. But that says to look at it. It's incredible. It says, I'm sure the way. What's it? I'm sure she said to the son. What do you want to call them? The other day, learn the Mishnah before you go to your end. What did you learn? So learning requires preparation. We can't just show up. We must prepare themselves. So he says, review your Mishnahs. And then go before your end. Yes, he's coming. And when you sit before your end, this cousin of the look at your records now. Look at your records now. You see it? How you and never wrote as far as okay, such a interesting. We know that much. You know, we should be looking at our day. So you have to look at your lips as the words are coming out. Garcisu, Garsu, I'm married to my. When you learn by a river. Sounds nice. Learn by a river. If he hates the Mashkanaya, was in the single and ultimately again the word flows, so your learning flow as well. People, I'm going to call it the rest of my class. People, I'm going to go over this. And better to sit, better to learn in the garbage, or better to sit actually, learn in the garbage of Rasa Makasya, and don't live in the palaces of the good. Let's look at that in just a moment. The Rasa Makasya, how about we know Rasa Makasya? How about they come and they move the Lord of the Ashba, what's the Makasya? The Lord of the Ashba. Get it to the garbage dump. So, they will mention the Makasya, and mention what is that? The Makasya was an incredible walking Torah, but for these not as much. These are one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history was different, cause was different. Better to live in the garden in a Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not from a home. Furthermore, talk that it was get better shit. And down to myself was another type of fish. Better type of fish. This golden fish that without spoil. And Kusa or Rabbi Rothschild was a higher end. So better to eat a fish that's almost really bad than to eat the fine dip of Kusa. So that means what? Be careful how many pleasures in life you attach yourself. Because I always say the more pleasures a person uses, the higher the material up is, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son it's better to get by on the future fish than to have to require the Kusa. Because once you require the Kusa, again, it's going to be a lot more material that can be gathered. So he's teaching his son all of these incredible lessons. Living in a Makom Torah, even if it means living in a garden house, better than going out and living in a mansion somewhere that's out of Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because the other materialism, both of them, listen, we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity to move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity. And so these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately sometimes it's an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Rama Kari Belokai was in the pasuk says, literally, my horn was lifted to Rabbi Rothschild. Rama Kari Belokai. Literally, I will say that this horn reference to the horn. My horn and not my jug. David is going to with oil inside of a horn. So their manner came for show you but show you their manner points out that the word usually cracks as opposed to a horn. Inherent yours. So because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarchy is yours. Those who are anointed from the half, their monarchy is yours. I'm going to show you some missions. Once we're going to go back a little bit to tomorrow. Remember again, the mission is the distinction between God who was anointed with Shara Mishka versus the God who was Ruba and Gadi. That's the Marshana, but Mashiach Yachol. And so Yachol Dala. So it says Mashiach. So maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the money. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the God, maybe refers to the God. I'm calling Yachol. If it's his point, I'm going to look at even the person who is anointed with the Kohanic vestment. I'm going to Mashiach. Therefore, the pasuk says Mashiach. Mashiach, Yachol Mashiach. If it just says Mashiach, I'm going to put that in the website, who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. This pasuk is talking about special power of the point God. I'm going to put that even this is going down to war. I'm going to learn the Hakol. Therefore, was that the pasuk goes that it uses the same version of Hakol. Mashiach, Shina Mashiach Al Davam. Who is anointed, which means there's no one anointed above you. By Mashma, the Rabba, Hayara, Hamizana, wasn't the same way the Pasuk talks about Hayara. It means, again, the second part. Yeah, it's not that. Hamashiach, when Hamashiach, the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because everything we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. And God will ultimately was one amongst those who are anointed. Yachol Melech was the verse before that. If I met a phone of positive Mashiach, maybe that's the first thing he came. Melech, how are you doing? Because the king was like king in birth. That's something that's awesome. You see big apart, started with nice. You can just say it. So before Shabbat, there's teachers, but I mean, I'm shaking this nice together. I'm going to do as follows. For accidental action, the sire, I'll have a double of his heart. Was in a piece of hell of double. Maybe you can have to think of that. Hamash Brother. Was it Russian redemption that the concept of Hamashiach ultimately going to refers to the Lord? By in being Mashiach, the Shona Mishkan was a that discusses ultimately the teaching the Mashiach, the Shona Mishkan, the Kohen Gadol who is anointed versus the Kohen Gadol who is Ruba of the Gadol. That's the love like for. I say Hamishkan does not look like the girl back there. Right there, the Ruba there, the blood time like he said, the Ruba of the Gadol, I'll this is really and even Luba the Vada was it even Kangado was not a bunch of time. It's a bunch of cars of the so these I'll call it supposed to bring a special hire of the Kangado very there. But the whole the concept, the only one who brings the special hire the Kangado was I do, is Kangado was a working shot at the shop. That's the Luba the Vada. My secretary, I was what I was like, Mashiach, even I already know that the first book called it was working shot at the shop. Luba the Vada, I don't know that he even refers to the college. Who is? I was always Hakoni Hamashiach. Ultimately, again, the Bible says Hakoni Hamashiach. The Bible so do we establish this? Like, grab on other things. Amos said, was a yes, but the end of that place. So, anything when the Shamish praise Shabbat, I love how you know you word on yes, I see this how you talk. Once again, what is the exercise to say? That there is no distinction between the Kohen and Shabbat. So, once again, the active Kohen God was the servant. The Kohen Shabbat was the Kohen Shabbat. That was the filling Kohen. He was the Kohen God again who filled in when there was something going on with the first Kohen God. So there is no distinction between the two except how you like special covenant and that seriously was an angel offering given by the Kohen God every day. So you are saying, who does that reflect? Some of the mayor. Those are that ultimately again reflects the of the mayor, the sign of that broke there. You know, those small the Kohen God. If something happens to the Kohen God, or some type of small, and they had to promote this. Kohen after Takto, and they appointed our place in Kohen God. I really sure those are out of us. Was it this section? What happened? When Kohen God number one comes back to it. What happened when he comes back to it? So this is what happens. So the first one had to go and come back. So he's now the practicing Kohen God. Shani, from Mitzvah's Hakinabo, so the Shani is now part of both sides of Kohen. Right there. We'll say ultimately, again, these words right here. So we'll say the mayor ultimately holds that the first one is like full-fledged Kohen. So what that means is that he just brings that it's not a logo because the license can't have people hiring people, but he's just a regular Kohen. But Yossi over Rishon close levels also. And Yossi is the first Kohen God goes to the service comes back to work. The Shani in a row, you go to the Kohen, goes to the Kohen. And what happens? The second guy will say, nothing. He's got the Kohen God and he can't be a regular Kohen. And this is not so interesting. My sick Yossi that he needs to worry about it happened. There was lots of episodes of Yossi that he was the Kohen God. She'ira both saw the Kohen God. But how about when you know after so this is what happens. So there was this episode of the Kohen God. The Kohen God got upset. And what happened was he appointed another person. And then when the first thing looked at that work, what happens? When the second the replacement Kohen God, but when the crew Kohen God was Kohen head. Once again, the replacement was now out of the job. It's going to be a Kohen God and a Kohen head. Why not? Kohen God will be shouldn't be. Was, in general, again, Kohen God was supposed to have last. So it can't keep going. It doesn't work. Right? It doesn't work. You can't be kings, you can't be Nolan. Again, it actually won the war leader. So, and furthermore, when head goes, you should not have got for the state. So, you can't go back to the Kohen head goes either. Why not? Because there was a once you get a Kohen God, you can't go back to the Kohen. It doesn't make sense. Marvin Bakor is the book. Was a statement, I don't know, based on this. They should have one of the state of the coming to the creation of the field for Abba. The state of the good of the state already they were there already saying, say yes, they should have one say yes, there is no reason. Yosef our bread, Yosef said, no, I am not that. Everybody tonight. Also, Shreddy's got the fucking different variety of things. Different parts. Rava Amr Shilling, some of them there, the Hagah, we call it out. Rava says, not for the Shilling. They also hold, like, that you can get in 1 piece. This keeps it coming in the other way. It's the sign of Bar Shilling, going head joke. Was in one other difference between Kohen God and Kohen head joke. Able and the difference is, Hagah, call it close. Number one, it's a special power that only Kohen God brings if he transgresses something. The power of the keeper, the power of the keeper, Nasir Saiba had a special meaning to Rokuri. I want to say that watch this. Below Korea, below Korea. I want to say furthermore, again, the Kohen suffers loss. Both Korea doesn't let his hair grow long. Right? And Kohen does not go ahead and tear his clothes. About Kohen and the Maka. So I say, what kind of Kohen doesn't know what discusses here again? There is clothing from the bottom. We'll discuss that in just a moment. The head shows you the bottom. But a head shows you, we'll say this case, the head shows what? A regular Kohen prepares clothing from the top, Brad Davis. They aim at time of the Kohen. And we'll say, leader again. And the Kohen doesn't have the ability to go and time it even for his clothing, for his trousers. Musa Allah and the Kohen can only marry the Spot. Ra'asr the Almana, and cannot marry, Kohen can marry Almana. ومعصية شرطية تكون برضه ultimately taking last road safely clearly but ومكتب only to go ahead and offer Kabbalah's legal only was never get a needle to create to get a burial the Oka was an even you can offer up the carbon during this time of animals of that carbon during that time. The holy doesn't see the portion of Kabbalah's offer during the time of animals. Not the feeling Barosh, below the feeling Barosh. We'll say if you can go back to offer a carbon, you'll have to cut the line. And you can go ahead and offer first, they don't have to Barosh. And we'll say, again, use the limit to take this portion of any carbon before any other carbon. The Shamish is smaller cable. Whereas we different garments, the Chalavodah, some people feel Shira Ella Bo. And I will say again, the entire about the kipper is only kosher with him. It's only to be done. I will say first 5 on the days of days. Contact almost kosher Kadasha. I will say ultimately again, the first rules regarding the social couple things ago. Regarding your family is not there when you arrive. Your only rules regarding something to do with the base Hamikdash and laws of Tumah. So ultimately again, he is hot. Their body doesn't have a special target on that. The Chula is going to the Ruben I will say the truth is all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is Shemin HaMishkan, also apply to a Gadol with Ruben with one exception, puts the Kara and Negi HaKalah. We'll say except for the one thing which is a special power that is brought in situation with the Kohen Gadol produces something that is partial by Karis. Only a Kohen Gadol was anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is Ruben of the Gadol, who is anointed was putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not bring that power. Kula Noagim the Rashiach Shavar. It was all of the halachos of the Kohen Gadol also apply to what? To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of a job. Right? The replacement Kohen Gadol was the Kohen Gadol from the Rashiach Shavar. Supports how you learn about CSA. Essentially, again, the Tag of Kippur, and then the Chulan Inner Dog from a structural problem. I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol who was linked to the purpose of the workforce, and to learn how to move the power. Exception of 5 things for Stephen to run both Korea, but also suffering the loss of the personality. Was not allowing his hair to grow, right? Nor does he go really highly grow, but he grows the clothing, not coming to the job. What's the hour of the spot? What's the hour of the spot? Ross and the Almana. Not married Almana. Well, Max says how it's actually, you go to this test, ultimately to watch, there are no exactly the come the company, Max is. There was an ultimate again, the point was struck with Mama. His death does not allow the exact to come back. There was a weakness of coming about whether or not the death of the struck with Mama allows the exact to come back. Hi, you might have seen this has your own consideration. Okay, I talk about 9 Shabbos later on, I talk about who was what we said before. That the court can remove the judge of the Santa R. Russia, the Mary says that. But what's the 8th part of our world? Again, the Christ just said before that the coin was will come off. It's considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed. The coin was struck to someone that gets struck. That applies to the coin was struck will come off. Section of 5. So those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. He again doesn't let his hair grow, doesn't tear his clothing, doesn't become coming to those relatives. He has to marry a Surah, and he can't marry an Almana. So we'll say, says tomorrow. How do you, where do you know this? Get the fuck out the car. Nobody get the fuck out the car. I just hang out. What? So where were somebody hiding? Is that right? Hold on. like the coin was given in that coin goes what's the first coin goes I said you talk about road show shut on this we'll put oil on his head. Yeah, a shot for fun. I said this is the first one the coin was going for more. Maybe I said all the motions have got it. And little thing again he throws his hands. Go to where it was the first special call coin of coin goes. Seven ruble got it. We'll say it's the first old coin again to put it on the coin goes. By putting on a special vestment of the coin goes. Kula Omer, Rosholo, Yibra, the God of the will say that all of these moments, will say when you are a coin of Shua Kafala, like when you are, when you're a coin God of the Shua Kafala, all the ruler, nothing, the halach is the most of us, and all of them are said, Rosholo, Yibra, do not cut your hair and you're not the labels, and the God of the do not tear your clothes. Call the bunch of things for double. Don't become in contact with any parts. Don't go back to the owner. I'm going to touch up over there. Of Kabbalah's Kavanitos. I'm a Romar. You need to actually discuss our called Allah. What's in the past? Said through me, found of the anointing oil is on its head. Allah, the law of Kabbalah. Over the again, if I can't find out, like Palestine. So what's in the Kabbalah was going to show that Mishka, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up the while he is old. That is the end of our other Kohanim. Even though all of the Kohanim troubles, remember again, we have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There's the Kohen Gadol, who's the early son of Ishmael, then there's the Kohen Mashiach from Haman, Kohen Gadol, there's Kohen Shiruma, like the Kohen Gadol, the Abigail, Kohen Mashiach. All of these people are in status. In general, all have to do what we say, basic halachas. We're just putting exceptions over here. The halacha nice again for hakravas and ta'animus. Maybe also only the maybe ones don't have. I will know my opinion. If the ones that is positive, is where people come from. All of that in the field of kids are like, I was in reality, it's my focus tonight. We should have so that was it a positive? It's a matter goes ahead and makes it we'll say after the guys and the children, once again keeps them all together, then the obligation to marry the woman who's in the Sunnah. These deserve Bishwari. وعمر إني أنا الشعب محمس كيوم محمس يوم الجاي was some people says I don't know was it Rashi says over here Rashi says other Mahmas Mubarak however that people other Mahmas also the Havana. So I only know who this one is. So let's do as follows. I only know that there's only other show Mahmas Kayom. Even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because once you see a similar issue, even during that time when you can't go ahead and work with the Kohen Gadol, I still have there's a coalition for denying Amara. How do I know Mahmas Mubarak? Because I don't know that even if a Kohen was, let's say he has some type of significant law, which renders it unfit for the woman, which doesn't work out just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Amara? I will not marry this. It was a Pasuk says which tells us that in one case, people of Gadol cannot marry an Amara, you only marry a Yisrael. Was it? This is the following next question. Bamine Rama, Mashiach Shara Mahu Ba'amara. Was this the discussion? What happens if you claim Mashiach? The Danite Kohen. He got saras. So once obviously he gets saras, he cannot function as a Kohen Gadol. Obviously, he can't go into his own saras. So say, what's the shayla? Mahu Ba'amara. Can he marry an Amara? Can he marry an Amara? Now he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because of the saras. Can he marry an Amara? I wasn't at this night here because he can't marry because he's healed. He can't serve as a married. But the nice for the period that he has saras, he's permitted to be married to an Amara. So he wants to be chazak. Do we say that once you were the Kohen Gadol, and then what? Remember, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that's status. So where do we see that? Remember again that even after he's going after the Kohen Gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the bar. The right to cover of the Kohen Gadol. So we say mitchazak. Once Kohen Gadol always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if he can't actually serve, he cannot marry an Amara. Well, was a lady in the middle. There's a condition tonight on Mona is a function of being active by God. Once you are set aside from being like God because of your task, tonight on Mona, the other be a day. It was when like a brother asked Shaila of the black. They're not going to know. So what happened? We've seen the Hamidas who that Papa become a kind of way. So now Papa was saying, and he's asking his question. Mama, you not break them down for that Papa. So I said, what happened? So Papa was asking his question. What happened? So who knows the son of Allah, the sex of Papa? So you know, they're in the mission of any other shop of Machimas. I only know what you are calling it. Who was it like African very zero. Actually, published by Amara. I only know that this is not like this cause of the same the prohibition of that of only nine parts of school applies. Other Machimas moving guys, I know also that only is not like service because it is more. There's also the prohibition of unmarried certain women's civil rights. I'm a woman I think. Also, the word moving means what? You really show this like that means that he is always in the status of a co-young. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, he is the co-young, and therefore, even if he has a woman and can't actively serve, so pop up there. Answer the question. So beautiful. So come Nash that Papa got up on his head. Yohei even his daughter in marriage. Okay, so such a beautiful Gemara. I'm sure Chris told that. But the Lisa after you that, you went ahead and gave him a kiss and he let's do it on the mission. Going God, I want to say, so remember doing that's very fascinating. Going God, pouring in the mouth of the head of the mouth. Going God goes ahead and pouring in the mouth of what? There's his clothing. The event that's not something the boss. Because Kriya on the bottom of his clothing, the head of the mouth. The regular point is Kriya on the top. Going God will not be rolling, but going God will just go ahead and up the top of his below all time. But he cannot the offer, but he can't do it. The head goes will not be below. So say they get a coin, can't offer and can't eat it. Can't offer and can't eat it. Alright, the back to the back, the manage. What does it mean? The bottle does clear on the bottom, and the coin head goes clear on the top. So say that says that literally again, it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the head, right? And top of the garment, the woman taken by the neck, by the neck. So you want to see no. The matter is we'll say below the neckline. So we'll say kind of see like a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right like the color bar, like a shirt on a t-shirt. Like the neckline is like reinforced, right, Doug? So Mar says, Lamata means below the reinforced neckline. That comprises. I think fucking like city trying to so the type so the cars so right but goes well below the neckline. So let's go run backwards. And when it cuts the one, because at the neckline, they cut the top of the garment. That's the gravel. So imagine another cut not the neckline, but rather the garment itself. What's the top of that? Because if you cut the garment itself, then what happens? The hair might not necessarily be visible. So my focus ultimately is exactly what it's about. So my focus not is ultimately again where we are actually cutting. What is the model of the matter? God says the matter is good to bottom of the that's where the Kemba is fighting. The model is not to come down to the Bayeka is cutting. Shmuel says no. The model means at the neckline, that's where the Kemba that's where the Bayeka is cutting. And the matter means what? The matter means below the neckline, that's where the Queen Double is cutting. Makes sense. Economy is what runs about so coming suffer to know. Runs up. You don't have to come suffer to know. What's the extra goes in suffer to know. We'll pick up an answer some of this next stage. Go ahead.
I was like, yeah, talk that shit now. Yeah, like, I get that. That woman, I mean, to be a woman and have to deal with that must be
just so smart fashion to continue on. Always have to sway you by taking all of our sponsors. Thank you. Our annual commentary sponsor, the top Shin Menu Club, is basically very self. Dedicating optional instructions this year is Swiss. So it's Hello Strong. I'm very sponsors for the month of Elul. We're going to get it over. We have to make sure we're out inspired. I'm going to play Usher Keepers, going to drop off with the original classes, 7, going to drop off Kilos. About you all, about Strong, we're going to shit the answer. I'm very sponsors that we're showing you the lyrics to the national stuff it's from founder. I got this stuff. I use it in cover and a jack over the symbol of the drop off. And I went to the sponsors quickly, got that shit go. And great sure the air take machine. Precious if he does, never got, but if he does, he's like, shower us with the solos to allow us to drive all of our tears, struggles, concerts, all of the widows, all of the orphans, all of the broken parents who are going to be living something with this violence that is overwhelming to think about. And now I hope that so that's actually doing how we sell clothes, how they're showing higher, which just results in this showing to usher in so it's helps. This is that let us be big not this that less. You have to pick up the whole session. You're picking up the whole session. Picking up behind. Everywhere else. Yeah. That's like so we were picking up like that fence. So here's session together. Well, we got actually design on the kids having each. So this is that sounds so a lot of good things. Today, we got a lot of drugs. Well, I should have some very interesting part about today's guy. Well, we are very beautiful. That one is just it's totally it's fantastic. What's also interesting is that a lot of the Schneider's and now we get out of the focus, which is good. A lot of like derivative sources, how we get different things, but the next part of the music in the show, they just seem to show us pretty much something like what you get. Right? And we'll that's something that I love fun. And then the next show will kind of explore out about how we arrive at that particular, how we arrive at that particular conclusion. But once they get that's that solution. This is only ways. I got the $1 should that's my sense. Once I come in, it's the content of this meeting reports over and over and over. Now, also, one of the things that you learn to notice was vacillating the lack of halachas, right? As opposed to the first parak, which was pretty much all about the erroneous suck of the taste, right? That's what it was all about. If you didn't see it in the second parak, we started moving again with the halachas concerning the Gadol, and now threw in a little bit of sink matter, and then also goes back afterwards to the discussion about the taste. So now this is the so when we get into it, interesting, excited, how to have a level expert in what? It's just two things. This was yesterday's stuff that we reinforced over and over and over. What do you need? You need Hello Dara means a mistake in the sock, and we know all the attending details to that. What kind of sound? A psak that uproots a detail in a mitzvah, but not what? Not the mitzvah in its entirety. Okay, so you have a dollar. Don't shoot us myself. Shoot us myself. Means you're halach l'maisa. Then there is accidental activity based on that erroneous psak. Okay, because you know Shia. But that same applies to a Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol's only time is hard with what? Halam dollar, erroneous psak. Shoot us myself. Different people will Kohen Gadol over again, and if they speak about all the information yesterday, it's all different. Based in Constance for Rome. So, Kohen Constance for Rome, Kohen Gadol. Good. We go about what it's doing. We're going to have a double shoot this one. So, we got those all. I always are ultimately what is only rival. Situation once again, where there's hell of fellowship, that's what the last thing to say that. However, gets his own card from this year. So you want to play it because the color is different, also the criteria is different, it's not the same thing. So it's hell of better, should have that's myself. The running is followed up ultimately by inadvertent accidental action based on that erroneous essentially what we know this one. So once the policy says you should go ahead and make a mistake. Right? Don't make a mistake. Russia the policy is the card actually says you should the cat of the account. So tell about it, you should up with the ship this place up. You might have thought that maybe there's liability just for accidental action without kind of dollar coming with my yes, you get a lump please I have a shoot this myself. Okay? So let's say we're dollar boys, you need both. Helen Dubber, followed by accidental activity. Pretty much, yeah. So for that different level, you know, it really knows what it's in. Ashmas or Yeshia, it's in some discussion yesterday. That the Torah itself equates the Ashmas Ha'am, which is an additional phrase. We will ultimately again, I love to see the point level, which I love to see the low, Ba'avodah Sochab, and Halam Never Shei, that's my son. So we really know that the Lord said that the single of a price level is Zara. That means we get any price level is Zara. Both the Rodis, Saks, inadvertent activity. And this one, like, the shares of us. So, hopping in the maximum, since Apple Zara is wise, remember again, it has a seer to get from the carbon. So, I'm going to plug you up when you tell you about shit that's myself. I'm going to put the shoot always be buying just in case accidental activity. Even if there's no erroneous Saks. Yeah, not on the end, but then I'm not alone. We'll see to some of the just like they get that car, I love never to see, but you require I love never shoot this one. So Afghan so to buy Obisara, Afghan in Hayabi Allah, I love never shoot that's myself. Okay, incredible. He's like a character. Let's go public. We'll cut 20 lessons. We'll look at it. It was interesting enough. Not because of the explanation of what God wrote was business money. These are doing the original effect. That is Sanya, Mashiach, Let's go public. Let's over the shit that's myself. But over the hell of Dava. So we're going to say very interesting. So it turns out that there is a yes by a coin model who makes an erroneous money. The accidentally does have all this on. But accidentally goes on. Reggie says the coin model is hiding from this covered by all this on. Even without an erroneous sign, just accidental activity. That's the sheet of that. And the Tommy saying, no, in order for the coin model to be hiding, it's carbon, it's in covered by all this on. Both have a cover and shoot that's myself. Shoving, decided to shove it to the seer, over to the paper in the seer. Shoving should maybe Asham cover, both through that under no circumstances does the point ever be Asham cover, Asham cover, I need to salute, and to peaceably may have been said that. So the result is not bringing Asham cover, but the state was a show that. This is what these donor cards shake us up, not us. Now again, it does that's initially again mentioned ultimately again. Obviously, donor cards shake us up because making mention as a bacteria or this is an idea which unintentionally is currents, unintentionally cause us. I have money hall, I have a tiny hall, who I give a hall. Often I have a tiny hall, who I give a hall. But we're going to go rather than says something you understand that by saying A, that's what it might happen to Reggie. So what's Reggie's logic? Let's come back to this for a second. Reggie said that I will call my son. Reggie said that I will call my son. What about this? I would be senior for a body Zara, even without having a number. As long as it's just shit against my sack, then like we're just going to get that. I'm like, bro, you got 20 on that, Especially us, Mishkada. Gemara says, that refers to the Mashiach. That's the point of Hashem Keves, that comes after the activity. Zenos is that refers to the game of the Nasi. Because of Mishkada, that is Samar, said Mishkada behave. That says, in order to make identity for all you need is accidental activity. Rabbanan Sadi, Mishakataso Mishkada, that's a Mashiach Shekataso Mishkada, Alaba Alaba. So Rabbanan is saying, no, only refers to someone. Only refers to someone whose only responsibility is ready to turn to Shogeg. It's exclusive Mashiach or Mashiach Kodabo, with an liability if there's Helam Dabar, he never was sure that's right. So the Shach and both agree, ultimately, again, that he opens up a gold offering, just like the individual. No, we're going to come down with God. בנפש אחוס, אחד יחיד ואחד נשיא ואחד משיח, כולם בכלל נפש אחוס. All of them are included in this phrase, נפש אחוס, and then for all of them open up for all I said we go on. And then what we read in the Rabbanot, ultimately again we constantly like to again, that in order for a Kohen, in order for the Kohen to have liability, for that will result for anything else, this is carbon, what has to happen. Helam Dabar and Shiru, that's nice. That's how fast we always need Shiru. These needs over that right there from power Helam Dabar and Tzibor, and also if Kohen Mashiach requires both of those criteria for his personal liability as well. Half of that's Shani. So maybe I should tell you now on. But anyway, it means that a Kohen doesn't bring a national cutlet. Where do you know that? It's the keeper of a Kohen actually does not share Shabbat. Once it says that ultimately again, the Kohen will find the Talmud so a shared Shabbat. Or the Shogeg that was Shogeg Rabbi Savar, Misha Kol Chak Ol Shgaga. Rabbi says this refers to someone who the entire Shogeg, what does this mean? Rabbi says that Shekin Kol Chak Ol Shgaga, Ela Be'elam Gaba. This comes to show that this is hiding Hashem Talmud. Only someone whose liability is fully wrapped up in the commission of an act of Shogeg. But someone who requires another level, like the Kohen Gadol, who also requires what? Helam Dabar. Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. So the honestly, I guess it would be an unlikely situation. So what it says, and they were like, hey, give us a shot. Where they're like, hey, why does it say is liable to Hashem Talmud, someone whose complete liability is engendered by the commission of an act of Shogeg. Yatsa Mashiach, she'ein kol tzad ol bishkada, ela ba'avodos kavavos. The Lord of Shagger says, Ela, the Helam Dabar im Shiredas Maisa. So once I essentially to slow this down, the drop is as follows. Is Chayiv ultimately again in Hashem Talmud, someone whose complete liability is tamed in an act of Shogeg. But the Halacha Lemais again, doing something with Shogeg is not enough. For example, according to Rabbi Rothschild, or again, just the act of Shogeg is not enough for liability. Like means that Helam Dabar understands himself. Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. Incredible. So when it said Mishkada, that's a Mashiach, Shekata Mishkada. Love Avodas Kavavim. The Love Shabbat says, Ela Be'elam Dabar Shektas Maisa. Rabbanan will agree with that as well. So remember, because everyone agrees that a Kohen Gadol, ultimately again, is not subject to Shektas Maisa. It's not subject to Hashem Talmud. So what says, so therefore, take away message from this self-contained signal is that Allah for myself, both things as well as Kohen Gadol, only have liability for their Kabbalah. So remember, both cases is power, except by Avodah Zarah, where it's Sayer. The liability only comes about if Halacha Lemais again, there is both Helam Dabar as well as Shiras Maisa. Furthermore, and again, Helam Dabar mistake himself, Shiras Maisa accidental activity against another side, and every one of these that ultimately needed the these means Nordic Wago are subject to Hashem Torah. Incredible. Mishnah engaging Chayav and actually leaving the Hashem don't encourage this should be done so fast. So what's interesting, actually, we're going to talk about this Mishnah a little bit earlier on as well. What type of Aveda, right, are things reliable from? Right? So the first is, it's not really Aveda, only Aveda, where intentional commission of the Aveda would result in charis, and unintentional commission of the Aveda results ultimately in charis. So the meaning is charis, showing his chatas. So to the same criteria, by the Mashiach, the Lord Babolas Mochavim, and Shulu Al-Davar Sheshadol Charis, the Shulu Rasa Chatas. The Shimon Chopas Sabosal. So once example, just to give an example of this, it's easy asking based on the Koinotto Pastor. And probably so it's classic. So there's no hard calendar related to the and there's no hard calendar why. Because the punishment for being country, it's a lot. It's politics. It's got to be something where the stakes are much higher. So therefore, the only time that there is liability to get higher for basing, and the power ultimately against the Koinotto is type of Aveda where intentional commission is. Because unintentional is. That does say that all the church from no one. Where do we know this from? The sign of it over there. Allah, the name of Allah, the name of Allah. It says over here, Allah, the Noga, Hashem, Allah. So that's part of heaven, governing that word. And this is interesting. The other Allah about say is by Arias. By Arias. Sha'al Achim Shah, Osaka, Sword, the Gallows, and Rosa Allah, Kayah. The brothers and sisters. Right, so it says Allah over here, by Allah, and Allah by Allah. Allah among the versions of the country, nothing happens. Just like I was said by Arias. Intentional commission, ultimately again, is charis. Unintentional, like accidental commission of Arias, is what we happens. I've cancelled to the time of the next part called the versions of the charis. This should be also happens. Incredible. What's the fascinating meaning? It's Shabbat out straight. It's everything. So just Allah, because Allah by Pahal the Siva, Allah by Arias, intentional violation comes, accidental violation is Kados. So to Pahal is only one currency. Kados violations. Actually from Siva, but that's not another child of that Siva. Mashiach, how do I know that this criteria applies to Koinotto Sa'ad? It says, La'ash Masa'am, Hari Mashiach, it's Siva. As the Pasuk says, ultimately, again, La'ash Masa'am, says, remember again. What's interesting is we're always using the same. Once I know something applies, like how I'm government at Siva, then what? That extra phrase, like Koinotto, what is that? What is that? Remember again, Koinotto is not asking for the populace. Who's the Koinotto asking for? Who's asking for himself? So what is that actual Sa'am? All is coming to the process. Whatever is the process for the i.e., Power of government and sequence is the same process for the Koinotto. It's beautiful. So the word is as follows. The word says, Yashma Hari Mashiach is because the word says, we're not Nasi. We don't just refer to the big for the Nasi. We discuss. Sid, Gabi Nasi, the Asa, the Asa, has become a Sasha. When the Nasi says, if you perform one of the reasons, you get only ideas, but it's more. Also, Akas will call this false. Again, so here, Shabbat Mitzvot from Nasi to the Tzibor. Not Tzibor, but it's still Nasi to the Akas. Just like by the Tzibor, it's only like going to the power. If it's a type of Aveda that is intentional violations, intentional violations, Akas, Nasi, references that go with courage, should be also Akas. Beautiful. What's the Akas? It's like a fucking strong. Like, and everything, all the notes come together so incredibly beautiful. So what's like the tree from Russia. So remember again, this is teaching you a rule. What's the rule? Facing is only high part of the Sivar, calling only high his part in a situation ultimately again where, again for an Aveda, Intentional violation is Curry's. Unintentional violation is Titans. Where do you know this from? So for the sequel, Zero Shaba, Arayos, intentional violation, Curry's unintentional violation. Tatos. So again, things will be tied to the car. Tatos, I'm sorry, Curry's Tatos. Then Ashma Sa'am ultimately allows me to learn out coding from the PSD. And what about Nasi? Nasi ultimately again is the definite Zero Shaba of Mitzvahs from the incredible civilization.
You always eat right before.
Yellow tackle however, this applies ultimately again. Good luck as well as well. Ultimately, again, the functions in Nefesh, and ultimately again, to learn how pastoral audio, learn how radical and ultimately get the earlier functions. Incredible policies of the Ashton. So, see how it applies ultimately. But if you have all these so bad all these there's ultimately liability. Which they ask in regarding something again, intentional violation is Christ, unintentional violation is God bless. And the individual only is for an era which is done intentionally carries liability of colors and unintentionally carries the penalty of tax. And that's that's ultimately again what it really starts saying differently. The individual only brings a tax when it inadvertently violates an era that is subject to curse. As I was in general, Avodah Zarah is singled out, reckoned on its own. Whether again, Avodah Zarah is a severe close to a power. So Avodah Zarah is singled out as a judge on its own. Yaakov gives Hayabanaki al Dashin Zora Karetz, she does some tacos. When it comes to Avodah Zarah, you should be kind to everything. Even if it's not Karetz, she wants to never concentrate. They never allow them to do Shabbat, never eat it, not allow just like Sadi brings it. Every person don't encourage she does some tacos. Again, things that are kind of hard for something that intentional violation is part of spiritual tacos. So by Avodah Zarah, cover, so they don't encourage she does some tacos. So ask me from Siva. So I understand your attitude for when you see what's going on Avodah Zarah. Yossi, how do I know that this Halacha's considered Avodah Zarah applies to all these types of individuals as well? Oh my God, because the Pasuk says, the Nefesh Achas. The Nefesh Achas. Echad, the Nefesh Achas. Right? Echad, Yochid, the Echad Yossi, the Echad Yoshiach. Kulam is well, Nefesh Achas. Fascinating. So let's say, in Russia, Nefesh Achas teaches you the same halachas that we would have had in the Christ. She will also apply to the Achas. Any singular personality. What the singular personalities you're talking about? Because although it's covering an individual, you give a talk from the Nehalyo. And ultimately, any further work you go to learn out the latter subjects from the Yogi subjects, from the Yogi Sutra. Something from a non-democratic race. So let's remember again. All of this begins with what? All of this begins with the Shabbat between and Arayos. So you want to understand mathematically Shabbat together. So this works well if you accept the initial Zero Shabbat, like everything is told around initial Zero Shabbat. So we'll say that here's the problem. The Rabbanon use Haleh for some different words allowed to just. So we'll say that's how you love a space. That gave us a space. Right, so say so. Remember again, if you remember, one of the interesting things is that you're doing sexy bumps. So what happens if you're doing that forward? It does. And that is like a correlation between those two facts. Right, so say so. So ultimately, again, very close to guys. And now let's say that it happens to be that let's say one of his brother. Let's say it happens to be who they married his niece, which is Mutter, right? Because they married his niece. So now what happens? So now the two wives fall to his brother Shimon people. Who's obviously Shimon can't do even with his daughter. So what's now the home? Once he can't do even with his brother, all of the stars, all the co-wives from you as well. But I found out that we're out that halacha from halal. It's a more involved Russia. So there's an issue. But I found this halal for something else. If that's the case, then we need to be learning this concept that there is only anything liability for infraction, and if done intentionally is currents, and current actually is happening with this that I thought, with the name of that I thought. So the mother says, not to the rule was the first my life, we did not know the children in the brain. And then we looked up to the Torah Amos, Yalochet, Mose Bishtago, Dayefa Sheshet Asset Yad Yama. So literally again, the Bible said there's one Torah, for one mitzvah David in his right, and one who goes ahead and acts eventually. So let's say what is even here? Now it's interesting, this Torah Amos, and this is something like idolatry. Right? He said, the entire Torah is compared to Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah, Shechayav and Al-Torah, Parsha, Shekwas, HaKadosh. Just like my Avodah Zarah, you don't carry it for act, the senior. Or something that doesn't actually use carries unintentionally, HaKadosh. So to again, I obviously just does not work. I love it actually work. Hayav and Al-Torah carries Shekwas, HaKadosh. Incredible. Ash, if I yuck it. Yeah, that's a very I go to Nassim, Mashiach, Nassim, Mashiach, Big Baba, stuff, Big Shantin sauce. Right, Big Shantin sauce, see what you know. Okay, so we'll say, so once we have it already by you, ultimately again, we can apply it to all these other contexts. Right? Ultimately, my argument, what is ready ultimately considered for your short because once you're ready to the advanced value of the catch up, it's very not the inside. Ready will use the return exactly what's the reason. She wants to cover that concept rather than the issue. It is a thing that also comes down with the Zara. There's a distinction between the individual worships versus the larger group worship. What's the difference? Number one, you can rapid disciple one another. Let's say, so for example, if you're already Dachas, you worship the God, what do you do with it? They're chosen by the sword, and their property is destroyed. Right, their property is destroyed. The Gemara says, "You eat the skilo, umagonam kala." And if you need to worship the God, you must have number one is called the skilo, and number two, you don't have property. So there's property. So you don't call it not called the covenant of Satan. You want to put that there's Hamas are distinct as well. Kabbalah, Torah, Amos, this is what that you go down and use as an introduction point. Even though Halach and the Maisa, their questions are different for Rabbis versus the other ones that that would be. But also, again, they're primarily the same concept. But go turn that over. We go to the Kasha. I know it's going to fall off that house. Because the positive context is that she talked about it, but if they want to use the positive Kalamina, I would have first taken the distinction as well. So we want to make nice, but we didn't make a combined distinction. What else would be brought instead of a senior? So the Gemara says, nice car. You're going to bring a higher, they can't be or the shine is also the nice. Nice in what it says, not the or bring the car for others, obviously, Torah is singling out of Torah. What that means that was us. So how would it be that we give a car that looks like all the other factions? Nice, how we always see like Kapos, if you open two things. Apart from always see for a Kapos, see for a Kapos, but probably nice. Ultimately, I think it's but it's simple and things from Zara. Nice, see, not see, Shanti says we can see, we can see, but not see, always brings that by other factions. So we want to nice and see, maybe you should go for the sheep. We want to lucky, but now you're any Kabbalah. Ultimately, again, for lucky, you don't swing it in the practice. This is the Kabbalah, see what nice Kabbalah, you see your Kabbalah. It is like this, what brings ultimately, again, Kabbalah always see for Kabbalah. How do you nice it up? Maybe this is the opposite. A Kabbalah Kabbalah is so low. So it's the email Kabbalah. But that's the distinction. It requires a distinction, but there's only a distinction. I'm much more than also than Kabbalah Maisa. Again, Torah Achbash is much more Torah Achbash. The nice you call Achad, see it. Once when it comes to Kabbalah, everyone brings the same karma. Everyone is fascinating. Everyone is bringing a seer. Whether you are in that left, right? You know, the coins are a little more young. Everyone is bringing the same cover ultimately again for the faction. The Pasuk says, this is what Hashem spoke to Moshe. And it says, this is what Hashem commanded Moshe. This is the mitzvah, what's the example of a mitzvah that ultimately is stated by Hashem, but was also commanded to us by Moshe Rabbeinu? What's the mitzvah like that? Have you ever you must remember again, after this one was like the first few episodes, I know the Hashem of God. Well, we are the fire of the master. I'm actually God, do not have any other God. So on the one hand, after this one was himself, told us the prohibition of idolatry again, multiple times by Moshe Rabbeinu. The turn out there is a short ability from a year and a half to be able to do it. And ultimately, the first few goes with just as a sign. This is why this in general was like, why is it that for the Shibboleth every day so connected on our own side? I think that it's actually pretty profound. If we only heard two things from God, we should get mad. Right? It says mankind. Man always heard God's what were the two things that man heard God speak? Right? I am Hashem your God, and not any other gods. That's the only thing his mother told his wife, don't worship idolatry. And the prohibition, please worship the most often in the Torah is, don't worship idolatry, worship God. Worship God. It's like he's jealous. Like he's jealous, he doesn't want to sin on the gods. It's the simple thing of it. What is that for the idolatry? What does the shed about relationship? That's what he's got. And by the way, I want to point out, it's fascinating. It's not just for honest relationship with us. Because who else has a focus on idolatry? Who else has it? Shepherds is going to go. So when God says to you, is what idolatry entails. It's a relationship. That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
Well, last time you were on, we didn't really get the chance to watch the movie, but we brought you back today and started watching Vision. Yeah, it is fun. Yeah,
that's right. One of why people that are doubting over because idolatry distracts from relationship. Idolatry distracts from relationship. What I want to know is to do in this universe is relationship. And I don't say separate relationship. But it's important to say what it tells us. And it really sounds about the people type. And you have no relationships. All the things type, it's all about establishing that relationship. Passes over and over again because it's just knowing it's you. All I want is a relationship. And all I want you to want is a relationship with you. Incredible. So my goes like that. Today I'm short of time. There's no time. I know I should see that shit, but I will go take a easy piece from she and which ultimately again was the issue that was being debated. However, the first covered ultimately again, first week's of the Shakespeare class was like galaxy. Was like the models are essay it's a society model. Yet they told that the attendance is like a 9,000 that model was before I see that. It's seen by the church to cross over the book. I would have had a job, TV shows in a color. I would say the initial structure that spoke about seems to hold a little bit better than this last structure. Okay, that's incredible. One which actually takes us back a little bit to our Shavuos days. This is the beginning of the second Shavuos. So let's remember again. Also says as follows, and then just being carved out. There's no liability. There's no liability. And you remember now we use all that together. There's no liability. Now, one of the Asinas and most Asinas that make Dutch, Tullah. For example, the server was Tiger Belly. How do you explain that? Yeah, exactly. They said, you're allowed to go into the student Tullah. If you touch the sheriff, you're allowed to go into the student Tullah. I'll say that number again. Tullah is under certain circumstances can college berry and the countries they actually still could think that it is bacteria. But I'm not going to say when you think that you see I'm not going to say things that are kind of asking regarding what we call Tumas Dutch in Kadasha, which means anything to do with Tumah in Dutch, there's no power. It's just being in the word says, but everything that Allah said, I was into the Dutch, anything between Asham Kabuli, Allah said that I was at the ship. Furthermore, you don't put in Asham Kabuli regarding that synagogues are sitting dealing with Tumah in the Dutch. I often Allah says, I was at the ship in the Dutch, but I'm not going to say that the only time ultimately again, a path, or a single say, that's when it comes to Dutch, that's what it's Asham Kabuli, Allah said, I was at the ship in the Dutch. And once I got the rest, you do it as a funny, but it's very hard to change with his life. She's a suffix, ultimately, Asham Kabuli, everything which does a ship in the Dutch, once we can, we're going to discuss the same right now. Follow Shmuel Hayyudah. So once we see that, Halacha writes a partially in the hands that a man has to separate from his son, himself from his wife, and his children. Now, Halacha was that that's what he was usually done, but he can ultimately, again, consider the concept of bringing this, he also has to separate. Or this has no separate. I'll come on, and this is also so that we don't have to do the second one. So we'll say, we're going to see what I'm trying to talk about. Asham Kabuli, so we'll say, we're going to ask the Shaila, from where ultimately again do I know this? The Halacha myself, Rashi says, Shum Kabul Olam Kadosh Kabul. I don't know the Halacha myself, the only time that there is liability is when the prohibition we generate the Kadosh Kabul, or at least about using Yamar Ba'ashim, the Kadosh Ba'asham Kabul. He says Ba'ashim, that there's liability both by Kadosh and Asham Kabul. The Yamar Ba'asham will be simple, not Ba'ashim, roughly, the Kadosh Kabul, just like ultimately again, ultimately Ba'ashim Ba'ashim is talking about a case where there's definitive Kadosh liability, but Asham will be simple, the Kadosh Kabul. So the Asham will be talking about a situation where there's what's called the Kadosh Kabul, but simple, the Kadosh Kabul. Asham Kabul Yami. So we actually saw this conversation in Syria. And the Asham Kabul only comes about in a situation where there was definitive knowledge, they would be all the Kadosh Kabul. Cover all the knowledge knowledge. The gas is ultimately again, usually high, but cover all the other, which is a variable carbon, which we'll discuss. Where it says, yes, so what's this? This is talking about Saras Hadaris. And so that's the whole trying to complete the process ultimately again of when the coin checks initially when it's back to check and it's zero shove. It's based on the Shabbat coin, the Kra coin, you know what? The words are similar. So you see here you can get the Shabbat based on similar words. But any let's say the actually do something that's called Shabbat. So he's coming to Hashem. Rabbi says you're right. Done it. The Hashem for Mitzvah Hashem. The Hashem Mitzvah Hashem. When you can make the Zero Shabbat, it is a choice. If you make the Zero Shabbat, ultimately again with similar words, which is dissimilar words, you will always go ahead and go with the similar words. I'm going to actually the Hashem the Hashem the Siyas Abon with the Hashem the Siyas Abon. So I'm making Zero Shabbat, the Hashem the Siyas Abon. Why not go ahead and make it Zero Shabbat? So I don't know the Hashem Mitzvah Hashem. Asher lo seasena, maybe Asher is Hashem lo seas. So it's a lot of problems and we're doing exact crazy and a lot of things we got to learn Shniasko, in YouTube Hashem, the Thomas Mikdash the Kedashah, should be there by head, Hashem Mitzvah Hashem, Asher lo seas. Say the Lord say, I'm not going to mess up, we're essentially establishing the criteria or idea of Shabbat between the context which is based on Hashem, Mitzvah Hashem, Asher lo seas. If you have those three ultimately again, it's Allah and free. But it's important to understand that ultimately Shniasko, includes assignment, and Thomas Mikdash the Kedashah, not share those spaces, therefore we cannot make things in Shabbat. So I'm not going to say I'm sorry, I don't want to do that. Bottom line, what's the takeaway? No idea. Like, what's the takeaway? So again, remember, this is why I mentioned this thing is a good thing is remember, no one's arguing about the Mishnah. Highest the Mishnah says it is exactly how long all the Gemara this kid is trying to say how the Mishnah arrived at its conclusion. I'm going to do it myself. That's saying it by Rabbi Rothschild. So by the way, just to understand, just remember, if you want to touch it, stop and just touch the insurance. Just touch the girl also. But again, the insurance comes everything enjoying cities in this last week. Whereas up until now, we've been focusing on this idea that in order for there to be liability, business and asking regarding something where intentional violation is a chatos, unintentional violation is curries, unintentional violation is a chatos, there's a carve out. What's the carve out? It basically asking regarding anything what we call Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. Remember, I get back to what's Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha? They asking erroneously either about something to do about Tumah of the Mikdash itself, or Tumah of the Mikdash. They can go ahead and they ask erroneously in one of those areas. There is no Haram Davar in that seaport. That applies to the Muslim. But remember again, going to the going to apply to Bezin, it's going to apply to the Great Morocco, and ultimately going to apply to us as well. And again, it's based on the criteria that these areas of Mitzvah Hashem, Asher lo te'asera, and Hashem. Only because the Mitzvah does not have the phraseology, therefore,
he snapped at you, right? Yeah. Joe has had conversations with he's like, dude, you need to fucking like this special, so this, that, you know, whatever. That was critical for Bobby. Brendan held on to that, you know, like Brendan like acts like, oh, whatever, I don't give a shit. But there are people, he can ignore the comments, but there's certain people in his life that he obviously can't ignore and he kind of like, because he's trying to push back against it too. Like he's like, because I think at first he's like, it's like, oh yeah, like he might have pretended to watch it, you know. He's like, you know, he sent it to, why do you send a special to people that's already done? You know, it's like, did you like it? Like you're not going like, come watch my hour, give me notes. You're like, here's what I'm about to put out. It's like, cool. Start over. Don't know that. That's the advice you can give is like, you know, start over, lose 30 pounds, do better jokes, shave your beard, shake it out in the back. It's like Brett and I think it comes in Brendan in a very harsh way to his ears because Brendan is all of those and he's trying to be like, I'm the only fucking because he's trying to show yes man or you want to try to cover his father
ale Ari Pochler is from Ireland that can cover up Yaakov people in the Rachel. I've got 2 sponsors for today. Alan Myers, to say a happy birthday, happy 22nd birthday to his wife, Sue. They're wonderful, and make sure that he hears that. I'm sure incredible. They continue to give out and wrap us on their children and grandchildren. Beautiful, beautiful, amazing. And singing in honor of birthday of Rothschild brothers and nation of the Yahrzeit of Saint Father Moshe Ben Basha, which is on this coming Friday. It's actually all of the Shalasana Aliyah families in the family, all those leaders, Moshe Ben very powerfully. So there's some people from our Shannon and our home successful people that call on not saying people. I want to say, of course, it's important for us to step back and to reflect that there is the university of words, terrorist attack on American soil. Those of us who were alive, those of us who were here that day, those of us who remember that day, remember considerations, the fear of the students, and the incredible moment when that took away to beautiful acts, a sense of shared mission and purpose, life in the world that was filled with so much darkness. So the workshop tonight on September 11th, and then in a response, Hashem to all first responders, the bravery, the heroism, the incredible courage that people had to build afterwards. So the message tonight. They brought us together. It's almost clearly an open event for the war afterwards. They tried to stand out and go following countries that most of us never even heard of before. And I think it's important that this year we have to put that so the one event the next day September we see an act of political assassination. Whatever the circumstances around Charlie Kirk's assassination, horrific event of a 31-year-old father of 2. I don't care what his political affiliation or what his political views are, what his economy is, what the president is irrelevant. The fact that he's an act of barbaric cowards can happen right on September 11th. Things are unfortunately as a country in which we have not been internalized the lessons of how it rips us apart, how it tears us apart. There's so much work that we have to do as a nation. Really, things happen that less than fun tears us up, but we are privileged to be citizens of this great land. It's given us so much, and flooded us so many rights and opportunities. And it's heartbreaking sometimes to see the chaos that feels like society has presented compared to the actions, hopefully of just one person doesn't represent anything else. Sometimes when things occur in your home, it is reflective of what is happening. Like when your children go to school, and they act a certain way, they get a phone call from the teacher, little crying, little when they hadn't said this word. And somebody's not the way they hear that word from. They act in a certain way when they hear that word from. In our homes. It's happening in our homes. And as a result, it's going to give us this season of introspection. This national introspection. To understand what happened as nations. When we acted as a September 11th, we saw the best of this nation. Many images, we saw police officers, firefighters, first responders running into buildings to save people that we did not know. We saw people who juggled the best. That was the best. The best of the so yesterday, whatever it is, whatever the narrative is, the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst. So you have to really be a customer as a customer investigation as individuals. Like September 11th, we hope that they show us of all those who perished in the terror attacks, and if you have families in trouble, those who saved the loyalty when they rushed in to save their fellow Americans, those who shot us in the social shadow, their families in the Hama. Each one who should hear such as not only challenge properties on their ancestral homeland, and as like moral clarity, strength, and wisdom to be able to get these solutions back on the rails, and Yetz Hashem be able to allow us to appreciate and discover all that is great about the United States of America and the Yetz Hashem to shower the breath upon its great country and all of her citizens. And I'll say, with that, let us begin with the great messages today, Baruch Hashem. So we can do the parrot, and we really great parrot. I know that many of you think that I was just talking about yesterday's dot. Today's dot, after yesterday's concern, but actually, we'll see whether it's 10 weeks long ago. So let's begin today's dot. We did what we remember the Israel Testament days, right? Calling Mashiach. So talking about Africa, so calling, because of Kohen Gadol, she went ahead and said, and then afterwards she was literally removed from office. Now, from office doesn't mean anything bad. He had a whole something else happening no longer in Kohen Gadol. So like you hear about this case. You think that it no longer in Kohen Gadol things never again. You know the process already. It's how a brother to that's nice up, the way he's ruling, his action based on that the way he's ruling. And now he's bringing it from the Messiah. So now, so now we're sorry, so the Gemara says, what happened is here, so the Roman sin, but he didn't get rid of his carbon, and now he's no longer Kohen Gadol. So what carbon does he bring? Does he bring the carbon of a Kohen Gadol? Or does he bring the carbon ultimately of man? Because he doesn't ship on the African also. Sin idea, king, goes ahead and sins, like sin idea, have a double ship that's nice, really improving unintentional action or accidental action, based on everyone who's doing. But I think the intention of this common law is still the case. What's that about? Calling Mashiach in the car. Not seeing the Sawyer. Let's say the halacha is, in both of these cases, these individuals, really the same carbon that they would have done had they still been in their office. Since the sin ultimately, again, it sounds like what's happening over here, that the sin and the recognition of the sin occurred. Therefore, the carbon that is brought is the carbon that is rejected in office, even if they are no longer in office. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Mashiach shall be Shemasa, the African Chata, but he does the Shabbat, the African Chata. So it's very interesting. The second is the beginning is with the Kohen Gadol, and sin after they left office. In other words, same type of sin, which is hell of another shit that's nice, so the road is moving, and then ultimately again, action takes them up to it. And now they go ahead and they sin. But again, the Kohen Gadol does when he's over the Kohen Gadol, he does it when he's over the things after they left office. What's the halacha? Calling Mashiach in the car, I guess the head, yes. Because when you have the Kohen Gadol, we'll still bring the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol, but the Kohen does not. So apparently, again, once a Kohen Gadol is so really, just to say that the Kohen Gadol is always halachically because the Kohen Gadol is no longer functioning Kohen Gadol, whereas the king is only treated as king when he actually incredible. Alright, so let's analyze. So let's hash the use of other machine called solid capital good. Because at the end of the day, you're telling me that I'm also myself. Even after the Kohen Gadol left office, and he sins, still brings the same carbon as if he was in office. Then the Gemara says, where he's sitting in office, he didn't bring the carbon, and now he's no longer Kohen Gadol. Then he brings the same carbon. Of course, that's obvious. In other words, you're saying, you're telling me that he wants to go lower Kohen Gadol if he sins in the car, but of course, if he sins while Kohen Gadol, but doesn't get around to bringing the carbon for after he's Kohen Gadol, of course he brings the same car. We should be very godly enough. See, if you are on the snubs of the African Chata, the heads of the I heard you trying to get me like so I said, they're going to try to do it's also weird that since the Mishnah spoke about the case, ultimately again, of a private king, right, that is no longer the king, who sins, and then it will say at that point, it's treated just as a covenant. Therefore, the Gemara is called the parallel case of a Kohen Gadol who's seen when he's no longer Kohen Gadol, and to tell us that even in that case, the Achak of the Achak Abba is you can say or different mistakes, which we ultimately again wasn't a real don't get allowed to bring the cover out of office. So everyone agrees what's halacha, they bring the same cover as if they were in office. Right? So the Kohen will bring his time, and the king will bring his son. Kings Kohen and King sit when they retire. Out of office. So what's the halacha? Kohen brings the same cover as if he was Kohen Gadol, and ultimately again, King is bringing the cover of a cover. I asked you the way to know that a Kohen Gadol even after he's no longer in office, essentially still has the status of Kohen Gadol, and therefore will bring the karma of the Kohen Gadol to this day. And I mean, come on, we look at our cut ourselves. The first is supposed to take it we'll go ahead and bring the karma for things to our cut ourselves. Remind me, if you cut ourselves, Shabbat, that we bring to the goal. For the sin as it would have been committed in the past. Which is interesting. So you must actually hear that the Kohen always retains some element of his status. Therefore, as I would have thought, Valon Gimel is a Kavachomer, the man does myself, the Katasim Shabbat. That was an interesting enough, culturally, a couple of interesting Kavachomers. I would have thought the following. Adasi, we all know you learned to work on a stick. What does that mean? What is it just Adasi does it as a cover, just to shoot so enough doesn't even know what he's doing. Ultimately, remember, right? So the doesn't even know what he's doing. He just needs active mental action. So I said, not necessarily that's myself. Anything really can possibly yet halal for myself once the Nasi has been removed from office, he no longer brings his unique Nasi Kaka. I would have thought Mashiach should dress myself, Allah should dress myself. It's only Mashiach requires both halal Davar and should dress myself, should not bring the carbon of the Kohen Gadol once he's no longer in office. Think about Kataso. Therefore, the person says, think about Kataso. Loving should be out Kataso in shop. Goes in and brings the same carbon as if he was in office. The nice, not see the Katahomer. Why don't you put the Katahomer? We're going to have to listen to the Katahomer. That's myself. Think Katas in shop. So the point of Mashiach doesn't just bring the shoes, that's nice, right? It's not just an accidental act, that's not to generate combined liability, it has to be like a number, on a statement ruling. And yet, halal for my son, he brings his carbon even when he left office, thus should Kratos, should was my son, and thus he does bring his same office, even if it's an accidental act. They know is, should maybe Kratos of the Shabbat, so should bring his carbon is what actually left office. The Lomar Hashem Nasi Yachol, come back on some structure again. What the Torah speaks about the liability of the sinner of the Nasi, the reason is if the Nasi was sin. The Gemara says, Kishu Nasi, Kishu Hayom, it's only liability for the carbon when he is king, that you no longer the king, ultimately again, there is no liability. So it says, about myself, what do we emerge with? So three important considerations, which are four. Number one, the Kohen Gadol and the king sin when they are covered with the Kohen Gadol and the king. If they don't get around to bringing their cover until they have left office, it's bringing the same cover as if they were in office. So therefore, again, the Kohen Gadol will bring his power, the Nasi king will bring his son. What happens if they both sin after they left office? So here's where their practice diverges. Halacha like the Kohen Gadol will still bring the same cover of the Kohen Gadol. You offer up the same offers as you would have done in the past. But I know you have to left office. And again, Shalom Davar, Shividas myself, brings his power, but the king, once the king has left office, no longer brings the mana, offering the ladder again, and he seems to bring the same power as the bishop. That's what absolutely smart about it. That is the reverse case. What happens is, for example, before they were appointed to their office, never brought their cardinal, and now were appointed to office. So what do they do now? So the absolutist money, if it seems before they were appointed, the anti-Catholic scholars, and of course they were appointed in respective positions, are evangelios. They're treated like Calvinists. In other words, since this thing occurred when they were quote-unquote regular people, if our local rights of their Calvinist liability is that part of the regular person. So it simply says the chance, even though they're like our absolutist money, depending on the awareness. If they realize their transgression before they were appointed, ultimately, again, time to bring a carbon. Showing slightly interesting, however, if they only realize their transgression. Once they were appointed their respective office, they could interestingly enough trigger the hunter. Which means that they will say, remember again, if she was like this, like this. And essentially, if they remember before they were appointed to office, they witnessing awareness of her liability. If awareness will be created, they won't do it for nothing. So by definition, they're in a different state. And not in the Carbonos ahead of already a person. This is what I said. Supposed to be a action. This is what induction says. It's the first short line in action. She will know to know that I'm actually in Smana Hayari. The Shini Kaka, Kira, the Shini is order for their desirability. The office will go to the same. And the awareness. What is the focus of our website? So Shini said like this. If the sin and awareness for the consumption of the Garbo, great. They bring the covenant of covenant. The covenant for next record is sin. The awareness only comes after the covenant and real covenant. Exit Nasi, by the way, who is Nasi? Who's the Nasi? It says that after a long time, that is the difference between Shinar and Kolitso Hashem Elokah. Because the concept of talking about it says he committed one of the others, or transgressed one of the results of Hashem is God. What is the action for this? Shimin al Gabam Eva Hashem Elokah. We're talking about someone whose answer is no other than God. And so the only has God above. Is that incredible? Those are so the passage was quoted the first moving in the Mishnah, which has to do with the sin committed before the appointed office. So no, Shanabana. In that point, the Mashiach was that the Ashbasa. So say once it says the point of Mashiach was sin. The cosmos. So what does this come to exclude? So in other words, when is their liability directed to Kohen Gadol for his power? When he sinned as Kohen Gadol. But if he sinned before, then by definition it's covered. Now, whether that means putter in entirety, right? Or ultimately, again, this putter from the Kohen Gadol is covered. So that's already discussion of the show. So let's start with it's a couple over the land that's nice. So, the alcohols. Right? So ultimately, again, just like the rest of the thing, it brings just the accidental act without ever Yama. Ultimately, does not bring a cover for sins committed before it is appointed to his monarchy. So actually, we have a that's my second thing, so we have the other colors. So again, when a Konono, it only brings a good book, as well as shooting this myself, should not bring a carbon for I those committed. Yeah, but you jump before there's a second before you leave. So you know, so most of the time, the nurses should be maybe have a few Shabbat. There's a difference. The nurse ultimately does not go ahead and bring a company once he's out of office. However, she actually has a Shabbat. You get when Donald Trump brings the same unique offerings even once he's no longer in office. You know, it says, "However, maybe have a Shabbat." Not the alcohol So I'm going to put the same way, but it can go brings the same offering. Even once you left office, perhaps you should do exercise questions. For that, maybe before you take I'm a Shia, but the Pasuk says the anointed call will sing. But Yeshua Shia, maybe Yeshua and Yosef, some of them what do we got? So we open to new carbon when you sing the different level. If you sing as a regular individual, a lot of them so does not bring his new carbon. The time not down us. Because say first one, and see the same thing that us as well. Asher Nasi Yachba. All right, if the Nasi will sin. Verse this comes to extreme any idea of done before he becomes the king. So a coin double, who ultimately again, even brings this carbon once he left office, but yet does not bring a carbon for Abdullah committed before he ascends into office. Thus, then of course the king won't look at them as not bringing an outdoor offering once they left office. Certainly should not bring a carbon on Abdullah committed before he ascends to the throne. If you are sworn, say, she actually continues to shut up. But yet, ultimately, again, if you Mashiach who doesn't only bring the Shogeg, yes, it's Hanukkah also. Come on, but not the Shemini Mishtaga, which does myself. But yet, the king, because if the king will bring only the Shibas, doesn't mean Hanukkah, all the way to Shibas myself. So once they can only bring the Shogeg, perhaps he should also have to bring more Abdullah to bring before he ascended to the throne. However, Hashem does therefore the Pasuk says, if the king will sin, Shechata, the harder the Nasi, the most Shechata, the older, but it's very liability to sin while he's sinning, and not liability to sin while he's coming up, and then it's incredible. So it was like, you might just reinforce exactly what we were saying before. And I love when I say again, we need to cover for a king and for a couple only brought with the sins when we came in office. But if they sin before they were in office, then it should go the liability. So then instead, they are bringing the Kabbalah's on the head of the Actually, no, was it strange? So now we need to get into so we're not following the white lines, behind the lines, we had to catch a share nothing. I will say, it's interesting, the way the concept is a share nothing, a share means when the Nasi will say, so the Gemara says, so this is like the subject again is a person to sin, that the Nasi is certainly going to sin. In Kohen HaMashiach, so again, I will say different, just like it says in Kohen HaMashiach. So Hashem doesn't mean that the Kohen God, that the king is definitely going to sin. Other means if just like it says about the Kohen HaMashiach, I don't know, you're going to see it, so because he wants to what's the high? When it says Asher Nasi Yachta, when it constantly that the Torah is coming, that's why I'm just having that there's a zero of the first thing, then that the king is going to sin out to say such a thing like this. Which is where it says, actually it's not good said, that Asante Rebbe Saras is Eretz. So what's in that? There's some things who says that maybe the things will definitely occur. For example, Hashem says, you're going to go ahead and experience Saras in your homes when you come to Eretz yourself. So many people have, because what is coming there, so they're going to trying to alleviate things. Shimon uses that concept to teach you something different. So Shimon says that a shakti nega saras ultimately means the ultimate of saras for which is there both shalachos of saras applied, the saras which is hurt on its own. But saras which ultimately again is hurt because of other forces. And actually puts out of here what other forces are we talking about? Should be. It says something else that should go in run out of the should. So apparently again should rolls on the house, that could also cause whatever this means, that could also cause saras. But that type of saras ultimately is not halachic saras that we're discussing. Not only the surah, often on the name of the city. So I would have said the same way that Hashem does foretell the negative events of Sarah and Salat, so maybe Hashem it's Hashem telling us that our rulers, our kings will sin. Which the Gemara says, no problem with sin, but therefore it establishes this between the concept of the king and the concept of the Kohen Gadol, teaching us that what the Halach reminds in the same way it says, if the Kohen Gadol will sin, so to be shared by the mercy is not telling us that the king is going to definitively sin, rather than that the king is definitively sin. So listen, obviously, we'll have to figure out if that's the case, that Asher means it, so then don't say Asher. Just say what? Just say king. Why the word Asher? So hold on, we'll get to that. We're going to Shimon. You need to also read all the time. First, we're going to hand it over here. Shimon, he's actually that saras that comes will cause as a result of its own some external circumstance that doesn't create too much saras. What can we learn? All that we have two variants. We'll say this is very interesting. There's no speech that saras. It's hard to see about other saras. We'll say how much it is. The only thing that saras is the combination to this. So the that is supposed to be going forward. Imagine for a moment, and it was the day that Moshe gave us halachos of saras. Okay? And somebody had a saras each on the skin. Then Moshe gave it us on Thursday, and somebody had it on the skin already on Wednesday. So now they run out of saras, like, oh my gosh, those people that have my skin saras. Now look at this. Saras is only considered saras for the time that the soul is given going forward. So the Gemara says, going forward. If Aaron is actually in his coming days, Omer is actually coming days. This foundation. Again, most of it is different. So, it's not like what does this mean? So, let's say, again, you see the driving book against ourselves. It's the specific mission of the Shabbos experience. It's coming about the part of some kind of extended instruction. For example, something, or some other external circumstance that caused it, it's not coming. You got to get by your doing whatever the cause for the saras. Again, saras is not coming. There's like that contradiction. Just before we said, what should be said, that saras occurs because of the result of quote unquote holiness. That's not the coming. Here it is the coming. We're going on ultimately, whatever the possibility of the things for saras, one of the traditions is given as the Rabbi says, but we need to be close. Ultimately, again, it comes to exclude, these are the close. People should have on our time when you get shot, and you go to shading, or again, a Papa says it comes to exclude saras as the result of the source. As it was remembered that Karabah, Asher Nasi Yakta, so what's it, Salah Halacha, it's Nasi Jones, but the callback. So what does this come to exclude? Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude pretty much as a callback. Pretty much as that, it sounds like this. It's not exactly good, because the will sin brings a particular callback. Now, you might say, part the whole excludes if the king is sick. So what's Alan saying? This is the 140 if you were in the so the king gets sick and he's not the king anymore. What are you talking about? What's on the it's very interesting. It comes to exclude a king who got saras. What happens to a king What I like is how people always like forced to abdicate the throne. And my guy, Noga Hashem Hashem, like King Uzio. King Uzio was speaking with Saras, like the Sora Akamoso, he was of the Sora Akamoso, like he shared the big business, the big Sachashis. He sat and literally based on Hachis in his what? The house of freedom. He goes, son of Ben Hamel, I'll have that. Just open the big son, your son, took over the financial responsibilities. He come and based on Hachis. Listen, I went to some different styles, house of freedom. But before I forgot that, actually, Evan Abba was the sleep before him. Versus before we get to that, we'll get this is a beautiful piece. We'll get to this, what we see over here again. I love what I see. Things like Saras, you know, represent the money. We're going to try to we'll see what's the chat. Makes a lot of sense. Because at the end of the day, remember, Saras comes about something reason, especially so the leader has the greatest obligation to his example. That looks like you have to see it yourself all the time. You see the leader has flaws internally versus the flaws that everyone sees and knows about. So if you want to try to something related to be a leader, again, one doesn't have to be perfect, but at least got a point, at least outside what has to be off and make that someone who's trying to become better. So if the king is afflicted with Saras, obviously again it's a very useful display of their shortcomings, such a person incredible. Listen, by the way, parents feel like a little bit different when you're asking things of their kids. And they themselves are Brian, he's always been very kind to me. What he gets wrong or not, whether disagreements. What do I mean by that? Well, say, of course, we all want better things for us. Like and that's our approach. Even if I'm not good in a certain area, I want to put out my child towards that. Now, the difference is, if it's clear and visible that I'm not doing the things that I'm asking, okay, so my child, really show what you have to go to and say, that's the way it's not going to work. One of the most, like, a lot of times I don't like to inconsistent is really unique. As long as they live in the I'm working on it, it's not how to be better. That's what parents do. That's what parents do. You see that, right? The kid has many imperfections. He has many imperfections. But the right side, as long as you're internal and no one else knows about it, he could be because he's an individual, he can encourage others to be individuals. But the moment, ultimately, again, that response are public. The public things compromise his ability to inspire and seeing these look like you have inconsistencies internally, great. As long as you're working on them, you still encourage it and push and even demand others to listen to itself, even in those areas in which you are deficient. But if I'm publicly deficient, you can't ask my kids to do more than what I'm doing properly. So the Bible says that, I will say now, get up for this. The Bible says, why does it say that you know, but really there is a conscience, or one thing that you was living in the house of freedom? What does that mean? They will say this is a great story. The father attached to other mama, so until now what, he was a slave, he was a game. Once again, for his kid, that will never be sure how the Aziz is secret. So this is such an incredible story. I am on a good hour. It's 7 lines up in the bottom. So the video, the Yeshua was on a boat. But how do you get it up here? Don't look at it, look up the video. What happened? Look at the video, how the people, body of Yeshua, how they keep it so the video brought red on both, and then Yeshua brought red and flour. So it says, some of these are the ones that happen. They both right, so you see the picture here, and took longer than expected. The video finished up in red. So what happened? Someone assumed that Yeshua, the Bible that Yeshua brought flour too. So they were all up on one board, were able to be sustained by the flour. On the red, how they got it, how they got it, really high, the other shit. So when you see Yeshua, obviously, you had a meeting that the boat ride, the boat ride was getting the race, and he brought flour. How did you know that it's fully racial brought flour? What is incredible? Otherwise, which was not listen, hold up after the shit and shut up. Hold up with my sass, והאמרתי שמגיעה להגיע סוף. But you should say, I know once every 7 years there's a star that appears, and when that star appears, all the sailors get confused and they end up going off journey. And the show saying, look, I don't know where we are in that 70-year trajectory. I thought maybe it might happen to us while we were on the boat, so I figured I would be there. But we thought sort of also such a false element. So they said to the truck for after over the seal is so large that you're on a boat. So that should point out over here that boat travel was considered dangerous. Why would people do it? Why people do it? So they can ensure some of your intelligence. Why you should be able to get the Hanasa dry land. Like you should get the Hanasa ultimate great new heart. Why are you traveling by boat? Those are incredible. But very short said, before you wonder about why I have to be on the road to get the Hanasa, incredible. Tama Ashmi Kamiru, Shish the Kati Abasha, I'm going to visit one of the 2 of your students who are back on it, who are the Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Chasma, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Gutschazar. All of these 2 great rabbis. Yosi Yeshaya Hamasubos Nish Dayan. They know how to measure, they can tell you the number of drops of water in the ocean. Obviously, they have the power. But represents the vastness of their knowledge. So, Asia Lahan Has Level, the Located. They don't have bread. They don't have bread to eat. They don't have clothing to wear. So that they should use the only a little bit of message. The boys are like, hey, why am I around so smart? Why am I on the boat getting the Pinosa? They used to have a Pinosa. But you have 2 excellent people. You have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So you are saying, so by the way, also just before you go on the story, what's the problem about Yeshua? One of the successful living is planning and contingency. You can't plan for every single thing. If you try to plan for every single thing, so they think of television absolutely nothing, because you don't have contingencies. But successful living does require those things. The other says, things you can't always wise, I will ask them no one. One is sometimes you live by the seat of our pants. And also generally, it doesn't work out. You get a couple of weeks here and there, but you don't actually comprehensive way. So when you're able to try to ask something, I want to put myself on my beautiful. What can I get? It's a quite good you're sure he's trying to move himself from point A to point B. You got on a voltage point that you wanted to get up on point B. What do I need to do? One simple answer. What's your strategy? What's your intention? How are you getting yourself on the insurance case it was? There's that star. There's all the chance to get out here and take my boat ride. I'm going to find a little more flour. And when you plan, not only do you enable success for yourself, but sometimes you can for others as well. Anyway, the real deal is about these 2 destinies becoming big. So what does it do? So not such a Bangalore sheep in the rush. So ultimately the bills are there. Salary. So you want to mention the Parnasa? So you want to what happened? Inshallah, when the video will be back on the land. What happened? Discussing. The real summon. Right? The summon of the Lord Hasma, and the real summon of the summon to appear. They did not appear. They did not appear to the real. So because of Inshallah, he sent to them again, and they appeared. So let's say, why weren't they appearing? On the other hand, you really have to just slow down, you know, see what I'm saying? I didn't say why you didn't appear. You didn't appear out of humility. Why? Because you're giving such coverage. Tweeting out fake news and blames it on positions of leadership come with so much coverage. So you know, I'm not giving you coverage. How do you know say that? The positions of leadership are not covered. It's a servitude. It's a servitude. I'm not giving you glory. I'm giving you servitude. The leader needs to serve people. Shne'emar. Vayigatu Evav Lemar. Vayaga Evav Lemar. In Hanum Tia Evav Ya'an Hazeh. So what's this ultimate thing? This is very different. It's by the cover. The cover was the son of Shomahadara, where he became king himself.
Technically, she was
He wasn't sure what his style of leadership is. Actually, interestingly enough, just it's a fascinating story. He had different groups of advisors. He had the seasoned advisors of his father, of Shlomo, and he had his friends, who he appointed to cabinet positions. His friends told him, "You was an iron man. Come out of the gate, show the people his boss, like flex your muscles." His father's seasoned advisor said, "Be humble, show the people that you're their servant. Show the people that you are there to serve them. And if they see you as someone who is dedicated to their success, that's how you'll be successful." So listen to this coming full circle. That's why the Pasuk says, after you know that Sarah, the Pasuk says, where did you live? The base of Rushes, in the house of freedom. Called it the house of freedom, because as king, he was a slave to the king. Do you have an ultimate again when he was moving monarchy? That's ultimate available. But when we want to beat these two guys in position of dominance, they refuse because they think like they're doing okay. Like, I don't want to get dominant because they're stuck up. They can't stop it. But this is our leadership within the block. So ultimately on one thing only access. But also what the leader has to remember is that it's a privilege to serve. It's a privilege to serve. Remember again, what does the other people say when he doesn't want to go, when he doesn't want to go with his master? Half of this I believe as yes, and I know it's in it's a privilege in the service. In service. You know, you go from the end, you get this parts now, all of the difficulties, all of the exertion, all of the stuff that comes with servitude, and the servant for colleagues still, ain't supposed to be going to the struggle factor. Versus the back to the was incredible. Asher, Nasiach. So remember once we had this before, Torah uses strange lashon, Asher. So literally, Asher means when the Nasi will sin. We saw that the Torah saying definitively that the king will sin. So it's tomorrow on bypass that saying they can't do that. It's exactly going to sin. So where I said, no, Hashem means the same thing as if. They both mean the same thing if that's usually what it is over there. So it's a really dispute talking about Hashem. Also, yeah, but also, you that guy. Asher Hadar, Shanasi Shalom, maybe cover Hashem. Wow. Brings the generation brings the sin offering for his other. Brings with the generation his king sin to leave us sins. But Nasi Shalom maybe cover at the Roma. Now I don't. Now she's not saying maybe cover at the Roma. Now it's not. Don't say why. Because I say the king is willing to make this false. And ultimately, they bring the cover, which is a very complicated. Allah has told us how that will inspire you to come in back and and Allah is again is looking for this for his shopping. Allah has come to cover and work to be for the tree and for his husband. This is incredible. Shubha of a leader essentially inspires children and followers. So that's why it says interestingly enough, she's a very good prayer word. Asher is really the Russian of Asher Prince word. Prince word means the generation has a leader who sins. The other side has a leader who sins and does shubha. It's not a leader who sins, has a leader who sins and does shubha. Because the generation has a leader first of all who's humble, who acknowledges sins, who's humble enough to do shubha. He will inspire that same level of humility and shubha ultimately again in his followers as well. So let's say it's so beautiful. I just like that. I'm sure that this is what I'm going to say. I'm sure that ever says. Asher Hadar, Shanasi Shalom, currently not saying that. I'm sure that says, praiseworthy is the generation of a leader who sins. We'll say, you know, when you make mistakes, on the basis pretty fucking smart. Much more giving before I can look at it up, so again, I can't understand. It's not all that. There's no thing I will do certain things. And then the moment I can look at it is the moment that I recognize the humility of humanity They become so much more understanding. One of the most important components of leadership is to not be judgmental of individuals. Is to accept the shortcomings of flaws. You can't accept the shortcomings of flaws of people. Every single thing that you accept, you always feel wrong. You claim that the Democrats tried to kill Trump. The leader has to be able to see the good in his spot. We all up there as leaders with all those shortcomings. What kind of leader is able to see the good in people despite their shortcomings? How great is such love? Someone who recognizes his own humanity, someone who sees his own flaws, is able to be so much more understanding and accepting of his flaws. People like that will be effectively able to his fly. Again, Ashley Hagar, chances are two lessons. So number one, the leader is about Cuba and he's humble enough to be Cuba. His followers, his constituents, will say, and the leader who stays thereby recognizes his own fragility will be so much more accepting of the shortcomings of others. That's what they love right there. The leader will say, actually, I've got favorite generations will do the same. So now, one second. Every time the Torah says the word asher, ashrei, praiseworthy, well, now we got big problems. Why? Listen to this. Asher, like someone will go ahead and say regarding the Kodesh, so that's good. That's a good thing. Asher, Shtaya, makes it so very reason or by Rabbi Rothschild, it's it. Asher Chata, Asher Trump is like a master. So again, Ashrei, is that praiseworthy? Okay, now I need the Ashrei. The Ashrei Hadorim, signing off every second time is going to no. It's so again, obviously, again, the way the passing is written by us, by the nose, versus breaking to the right over here, obviously, it's a good one. Let's not about this, I would say, it's simple. Each has a Asher Nasa Allah. So what's the passing says?
He starts off
Each have a Asher Nasa Allah. Just listen to the record for the passing and try to learn this one off us. Each has a there is a heaven. What is heaven mean? What is heaven mean? Like nothing. Also, and there is a heaven. There is a that occurs in a fleetingness, that's the other word, that occurs in this world. Why? Each tzaddikim, Hashem Magia Alein B'Masa L'Shoy, there are some tzaddikim who have the experiences of Shoy. Each Shoy, Shemagia Alein B'Masa Tzaddikim. And there are some Shoy, ultimately again, who find themselves in the flight of the tzaddikim. And not even comes to heaven. So Shalom seems to be mentioning the fact, or just pondering the fact, that there are tzaddikim who rise of the Shoy, and there are some who rise of tzaddikim. So what does this mean? Once again, it's Gemara. It's as follows. Hashem tzaddikim. She's to this verse. Hashem tzaddikim. Shemagia Alein B'Masa L'Shoy Sha'olam Ha'kol Ha'olam Ha'kol. Praiseworthy, ultimately again, other tzaddikim, you know, it's praiseworthy. Ultimately again, I'll actually say it's a different way. We live lives, we have the lives that the Rishon will have in Olam Haba, in Olam Hazeh, essentially. Praiseworthy other tzaddikim, we have, so what happens to a Rasha, the assumption is a Rasha will have a good Olam Hazeh, and a detrimental or suffering Olam Hazeh. Because every person has mitzvahs, so therefore the Rasha ultimately again, whatever you use your words are getting, and the words are coming, those that he suffers. So you must see like this. A tzaddik ultimately again suffers in Olam Hazeh, like the Rasha's Olam Haba. Praiseworthy to him. So praiseworthy ultimately again to the tzaddik who suffers in this world, like the Rishayim will suffer in the world to come. On the other hand, the Rishayim, woe to the wicked, Shemagia Alein B'Masa Tzaddikim Sha'olam Haba B'Olam Hazeh. But unfortunately, woe to the wicked, ultimately again, who have the pleasure of tzaddikim in Olam Haba in this world, or in other words, a world to the wicked who enjoy this world, that you have like the joy of tzaddiks world to come in this world, because ultimately again that foreshadows that it's going to be suffering a lot in the world to come. So it's like, here was interesting. So this is really fascinating because what Nehemiah is saying like this, that it's good for the tzaddik to suffer in this world. But that praiseworthy again, praiseworthy to Ashrim Tzaddikim, praiseworthy to the Tzaddikim who suffer in this world, just like the Rishonim are going to suffer in the world to come. Okay, so that's a what's wrong with the tzaddik having a good life? Says, why? Why? Like, in other words, why does it have to be that the tzaddik suffers in this world? What, in other words, why? Because let's show me, is it so bad? Is it so bad if the tzaddik has a good life in this world than the next? Why does it have to be that by definition the plight that the tzaddik is suffering? So ultimately, again, praiseworthy to have a life in Olam Haba, like the Rishonim had in Olam Haba. The assumption that Rishonim enjoy Olam Haba. So the tzaddik can answer Hashem about the beautiful Olam Haba, just like the Rishonim have in this world. But again, it doesn't have to be that tzaddik will suffer, right? It says that he might have a good life in this world as well. All you have the Rishonim, woe ultimately the Rishonim, Shemagera, Shemaitzat, Tzaddikim, Olam Haba, all you hear is shine ultimately again. We suffer in this world. Sometimes like tzaddikim suffer in this world. Because again, if the Russia suffers in this world, that means ultimately again they punish ultimately in this world and in the next world. So let's say it's incredible. There's so much knowledge to understand in this knowledge in general about this distinction ultimately again between the Nehemiah and Rava. Ultimately again, this is the life of tzaddik in this world. So the first one almost understands that part of the life of tzaddik in this world is tribulation and suffering. Whereas Rava says, why? Why? Who says? Who says that the tzaddik can't have a beautiful life in this world and in Olam Haba? It needs that incredible. That's the right another that I said. So when it says as follows. So Rava said to them, tell me, are you more versed in this etc.? And he said, you know, little fire, how related? So they said that yes, Mark Hashem always accepts this. It's obviously cool done. So they said, if you have a little bit of money, you have a parnasa, you're comfortable, how related? He said, yeah, I'm sure comfortable. His sadness, Katina Da'ara. When real estate, right? We go ahead and we have a piece of land, and Mark Hashem a piece of land. So Mark Hashem also, what's happening over here? He's asking him. So give him, Papa's asking these two rabbanim. Sorry. The Papa is asking these two rabbanim. Papa Rabuda. Are you learning? Are you learning? You're learning the sentence? Yes. Do you have money? You're comfortable? Yes. Which Papa said, Kale Alayu, Ashayim, which I do, Shemasi Alayim. כמייסה הראשון בעולם הזה, כמייסה הראשון שבעולם הזה, בעולם הזה. Things were the tzaddikim. They have the rights of the shutting in this world, in this world. In other words, what Rabbi was saying was, it doesn't just have to be the shutting who are successful in all of the tzaddikim can also share in the bounty of this world as well. Praiseworthy are the tzaddikim who have the same type of olam hazeh of the Rishonim. Just like the Rishonim are materially successful, tzaddikim should be materially successful as well. So let's go a little bit later. First Wi-Fi. Right, we'll actually stop over for today. We'll pick up with this. No, they're not telling you travel today. Absolutely. By the way, this is I want to cover the attractions. This is the pretty much to the end of the set. We are feeling it's fun, actually. If you make it to this audience, you earn these kind of people. I got to think about it. Tomorrow we're going to start at 5:45 minutes. I shall put it out in the chat. We're going to have an extra 5 minutes.
True pathological error. So it does give me joy to be like, oh yeah, Joanna can't help but get a little fucking digs in. Like, oh, forgive him. Like, first of all, he fucking owns the house. Like, did it by friend. It's like, bitch, if I'm the only person paying for this fucking house, I'll leave my shoes wherever the fuck I want. You have a lot of shoes. Yeah, somebody should. It's like, here's an idea. Stay at home mom. Take my fucking shoes off. I'm like, what? It's my favorite shoe. I drink out of it like that. Oh, I'll forgive you. Yeah. I'll forgive you for not contributing anything financially to this situation ever in your life. So she's painting a narrative that Brenda got behind today, basically. So today we were reminded of the beast that I married, which is not a good word. And here it says, by the way, this was the guy trying to run away this morning until my badass husband intersected him. Guarantee this guy won't be back to my Starbucks again. It's so smart. So I'm assuming you're talking about this guy. And I knew that guy. That's crazy. Yeah. I honestly can't like who's the guy that's facing this. That's one of the guys I talked about. This whole lady looks like we were and I like how there's no context whatsoever. You post 3 stories about it, and you say nothing. Yeah. He's like, Brandon's a hero. He checks out a guy. It's what did the fucking guy do? Call him a bitch. You know what I mean? No, yeah, exactly. It's probably Brandon just telling you the person is I think they're walking into the other stores, so I don't know, but those are the 3 ones I want to watch. It's also funny, so for example, today I was in the garage to it's like, shit, I love it. And I'm talking about 2 this morning, but yesterday I was active telling people off. And I'll be here in case things get physical, but go fucking do your thing. So I didn't see this one earlier. I want to him and I was saying someone today just messed up. He messed with the wrong girl that he learned today. Well, let's flex him, dude. We caught her. Never touched her. I'm gonna call my husband and you're going to regret what you just said to me in about 1.5 minutes. You took it as a joke and said, oh, cool story, bro. Call your little husband then. Little did my husband know, or little did he know my husband is not so little and well, just not the guy he wants to mess with. 1.5 minutes later, Brand screeching tires shows up, and I said, you got some stuff right there.
Because we don't understand the
so I say, okay, go ahead and say what you told me now that he's here. I've never seen someone legit shit their pants instantly with sheer terror. Is that how you spell sheer? I can't tell you. S-H-E-E-R. Yes. Okay. I don't know. So in his eyes, knowing you just made the biggest mistake ever. On that note, treat everyone with respect, because you never know when that job also can show up to rock your world. I'm making a video to tell you guys the story because this is really not fall into the abyss of chaos. Okay, wait. So the 4 stories with like wall-to-wall text wasn't enough to just tell the fucking story. Yeah. We still don't know what the fuck was said. Yeah, this is so annoying. Yeah, so Ryan Pliskin posted this post on James, and then other ones from it. But let's go ahead and now. This is looks like from MSG, so this part gets cut out because we got Pixel. This is a better one on mine right now. All your friends over the weekend at MSG laughing at your band or your rant. Tribal Samo. I haven't seen this yet, so I need to with it. Someone that has what she
Why? Because at the end of the day, who is the one in the world? Remember, again, technically speaking, there are 2 ways in which you could inaugurate a point level office. One of the 2 ways, and it's not royal, and what we call the lupa is the gutted, which means that he puts on the clothing of the point level. Right? It's kind of like you put on the clothing, you put on the uniform, and you are inducted into service. Now, interestingly enough, in many respects, they're the same, but in certain respects, they are different. Here in my both right now, is one of the reasons the reduction of the coin absolutely matters. The coin Mashiach. So anointed, so there's a coin who's been anointed with anointed oil. So what's that about? Mashiach gets low, Mashiach gets low shortly, lots of shortly. See, here's the case. Very much resembling the first paragraph about the second. What was the first paragraph of the second? Only basic, what was the case? Basically made an erroneous ruling, and Cloud Store went ahead was somewhat, again, remember different cases of whether it was the individual majority. The point is, Congress acted on the ruling. This was however, if the majority of Cloud Store went ahead and did this, so then basically it was called the parallel government municipal. They're bringing it back. So too, if the Mashiach makes an erroneous ruling. Now, I won't say that it's just bringing up, however, in this case, the only person following the ruling is himself. So here, just to illustrate this, Kohen Mashiach goes ahead, this is normally referred to as the Kohen Mashiach. And it's interesting what the person who put it out is, I don't know, maybe it's like that, more of a thing. Like getting that is a little too over here. That's Mashiach. Mashiach has a word. Same idea. And then it's what's the case? So there, this is a halachic ruling. For example, Kohen Gadol says, just keep the same case. Kohen Gadol says, that the only person following this psak is the Kohen Gadol. So if you make the ruling, the shofet, it's an accident, and obviously you follow through. So basically, the rulings that are being ordered is the shofet. So it's halacha. Special offer. Let's look at that. Only but I want for myself how it was showcase. I do something that it helps. And I would feel it accidentally. I feel it happens. Because of the status. So I walk again, and he followed his own route. He brings a power. That's his offer. You're going to see the details of that in just a little bit. He brings the power. Other than that, he doesn't bring the power. It's possible. Understand what does potter mean? Potter means that he doesn't have any commodic rights on his never brings personal purpose. That's the point. Then he comes up now again. We're saying potter is no commodic rights already obviously. I think that's so that way why go to the problem. But for myself, there's no commodic rights. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Actually, last question is Sharat, Kohen Mashiach, and Atzmo. Sharat, there's a place essentially because essentially the question of a Kohen Gadol for himself runs parallel to the way that big speech must be for the general populace. Similarly, right? Basic questions for the populace. Populace on the side of it brings a power. Kohen Gadol prospers himself. He acts on his way. Kohen Gadol brings a power. So there's that parallel. So it's important to look between the Kohen Gadol's karma and the
everything that Kohen Mashiach is like that.
I love this. Now, look at that. Sharat brings Kohen Mashiach, the Atzmo Karan speaks in the seaboard. Here, Rashi studies this. Not Horaz speaks in the seaboard. He's kind of Ella, in the best places, which I never destroyed. Just like with anything, when is realized mistaken sack, mistaken sack, shitty myself, accidental action, so because another requires mistaken sack, shitty myself. It's a compliment. Pop-up Zion, Sigor, Zagalo Digital, Sigor, Utsa, and Claudia. Mashiach means in Claudia. So what says, this makes a lot of sense. Because on one hand, Sigor, ultimate again, right? This is what they collective sin. That is dramatically different than the sin or the karma of the individual. That actually puts out never again. But if you look at this area, let's say you think it's what do they know? What is the after bring? What kind of animal does he bring? Actually brings out Sispa or Sira. Ultimately, he brings a sheep or a goat, right? A sheep or a goat. And then Sispa brings a power. So just like when the Sispa sings, also when he's giving a yuppie, or Mashiach means in yuppie. So again, the claim Mashiach is also different than an individual. Why? Because there are 20 levels to what does he bring? A power. Different than the Sispa. So we already see out of the kids, that the people who construct bubbles, for when it's sequencing, they look like bubble sins are fundamentally different than when individual sins. So I don't think you see that liability for a clean Godwin for a super different than personal liability when it comes to sin. Now everybody gets to step on the both sides. I remember out 7, 8 second line down. Not right. I looked up shit. That's what I saw. Mashiach, when you hate Hayim, Ella, done shit against myself. So once you see that my brother, he resembles Seymour more than he resembles Duffy, then that's why we expect us to say that plot. The process for the clay juggle will mirror the Seymour and therefore just like with Seymour, very tasty, but they say zero exactly. Liability for the power that the city requires. I love it about the low-age side. Shit, that's why it's just this one of those two. I love double shit, that's nice. They're going to ruling. Accidental actions based on that ruling. So we can have all of our side. Like one level, shit, that's myself. That's how I love that shit, that's myself. That's the thing with the most that's the entire thing with the most level. Hopefully that goes down so well. For the different way. So what we're doing is another person knows just so zero cells. You're listening to the head of problems now. Every passage is you're not seeing those. You're not like so we're going to see as his own set of existing circumstances as well. So let's look at it again. On one hand, not seeing most of the photography. On one hand, you can see a king is quite different than the rest of life. So we'll talk about this again. The king goes ahead and whips the state. Right? Again, also we'll see exactly what the parameters are, but it brings different types of harmony on his liability. So just as a king is different than the cloud, all right, you want to say nothing about the cloud, but Jeff wants the cloud, and Gregor's is different than the cloud, or than the individual, I should say. Now, nothing means we should that's myself, and we'll have a dollar, because they're going to see that when you're nothing makes this game. Nasi is liable for this carbon what we call carbon dust. And that is what we sound. The Nasi itself is just a show. Nasi accidentally takes a payment. Thought it was a piece of kosher meat. He accidentally payment. He brings the special carbon for him. Now that is what we call Shiras myself without carbon cover. Mashiach. That's nice for how double. So you can clean double sheets and you say that's the right. And then you can double again. Doesn't mean have them double. So shit, that's nice. So I want to show you some very good tools not going here. So essentially what you have over here are four different levels. Here's the yucca valve, the individual yucca. So the yucca goes ahead into this everywhere. What does it do? It does what's the katos? Katos is either a sheep or a goat. That's model 1. Model 2. Ultimately, patient makes a mistake. The patient makes a mistake, delivers an erroneous movement. What has to only the patient has to drink hard paddle level in that sequence. That was his first pattern. That was first pattern. In order for there to be liability, don't touch the patient. Two steps. Paddle level, mistaken moving, shipping us to myself. An accident there's actually based on that movie. There are usually two more Coin the Shia, Coin over. If he makes a mistake, and ultimately again, it's not enough, raise a card, and Nasi haven't seen the Nasi's card yet, but if I have the same thing, then there's interest rate. If you want to try to understand the process for the coin double, it's always not explicit about that. So the shadow is like this. Here's what I know. The coin double is not going to be like the others, that's for sure. But this card is very different. The shadow is very structured, does slide into. This is slide into. But that's just slide into. That's and what's the next thing? The Naftalina will be just in parallel double in addition to shooting that's nice. There's a happy mistake in if you put it in the construct of these things, you know, have a double shit that's nice up. So the construct ultimately must be shit that's nice up. That's their black. So that's the two sides of this. Whereas I'm sorry, who does the lead though, man? Who does the claim double warriors? For the the claim double, the truth is, more resembles for example, the does the next one. There's ultimately again, the Condogo's cover is a part just like the cut of the cover of page. The even Hashem cover, furthermore again, the Condogo does not bring Hashem cover. There was no talk about this more. What's an Hashem cover? An Hashem cover is where you may have maybe that is coming to text me personal accounts. I'm not sure if I do it forward. That would be a big something. I think something which will be for them to the Hashem cover. So I think just moving up and quick level, it's not something Hashem cover, neither is it support. Or basically ultimately something Hashem cover. So you might say, not support you high Allah have a double shit that's myself. After the Shiach for you high Allah have a double shit that's myself. And if I was saying based on these two similarities, maybe that a Kohen doesn't bring Hashem cover, and a Kohen cover is a part, both of which resemble its support. Which is what the equation considered for Kohen's cover is like this support, just like anything requires parallel double and this myself. So to the Kohen is required, I don't go to this myself. Or hopefully that was that soon. And we got the argument. And I see if you see that was the company Hashem that ultimately, if the Nasi makes a mistake and worships idolatry, goes and agrees as seer and is subject to an Hashem and an Hashem. The Shiach is seer that was company Hashem. So they never share those same similarities. So the Gemara says maybe once again, the Kohen Gadol together with the Nasi. Now Nasi is shut and shitty that's myself. Mashiach is shitty that's myself. It's actually saying, the secret of all the Nasi needs is showing. So too all the Kohen Gadol needs is showing. Amabama, the Ashmas Hatam. Say the one says once again come full circle. The Torah inserts this cryptic statement of the calling of Mashiach Yechta, the Ashmas Ha'am. If the Kohen Gadol will sing to the iniquity or to the culpability of the people, what does that mean? Once again, the Gemara says, already Mashiach is that Ashmas Ha'am is saying that the Kohen Gadol's process or the Kohen Gadol's liability is the same thing as the Ashmas Ha'am. When the congregation of the people sin. Not see or in the way Allah have double shit. That's myself. Mashiach in the way how have double shit. That's myself. So once again, I will say that phrase Ashmas Ha'am is coming to the process of the Gadol to the process of when the populace sins. So just like there's only liability to the for the power. When there is both, Adam the heart mistakenly shitty that's myself. Accidental actions to stuff like so too, will only be liability for when you have both of these components as well. I love that together with shitty that's myself. I am not super only boss. I love my boss. It's really cool to see. We'll take 1 second. If that's the case, that you're going to compare the Kohen Gadol to the seaboards, which is like this. Just like the people who fight in the boss, the flower, the seaboard, after the women, so the Kohen Gadol will arrive also it's what follows the movie. They can like the chicken channels like whatever it thinks the basket, they sell the basket, and they follow the side. And no one else did. There's no path. So it was like comparing Cohen to the things they right to power down the Nazi board. So you should say that maybe the coin's also invaluable and people follow the side. But Roman, it's a good outcome of soul, a share catch-up. With Russian party to possibly the coin will open it again and go fuck it up for weeks. Sooner than sooner. Ultimately, sooner. Russia, what the fuck? Maybe I'm Russia, ultimately, again, if I go to brings. Only brings the cover for his sin, the national anyway. So it was like, even if other people can follow them, Saka the Queen, for some reason they heard about it, they followed it. That's not his liability. His liability ultimately again is for his culture. Several says responsibility is the second, because this was a very substantive and meaningful use of the bar. So if you refer to the most that he's at least again, it's exactly what was said in the Mishnah, but now we have to understand Cohen Gadol, like when Cohen Gadol sins, so the Torah tells us that the sin is the Ashmas Ha'am, the iniquity of the people. What does that mean? So if you learn from now understands it's just coming to prove the heart of the Cohen Gadol together with the heart of the Gadol, which is the heart offered up by the things that the issue of the Roman school. It's just that these two Allahs are the same. Namely what? The same way that things is required. I love Dabar that shitty that's myself and the role is ultimately followed by accident. Accident based on that movement. So to the point it's only high for these are whether the two components exist as well. Number one, have another accident followed by shitty that's nice. Where the road is different, the difference is where it's basically. The happiness, the convertible start his own for himself. Now say everybody got up on us. Running down this stage stuff to see this weird thing that runs. I'm not the shit of having the actual story. Because it works next week. That a convertible, then I'll bring you some problem. What's the name of this fucking problem? It was like, how the fuck were you not doing? And then I find out afterwards, which is happiness video. There's a possibility, possibility, so I don't know what I got. So in that case, again, I can't get the topics. The topics is before. You guys haven't posted something called the Asham Cover, which are covered with the song for this type of situation. You might spend the second best right now, spend it like just now with this discussion. Then all of 20 others also bring it Asham Cover. You are just okay, how do you know that? So I said, I'm not the shit, but she has the part of the English, but how do you know that the English Asham Cover? I don't even know the Asham Cover. It says, Allah Makoni, shit is Gossel, Asher Shaka. As the Pasuk says, that ultimately, again, it's another will bring a carbon for his showing, for his accidental, and they don't want to actually shit that Gossel, shit is Gossel Shaka. This refers to someone who is not Gossel, so who actually not from a Shia, shit is Gossel, but not Gossel Shaka. It said the Ashma Sa'am are able to Shia. So there was an Ashma Sa'am, Ashma Kalar, Lay Ella Asham, Ella Asham, Moses ultimately, and the Gemara said, he said that it is only someone. These Shabbos and Asham, the Shabbos and Asham processes are the same. This is different than the Kohen ultimately again, whose processes are different. We're just going to bring this in this discussion of Ashma Asham by way of that. Okay, good. More about that to go. Says in the story. Holy B'nei Atzmo, Ba'asa B'nei Atzmo, Skaber B'nei Atzmo. So you have to see down what these statements. I saw look for myself. Still going on. Let's still going on. So then all the first speaks for himself. Now what it sounds like what he is. Paskin by himself and committed the Avera for himself, by himself. Right? Then he is Skaber B'nei Atzmo. He is a total form by himself. Now, what is it? Look at Rashi. Rashi's on the left hand, Shalom, top of left hand, second right, Torah. According to Shaq, the actual zone, the Modu, the Chase, the Raiders, and the Taylor, the Ruba, his capital of the US. Well, so these are like this. We're going to see that this TV channel is getting problem stuff. Because Michael is passing erroneously, and they want to just passing erroneously. This is difficult type of problem stuff, right? So I did both as, but this kind of offer has nothing to do with each other. That's what it is. So let's say, for example, different levels passing that payment is offer, and this thing passing that what is offer. So kind of just passing with his mother, passing his head together with his son, again, the hero, she that's myself, he's hiding for his part, doing his own things. That's piece one. Horror in Mexico, but us in Mexico, what happened is, let's say again, what happened was, I'm not going to hide son, because God was constantly along with me. They're going to say, when he did these meetings, was passing the same was. So for example, they did said Caleb was mother, when Rothschild said Caleb was mother, and what happened was that the opposite both everyone then wants to have a heart. This happened in Mexico. Interestingly enough, in that case, because Donald doesn't have to bring his own car. Rather, what happens? He's covered by the hard head of government. He's covered by the offering obligations. Like the occasion that the offering only because people acted on their own is covered under that. Why? Shame, beating, Chayav, and Shlomo about the case. But it wasn't that halacha. We're not excusing adding another halacha. Shame, beating, Chayav, and Shlomo about what makes us, what a kind of makes us. So it's some halacha paragal. They seem to only carry the paragal in that simple way. When they go ahead and they do a part of a mitzvah. But remember again, the beginning of the mitzvah is required. For example, again, they say there is no Shabbos, or there is no Caleb. Remember again, the Jewish case. We're not refining this. When you talk about the Jewish say that you're allowed to refer to a specific type of Caleb. So if, however, if they pass me up, it's when it's entirety, then they're not carrying the past. In Mashiach, it was ultimately the single short time Mashiach. When is the time Mashiach carries his own power? When is that? When it's when it's regarding a detail of the mitzvah. But if it's regarding the mitzvah, if he says, there's no Shabbos, and he goes out there, does go up on Shabbos, then he's not subject to mitzvah. So again, it's only similarity between the Kohen Gadol
like my third friend and Dr. Maroon, he was like good.
Good. But thinking of Mashiach, so go back, let's go talk about sure the Bible means us with idolatry. Ultimately, again, there's only idolatry.
Disrespect to their fucking, they just like fucking this. I was like,
it's part of the idea of idolatry.
It's just like, most people don't say it, it sounds really jealous. You know what I mean? So it's like, I just disrespect for it. It would be honest, even though it's risky, it might make it look bad. And like, Brandon can't even do that with him. He's never self-deprecated to go with false some of his comedic style as I'm a normal guy. Look how stupid, crazy, and incompetent everyone around me is. That's the thing with all of his jokes. Well, speaking of which, he drinks like a sense according to that's pretty funny. And also like coincides with the keys.
He brings his own carbon. Not that he's not his capital, but let's say the king is so to get rid of the people. Like, if he passes it, he was not together with the support. Ultimately, again, he is accountable with the support. Mashiach, God that it's me, I smoke. Maybe it's me, I smoke. So to the point where she asked if he goes in and sings on his own, right? He made it back on the phone, and he follows his back on the phone on his own. And he's trying to talk to him on Seaboard, this talk about him on Seaboard. It seems together with the congregation, music told forward with the congregation. Also, that's the house, he wants that philosophy, which was what's that? There's a flaw. No, if I'm not the message, it's talk about Seaboard, you're going to cooler. It was a big difference. But when it comes to the Kipper, for example, the king is excluded all of the real offerings for the Kipper. Right? So again, the Kabbalah is brought on behalf of the Father himself for a comfort from the Kipper. The king is included. The Kipper itself is no offering for the king. It is included. You know what it says? From my first line, right? She is Kabbalah and Sydney for it, but ultimately, again, the point of Shia, the point of us, he is not opposed for with the general offering of the populace of the Kipper. All of the sons in the Kipper has his own Kabbalahs for the Kipper. So the Gemara says, hold on, this Kabbalah says it was brilliant. You don't have to be Kabbalah. So there was an hour of thought that since simulated is not opposed for. Together with the Ziba on the Kipper, speaking in general, by thinking when he's asking the same way as the baby, he should have to bring his own involvement. And with Omar, our Kaka so actually Kaka. Going to the Kaka brings his own high, it's when he's moving his own single idea. Talking about how does this work? Kaka picking out smoke, baby picking out smoke, picking Yago sings on his own. He has to, and the Roman is Pesach. He is active on his own self. He is active on himself, not the rest of the crowd. No, he brings his own Kaka. Kaka Mexico, this Kaka Mexico, like he sings together with the Seaboard. Right, when he sings together with the Seaboard, and ultimately again, is a tone form together with the Seaboard. So, once again, what the case, healing of the goodness of the relation. What's the case? It's a place of revelation where you have sages like stuff. Like you say, right? And the members of the Senate are not the regular sages. So she's not for the answer. And I know that she's offer up his own path. Why? Because he's very interested in the guy says, hold on to the whole. Oh, yeah, you know. Why I see the way back, some of these directing sages, not directing sages, they're doing really meaningless. Therefore, he should have to bring his own power. And let the Father tell him, why I see it, he's called Sirako Hadvachad. And I will check to bring your own personal context. He is the proposals, but ultimately, again, if the kids are saying, I want to hear what the directing sages. Rabbi Rothschild, and Douglas is a directing sage. That's not what it's there. And watch his little guy after all, God is gay, but if I know is not anything serious, then what is he doing constantly hell? Kind of like confession. I thought this was once the case. Because Norgo was an outstanding sage, and both outstanding sages as well. So again, everybody people look back. Wait, so I say, once it says, the point is that I was responsibility, right? So now we have to be set up with both the Norgo and the Senate are capable of delivering this guy up. I must say, about what it's right? But people are accepting for it's just something that you states. Everybody is states. Everybody that's in that life. So watch this. If it was an issue, if the coin double, like, it's just his own side. So he says, okay, he's sad, down his okay, so activates the basic side, and the coin double activates the basic side. So therefore, the basic side is going to bring their hard have on the government support, and ultimately, the government is going to bring this high. However, this coin double,
And like,
they both
it's
have to
very
be
sweet.
issuing the same
I don't know,
shot.
because
They're
when
like
you
the
see a lot of
delivery is
well,
wonder.
someone, yeah, I like it.
When
Because,
they're
yeah, but
covered
for
under
whatever
the
reason,
have
like,
of
people like shit on me, like, having had him on, like, he was so cool and so humble and so nice, and like, to me, like, I thought he had a lot of charisma, and people were like, oh, he sucks, he's boring, and like, I love the fight, like, the fight against, like, yes, he like wrestles, but like, I thought it was pretty fucking action packed, like, I've been a fan of Paul for like, however long he's been, but this, you know, so like, I feel, it's just like, people like, you know what I mean, he's a nice guy, and like, he was like, I was gonna ignore the fact that he directed distantly, it's like, that's a really good question, because I felt that too, I'm like, bro, you're going out there causing a flag of everything's going on, with his house being invaded by the idea of
I don't look at the size of different places. Become more
that's a great question, like, what did you feel? Did you feel like you had to win
right? So two different geographic locations from another one spot to another one spot, and we're also postulating regarding two different offices. Okay.
That question.
I'll just say a couple of stories. Brothers and sisters, I've got it. What is it here?
I was ready to respond, like, it's not
the favorite component of traditionally cost of the technical fiasco. There was another component that said, but it was geography doesn't matter. What matters over here is that they're asking of two different topics. Different topics. That's it, that's the topics then. When Wonder Woman achieved the public police power, and the general populace will achieve the public police the power have of government. Incredible. So it's analyzes of the book. So now, here's what the word is. In order for there to be individual liability for the struggle of the general population, they know the police power and its sequence for devastation is their power. That being constantly of two different areas of power. Now, whether or not the issue is geographic locations, not what is about it, but everyone agrees they have to be constantly with two different areas of power. Everyone's going to get into it. So, shit, dog. Look at the about all this stuff. Take the actual sources, obviously. When Douglas talking about Caleb,
I want to do this with this. Like I say, so you say something and then I completely dismiss it and repeat it in your face. But when you live your cuts understand that there's an alternative shop that doesn't like this book, identity politics, like Palestinian,
the power, the power is Sawyer. Because if it doesn't have to be the power, and it doesn't have to be the power and is Sawyer. Okay, the outcome I see like Syria.
It's like,
the whole number is the whole thing. Who about the stuff of the name the favorite? So good, right? Because the other one's constantly regarding the idolatry. And when you look at the son, and he was constantly regarding the Khaliki, the covenant of saying the God. Only totally different covenants come out by others. You see, you don't know the behavior. Either going to go back to bring the secret, like that's someone who's on. And also when the Sanhedrin will bring the time. It's obviously when you have two different pieces of it, two different covenant liability, and obviously we're going to go to the bring these covenants, and the Sanhedrin will bring their covenant. But listen to this. Elohim, the healing of the process of Keret, the healing shall have definitely match all. Those that watch this, let's say they're both testing regarding Keret, but regarding different sources. So, for example, when you have a basket, Caleb on the stomach is broken. And you say, having a basket, Caleb on the intestines is looked at. So they say, is that called individual sound? Distinct sound? Because at the end of the day, it's two different forms of Caleb. Or do we say no? Caleb is Caleb, so it's most interesting enough. Well, that's not. Me, I'm going to the covenant Shabbat, even the betrayed by also, how good it might be, on one hand, both of these types of things carry the same covenant liability. On the other hand, they are very different. He's so good, he can take like a 10 second thing to make like a secret. It's enough to take individual liability. Also, Bob, shape is Caleb. Maybe you know, Caleb is Caleb is Caleb. And since they're both trusting on the secret, so much like that, what happens when the those trusting on the secret? Costello was not free. Instead, he was covered under the power of the Senate. It's a little out shame even that funny. And if you want to say, oh, again, no, it's both called Taylor, and that's the same as if they're passing about the dam, nothing. What happened is the Railroad was passing about Taylor, and he said, they're passing about dam. Neither of them, the time, now you have hard on one hand, obviously, two different cities. We're going to shove it with carbon across the cover. Both the Taylor and for dam, it's the same type of carbonic light. So it's not interesting. So say, so again, we know in general, therefore they couldn't go to have liability for its part, and it's like that the liability for their part. They have to pass like two different things. What happens when there is some level of similarity in the sense that they both naturally recognize the same carbonic liability, or same shade. That's the thing. Shade isn't the other actual about the mix that's what it's subject, right? John, comes back to me just a second. Pacing is also viable for a high level question of simple, right? Where the uproot of detail. If you're going to think about detail, but not if they uproot the mid-space entirety. You know, right? So, I'm sorry, you know, so that's really about the mix of kind of just coming of these, that's very good. We learned that already. We learned that last time. You know what I'm saying? You have a and now, once exactly what I'm cover, the matter or detail was expressed hidden from the base. It's only when they need the mistake regarding the detail and same thing is true with the coin nozzle. The coin nozzle also has liability to uproot the detail. But not take the uproot the mixed stuff in its entirety. You know, let me say the Ashmas Ha'am. What's it back to that phrase? Ashmas Ha'am. All the Shias. Essentially, the power of the coin nozzle resembles the power of the power of the keyboard in this way as well. Incredible. A lot of other stuff on it. Sending the body right down. You know, really what this one. I'm not going to, but since that's how other stuff on the actual, say, if I remember it in general, I've always done it single pounds. Single pounds. Right? You guys also remember it, right? Yeah, we're going to single down. It's impossible. But let's say people are also sorry shaking. It says, you're not to bow down to an item. You can't offer a cover, you can't offer a colors, but you're not to bow down to it. And it's simple because that. It's not a power. It's not a power. It's a sea. It's special. So, it's all of this actually that there's a different carbonic liability. I love it how that's mixed with it. So, I'm going to put that once it's singled down, maybe because of different carbonic so even if they constant, the total is no level is a factor of perhaps they should still be collective responsibility for the things. So, I'm not just like over there talking about so here I'm also talking about we'll stop for today. Just the takeaway, right? Takeaway from this message that we are actually enjoying a lot of information. Anytime there's coin liabilities, if the coin is constantly on its own, basically either naturally or possibly something different. So coin double constantly, basically constantly, there's liability for the coin, and then ultimately liability for the base. But interestingly enough, the halacha l'maisa, the coin double is constantly on the same matter of halacha as base. But the coin double does not have individual liability. Rather, the coin double's liability ultimately against the internal side, the power panel government. That's what I'm saying. We'll stop it for today. Great run, excellent staff, everyone. We'll stop. We'll pick up the rest of the show with executive support. We'll pick up the rest of the show with the news for tomorrow. Black Panther stuff. All right, we're going to get you everyone.
Okay, so I think this is the last clip for the day. I wish we could do this for 8 hours. Dude, that'd be epic. Like a red mark. Oh, Jules, give me my tiger thing. Jules. This one's called, posted by Successful Egg 83. Successful Egg 8345. Sorry, it's been a long recording session here. It's It's called The Hate for Papa Runs Deep Part 2. Goat
All right, now
athletes
let's say.
people.
He's so amazing at tennis. She's the goat, and sometimes the goat, like Michael Jordan, a lot of people celebrate. They
I was going to say good morning, or good wrong. So just one small question to be able to begin. What will be our
And then I appreciate that. P.S. What you trying to be such a good
last week, holy this week, next week already, but we're finishing in your session. Those are if I can do all of our sponsors today. Our annual Commodore sponsor. Então, se a gente for falar de só poder publishing socials this year, as is so those are on top. And the first sponsors for Ever Love All New and Philip Goldberg. So, he has to show for his parents. After that, manufacturing becomes configurable for fast selling and at home. Channels like our even talking stuff. Except for our personally, we're going to do the mishmash. Don't just talk about it. How you from the how do you look at Shannon couple of death focus in front of the graphic of the merit of our Commodore, all the things Shannon was talking about, the family thing, all those things, which have been cold ladies, so the Trump, the New York Times, how it has to be shown that the color of our holy soldiers to be successful, the whole massive debate. So that us continue to be really exciting gap ahead of us today. We're really exceptionally excited. I'm supposed to stage out the scaffold. I got tremendous respect for the recovery covering John yesterday. We are picking up on daily dates. 3 lines up in about a tango. We're shooting all your over. Non-coming over. Actually, they thought that we talked about us. So we'll say context. This is talking about, again, we're reviewing or service in the business. So some of the details, a couple of things supposed to bring. So what does it say? So make one of them into a katos, and one of them into an oba. Your whole thing, the FLS, obviously, you would have thought that there would be a would consume the katos. Now, although I would partially oba, the other shows the second half before always comparing to how so, not all along the FLS platform, just like the oba is not consumed, katos along the FLS. So the katos is not consumed. Okay? Kiyotsego, Kiyotsego, Agora a chave Hagola, do Fogos pelo King Israel, onde chama se você precisa de fazer Ezra. Ezra. Você sabe que last night, like I told you, that's a great discussion to have. This is something really like such a such a special and beautiful event. So part of the incredible message is the emphasis on incremental acquisition of knowledge. It's starting from
like in a position of power influence who's black. He said, "Oh my God, we get it from the back." But I mean, you know, like you said,
I just hope that I'm not going to put this forward. No, that's just so it's like. You know, what you ultimately say what you need to realize is because many of us, myself, have this in our kids, right? Most of us here, we're finished shots. Most of us here, we're finished shots more than once. And amazing enough that with all of that knowledge, I think the whole. And like that's big nonsense, but it's one of the things, one of the projects I think we're sometimes there is you go into talk shit, they bought something to really focus on that. This out, things that are really concept from Ezra. It's talking about the Jews who build these seconds on the crush. And we're going to spend a little bit of time on the things of who live in. The plus it says, according to our chef, those who were ahead and came back from captivity. So yeah, go along. Jews on the dance. But almost they were pleased. So honestly, it starts with whenever they offered up really kabanos to the God of Israel. Honestly, my son, I'll cook so 12 cows. 12 cows, cows. I got whole 12 cows. But we knew this. Yeshiva, the Shiva, around 96. The boss said, she was the Shiva, seven, spirit of Shlema Sar, Kolo, Rasha. These are the kabanos that they came back when they offered up by the essentially the organization of the second base on the So watch this. So the Gemara says, Hakol plus it says everything was an over. What's good? Hakol over. It's not going to everything was an over. The extra was like, with our 6 8 4 lines down from the top. Extra shachatos over. And some of them were chatos. So they were chatos. It can't be. Ela HaKol, all of the colors that she did, like, the house soap, that's all their colors, just as an older, can't be so to the fact that wasn't just seriously this is fascinating. Why would these couples go? So the word suggests that any of these couples will brought ultimately again as an image for the italics that Israel worshipped. Now watch this, it gets more interesting. One of the younger Shmuel, all those co-companies shall also be literally, like, so this is interesting, you know, the Kabbalah they brought, we're not putting out both the cells that we worship during Babylonian diaspora. It's not really good, so we have both the cells that we worship at the end of the first temple period, under the days of the Tzidkiel. Now, it's a more understand. Tzidkiel was a top. Tzidkiel was a top. So, it's one of the things that I mentioned about how much is responsible for the actions of his constituents. It's like a human leadership on one hand. Clearly, the flock goes ahead and a little bit goes through the scripture. But on the other hand, we find many times when the greatest leader of the world and his flock just doesn't do what they're supposed to do. Like, God still had Moshe Rabbeinu. They built the Echo, and they went ahead and they did the miraculous. It was just a couple of years. They were to Europe and something. It's pretty incredible thing to think about. Now, what does that mean? Exactly. So another guy's dead. Like, oh my God, he's dead. I have to get this off my chest. But then, like, here's the if you're lying, then you have evidence that's super fucked up because you're falsely everything that's super fucked up, which is super fucked up. But also, what if they are actually getting it? They don't want to be out of the closet. It's like, how do you know for no reason? Technology, you know. I'll ask you a question. It's done in like, it's done just right. Like, do like 5 or 6 times. So anyway, so this is what's happening over here. So I will ask you, honestly, and then you tell me whether. Okay, once you can tell me whether it's under I got comes back, and they're part of their carbonic process is offering atonement carbonos for the Abo Zara during the days of the waning days of the first and second flush. So we're going to say, okay, it sounds like this. So you're saying that we don't stop this on the understanding of the let's go back to this example. So remember, there was a expressive that in our previous months, which is general, how this kind of other rights work. Like, how is all of this working? Is it ultimately, again, is it the vision of bringing the carbon? Is it that shape that's bringing the carbon? So it is. And when it's trying to make this make sense, but that was the 100 cacos. You could bring 12 cacos, how so? So then the cut is showing as such. Mas essa series que a lot of myself again is a high handle the other actually what tribes. So therefore it will be both capitals, one for each tribe representing a tribal notion of idolatry. The to Shiva Shvatim, Shara, in the food of the minority factor that's how you can have that's ultimately again 12 cartels. Well, then you should also define this place how to go. It's not to Achadas Ashvatim, so nice to Achadas Ashvatim. According to the tradition, both the tribes and the things that bring the heart. So ultimately, we have 11 tribes that sin. And things we brought on others, remember the classic said they brought 12 cartels. So according to the tradition, the 11 tribes sin. And the also the one that's 12. Already there, they're usually in the ones that were. They must say, you got this one already there. You hold the Halacha race again. Only the days that brings the power. Shvatim do not. So where does 12 come from? Where does 12 come from? listen to this. Like you go and the Fatu, actually starts singing. It can happen that you sing 12 times. In other words, there are 12 independent events from independent events to residential. And therefore, again, they brought 12 parties to that. And those called events, that's ridiculous. How can you not learn your lesson? What can you learn? I can't say question of myself. I'm always making the same things in life that I'm not giving it a package. I'm doing a package. I cannot really make TV show films about this. I'm really going to take the same stuff, same mistakes over and over and over. As much as we want to learn from our mistakes, sometimes we find ourselves in a cycle of making the same mistakes. Even if you make the same mistake 12 times, you can break the cycle. But even if you break the cycle, you know, if you're fall off the ladder and get stuck up here, it's like, Sheva, you won't talk to the time you have hold up life. It's not perfection. Your hold up life is just getting back off. It's not to watch yourself. I see the I know the fucking Joshua is the good stuff. Let's get this straight. He's coming back from their drug for the second kind of stuff. They were bringing your offering for that kind of true confidence of CEO. Only owners will be only on which is the conscience, the Jews who worship idolatry of the CEO were dead. We're dead already. Right? It's over 7 years earlier. Right? So remember again, think about this moment. In order to have life with the CEO, you have to be what, at least 13 years old. So what's the probability that now at 88, the vast majority must have already passed away. So the right second, how can this new generation bring an atonement offering for the Avodah of people who already died? Rabbi said, so let's say that, by the way, what this question is really predicated on is as follows. The Jews who worship idolatry under the name of CEO, ultimately again, were trying to cut us. Okay? What's halacha? Katos singing Baal. Singing Shas. Ruben goes ahead and accidentally buys the Shabbos. Okay? He has to bring a carbon Shabbos. Okay, Ruben dies. Like, children go like, in their the Shabbos, what is music? You actually want to give you what the Shabbos died. You can't bring a Shabbos nationalistic. You can't so you want the fact it's like you want to say, oh, here, the quote-unquote, the owners of the Shabbos, meaning the previous generation, Israel, the Pashtus died. So how can this new generation bring another Shabbos on their behalf? So that's all I listen to this. When we say that if you order the Shabbos died, you no longer offer up the Shabbos, that's individual. But also, again, it doesn't apply to the congregation. Or if it's more has Shabbos they have to bring, there's no, right? Even if members of the Seaboard die, ultimately we're bringing the Shabbos. So I will say, yeah, you go back to all those powerful lines, all those shots, the feet, shame, suck. Because there's no such thing as death in Seaboard. Yeah, let's say individuals die. Seaboard, from the snow, is always alive. To buy yourself die. On the Seaboard, ultimate thing is honest, you turn out. So let's say understand the fundamental so many different levels. So let's say, first of all, this is the richness of common self. This is why I would say, this is why no matter what we face, right, no matter what we face, no matter what we're staring at, yes, often what we're scared about is what's going to be the collateral damage, what's going to be the level of sacrifice we're going to have to make. But our success, our eternality, our national longevity, that's never in question. Why? Because it's in the worship, you know, the second party is not involved without it. We submit Seaboard. It's Seaboard, Tom, Israel, always just for their messages. As we go through life, we think about our contributions, what we want to do, what we want to do, and why we're doing this world. We'll say, live my life just about me.
I was lost content with my sounds. I do get sidetracked. Oh, you're good. Go more in depth. That was worth it. No, what we used to do is like we watch the special and whatever bits are running bits, we just do that and we fucking kill the jokes. Yeah, it's just like a very slow consumption of the special.
Individuals
are forgotten. Sometimes they're good though. Sometimes like we watch a couple of Shane Gillis ones. Those are good. Yeah.
That's like 4 generations.
I'm a big fan, obviously. It's all set people just fucking like people going.
You know a name. They probably don't even know a name.
You should look at Trump. Like, don't get fucking your panties in a bunch because this person exists. Be grateful that exists so we can get Shane Gillis making fun of him. My car, I'll make daddy die, flag it down. I'm fucking trying to come to the bed.
Listen, what that means is sometimes putting your own personal needs on the side and figuring out
I'm sure he has issues with him. I just feel like every, like, I swear to God, it's just like, it's not a matter of like, does he say this or like, every single person who he's ever interacted with
on what I
talk shit behind their back. Like, I've never witnessed it. Like, I've never witnessed it. You have anybody that you can just like that.
But just understand,
when you're around healthy people, there's like, you know, reaction goes, really fucking awesome. Like, it's just, he's not there, you know, and it's just like, it's just the conversation. So, man, that's fucking funny and awesome. Yeah. Right? And like, he has to say, like, but it's like, you know, it's the most basic psychological analysis of like, insecure egomaniac. I have to down to put myself up because I can't just admit that. You know, somebody's good. And if you really thought somebody sucked, like, do you need to rub it in? Do you need to talk about it? You know what I mean? Like, it's always like, if you really, some guys make fun of, like, hot girls online, they're like, everybody's not hot. It's like, if you're saying this girl, like, you go around telling ugly people they're ugly, so, like, you're just, you're just a sociopath, like, what, like, you know, so it always betrays something where it's like, this person you feel like has something like money, so you find some angle of attack, like, well, you know, you can't sell tickets, or you know, like, you or you know, this thing that are going on, and it's like, you know, he has a distance in his butt, dude. Yeah.
This, and you're like that.
Jeff Guy.
Imagine someone
you know what's funny is when Jamal Hill came off the fucking video diaries before, like, he was high as fuck, you know, and like not to talk to him, but it's like hearing him talk like, oh, that guy's never be fucking champion. Like, well, you know, like, a lot of these guys that end up being like huge, like Sean Harper, but he's like, he thinks he's our young straight in the favor. It's like, yeah, he's bigger, famous, than the fucking all right, well, let's get out of here because I gotta edit this. Thanks for tuning in. See you next week. Thank you, Mark.
Incredible.
All right, later.
So the Lord says as follows: Although these are two, each of these are two. We know that. Where do we know that from? Where do we know that from? Where do we know ultimately that Amy said it's secret? That Papa the Lord says it's not done. The not only that Papa Hall. You don't really get to see Papa Saba second. Was it supposed to have another? Rabbi says the beautiful Moses, Papa Saba second. You want that? Again, the sons will come in the step of the Father, which seems to indicate to us what? Which indicates to us that Allah said again, the sons of the words. The sons will pick up what the father's left off. Okay, well, then again, that's singular, right? In other words, that should mean that the individual has equality. Because how the person has children, those children are not true. This is fascinating. The Papa's view ultimately again is from the secure of Rosh Chodesh. The Amr Rahmanah might seem this is fascinating. It's like, see a Rosh Chodesh, which is fascinating about in of itself. Look at Rashi. This is right hand Rashi. Right hand Rashi. The middle of the short line. You see Rosh Chodesh? The Abichat. So that's this is fascinating. Remember, if you're on Rosh Chodesh, we do make carbon pathos. The Amr Rahmanah is basically too much other stuff. And I'll say, by the way, why is there covered pathos on Rosh Chodesh? So you're able to get to of Shavuos, right? So ultimately, I think the pathos of Rosh Chodesh is the pathos of certain types of communal tumah. Also, the Gemara says, as Rashi says, "Heviu alai hakalah." For me, a katas beginning from the why Hashem Achiti is Hayareh. Which Baruch Hu says again, it's like a full terrorist means you're coming for Hashem, then you can diminish the power of the okay, they're a different time. So what says this? That's an interesting halacha lemaisa. The Gemara says that we go ahead and we bring a common takas on Rosh Chodesh. Now, interestingly enough, the common Rosh Chodesh is brought from the Shumas HaMishka. What's Shumas HaMishka? General collection from everybody would contribute a master's a shekel, and then they would take from that for new kamaros. So the takas of Rosh Chodesh was brought from the new funds. Rashi continues the call to one super Shumas HaMishka inside. But there were nice people in Israel actually Shumas HaMishka. So it's a really interesting. So interestingly enough, they would bring the takas of Rosh Chodesh from the communal funds. In the communal funds. Now, the Gemara says what happens is that after maybe someone died, like maybe someone died from the time that the float from the time that you spread it until you offered it up. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to buy some Shumas HaMishka. I want to buy some Israel. But I'm not going to buy some one second, how can this be? So you have to bring a communal chatas from community funds, but maybe between the time that you separated up and offered it, maybe members of Klal Yisrael. And how can you offer off a title? It's not what you see from the earth, but it's in the earth. And 87 people, there is no death with the support, and there's a lot of my sense of propaganda from. There's no other sign of Kata Shemisu Kala, super Kata, what you see in the earth. And it's only if I individual Kata, if the owner dies, that you can't offer the karma. But by a community, some of the owners die. Ultimately, you start again, what's also good, I figure out. Remember what I was trying to do earlier? How can it be that by the motivation of the supplements and touch, they brought sin offerings for a Rizal committed during the times of the first base of the flush? Even for people who need that karma already died, which are Papa said, you want to try to figure out where do you know that from? You know, it says, yeah, it's your scholars. I don't know how can you compare this to what I see in Seaboard? That's the one that is carbon, so we're trying to separate that carbon and offer it. We're talking about more than a 7-year gap. It says, what's it? But Edward Arun thought. Edward Arun, but yet that the gap runs the word of the source. We don't know. Benefits of the coast, the city elders of that city come out. They said, as they wash their hands over the cap, they said, I'm sorry, Hashem, but this Hashem. Little bit again, Kapran plays Hashem, atone for your people. Hashem, like you see, and the rest of the pasuk is, Kapran plays Hashem, this Hashem, Afidim, plays Hashem, the Kapran Madam. It's like this. Uya Kaparazu. Shekhaber al Yotzim Yisrael, and it's Hashem Hanisa. So just to read out, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying Hashem atone for your people, what redemption by Gemara says, even for Egypt. So everyone was so powerful that only even for Jews left Egypt. And it was like, what's the status of Jews left Egypt? But that's right. The Neshama Shabbat is dead. So we're talking about over here that atonement for people who are dead. You're saying succeed in the Chatos has the ability to atone even if the owner is already died. In a sequel. So let's come on. How do you compare that? Hassan Kumis, you go to the Kapra, trying to Kapra on the enemies. That's not a fair comparison. Because the all the people who are presently alive. Okay, so now that it's going to atone for the living, you can also atone for the dead. It was fascinating by Ezra, by the second day, son of Josh. It's quite possible that there was no one alive from the days of Ezekiel. There's no one alive. So how can you atone for it? How can you atone for evil if the one that a regional group is alive. The person is overwhelming. Enough to sit down into this. It turns out that there were a lot of issues alive during the inauguration of the second day of the church. Saw the first mistake. Incredible. 7 years later, and we didn't think about it. This is shocking. Whereas they said, the rabbi me accorda ma di Rabbi the pastor says, there were many of the Kohanim and Levium and heads of households as good as Shalom, as Habayis Halushon. Because the pastor says it was a week. There were many Kohanim, many Levium, many heads of families, many elders who were still alive. First thing I said, can you like imagine that? Can you imagine being one of those Jews, like we've been waiting 2,000 years, 2,000 years for about beautiful life, teaching me these open layers of memory. Can you imagine a day of structure, people can see these buildings with the addition. So how do you do a lot of that? Once again, the people will not think we will go rapid. Now, remember, all the Pasuk says is that there were a lot of Kohanim and Levium elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority, but it just says that there were a lot of them. But still, maybe they were, in the context of Klal Yisrael, still considered to be a minority. You might just really want to listen to this. It's about biblical acting on a below rabbit. I will not say this to this. But we'll keep the contrast, I think, the first one, right? The cult of Islam. That cult which what happened there. Listen, this is wild. The says, when the Klal Yisrael saw the second case of the church, the sound of crying, with the sound of joy. I was like, this is fascinating. There are two different reactions in the second case of the church. Like, the crying, the conscious one is singing. Who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews of the first case of the church. And the second, and the Jews called the Sita, they never saw the first. So it was like, this is kind of a general, we're going to finish the proof, so we can learn from the fact that this findings was louder than the title called the sound of joy, indicates to us what? That there are more people crying than being joyous. Which indicates something fascinating. That a majority of Jews, in this case, who came back and started rebuilding the second case of Mikdash, we're leftovers, but you know, we're holdovers, right? We're part of that generation who saw the first case of Mikdash, which is wild. Which also says the parameters of that longevity of those individuals. There's been a lot, that was a lot of those, that was incredible to watch. The fact that you're crying was greater than the joy, and indicates the majority of the Israel were in fact holdovers from the first temple era. It was like, to me, it's also so profound that whatever Klal Yisrael rejoices, it's an incredible thing. Our rejoicing is always a mixture of two words. There's always laughter and tears. I wasn't thinking about this, it's just a moment, but what's going to happen when you have the third person?
Mikey, Minnie, any kind of mouse. I mean, John Jones is going to be right? And that's what happened.
It's almost like, you know, you see this sometimes, like, you get to the finish line, and you have to try. Because nursing injuries and pain and difficulty, whatever, they kept it together because they had to get to the finish line. You can try to make sense of the nurse that you provide an hour to the finish line. It's going to be just a tidal wave of tears. Because the thing that we have to keep in check, all of these claims, and sometimes we have to keep in check because I need to move myself forward. And at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going
next week, they're in California. He'd be so bad at one of those train questions, like if a train
incredible things, we're going to see this. I will say it's important that we learn Because this moment right now is a lesson in history. And just very soon is going to become our reality. It's found mixture of pain from everything that we have to endure. Coupled with incredible laughter and joy for everything that we finally have, we'll be subject to it in Yetz Hashem L'Kara. Because I got how are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for Avodah Zarah? They were basic. Once they only get a chatas is brought for inadvertent transgression. These Jews were not children doing this. How do they do it? There was a Shah I saw. There was a fascinating. All was a news, an exception was made. An exception was made. Ultimately, the sponsor allowed them to go ahead and bring a chatas for an intentional overhaul. Essentially, after stand up, you locate the hockey. They will teach him Shisha. Vosim Shiva, negative. Let's say, pretty much, because you look at these Kabbalahs, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, even 77, 77 plus, and what are they corresponding to? Ella, Horaz, Shaisa Haya, Hakanami, Horaz, Shah, Isa. So let's say, so ultimately, it was Horaz Shah. Horaz Shah. So let's say, by the way, ask yourself, why was you Horaz Shah? Well, that would move on. Yes, because it's important to so that would be important to this kind of deal as well. If there's one thing that the Golden Golden has the best history, it is us becoming knowledge. No one is a bigger stakeholder in our Tshuva than our Kodesh Baruch. Because when we talk about Tshuva, we do not go through the second chances. We do not go through the second chances. We gotta act together and give it and go forward. Tshuva is not a possibility. It wasn't like a try. The Shpar would need Klal Yisrael to understand that the second base on Mikdash represents who starts. New opportunity in the beginning. Sometimes people believe that they're beginning. Something concrete. So the ability of Klal Yisrael to bring these structures as a tangible display of the Shpar. The thing that's coming from is high, like 1 second, you show me it's not amazing. It's not seeing something here, I'm allowing you to do it. I'm so wanted. It's not going to do it. You need certainty that when it's forgiving, you're going to show. That's what I love it. So it's not going to be right. So it's not going to be right. I love it. So it's not going to be right. I love that here too. Right? All the same thing. Like it's going to go ahead and do it. Overwhelm it with this whole cover of process. What happens is after that, I love it. If one of the members of the process so died, the highest not getting the highest basically ultimately again, if one of the members of the community dies, and all of the again are I think you're only the base embrace and not the congregation. Now watch this, they work so long. Base after that, see what I know. The hall, hard to believe. Therefore, again, if one of the members of the Klal Yisrael dies, they still bring the power because the base is intact. However, makes after the remember the holiday and not Shemes after in our Shotzer. We should not be into it. That was interesting. But if one of the members of the base did die, then what? Then it's interesting. You want to suggest that Allah Almighty the base no longer brings the power. Right? Why? Because if one of the members of the base did die, this is like Chatos, that was all partners, where if one of the partners dies, the Chatos is no longer blocked. Very interesting. The Gemara says, ask if you're going to take the permission, you're going to take but we said something like this. The Chief of Allah, I said, I love Tzibor is blocked both by the base group as well as by the Tzibor. Therefore, base after the Tzibor Halavi, the in Tzibor nation. If one of the members of the Tzibor dies, he's still in the power of why? Because like you said, Tzibor never dies. Tzibor never dies. Base after the base group. But if one of the members of the base group dies, that means the Chatos shoots in you. Okay, I'm going to lay out by Aisha. So, what you might just suggest me is about one of the members of the right? If a member of the Boston Star dies, still going to die, right? Because again, in secret, here is that. So let's just play this out. Based on constant activity is working. Okay, fine, now the guy, right? People acting on it. Now facing us to go ahead and bring it high level governance. Okay, now whether or not the single brings or not focus, I'm going to say the single part. Now one of the members of the state is being nice. The Imam is suggesting that the base thing will go and won't go bring the Katos. Can't actually get them. Why can't they bring the Katos? Because the Katos are going to see what the Katos as partners. Katos are my partners. And now what it is, that's when one of the partners dies, the remaining partner, the Katos can no longer be gone. Okay, what the Imam says, is that true? Is that true? The Imam says, sorry. Sì, non posso capiscere, separates the animal and then it dies. What happens to the animal? That's the animal. Can't go ahead. Katos means Baba. If the Katos and its owner die, you can't go fuck that Katos. Now, the secret is, it's just the what that a Katos owned by partners. So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that Katos, but it's left to die. The Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon says it's not left to die. It's not your heart is really important to opt into this. You have the heart and the start of a giver. She separated out these animals, walk up on it, service a new kid, and then what happens? You lost the animal. Someone's losing their job. Right? Someone's losing their job. Right? See, they lost the power to serve their keeper. So what do you do? So what do you do if you lose the power to serve their keeper? You separate out from the set. Okay, fine. It's back there. They must have the ugly puppets for the years. They all heard out. They all went to the place and then what happened? They find the old ones, or the original ones. What's that like? Oh, you have some two ones. You reach out to die. You get to die. They ready to do it. But the others you have to let them graze, and then they develop a water. Then you can redeem it water. You don't even pick up. So the congregation is not left to die. Obviously, Kohanim found it, so we'll say that's Kohanim. Because it says, Kohanim did the cow. Kohanim themselves are part of the congregation. That is not looked at, interestingly enough, that Kohanim Sutter, that's not looked at as Kabbos partners. That's what it was originally. That's the Kabbalah Kohanim. Kohanim is a cloud. You know, so they sit ala Kohanim. So we have to show you. You win the merge, you get a truck too, and then it's like the B show. That Kohanim are called a cow. They ultimately again, they should bring their own high level of because they're called a cow. If you think what happened on me, Jason, you'll say, well, get to that white couple with the truck. And we'll say, never again, bring the people that says, the one there is a mistake, and the Shvatim, the Jason brings apart, and the Shvatim brings apart. So how many columns is that? That's 12. If the Kohanim are considered to be their own cow, then what? How many did you bring? 13. 13. Shvatim shall leave you like a cow. The shade of Levi is not like a cow. It's very interesting. Why not? It's not for fun, because it's fun, and it's called the cow. So we'll say this is interesting enough by Abraham. Like the Shem says, I will be out, I'll listen great, I'll multiply you, and I said that when it's something about a cow, I'll make it like cow on it. Now right after that it says, that a sati es ha'oret hazos. So let me see from here. Being a cow is associated with Eretz Yisrael. Which I'm going to say, by the way, remember we learned this last week already, that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. It's interesting here, I'm thinking about Kosh Yisrael Chuzah, Hikri Kahal. Only those who have a portion in the land, ultimately again are called Kahal. The Kosh Yisrael. So, whoever does not have a portion in the land, rolled cow is not whole cow. So we'll say it's the same plastic. So therefore, again, it's just easy enough. Shit lady isn't called cow. Why not? Why not? Because that can be which will say that is interesting. It almost seems like what it's in. What's the child? What's the child? You don't have a portion or you're not part of the cow. No. So obviously, you can say it's a puzzle. There are two arguments things like this. To be part of cows, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility, that's Jay was saying we're in for me. That's not like how you sell are people who live up their streets and have from the agenda of clubs. So if you're not working the land, somebody knows if you're not advancing the land, so you don't need to get, you're not part of the shop. Not part of the club doesn't mean a lot, but it doesn't mean I'll say bad news is we're also not part of the cow, right? In other words, but yet again, we're holy, we're beloved, part of the clubs, you know? But the cow is something very specific. So let's take a doesn't even start. Here's the problem. The shit completely is not part of the cow. And I will say that again, how are you ever coming up with 12 shvatim, right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So no. Menashe, even the Shimon, there are 12 Shvatim. Why? Why? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. By the way, it's fascinating. But by finding an Asher, he says that listen to this. Yes, I'm not sure he tried. What are the 2 tribes for? And find out the Asher, the 2 tribes for tribal inheritance, for inheritance purposes, right? For land purposes, but not for any other purpose. That's not true. But is that true? Below. I will say again, if I'm not sure, in the desert, when we have flags, remember again, and Friday Nation had their own flags. So there are separate tribes. You got Halasan, Shani Yosan, today Lachari, Kala with the Golan. I will say, remember again, so remember the flags have to do with tribes together. Which also has to do with Nakala, tribal inheritance, all part of the same thing. I have Hakalu Gibson to see him. The Friday Nation each had their own Nasi. Each had their own tribal place. There was Kahu, Rachel, Kala in the sea. That was in order to give cover to the sea. Let's say, in order to say differently, that was in order so it was not progress. If there was only one Nasi per time and the Nanshan, you could understand that's going to cause problems. Who does the Nasi come from? Right? Which one of them should get the Nasi? The sign was really beautiful. Shlomo also signed me the Hanukkah. So ultimately, it was a Shlomo made, send me the Hanukkah. Or is that Hanukkah what? Hanukkah's Hadayis. But Shlomo here's the example because you need 7 and 7. We saw last week. You need 7 primary days of meditation. Moshe, last says Shemasa. So why do Moshe only 12? Why do you need 12? Moshe says, not Moshe, last says Shemasa. This is like Mishnah. Why do you need 12 days of inauguration by the Mishnah? When Shlomo HaMelech only needed 7 days by the Mishnah because they left it covered in the sea. Ultimately, in order to be covered in the sea, is what they want to happen. First off, it only would have been 7. So which tribal princes are represented, which are not. So what they want to do, for long, again, the dedication this way, every tribal prince ultimately, again, gets a part. Which I'm not saying is a really incredible idea. But if Moshe, they was preoccupied with, they need to extend the Hanukkah celebration a little bit longer. Ultimately, again, that's what we'll do just in order to make sure amongst things. Absolutely incredible. Says the Gemara, my Havi Allah. So let's expand. The Gemara goes back to the original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Havi Allah, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos Hashut? So here's what we know. The Chatos of the individual, right, including accidentally with Makal Shabbos, Sefer Chatos and then die. What happens to that Chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die, right? If Tzibur has a Chatos, and some members of the Tzibur die, what's the halacha? the Chatas slaughter, right? Why? Any sudden sequence. Right into that, the Jews came back to the second day Sunday crush. The Jews came back to what I think the Chatas owned by two people. The Chatas owned by partnership. And one of the partners dies. What's the status of that Chatas? Is that like a Chatas Hayafim or a Chatas Hatzibor? To which the person does it is a Mayhabi Allah Tashma. So it's very interesting conclusion. Judge Shimon says, how many Chatas is there are 5 categories of Chatas that ultimately again are left to die. One of those 5 Chatas, Chatas, is a Chatas not regarding his birth. Right, so if your Chatas gives birth, ultimately again that Chatas is left to die. Right, Tmuras Chatas, you exchange one Chatas for another Tmura. They will say, by the way, well, we'll see how it is. Chatas Shinisu Ba'ala. If you have a Chatas and the owner of the Chatas died, the Chatas is Kapri Ba'ala, or you have a Chatas whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this is the case. So let's say again, Reuben was Machal Shabbat assassinated. They set aside a Chatas. Lost his Chatas, designated another Chatas, offered up the replacement Chatas, and they found the original Chatas. So the Chatas is left to die. The Chatas Abba Shnasa, or I'm saying the Chatas is an age requirement in the year. The Chatas aged out. Aged out. Okay? Yanta Yoko, Yomar, Raj Chatas is signed. So now, where we'll see this. Yanta Yoko, Yomar, Raj Chatas is so if you're dealing with the Chatas Tzibor, there's no such thing as offspring of a Chatas. Why not? Tzibor not Ishin Nekiva. Because again, whenever the Tzibor goes ahead and touches the Chatas, it's always a male animal, never a female animal. Same for Losai, again, so this is important because it's 2025 years, right? So only females can have children, right? Only females can nurse, only females can menstruate, only females, right? So again, right, there are certain biological realities that are only for females that men cannot get guaranteed. Right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by Tzibor, there's no such thing, because at the end of the day, ultimately, again, by Tzibor, it's only male Chatas, not a female Chatas. And ultimately, again, there's also seen as a Tmuras Chatas and Tzibor. Why not? Change Tmura and Tzibor. There's also the concept of Tmura. Concept Tmura only applies back. Remember, in Tmura means if you exchange a sacrificial animal. So the halacha over here is if you exchange sacrificial animal by so-called Kodesh, both means an animal and the same animal both become Kodesh. The Tmura doesn't work by communal offering. That is a Tzera Sakas. One of those that work also. Okay? Next, Yata Yopoloma Chata Shanesi Ba'ala. Furthermore, again, by a Chatas HaTzibor, there's no such thing as the owner dying. Why not? She'ein Tzibor Mason. Because as we saw before, in Yisrael Tzibor, there's no death by a Tzibor. She'ein Kapri Ba'ala, She'alba Shnasa, Lo Shamane. So once I say interesting to that, the two cases that don't know by a Tzibor is, She'ein Kapri Ba'ala, what happens if there was a Chatas HaTzibor that and lost? The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved becoming to the replacement, and they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And Shabbat Shnasa, aged out. So those are two cases ultimately again where we don't know that about Chatas HaTzibor. So Lo Shamanu, so we don't know that about it. Once it's said Yaakov, then we assume so you might have thought ultimately again it should be left to die. So the Gemara says, under the Lord something else here. Ultimately, again, learn the unknown pieces from the known pieces. How so? Mama Tzir, the black Chatas, the Tmuras Chatas, Shlosh Ba'ala, Yachid, one of the word of the love of Tzibor, Achis, Kapri Ba'ala, the Shabbat Shnasa, Yachid, one of the love of Tzibor. So listen, they need to say like this, like the first three, only they fight the individual Tzibor, individual Chatas, and not the Tmuras Chatas. So to again, the remaining two, which apply to individual, should apply to so that's what's happening. Actually, she has to that's not fair. Why is that not fair? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by Tzibor, as we already saw. Which we also have Shimon, the Chad, and Malcolm brother. So what's the bottom line? The Gemara said the Halach and myself, but Shimon says it's like this. Five kids where Chatas left is left their agreements. Now, one thing in their agreements, either they all apply or they all
I would go to try to do like 4 minutes and
So therefore, halacha l'maisa, the shidduch says it's like this.
and then you would try to have sex with those three.
Instead of coming to the concept of words, already out of the gate, three of them don't apply, right? Rod Chakos doesn't apply because by Chakos we offer real animals. And Timuras Chakos doesn't apply because there's no Timura over getting by Chakos, and by Chakos or by Timura offering. And ultimately, again, Chakos Shemesi Shara doesn't apply. Why not? Because it is so simple. Once those two don't apply by definition, the other two don't apply as well by Chakos Tzibor. And therefore, ultimately, again, if you have the case of the Chakos Tzibor, when they lost the animal, went ahead and offered up a new animal and then found the original one, and then let the animal die, but rather again, we let it raise, develop a womb, and then remove it. Same idea, ultimately, the cage is out. Allah reminds you, don't feed it to God, rather to go ahead and rather let it raise, develop a womb, and then sell it. Allah reminds you, those five situations where prophets are left to die. The only time you apply is if you get a fight or five. If you get a fight or five, great. Fantastic. If you can't apply any part of the fight, then by definition, the remaining one does apply as well. I recall that the higher level of the important one piece of Allah for myself, understand the custom right there, meaning if I can't have a who is offering it, one power offered up by faith, one power offered up by faith. Now, once again, what that does, and again, what that does mean is very important. After the transgression was recognized, so again, David says, Allah for myself, you can eat Caleb, right? So probably someone went down some dry pie, so somebody went down and ate Caleb, dry pie, so went down and ate Caleb. And then it was discovered. So the things and things of power, the rest of the Shvatim they're covered by the power of the base. If one of the members of the base dies, before the power is offered, then the power is now offered. But again, that's the technicality. One of the members of the base does that before the power not covered by Allah, so they have to care. One power is offered up on Basin, and we'll say, how did you know Allah only Basin? I'm finishing our first study of second science, what time it was. Tomorrow, the adventure continues.
I got really bad comedians on good shows, and I'm also going to get them from that I know. I'm also going to get them to you can fuck my girlfriend. Now I know why we said that's a little bit too. Yeah, thank God it never goes over time. It's the duck being on the line and saying no, and then finally the line gets up.
Our annual time goes on focusing the stuff about the rights from the get-go. This year, as it's supposed to, so I was always watching the month of the Elul. I brought out the Dollar over some of his parents after Ben Usher Krikon. They were able not to sell it and all the tools of our purchasing our every this month and the months. And when we did it in Nishmas, they are from this one. I understand that Father Yaakov is a follow the rock and we come learn about yourself and put it. We use Nishmas Lori, then Ari. Well, see, we got let us be as close as always in schools. We got to get in this trouble. These houses make us talk around the show. Bring it home. Show them the car. We got the whole shoulders to be talk around to be successful. The whole muscle. Listen to that. Let's go. Well, Hashem, a lot to do today, but we got this. We're going to run it with Hashem. So we're just going to come days. Today's got $8.04. We are picking up cars literally the top of the one with olive green. Let's go. Okay, check this out. This is I'm nervous. Adjective shows a lot of color that's the slow. So it's an interesting a lot. In other words, the only time that it is going to have to be a parallel of that's the word is when everyone in the group participated in the ruling. So someone abstained, for example, again, no power. I'm not going to negotiate, but the negotiation, I'm going to stop it. Generally, at the concept of people the majority, ultimately, it's like the whole scene again over here. One doesn't say, the entire faith must be participatory in this Halacha. You have a power of government. That's the word. So it's what's saying, one of the questions is from our mission. So it's not holy mission, as I should know, right? The basic asking, and one of the members of the basic, we got a mistake with me. Oh, I'm going to the host. I will say, yeah, it wasn't coming from the audience there in the galley. Who was fixed for judgment, and you realize ultimately that the movie was mistaken. But despite that, all of yeah, he's kind of like business. Yeah. Based on their ruling. So the Gemara says, so whether again he did it with the daisy and did it after the daisy or did it before the daisy, he didn't do it at all. He just did it. The individual was kind of why? Because those together probably did not counted as depending on actually things to the basic. So where it says, 1 second, I didn't try it, that's only this individual who's hired because he knew better. He thinks that if some other individual relied on the instinct, ultimately again he would sponsor, but he wanted to deny, looking for a hold on. Obviously, this is a case where we see Mishnah saying one of the judges dissented. That's one of the judges ultimately again. One of the judges told the rest of the reasoning. Ultimately, again, what you did is not correct. That exactly is not correct. And I've also got to remember, I'm also going to see just before, that in order for this to be liability, ultimately, again, what has to happen? I'm not going to myself. The entire basic has to participate. But this is the case where one member of the basic has not participated. What's the case? You don't shake anything. What's the case? The dissenting judge, the one judge who said, hey guys, you're all wrong, he went ahead and you got it. By not using this whole Rashi points out over here, you get participate. So you actually not participate. Questions of participation. As if everyone has participated. So that's why it means the asking, and one of the members of the base realized that they didn't make a mistake. And again, that guy in that church says, Hebron, you're making a mistake. How do you do it? It's clutter from power. It's just like there's talent on the show as running shop. Maybe delete it upset to them. You're making really the first. Participation of all the judges, but here not all the judges are participating. Not in recognizing about myself participation, even though he disagrees with the case. So that's the Rabbi Church here. Some of the Rabbis are going to know, yeah, but the Rabbi Church here, so what's the reason? Other teachers are saying, I'm teaching our husbands, how much you said. I mean, if you do Zira ala Tzibor, and if you know how Tzibor you hold around, what's the reason? You cannot go ahead and do something other kinds of things. Unless of course you know it's certain that the judge people have the ability to go ahead and unfold its halacha. Very interesting, right? Cannot legislate laws that reject the candidates cannot uphold. We just have to solve this in our own Torah. Remember again, this is why Chazal had to receive the concept of pas culture, bigger bread, right? Bread made by Gentiles. Originally, again, the rabbis outlawed it, and then what happens? And what happened? They realized there was a possibility because there were communities where there was no Jewish speaker. Whenever that created an undue hardship, they had to rescind it. So what's the consequence of what you say? The one that takes the bus. So literally again, the curse you have cursed me. I can hope to have blood kulo. And you are stealing from me the entire nation. You might say, I, the whole of us sin, I got kulo. The ego kulo. The activities of us is looking at home. What's called never means everyone. Called issue 39. Was it right? So you should have the at the end of the this is whenever you have a base and you have a high level government activity, what's high level government activity? That's ultimately the delivers an erroneous the majority of the crowd relies on it. It's a special carbon that's bought. It brings that carbon to power. Is it the base thing? Is it the populace? That's the knuckle that's still moving to that. But the only has it. The only country liability for that is when the entire base participates in the Sak Halacha. Where does he get that done? Because what's the possibility to call Adas for himself? If you just went ahead and speak that and show that that's not true. Some countries require the word coal and coal to be what? Coal to the majority. Coal to the majority. So they've got a lot of effectively exclusion of the opener, and they're like, not using the entire participation of the entire days in order to go ahead and have a part of the incredible. The LMI Kaladas, that'll come around. What is the name of the expression? Kaladas. It doesn't mean that you got 100% participation. What doesn't mean? So say, watch this. You go to Haviola, what it means is, in order to go to Sanhedrin has dropped in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, someone was not there, you cannot have a high hell of government. Judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the design of the base team. So much as that's obviously everyone on the base team bears the responsibility for the decision that is being made. So what's the position here? How much of us that he was probably looking at that role? What's the situation? Comes to even in case of, let's say, students go to the same base team with each other. Now what is this? I got a thought like this. So therefore maybe the student knows that the left is wrong. But he doesn't want to say anything. Much more well known, everyone of that person has responsibility. So therefore, again, student bears responsibility to take this difference. That obligation to seek out truth, to the contrary of your very true. But who knows? You have enough to put in your mindset side and they go out to judgment, and always turn students from why? In order that they be able to figure out some of the scriptures from the others, was having the was saying, I'm going to take responsibility for judgment. I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. But actually, Rashi, so I'm talking to us in the house, you'll also come in. Rashi, it's like an animal. See if it goes a break up. I say that the concept of the animal is we essentially assemble a big panel of experts. So we 10 butchers from us in the house. So look at this particular why. That they should be able to handle a little bit against split from your that there should be collective responsibility. So let's say it's interesting. So the idea makes it sound like that we were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility for judgment, kind of wanted to defray a little bit of responsibility on others. The Oaks I would never say that. The way it works is you could accomplish so much more when you're part of the collective than when you're individuals. It could very well be that what's happening over here is follows. Judgment requires the action. Judgment requires the element of life. Because after all, the thing that guy who loves the machine that grows. Judge Groves is going to keep that in front of him. No matter how much
When this freaking truck, I'm sick of this freaking truck. We have to win this truck. We have a freaking wrap killer for 700 horsepower. EV Twin Guard every single way. And we have special merch dropping this Friday. Limited edition. Limited edition collab with King Charles and Gun Vessel Gas. Camel hat shirts that drops this freaking Friday. GunVesselGas.com. And I think when we drop the merch, it's only 3 days, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday at midnight, the home goes awake, and then we'll buy this hat or shirt again. And you have 3 times entries as well. We do have this Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So if you haven't jumped in and got a shot to win this ridiculous truck, and also we are able to give away for a limit. So go to GunVesselGas.com. New edition. Candle tees, candle hats, the hell I'm rocking right now. I'm sure it is coming. Yeah, it's gonna have King shots and GunVessel Gas edition. Limited edition for 3 days and you get 3 times entry fees, alright? So go to GunVesselGas.com. The new merch will drop this Friday. Alright, kids, that's it.
And then what happened? They realized they made a mistake.
I like that he said freaking Friday.
Whether they brought the high level government at Seaboard, they brought the covenant. What happened? Someone acted on their side. They made a mistake. Someone went ahead and went out the name Taylor. The original said, Allah for what I saw, ultimately again, the local resident individual is free from personal liability because it's covered by days. This case is different. In this case, days is constant erroneous. They realized their mistake, but really, they didn't hear about the fact that they made a mistake. So what did they do? Really went out and paid Caleb. So since what's that look like? The Shin says, Ruben is fucking why? Because Ruben is actually based on the side. They're based in the Belozi Omer, something. Belozi says it's a something. That was interesting, Now, what does that mean as a something? So ultimately, again, Belozi says, we're not sure. Is this called that he's relying on David or that he's relying on himself?
He's like, not the smartest.
So you might have said, Jesus something. Yasha love the self base. So, hi. I'm not blown with it. So it's just interesting here. Belozi says, like, he also makes an interesting change. If you're in his home, then ultimately, again, he's kind of, why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the right? You should know about what's going on. You should have figured out the fact that you're very strategic. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he's traveling, getting out of the city, then again, it's understandable that he does not know that this is a reverse business. I don't even know who says, both guys about that should follow the possible outcome. The key is, I haven't taken into this case that he's traveling, which seems to me that all sorts of things that should be popular and reliable. However, as I should say that I am shaking myself, watching someone who's traveling doing different things, someone who's in his home. So you're shaking so extra higher Lishma. He said, Rohayo extra Lishma. Because again, as I said at the end of the day, someone who's in his home ultimately has every knowing for this truth. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access to that same information. Only based on Rothschild's photos. So that's case 1. Case 2. Based interesting, based interesting to uproot. They made the wrong use of sack, but at least the wrong use of sack is to uproot the entire mitzvah. For example, in Shabbos Torah, in Avodas Torah. So say, for example, they say there's no such thing as supposed to go. They make it dramatic mistake with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos. No mitzvah Shabbos. There's no prohibition of Avodas Torah. So what's that about? What is that? So remember again, we're talking about now the liability of how to tell what the government wants to do. So essentially what I'm saying is concept of what we see is how to tell what government wants to do. When it takes the data of the state about it, but when they make a mistake about the entire mitzvah, there's no right to pass it. We no longer have to observe Shabbos. We no longer have to observe Mitzvah. We no longer have to worry about Avodah Zarah. Then you get to speak about an entire section of the Torah. That's not part of the next one. So once it's only without those mitzvahs or tiny mitzvahs, how do you do? If they passed it and they upheld part of the mitzvah and they gave part of the mitzvah off, that's how the hell of the government. So for example, so they said there is such thing as supposed to be done. But if a man has relations with the Shulchan Aruch, what is that? Because it's not a medical construct that is done where if a woman would see blood during certain times of the month, she would have to observe 1 day of therapy. So they say that halacha doesn't apply, right? Or the challenge for right, so for example, they say that it's Shabbos fine. You're allowed to carry something from the private domain to a public domain. So they're making a mistake about it. Which Avodas don't come about right? Because of course it's not Avodas, but you're allowed to bow down. You're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, originally in this case, it's the because in the Pasuk is structured, the Pasuk says a certain detail was obscured by the case. It's when Bacon makes a mistake about a detail that there's high or but if they make a mistake about the mitzvah then ultimately again they just know how to handle the so let's analyze this one little bit.
What's happening here? It's just literally footage of them parts.
So 2 cases, I'm going to cover up. I have to check. This is what the first case. Case number 1 in Mishnah was Bacon asking that Caleb is right? Bacon then realizes it's a mistake. They retracted the Pesach. Who then goes out to the trash. And then the woman goes out to Caleb. What's the basic status? If Shimon says, Potter, the Rabbi essentially says, we would pretend to decide, I'm not sure. And then again, we get into a little bit about what's getting home, what's traveling. He works in the nighttime Egyptian water. What's Egyptian was larger, he says that he's puzzled. Only the Egyptian makes no sense. Ultimately, the Egyptian is, look, at the end of the day, why is he doing favor? Why is he doing favor? What's the answer? Because he's relying on exactly the basis. That bottom line, that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that he retracted already, that's nice. If you ask him really why you picking up that piece of Caleb, he's going to tell you because of the Pesach. The basis, I'm going to go out. I'm going to hire shit. Hold on, I'm going to go to the sport. You're going to go to the other. But you should only the Mahara after they showed the amazing. In this other version, so it's the name of that.
Yeah. So come on.
And that went out the majority of us. Or and a person and an individual acts on it, ultimately. Again, he is Potter. He was a blood. But once again, he's acting based on the cycle of being. So basically, what is the cash up? Or we see a lot of stuff happening. It's golden now they did a shit. Let's say, let's get a side of themselves for now. Let's say, let's say again, simple case, basic passion, kill it, whatever. The majority of cloudy star went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So what's that now watch? Now once we have to do this time. So Shimon says, we did that collection. We made a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect to that from cloudy. So I don't know if we don't go fucking big, right? And this is for the time I was going to receiver, and cloudy star goes in and eats it. These are religious. No, it's too much unleashed guns, but no. You can get the temple copies. That wasn't I watch this. I'm like, even the How do they hold up? They will say that's if that's the people that you collect from the general population. What does that mean? Everyone's going to know about the Bar down the Nazi. And that's the case. When Reuben goes ahead and eats the Caleb, how do you know they're already collecting from the general population for the carbon? So what's about to in this case? They need a stamp collection. They're fundraising, right? They didn't say what they're fundraising for. They don't know how to load the muscle, or he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. He might say, well, Rab Kida, kind of someone,
get a stuff to come in.
Time to go. It's still going to run ready. Shimon Salishka came by. Okay, so then here is the first attribution. So Shimon says that he collected from the temple coffers. Therefore, it's quite possible there's no public awareness. Okay, incredible. So remember, focusing on still on our first case name, basing Paskin Yak Havok myself. Caleb is mutter. They then realize the mistake. They reverse their side. Shimon did not hear about the reverse. So what happened? Is he liable or not? Right? Different than our first case. The first Mishnah, they did not know about the erroneous type of their ruling, and therefore, again, they're still voting as psad. In this case, they realized it. So again, Shimon says, remains potter. Still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the base din, and then the Babban gets into the suffering. Says, otherwise, they get more time. The mayor says, the mayor says, the Babban Omer suffix. The Babban says, it's suffix. Ishum Sumchas Amar Kabul. Sumchas says it's a little bit like suspended. Of the whole thing. I'm going to be up and Hashem Kabul can allow it. So the here is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring in Hashem Kabul. It's a little bit more. Hashem Kabul, you will say, is it's brought in a situation, ultimately, again, where you are not sure if you go ahead and commit an Avera or not. That's what's called Hashem Kabul. So the Ron says this, let's analyze it. So the Ron says, top of dollars, down the dollars. Making me grab it. Down the dollars. The local boy, the ones that were more nice, seats in the bus. So it was like, what's that thing? I remember they keep running back to our original focus. So one of our original focus. Who brings the high heaven government at sea? Ultimately, again, the people isn't the base. The one thing that says that it's the secret, the fire signal stuff. Because everyone knows about it. I love people that know the base thing, the fire signal stuff. We have to show Hava under them. So let's say, the important thing that says that it's the base thing, that's basis. So there's not as much of a fierce publicity. Still, had they asked to put it down out. So let's say, it's just it's not focused. It's like, how much liability, how much responsibility do you are moving to find out about the current moving affairs? I'm going to go see. My kid's got pneumonia. So I'm going to go see about what's on the simplest around our government. What the simplest is, what you're saying, but I'm going to say, I'm also very atrocious. So it's like the individual who brought this carbon in a structure. So what's another again? Carbon must be brought by day. Be brought by day. Let's say someone inadvertently brought the carbon in a structure by the day between day and night. Something we all know. Something we all know. This is what it says. So something we all know. So something. I'm sorry. Something we all know. This capital. Something we should have shit off. This capital should be the view of Hashem Tava. So ultimately, you know, that would be an example of the case where we're not bringing Hashem Tava. The Lord of the Amar, it is the Lord Hashem Tava. And again, it goes not so great to the opinion that says that it's the thing that brings this severe law, because again, there's no publicity associated with that. I don't think my number two in the view, the approximate most of Baba Amar. So even according to the opinion that says that it's the what that brings in, and therefore there would be publicity around this. But the Haka is something to know, something to Sheikh HaSheikha, each child will ask the ears to the Shaila. Let's say this so here, ultimately, again, there would be no one so to speak to ask for clarity. Yet that's different than the piece by the base. It is so to ask for clarity. I don't know the outside. Nice number, let's say, so let's expect this number again. So far, we have clarity on the position of the mission. Like the Jimmy said, Basin passes Taylor his mother, then Basin walks it back. Right? Basin reverses. Ruben didn't hear about the reversal. The Jimmy says, Depata. Why? Because Russ is saying to you have been acting on Basin of the Basin, and therefore you are covered by that. Then as we remember again, the Velazquez just follow the progression. The Velazquez says, something.
He doesn't even say
Again, which introduces the idea of difference between his home versus if he's traveling. Now, the Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that, and I hear the Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling ultimately again, I'm reading to saying that he's putter much more than saying that he's tight. Then as I said, ready. Remember, Benaz says that he's ready. So Benaz says, ready. Honestly, what's this? Someone who's traveling and someone who's home. The response very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So Shabbat earlier, he gave Ben Azai. So the Kiva says, we're back to Ben Azai. Or whatever, yes, it's by there. Listen to this, right? They have communication. Let's say Ruben ultimately again needs to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. Still in the city. So let's say, so what would you do in that case over here? But Ben Azai Chai, now they say, he says, according to Ben Azai, should be Chai. Why? Because he's still home. He's still home. Ultimately, like, the high basic, he ultimately, why? Because he wants to leave his house, you don't have the same access to it. Incredible. Probably the last part as Cardinals, once it's now come to the last part of Mishnah, which is going to be the bulk of our conversation. Once it's first of all, how you passing, but I'm not ultimately passing like that. Ready to be the Havok for myself, facing passing it back, favor this motto. Right? Then Basin reverse the Shipsat. After the reversal, Ruben eats Caleb. What's Ruben's liability? So we accept this distinction. If Ruben is home, then ultimately again Ruben is tired. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on. You should know about the reversal. If Ruben is traveling, then it's again, even if he's left his house, Ruben's going to be putter. Why? Because once you leave your house, don't have the same access and it's considered acting based on the side of the business, and therefore it's also personal liability. Incredible. Next. So I used to say, if Basin makes an erroneous design, and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not Parallel What's Parallel Tzibor? When they make a mistake about a detail regarding the again, when is it when is the problem with that Tzibor? When Basin makes a mistake regarding the detail. But not regarding the entire detail. This they say there's no Shabbos. You have all the Dara, you don't see you would have thought that maybe the Bible too hard have a Dara than it. I'm going to the Yalan Dara, Moshe is telling the Mitzvah, again, because that's how all the is. So, for example, I'm going to mistake. So possibly the thought, if you have relations with holdings of certain days corresponding to a day of self-reading, such a person is mother. That's what I'm going to see. They're making a mistake. They don't post me up. Yes, Shabbos to Torah. About a month which is Surabin, Potter. There is no Shabbos, but the person that carrying something from a Rosh Hashanah to Surabin is Potter. So they're making a mistake with the detail. Ultimately, again, I'm going to you have thought that things should be Potter in these cases. I'm sorry. You shall know it's not Potter. About Mishnah Kavet, Potter, same thing. There's about the Zara. But you make a mistake about it. Detail regarding Abba Mizar. So again, Halakha when I say Yaakov, you do the Kabbalah, and you have a part below from Hadith. So this is it. The parallel never got Sibor. Things are only tied if they make a mistake regarding the detail of the mitzvah. But if they sit to read mitzvah in its entirety, again, was a sound straight, we say Potter. Potter means they're Potter from parallel never got Sibor. So that is coming back. Yaakov, it says, to it. So what's like this? You would have thought ultimately again when they are partners. People would say ultimately again when they upload part, you want to move back the partner. And if you go ahead and you upload everything in partner, then when is your reliability? It's what kind of about it. Only means a detail. Maybe double means an entire mitzvah. So the Gemara says, "Tamlum b'ne'elam davar." So what's it like? Okay, my question, I don't say, how do you see the phrase b'ne'elam davar that there's only liability if they upload the detail, but not the mitzvah in its entirety? Unbelievable karibay b'ne'elam davar. So the way we actually understand that b'ne'elam davar is b'ne'elam davar. Their eyes look widely to. This is Amrakra. Because mitzvahs, the way mitzvahs. So again, Rosh is going to make something mitzvahs. The comments means like a detailed from the mitzvah and not just the mitzvah energy. He's arguing on a detail. So to find out that Sibor Dama means a detail. It's not the Shmuel. And she will say, so again, just want to point out, all that was happening just there is that there are differences of opinion as to where you convert this out from. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with Halacha, namely, that Halacha said there's only Kar Halal Dama Sibor when basically makes a mistake about detail of a mitzvah. But if they make a mistake and they want to uproot the mitzvah's entirety, ultimately again is the so let's say listen to this. If there's only one Tzibor, but basically makes a mistake regarding something that it's you can argue on. Okay, we'll see this about the Rabbi Rothschild giving both involved, but if they make a mistake regarding something that it's you can agree with, ultimately they're potter. They both say, remember that what do you need to do to agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Torah accept it. It's explicit. What do they disagree with? Torah about that. So the one thing is like this. There's only two situation ultimately again where basically makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is explicit, ultimately there's no parallel of that in that Tzibor. Why not? My time off. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class, which means again, if Bezin makes a mistake in something that is explicit in the Torah, let's say that's negligence. That's negligence. Parallel of that in that Tzibor, I will say, is where you need to see it happening over here. It's when Bezin makes a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. So it's just, okay, mistakes happen, but you make a mistake in something explicit or even it's a notice, that's professional negligence. And for this professional negligence, that's not how I love government. That's incredible. So the said, one second, let's analyze this. It's not. So one second, because the examples that the Krishna gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So it's not. First one that I will say about it, you usually do the Torah about something that you don't want to, Shabbat something that you don't see. The stuff goes on. The language is so far as Echon the Echon. So what's this? But the halachos of Shabbat something that you don't, that when a woman on one day, 37 days of the month, that she observes one corresponding day of time of purity, that actually is explicitly in the Torah. So shouldn't that be a so again, we just said before that anything is explicit. That's the word. Which the most maybe the mistake they made was to only Haaretz Shayot might be able to see. They said that when you initially with this was mother, it's only completed that's awesome. And that makes sense. It says the consequence of the Torah. So ultimately, it says the man exposes initiatives, which means even an initial deal without completing the act of somebody else. So what's the mistake? It's Shalom Kedarko Shari. They say, oh, it's only That's also Jericho ultimately is going to be one thing. That's their mistake. That makes sense. Huxley, Mishkevekisha, Jericho, I'm sorry, Mishkevekisha. Was it interestingly enough, the Torah first plural, which means that there are two halachically recognized acts of Biyah that are both legitimate acts of Biyah. But to make a distinction between those two, ultimately, is making a mistake when it's Mitzvah from the Torah. So what they're saying is like, it's even initially it's going to be Asr, Shalom Kedarka, it might be with Asr Sharia. And the Shalom Kedarka can ultimately is only completing the act that's Asr, but initiation of the act ultimately again is going to be the Mutter. Alright? So you get that same mistake with general locals, not just a person. Either in reality, they're making a mistake as follows. Ultimately, and rather the mistake is about is initiating, and if the third one just only applies to maybe a bona fide leader, then that's what I'm saying to the So just trying to show how the case of leader in the Mishnah is a mistake that's out of the detail that is not explicit. But on the Soba, on the elements of the mistake they make is that it wasn't going to be called the called the name Soba. Okay, so that's really simple. So then they say, only become a Soba during the day because it says called the name Soba. That's usually when you become a Soba, whenever it says it's small, whether it's by the other time. Good, next. So this time, each of these species, the reasons making this detail. What I say, and non-explicit. As always, join the Patreon. You want to know the details of that? You're but you're not being an item from one domain to another. What's one? Not nice. But so, both saw, the transport an item from one domain to another domain of Shabbos is explicit. So, see, must some nothing. What's the cost of that? So how can you say that they say ultimately it's really absurd, but the reverse of that is what the Levi says. Already shouting, or they say, for example, transporting the item is absurd, but ending something or going something is mutter. So again, an example of where there's a statement of a statement of Mishnah. Yeah, bowing down is mutter. What? He said, it's not nice. It's not how the husband but you see, don't use that, it's an explicit concept. Don't bow down to another guy. The army, it's the ultimate down concert, but that's the normal way to worship. But if you bow down to, I don't know, that's the normal way to worship, it's more so that's the example of what's the example of Al-Fahar. How do you go and worship Al-Fahar? Right, it's an all-time crowd favorite. Right, definitely not an idol. Right, so let's say, let's bow down to Al-Fahar. I would have thought that Allah saw your punter. Certain forms of worship are usher from all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right, prostrating yourself is one of those. What it says? But then it's not going to put you down to the answer. This state is that right. It's not going to the rest of these that right. Sorry. What the other mistake they made was making only full frustrational balance is awesome. Right? But ultimately, again, non-full frustrational balance is not awesome. That's just a mistake. So what I'm that be an example of bottom line. As long as accept this idea from this, right? If the only thing that there is how have a better than super is right. Is when things in this mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that is significant but not agreed to. I.e., it's not excluded. But if they make a mistake regarding illicit detail, or they try to uplift a mitzvah image piety, ultimately no harm can be done. It's kind of a what's that? Dollar over days. What am I doing? Encouraging the Shabbos low. So that's the family. We got this. So that's the family. That's a easy message. There is no halacha polish. The halacha polish is plowing on Shabbos. So they say there's no halacha of polish on Shabbos. Wow. What is that halacha situation? Yeah, they come over to the Milsa. But the mitzvahs, the Q mitzvahs coming. On one hand, you can say like this. You get this 39 halachas. Or is that the 38 halachas? Right? But they just disagree on this detail. So this is called husking on a detail in a mitzvah. So therefore, it shouldn't separate the paragraph and say, well, oh, Juma, even the Ka'akaya, the Kalisha, the Kakiras, or what they're doing is exactly the halacha. So really doing the entire halacha mitzvah, and therefore there's no power of the so on one hand, they're agreeing that there's Shabbos and that there's halacha. They're just disagreeing on one in detail, i.e. one halacha. On the other hand, you say no, they're going to have halacha l'maisa. They're going to have halacha l'maisa uprooting the entire halacha. Maybe that's called uprooting the entire mitzvah. Therefore, you know how halacha does it. So it's otherwise, so that's not in this case. Can work out supposed to places that are supposed to go. Don't open your pocket. I'm not. How do you carry this stuff? There's no power hell of them. We're trying to think of the ways. What happens when you're fucking that is part of a bigger spot. So the church is going to come up so medicine is coming in kitchen. They were making a mistake regarding detail about the medicine you know. That's in the church of the is for touch law. You just shot this like a lot, but most of the Slavic market come again. They think asking, who's shot? This shot is going to carry something from. It's just halal, it's just Islamic. That night, how you don't saw culture? They're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of Monsah. Which is what it is. Sometimes you should listen to them. They're saying you're allowed to float something, you're allowed to have something. They make you think regarding the detail. Touch you say, well, let's go a couple of thoughts. It's not come back to punches. Right? This is a Zara. But if you down your partner, the night, they're uprooting the concept of frustration. So once again, every second on case, they're making a mistake about a frustrational detail that they can mistake about. The Gemara doesn't end, right? So now, Rabbi Rothschild's kasha is a very interesting idea, which is here. So basically, asking, there's no malacha of plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Do we say they're making a mistake regarding detail of football Shabbos, right? And therefore, again, this parallel of the or no, they're uprooting the entire malacha. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting of an entire mitzvah, and therefore, no halal of the so it looks like two new Shabbos are coming to answer this. So the Gemara says, Shabbos B'Shvius Ma'od. It's very interesting. Let's take case in Paskins. Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So outside the Paskins, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So first of all, we'll see what it says. The ninth tells the Hadith right now what we see them to this is a mistake regarding the following verse. The Chadish is a Katzir Tishbos. So the Pasuk says literally again, Chadish means plowing, Katzir means harvesting, you shall rest. It's not the Kaddish the Shabbos. So we keep asking like this: when there's plowing, there's Shabbos. It's not like the Kaddish like the Shabbos. Ultimately, when there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. When is there no plowing? When is there no plowing? So ultimately, again, so that would be a mistake. So basically, asking there's no Shabbos before the Shemitah year. So me, I'm going to kind of maybe Shabbos, because all the it means it's dummy. So this is like this. That on one hand, as much as they think that that's all Shabbos during the Shemitah year, but they're up on each other's leg during the other 6 years. So therefore, this is called the mistake regarding the detail, not a privilege. All the above, even the fact, how do you read the Shni is Kakidas Agutna? On the other hand, I think for an entire year, maybe it's called making a mistake regarding the mitzvah in its entirety. And therefore, no problem doesn't actually operate. The Pashma, Davish, Yama, Lato, Davish, 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 would be a mitzvah,
Like he's like Mac
you know, this is the other place would be on a false ground, right? When nothing comes along and prophesies, you uproot it, right? When nothing comes along and says, I prophesize, I heard the word out, and there's no longer a prohibition on idolatry. Cases for that, that's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty, ultimately, again, listen to this. The bigger mitzvah, what happens if it comes along ultimately again and upholds part of the mitzvah and he negates part of the mitzvah? If Shimon Omer Potter, if Shimon says that he's Potter, well, there's no problem when it comes to idolatry. Even if he says today, like Fridays right afterwards to idolatry, but the rest of the week, yeah? Ultimately, again, it's going to be like, what's it, what is the mission? I mean, Shabbos Kashivas, the people of Mitzvah, the kids, it's not Mishman. Those words in there. You see here the Havok when I saw. Play around. So what is that is, or a particular part of the mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial that is still over the statement in detail and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. Okay, wasn't back to this. I'm ultimately again when you see this up in therefore the case over here of where the person says, there's no Shabbos Shmita, that's considered to be a mistake in detail. By extension, the Rothschild case, basically makes it a real fast when they say, again, there's no malach of Horish, no malach of plowing, that is considered to be a mistake in the detail of a mitzvah, not enough reading of mitzvah, and therefore there is power. I love that. You bring this all together. What is the power of the keyboard? Ultimately, again, only when basically makes a mistake in something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, evidence by the fact that you it's explicit, with it, no power of the keyboard. And furthermore, there is only liability when they seek to uproot a detail. The detail, but ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot, or not seek to uproot, if they make a mistake regarding the observance of a thing in its totality, no power of the keyboard. In these cases, where again, the vision is making a mistake regarding a top of mitzvah, even though it's a significant mitzvah, as long as the mitzvah of that goal remains intact, they will be liable to buy a heaven of the keyboard. Only basically on that man should know, basically made a mistake, and one of the members of the committee didn't realize it was a mistake, but I'm going to have to tell it out there. I will say, by the way, this is very exciting because you don't really see it like this. The dramatic, or I should say, the progression in the Mishnah is dramatic. Like Mishnah 1, basically made a mistake, no one knows about the mistake, the individual acts. Mishnah 2, basically makes a mistake, basically realizes the mistake. They reverse, but ultimately they didn't know. Mishnah 2, basically makes a mistake. The Yoda Ephraim should know. And one of the members of the King's himself now realizes, Kebra, this is a mistake. And during the Psalm, bubble ahead. Don't worry about that. Guys are wrong. Or for that matter, again, based in consequence of the ranking actions. The head of the court wasn't there. Wasn't present. Ozaya Ephraim there. Only sin or something. Or there was a member of the days who was a convert, a mamzer, and his sin also were converts, or something, or old. That was a word. Also, how you run the Bible, your soul. What you can talk about, so we're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. These are disqualifications. You're not serving on a Sanhedrin if you're there, if you're a mamzer, if you're in sin, or you're so old that you can't practice. So again, it was essentially it was a disqualified member of the Beis Din wants halacha, and they say pater. So essentially, the Beis Din renders it psak. So this is the case here. Right? Ultimately, again, case number 1, Beis Din renders psak, but before the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, wrong. So there's already an awareness about the erroneousness of the psak. From the beginning, ultimately, again, in that case, or for that matter again, halacha l'maisa, there is a disqualified member of the base. In these cases, things in their mouth bring up power government. It says over here, Edom, and it says over here, Edom, not eat that word Allah, do what you do Allah, just like Edom. Just like Edom, ultimately, again, this is capital cases. Just like Edom, refers to a body that is fit for adjudication of cases. So to be there, like that's more, like that you bring where everyone on the case is fit for to be a case. Same thing tomorrow. Oh, no, so the big thing is in the Psa, and the ranking member of the case was not there. The Psa ultimately again, they don't have that for that people. So the question is, why not? So where do you know that from? I'm not sure, just a bit very small. If they're not on the follow the other chance to be molded by the Turin, why is that we said before that it takes in the individuality and explicit, so explicit that even the security was really big. Why are they butler? They should have to have new mold for low prophecy. Because they should know. They should have the knowledge and they did not do so. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating a case without the ranking sage is like not paying attention to speech. How do you have a ranking sage? Why do you have it? Because he's the smartest guy in the room. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Like it's usually someone smarter. So ultimately over here, there's an odd basis. There's an odd basis. I could go ahead and go ahead and ask it out. So that thing is the same thing as making a mistake in an explicit halacha. Both represent professional negligence, and when it is professional negligence, there is not halakha.
Whatever happens to normal days, fighters, it's like Tiger walking.
Alright, I don't know what the quality was, but I thought that sometimes the thing about getting where you need to go, so you get the trip is a little sloppy. Those are distracting. Again, the Mexican pages ahead are a little bit. The print gets bigger, tremendous results. That's trash, everyone. Good job, good job. Good job, everyone. Good job, thank you, Greg. Good job, everyone.
Fucking poor manager Chang. Great episode, never heard it, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, what are we doing here?
Alright, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. First of all, our share is sponsored this month by Paul Catholic in memory of Solomon Torres, Catholic Sarah Basharon, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and the Shabbos and Aliyah, the family of Kama, and Catholic Mishpach for and also by the Wilden family, in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shingle, Das Binyamin Halevi, aka Grandma, whose grandson was his custody, so the marriage California have an aliyah and the family. So with that, let's begin. Today's chapter, Daf 8. 5, we are picking up on Dallas Congress by the second class on the Daf, 2, 4, 6 lines up the ladder. So hopefully by now, you might be getting into the separate parties, seeing the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity. You have a little bit of a different kind of feeling than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says the Mishnah, how you things show you. So let's just call that how show you. It basically made a mistaken, erroneous meaning, and how these all acted upon this meaning. The show gave as well, or how this all did not realize that ultimately something was wrong, they had done something wrong. This is the power. So ultimately, again, they bring the power hat of government. Now, this is a special covering that's what when Bob himself unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of the day.
I know, yeah,
he did also show you. But after the base and purpose, they gave an erroneous ruling. But Cloud Yisrael again for Shogi, in other words, Cloud Yisrael didn't realize that's a little correct. Yeah, I love that they're doing this both. So we'll say, see this. This essentially is he's prosecuted as another way of saying personal pathos. So this is almost like when the intention, the erroneous ruling of Israel was intentional. Cloud Yisrael was Shogi, so in that case, there's no power hat of government at Zebra, it's just personalized looking through a regular pathos. Shogi is also receiving, are able to. If the basing was Shogi, but the people knew basing was wrong, but they still intentionally then the halacha is pater, then there's no problem. So there's no power hat of government at Zebra, because as we'll see, power hat of government at Zebra is only when everyone is Shogi. That's number one. And of course, if you're personalized, that is no pathos, but pathos is also only brought in the case of Shogi, and in this case, Cloud Yisrael was the Marco like this. Shogi and the Osim are able to do it, so we can refer to the Mishnah as follows. That if they delivered their duty to Shogi, Cloud Yisrael went ahead and acted in this part of the duty. Ultimately, again, they are not there. They are not there. No power out of government. Shogi can be tired. We can refer to this. And if it was Shogi, bring the base, then it was, what does that mean? That it's tired. What the base of Shogi bring so there is trouble. Shahoru base, Shachir the Mutter. So basically, once you had this case earlier, based mistakenly, that he was Mutter, it is probably going to show me. And then also what happens, I have a piece of delivery piece of sugar. My favorite and my sugar was remember, sugar is very fast, really fast, gets mixed up. Well, and I end up eating favorites. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat favorites. What was my intention? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating a favorite. So we'll say, what's that? So when you're on Sleva, I'm sorry. We'll say, I have your case of Shogi doing the basic, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should make it so where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by exactly the same. Gemara says that if shows up, if I don't have come but yet again, if that is the virtual whole Mishnah, yeah, why does Rabbi Rothschild ask that very question earlier? The generation is the Shogi Tell say for Shogi in the hospital. Don't infer anything from this lesson. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying Shogi. Since the beginning said Shogi, therefore the sake of this Shogi in the hospital. What's the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a har ha'el of davar tzibor, in order to be chayiv ultimately that the carbon has to be shogig on the part of Bezdin and shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be shogig in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogig in their reliance on Bezdin. Everybody is shogig, then ultimately the end of the har ha'el of davar. Says the Mishnah. Lots of Kalakal of the was it's a nation delivered, they are going to Sap. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael act under Sap. We'll say, what's that? What about the entire, so we'll be the entire hand of the military. So let's give her any another qualification. That qualification number one is that the base has to be the Shogi, Klal Yisrael has to be the Shogi. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either Kol HaKal, which we'll discuss what that means, or Ruban. Either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of faith. If that happens, mostly they bring up half. If it happens to be that mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah har is solid. So ultimately, we'll say for Avodah Zarah, it's not just for har, but there's an additional solid as well. Very good. As Yudah says, something very interesting. He says, good things are Shvatim and be in good things part. He says the following. That ultimately, again, if we're talking about the tradition where all the Shvatim sin, so every single Shvatim brings their own har. So again, I want to say the same case. Ultimately, again, things been delivered in their own ruling. The tribes act, also acts on that ruling. The Kabbalah says that each Shevet must bring their own hard of government action. The being you get part of the Shneas and again, if you mistake with the Avodah, then each Shevet must bring its own hard as well as its own seer, the 12 Parim and 12 seer. What's I hate with that? The Shimon says, you kill a Parim, Uvavodas become Shlosha Sachar. This is you give us here. Moshevet, hard to start with the bills on a good. He says, we'll say the halacha is that for parallel of something that's work, each Shevet brings their own, and what? Based also brings their own. So, for example, let's say in a normal case, normal case, so there would be 13 parts, one for each tribe, and based would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parts and 13 seers. You must always based in Va'asu Zayin Shad the Openbud. You have to base in passing that base in Minnesota and erroneous ruling. It's 7 tribes. So what's the note in this yesterday? 7 Shvatim, Openbud, Ampiyak. So what's it? Or for that matter, the majority of tribes. Let's say now, in this case, remember, again, we're talking about 2 different things over here. It's either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or the numerical majority of called so even if it's less than 7, it's Median Har. So come to Median Har to say this. So the here says, Allah for the Mesa, as long as that either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of so follow the erroneous ruling that triggers the Karnal of the situation. And who does it says as follows. The Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechagol, the being Zayin part. And he says if 7 of the tribes sin, then each tribe brings its own Har Ha'elam Davin. So it's recognition. And you always hold that each tribe, each Shevet, brings its own Har. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, Yishar Shvatim Shalom Hagri. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? They're being out the day and Har. Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a Har for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, Gemara says, the tribes who did not sin, bring a Har on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Remember, Shimon says, Kaspar. Others will come in, cast fire to cast here. Harvest are the Moshevet, harvest are the gates. Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned. Go ahead and bring a carbon. Or Shimon has this on the roadside. He said, Basin brings its own carbon. Each tribe will bring its carbon, Basin will bring its own additional carbon. Only Basin, Acham and Ashvat, but also Osa Shimon not yet. That's very interesting. What happened if the high court of the courts of one of the Shvatim casting the roads, delivering a wrongful and that Shevet acted on that was the Lachot, also Shevet to Chayim, the Shark of the Shvatim stood in the so the new goes will say that Shevet followed his Chayim for a part, the other Shvatim are fucking. They'll come to the say, no, any Chayim Ella al Horoya, Ella al Horios. Horios, they do not go to. So we'll say that come and say, no, our head of that minute, see what I will say, it's only brought. There's one thing who delivers an erroneous rule. That's the high court, the Sanhedrin. Das Israel Ishku, although Adas also should. So an interesting thing is all of the things Adas Israel is actually referencing Sanhedrin as we're going to see. So the compass going to come say that the tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling. There is no liability for parents that are governed in that court, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Ten rabbis. So it's like we now have a 3 Machotim, they analyze this. Ten rabbis. Doesn't show that the Torah not holding versus this case. Let's say Beis Din realized they had issued in their own history, but what? They didn't realize or they don't remember what the wrong sack was. If you look at the transaction of the Gemara, Actually, let's just show you the Komash. Lama Honu Bates, and Shakir, the Muslim, the Dance, Basha Karafi, and the Shot in Hila, the Dam, Dali Had Shiviras, my son, Gilbert, the Kakora. אחר כך יודו שההורו שלו תראה, אלא שכל מה שההורו יודו על החילת הורו או על האדם. Was this case? Based in realize that the name of Erroneous means they just forgot what the erroneous meaning was. So they don't really feel or down. You just have to remember which one. Can you hear what happens? Well, so consume both of these things. So Shabbat says, what are you doing? Kind of things. So you might have thought you can't be around them when it's for Tamalomar. They don't. Oh, Achas. The person says that the sin became one. Below, it's not just enough to know people, but rather again for a car hat will govern that what they have to do. There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous sack actually was. I share culture. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halakha l'maisa. In order to trigger a car hat will govern that tzibur liability, there has to be clarity as to what the rope sack was. If basing themselves, basing says, listen, we know we delivered the wrong sack, but what? We don't know what the sack was, and then we're not triggering car hat of government that's more valuable. Asher Chatu Shnei Shvatim, Levian Shnei Parim. Tribe. Went ahead and said. So we'll say, hey, bring 2 parim, Shlosha, Levian Shlosha. So we'll say, 3 tribes made a mistake. So it would be, and they bring 3 parim. Oh, Ina Ume Ella, Chatu Shnei, Levian Shnei Parim. Chatu Kimon, Levian Kimon. But maybe it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately they're going to be 2 individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the Varhel of W. That's the word. There again, the Pasuk says, Tamalomar, Hakal, Chayim. The whole Kal, so the whole Kal, the Kal Chayim. This one's but the Pasuk says, who brings the Varhel of W. We're never going to know. So what does it mean, the whole Kal, the Kal Chayim? Therefore, you want to learn from this. If 2 tribes sin, each of those tribes bring their car halal over the next. Similarly, 7 tribes sin. So 7 tribes bring car halal over the next board. And furthermore, Shar Shvatim Shalom Vatim Lovian Ayudei and Har. Those are ultimately again, and even the tribes who do not sin, bring a car on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Ilu Shalom Vatim Lovian Ayudei. The Kakdem are Kal. The Chayim Al Kol Kahal the Kal Kiviret. It's like this is the Shita Rebbe. The Shita was saying, number one, that there is individual tribal liability. If a particular Shita goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous sack for the basement, that Shita brings a power to Allah Davayati. I will say, there are 3 those Shita is that called Shita, the Shita Kahu. He holds never again the word, like Parham governed that seaboard, is Kahu. There's only by a given when the cow sack of these. And my focus is going to be what? How do you define cow? That you define cow as Shevet. So the individual Shevet follows the erroneous sack of these. If she does that, they have to bring a Parham government. That's part 1. But not only that, even the tribes bring a pattern of government and seaboard blocks for the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's what we do. They don't say that for again. The Gemara says the Chayiv Al Kol Kal for everything. So these are the ultimate goals that have of my. And the tribes who sin, go ahead, bring a parallel government at seaboard, and the tribes who did not sin, bring a parallel, or the tribes who did sin. Each Shevet. There's always 12. So Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shefatu, which is Levian Zayin Parim, Bezin Levian Ayudei and Par. Shnei Amar Lemata Kal, V'nei Amar Lemala Kal. Ma'kala Amar Lemala Bezin Makal. Afkala Amar Lemata Bezin Makal. We'll say Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with us. Then that's what? And that's when an individual Shevet sins. So that Shevet brings a car down and government at sea. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that Shevet brings a par. Who else brings a par? We'll say the base. The base. What he disagrees in is where he has business model. Saying Shvatim will also bring the par. Again, the nice thing that Michelle disagrees with. Shimmi's money, the Shvatim who committed the Avera, even birth, relied on their own so they will bring a par. Plus, based on who delivered the erroneous Islam, will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Mir says, Zayin Shvatim Shefak, based in the Din Al Yedei Par. It was the last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Meir holds that Halakha L'Maisa is only the basic which means the par had of government. Never the sheet. The Shvatim don't bring the par. Only, see, Rabbi Meir's design Shvatim Shechadu was in a Rabbi Meir's model. The only time you bring a par had of government is this way, when there's a majority of the cow. So again, how we define majority is possible, or numerical majority of the cow. Either way, Rabbi Meir says there's a majority who has sinned. It is only Israel who brings the power of Tzibor, not the Shvatim. Not the Shvatim. Nemar Kalamata, the Nemar Kalamata. Not Kala Amalamata, thinking below Tzibor. After Kala Amalamata, thinking below Tzibor. The Rishon Ben Elazar says, so what does he say? If they represent the majority of Palestine, both Zion or Slight, even though what? They are not the cow, nevertheless, the being part. So once Rabbi Shimon Ben Elazar comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. The majority can take on one of two forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So let's say first white line. We know we'll say furthermore, what did we say in the right above? If only thing you bring up high, look up in the first way. But the thing is explicitly clear as to what has to be erroneous ruling being delivered. In other words, if Faithful is unsure about the erroneous ruling, Faithful knows, we did something wrong, we just what? We don't know what. We don't bring a power have a government. We'll share the whole time. We'll say, who is the opinion that says this? Who is the opinion that says this? So the Gemara says, the low Rabbi Eliezer. So before we get to who we know it's like, it's not Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, in Caleb Chayit, knows the Achal Chayit. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. That's what he's talking about in a case of in the second species, where a person is not sure it's an individual. I'm not sure if I eat Caleb, or I'm not sure if I ate Nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I could go ahead and bring a katas. Why? So they will say, Karma for eating Caleb or for eating Nosa, which is the same. It's katas. So that's, who cares whether you know you ate Caleb or katas, as long as you know what? You ate something, right? You both items. Then I could bring katas, because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. You want to say Rashi points out over here that Allah will of Yeshua says you're potter. If Yeshua says at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah was like, right? It doesn't reflect the Rabbi Eliezer. Even if the base doesn't know the erroneous ruling, as we'll say, as long as we know what committed something, who is intentional consumption of wood with chayikaris. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was Caleb, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara or our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, Rabbi Eliezer, you even know there's a wife, Shani Yachad that said, could be part of Helen, that's a little different why. Because the Pasuk says, Asher Chata Aleh. Because also the Pasuk says, that base game is chayiv, or should say that parallel is that parallel is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something that shared chatu Allah. So we'll say, so there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Share chatu Allah. with a specific sin that they committed upon it.
I didn't even really know. So it's
Hasam Nami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasam Nami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Alal. I'm sorry. Hasam Nami Haksiv Asher Chatu Alal. When we buy the practical assassin, it was a prayer that Moses is going to teach us something else in his life. That one cannot be chayiv and give chatos if the other assassin was an assassin. That I was involved in a tournament activity that inadvertently resulted in the promotion of an athlete. In that case, everyone at the assassination, everyone will agree that halakha l'maisa again, I am not chayiv and chatos in that case. Right time that we so we'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shivos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a parallel government or rough. Remember again, Shita Shvatim is that's the 12 Shvatim. Each of the Shvatim brings their own power. None of that's one Shvatim to say, but even the Shvatim who didn't sin, bring on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. What's that equal to Shita? My time is the our Paul Kahalik says the word cow in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Hana. He says Kahal, Hakal, Kahal, Hakal. So these 4 cows, 4 cow. What does it teach you that was? That each and every shave at this chayim, that each and every shave that is called a cow is called an assembly unto itself. That's 1 cow. Echad, Lohorot, Lilabez, and the Maisa told the cow. What's it? Sikon teaches me that Parallel to the wrong flag, when Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the tzibor who acts on the ruling. The Chad Ligurira. What is teaching me about Ligurira? What's Ligurira? We'll say the halakha the Maisa, even the Shvatim who didn't sin, bring your little drag along. Bring a carbon on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. David Sha'asa Mahoraz Beis Din. And what ultimately again, what does it teach me? About the fact that if it was the kind of shape of Shasaba is Beis Din, it is not the same as the Matisa and Olu Beis Din. It was a very good Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on Sakalafa of his own Beis Din, the Chasha was a setback of Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the Yehudas from the 4 times the fact that the word Kalach. Rabbi Shimon's model. So also Kalik City, it says the word Kal 3 times. Hakahal, Kal, Hakahal. Maybe Hakahal or maybe Kal. That's the dash from the 4th Kal. Why? Because that's what Kal appears in the phrase Me'ine HaKal. It was obscured from the eyes of the Kal, which means to go through the mistake. He says that one can't argue why, but that's just an expression. Me'ine Dekvanya. As well as people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so-and-so. It was asked so 1 cow comes to each that each Shevet has its own liability for finding sacrifice. Each tray after Ne'emar Lamata cow, Ne'emar Lamata, it says cow, it says here, Malach, a cow, doesn't go say that Beis has to do with the cow. I can't believe in my cow. So over here, we're only higher than water. It's the high point that ultimately goes ahead and administers Sakala. Right there, cow, was a mayor who doesn't darshan the settle. He doesn't darshan cows. Therefore, they'll not shake the holy violate. Therefore, ultimately, again, you use the 2 cows that are really wide. Ne'emar Lamata cow, Ne'emar cow. Mala Havan Beis Din below Tzibor, Afkan Beis Din below Tzibor. Was a that just like earlier, again, I will say that Kal is referring to Beis Din, not the Tzibor. So Tobiah is referring to Beis Din, not the Tzibor. So once remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the Par Hel and David Tzibor? It's the Beis Din. It's the Beis Din brings the Par, not the Paskas. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately get from the Yerush. Shimon was the right time off. Listen to the logic. Sid Baya Ime Ha'ita Alma Mihuta Sid Me'ine. So we'll say again, remember on one hand, the journalist says as follows. The Pasuk says, Ve'ha'ya Ime Ha'ita. The he understands Me'ine Ha'ita is limited or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, see that it says, So we'll say the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like again, even if it's minority sin. Yet it also says Kala means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember the Ruba in Yidalo. Sounds like there's only the road, but not the Yidalo. So there was Hakim, so Hatsuba, they Ruba Shakal. So say that the Shema is teaching the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning active things on the Rodas Pesach and Sanhedrin, they represent the numerical majority of crimes. Abba Kishen Ruba, or Osain Abba Kishen Ruba, or Sarah of the tribe follows the Rodas Pesach and they are not the numerical majority. Nevertheless, Chayot, ultimately again they are Chayot. What's the other things? That Shimon that is there now, in order for a car handler obligation to be triggered, the Sakaloch has to be given by the base, but the action has to be taken by its how. So which the Gemara says, what do we know? That's from the Navi. The person says, because that's what the person says, there will be from the eyes of the congregation no matter what's committed in the person. The Rabbi says, the entire nation acted inadvertently to choose a new boat to the wine. What it just said first was I would have thought that even if just the population said there's a higher level of government support. Therefore, the person says that the entire nation is in charge of the Chala Akishkaga, and it was the Chala Akishkaga, and the Abdi states in Bahadi Yuba, and I thought, has to act together with his brother. What's that in the context of which also teaches that this halacha applies whether things we delivering in a road, including about Avodah Zarah, or about anything else for which there would be a first night of total things in Torah. But here again, what the Mishnah says, it's the base of one of the tribes, based on one of the tribes, delivered in a erroneous way. Also, again, that does not trigger Har Ha'elam Davar. Has to be the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin is Bible. Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Balraj Beis Yadodai, was listening to this question. What happens if you have to fight the Jews? Balraj Beis Yadodai, sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, what happens if one tribe acted based on the Psak of the Sanhedrin. Okay, so one tribe acted, but it was the Psak of the Sanhedrin. What does it mean the whole? It means the whole that each and every tribe brings its own power of government. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous Psak of the Sanhedrin. Was very good at this model. Remember, also, tribes also what? Bring on behalf of the tribe. So one tribe committed in Navira based on the side of the to the other tribe bring for that one tribe or Shiva Shatan within the Jew. Shar Shatan Ba'agari, Mishum Ikaruba. We say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant of Osai's land is when you have 7 tribes. You have the majority of the tribes who committed and inadvertent sin based on the sacrifice. That's when we say that what? So the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about I'd say that the right of but again, one tribe, and I remember also like use this model, even if one tribe sins, remember also this whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So if you do this model, you can have if a one tribe follows the Psak of the Sanhedrin goes the running Psak, they're going to bring a high level of governing at the Shaila is other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that one that was said before that do this model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, I mean, remember, here's what we do though. We know when there's a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now, for that's one tribe sins. You will say, what do we know in Rabbi one tribe sins? That tribe brings us. That we know. That's what but that should be our view. Trying to all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So this is saying that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a role of the Shvatim who sing, then even the ones who didn't bring, about actually with the regular rule, but if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a road, and the other tribe is not a road. So give them a little smell. They essentially one for all, right? One for all and all for one. There's one of the Shvatim a power of by definition that ignites tribal liability for all the Shvatim. We'll say that's the
unhinged fake laughter. It is 4 minutes long. I don't know what the rest of the clip is, if it's just 4 minutes of them laughing or what, but it may. And it's got the warning. I forgot to remember the warnings they would put on BGL. Brings on his laugh.
What do they say? How do what do the tribes bring? So Parach, they do one time. Rishon says, I should say, the Mishnah says, not even what Parach, one part. Rishon is part of it. It says two parts. The Parach says, so what's the case here? Shiva, if you want to say, then it's whereby you say that Rishon can't go say that because Rishon remember what Shiva said Rishon. It says that not only do Shvatim bring their own party, but like pigs and also there's a second letter where 7 of the tribes. Seven of the tribes, one for basic. That was the mother. Right, so we'll say that. Remember again, if they're relying on their system, about is a mistaken movement. Will say that these no time have them done. What is that? Hello, love. Balrun, rather, it has to be what? That he's talking about in the road, he's moving up the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Tanakama is funny. And we'll say, who's the king of the Tanakama? He knew that part of the body. Let's say one or two for the game of the day required. The charge of destruction for pound of the Tura. Rather, you have to say it's a Tura. If you don't just fucking say that. This is where one statement is safe. So we'll say, so one statement is safe. Who brings the higher level of that support? That's one statement. And the other Shvatim are not activated in the situation. Are we also about to see what's the case over here? We go Shvatim Shisha. Shvatim, they Ruban Shalkal. What's the case over here? There's 6 of the tribes, six of the tribes, but they are the numerical majority. Shimon ben Elazar, also I don't see where Shimon Elazar, that was the first one. They smoke, I'm sorry, Shimon Elazar, they smoke. Chatu Shisha, they do bunch of now. It's 6 of the Chatu sit, and they are the numerical majority. Oh, Shuba, Abba, Shimon, they do bunch of now, for 7 sit. Right there, the tribal majority, so they're not the numerical majority. The meantime, what's it now? Okay, this is taking the time. You know, it's touch wrong. But we don't. There's who this is as follows. Shaded, the offset of the large group. Listen, is a shaded active based on the instructions of the own tribal what so shaded Tayyip. So we'll say what? That shaded is Tayyip. But all the other Shvatim are Tayyip. Ubaharaz, they cannot go down after you share Shvatim Tayyip. We'll say, but if the one shaded act is based on the instruction of the base on government what, even the other Shvatim will be Tayyip. We'll say, Salom, what I think is Halach Masbet. Let's see, this is where this is another. The first of all, currently, we did it here, that the idea for a contact with government that's even when it's based on something of the high court of that shape. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous construction of its own hindquarters, then that shevet will bring a fire on the tzibur, but what? Not the other shvatim. But if one shevet is acting under the instructions of the base din agadol, then according to Rabbi Yehuda, that shevet brings a power and what? All of the other shvatim are activated. So it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, when you have any kind of shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the agadol, all of the shvatim end up bringing a power and incredible. That's the economic of it. Actually, this is supported by the Mishnah as well. Victoria, but also shevet out the hand. Right? The Bible says that particular shevet acted based on their words. Also, shevet tayyib, ushar shalom kolashar. Telling them that putting that one shevet is tayyib. The other shvatim are positive. That's the case about the ushar shalom. There's a mission to say the other shvatim are positive. But since the Mishnah that shevet is high, I would have understood that one. The Eiva is another Osa shevet high, and the Eiva you don't know. One Mishnah said that shevet is high by definition of the Osa for a mother. Elohim Mashmalon, the Behoraz base, no, the Shar Shad to do it. About Behoraz, based on Agadol, the Shar Shad to Hayovin, Shnamina. In other words, we keep in that Mishnah. That is only in the case ultimately. Again, where shevet is following the instruction of its own being, that shevet will be high, the other shvatim will be true. But if the shevet is following the erroneous ruling of it, then once that shevet has to be a power hell of government, shvatim must do so as the Rabbi Yehuda. So again, what happens to Halach L'Meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we have that she gets Rabbi Yehuda will say that first of all, a number of novels. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a power hell of government at the secret. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each shevet is called a cow. Not only that, but once one shevet doing the power of government, then what? Every shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Gadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that shevet. In that case, if the shevet is following the ruling of its own High Court, then what? Then the shevet has to bring a carbon, the other shvatim. Very simple. That's the responsibility. Shevet Echad, says the Lord, based on Agadol, was this good. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet? Sha'ar Savar, based on Agadol, was a followed with Sakalacha of the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin handed down the road to schooling, you have one Shevet who follows. So the Rabbi Shimon, meanwhile, so now we're transitioning from that to Rabbi Shimon. But remember again, what would she get Rabbi Shimon? She gets Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he says, yes, each shevet is called its own cow. Each shevet must go ahead and bring its own power of government support. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or actually the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the baby also brings its own power. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as the maximum, so the shevet has was 13 as the maximum. So Shazdo says, what happens if one shevet acted on Sabbath is an according to Rabbi Shimon means the ultimate again, what happens in that? What's the level of viability in that? The Gemara says as follows. Tashma, what do you do? Bring one time. Shimon already came on. Shimon says, you borrow. The last thing, what do you do? If you want to say that it's a case of we're 7 of the Shvatim saying, stay part of it, so we'll say 7 Shvatim sin, according to the Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella, the partnership is a doctor. The accusation case for one of the Shvatim sin, Ubenai, what's the case? Feeling of all us, if you want to say the Shevet sin, based on the Psalm, the same based in, then Shimon Leslie, Shimon Leslie. Let's say that Shimon does not put the same liability where he tried, where Shevet followed his own based. What are the Shimon's liability this way? What about Sanhedrin? Ella Barak based Rather Soros is not going to Sunday. China Kama, because it was China Kama. Either how good the wife was it so they're whole living a house of that. First, they were in America, those tribal road. So even Uda, Sharsha, the Nari, the Muslim, Uda, a view that was even one shaded drink and was, then the rest constantly as well. But how much of the Shimmer was? So rather again, let's get back to view that Shimmer was. Touch they'll come and say, we all of Inokai and Ella Al-Horan in Israel. The come say, I was like, that's the only time you're going to come to first, right? Right? So I love the night second and probably with Saka love the same as your Mark Hassan was the word that you come. You live right there, the person to be there, you bye-bye. And they're old, but you're going to tribal in the majority. And the last time you should Rabbi have to say that on the website, that it is like a shoot, which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shemana, see that this is correct. But we go to Shivan Echad, we come to listen to this. So I was like, come to now, it's going to be Shemana, is that, see what's like, the Buddha. So, okay, so some differences there. What they both agree on is as follows: that even one shevet is called a cow. Even one shevet is called essentially cloudless. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? Where do they get that from? The which the Gemara says something more amazing. The which the Gemara says, shevet echad comment on it. Omri b'tzib vayamod yo shabbat b'kal Yerushalayim. No chatzah Hashem ve'ilotza chatzah beis Hashem HaKadosha. What's it that the pasuk said that yo shabbat b'kal Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda b'kal Yerushalayim, opposite the base Hashem, literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? I'm going to be also speaking about it. What's it mean? This is the place where there is a Kaddish. Like they made a Kaddish. What's the role of the Kaddish? Was it had Shabbat had made a brand new food, which was what? And the Julio was for someone who went to the mikvah that day, but it still requires Harav Shemesh. Still requires the sunset in order to become Tahor. So you can't say that it's Julio dead. But what does here you see? If your Shabbat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda, and what does it what is called Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara says, if you show that you go after here, then even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, "Let's speak about Yaakov. You'll must shame Yerushalayim. Maybe Yerushalayim is different. I'll tell you why. The Havanami Yavin. Because we'll say remember again. Here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all Israel,
answer to your question.
They were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was the most exact. Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Right? The inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Yamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the Russian power is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achinami, that is not from Yordania. That one tribe constantly was a cow, to which the Gemara says, go right, to bring another guy in. It says, by Yomer Eli, what's that? The Torah says, Yaakov, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you to Kahal Amid. Now, both sides. Now, this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before rain. There was a who was born in that moment. So it says this Yaakov Avinu right in the birth of one of the tribes. You see from here that one, that even the birth of one tribe is called, when one tribe is called cow, Shvanina, become Rachman. This is what the Torah is saying. Yisyaru b'cha hashda, Kalachina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another cow. So you see here, ultimately, that's what the Torah is saying. That even one shape is only the struggle of not a demo on the Rachman. We correct things up as well with the Yadov. Between the Yisyaru b'cha hashda, they trusted to this Kari's cow. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to the Yamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. How does Rashi have to put the cow? Why does that make any sense? Well, right twice I called the cow, left twice and I called the cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, and even one tribe is called the cow. So we'll say the Gemara ends, we're going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately ends still. Right, so you see over here that what? That the nice, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara both is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately again from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a cow, or ultimately again from Yoshaphat. That Yoshaphat understanding, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. Like, once we stop here, there's a Shabbat. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbat both times the daf will be here to send it out later.
This is the scariest face ever. This is like, fuck, this is it. Oh, shit.
Alright, so we'll say good morning and good night. Let's begin. First of all, our share sponsors this month by calling Catholic memory of Solomon Torah, calling Sarah Basabram, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, and then Shabbos and Aliyah, the family of the Chama. Thank the college also by the movement that in preparation of the yard site of Sarah Shingo, Pastor Reverend Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. Over the American California Channel having Aliyah. So we got, let's begin a lot to say today's daf page 5. You are getting up on down number 2, right? Second class on the daf. 4, 6, but by now you might be getting into the Sagittarius. The beauty of it, and since you have a little bit of a different kind of language than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the Mishnah, show me. What also call on Kasha? If they made a mistake and Cloud Yisrael acted upon this view, the showcase as well as how it's ultimately again they bring the pie of dominance. This is a special cover that's brought when Cloud Yisrael unintentionally followed an erroneous ruling of the faith. Believing God to show you what happened to faith and purposely gave an erroneous ruling. But Cloud Yisrael again was showing in order Cloud Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. But the king was totally here. So also we see this. What this essentially means is that the he's supposed to be written another way of saying personal context. So this is those like intentionally the erroneous ruling of faith was intentional. Cloud Yisrael was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power of government that he was just personalized with through a regular context. Shogeg is also if the basin was shogeg, but the people knew basin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is partner, then there's no problem. So there's no power of government because as we see, power of government was only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there was no personalized that there's no context. Because Chasnas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, probably so what the Gemara goes like this. Shogeg gave us so we can refer to this as follows. That if Basin delivered their ruling to shogeg, but Cloud Yisrael went ahead and acted part of the ultimately again, they are partners. They are partners. No power have under the people. Plus, shogeg is the basic price. We can infer from this that if it was shogeg, it would go the base, and if it was, what does that mean? That it's higher. What's the case of shogeg? The day Shahoru faith, Shakir Mutter, the base of most negative, so they're based on asking mistakenly that he was Mutter, then it's hardly global sugar. And then also what happens? I have a piece of sugar and a piece of sugar. My favorite is my sugar, committed back to the derivative back, get mixed up, and I end up eating Caleb. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat Caleb. What was my intention? My intention was to eat Shuman. But yet I ended up eating the Caleb. So we'll say, what's that? So the Yoran's Lema, I'm sorry. We'll say, I would be a case of Shogeg Dunya Demesi, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the Psak of the Basin, which the Gemara says. If that's the case, if Shota, everybody on the back, come on. If that's the case, then it can be inferred from Mishnah. Yeah, why does Rabbi Rothschild ask that very question over? I'm going to show the generation. This is the Vasu show you get. Fellow say the show you get Vasu. The ones which you might don't infer anything from this Lashon. I agree with these Mishnah was Mishnah symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying, showcase. The beginning said, therefore the Sefer just wrote showcase Vasu. What's the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a hard hell of government, in order to be chayiv that government has to be shogig on the part of Beis Din and shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogig in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogig in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody must be shogig. Then ultimately, the hard hell of government. Says the Mishnah. Over Beis Din. So let's say so Beis Din delivers their erroneous Pesach, and what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael acts on the Pesach. We'll say what's that? The entire. So we're being a car handle of the Mitzvah. So here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be the shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Beis Din. If that happens, mostly they bring up power. If it happens to be that mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah the entire is sold. So ultimately, again, we'll say for this Avodah Zarah. It's not just the Harvard, there's an additional study as well. Very good. As you know, it says, something very good. It says, good faith, Shvaki, good faith, part. So he says the following. That ultimately, again, if every situation where all the Shvaki is seen, so every single shipment brings their own power. So again, I want to say same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. Tribes act, others will act on that ruling. As Ruth comes along and said that each Shevet must bring their own hard hell and governance. The being good days current he must again if the mistake was with Abu Sarah, then each Shevet must bring its own power as well as its own seer for 12 Harim and 12 seer. What's I hand without it? Rabbi Shimon says, you do a Harim, who by one of the Harim, so it says this. We've given seer. Power to start the whole Shevet, power to start the base. It says, do the bills on a he says, I will say the halacha is that for power of the Tzibur, each Shevet brings their own, and what? Beis Din also brings one. So for example, I will say in a normal case, quote-unquote normal case, so there would be 13 parts, one for each tribe, and Beis Din would bring their own. If that runs out of Zara, it would be 13 Harim and 13 so the Gemara says, total Beis Din, Zayin, and Okiban. What happens if Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? Like 7 tribes. So what's this? 7 Shvatim, Okiban, Alpiyah. So what's it? 4 for that matter, majority of provinces. What's it now? In this case, remember, there were 250 things over here. It's either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or, the says, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So that Allah is going to be in hard to start doing it. So also here it says that Allah of the Naisa, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, following this ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the Karnal of the like Buddha says as follows: the Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechazim, the being Zayin part. And he says if 7 of the tribes sin, then each tribe brings its own power and governance. So it's like Buddha Jikasa. The Buddha always holds that each tribe, Shevet, brings its own power. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, Shar Shvatim Shalom. What about the other tribes doing whatever wrong? They're being argued day and hard. Ultimately, it's like the tribes who didn't sin, bring a par for the tribes its why. He says, where it says, Sha'ab because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin, bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches other to Rabbi Ches Har the Ches Har the Sar the Shevet Har the Sar the Beit. Because Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring their carbon. Rabbi Shimon has in the both sides. He said, Basin brings its own carbon. Each tribe will bring its carbon. Basin will bring its own additional carbon. Only Basin shall echad in Ashmat, but also Osa Shevet Afiyah, which is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim outside their own court? Let's think one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim casting the delivered a wrong psak, and that Shevet acted on that psak. What's that about? Also, Shevet Mukai, Shark of a Shvatim, so if you those will say that Shevet followed its basin is higher for a part. The other shvatim are covered. The Chachamim say no. Ein chayavim ela al horoya ela al horios. Horios based in Agodim. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par helam never that tzibur will say is only brought if there is one base which he delivers an erroneous. That's the high court. The Sanhedrin. Shene and I. Haladas Yisrael Yishku Velo Adas also Shene. We'll say, okay, just to make it come understand this, Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin and the Moses. So the Chacham disagree and Chacham say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no lie go to the Par Ha'elot Davar Me'atzibor, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Ten rabbis, so we'll say, we now have a fundamental clear focus in Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. Ten rabbis. Yodu Shehodu B'Tov Ma'Cholim. Let's listen to this case. Let's say they didn't realize that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi Yodu Shehodu B'Tov Ma'Cholim. Lama Hanu Beitzim Shafedim, but the Rabbi Rothschild Tosu Halafi and the Afishon in Chilem B'Dam. David had to see that Mesa. Yodad B'Chad Koholah. Hata Yodu Shehodu Shlokuloi. Ela Shekel Rashodu the Ilim Yodu Kinala Ilim Hodu O Ala Dam. So it says in this case, they realized that they did their own experience, they just forgot what their own experience was. So they don't either committed Caleb or not. Just can't remember which one. Can we figure out what happened? So consider both of these things. So Shabbat says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yaakov Hayyad, you might have thought that the Empire had a jungle and Sibor Tamalomar, they built Achatas. So the Pasuk says that the sin is known. Below Sheyotu Achot. It's not just enough that people sin. But rather, you're going for a par hat of learning that for what there have to be. There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. I share function. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a par hat of learning that's for liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Basin themselves, if Basin says, listen, we don't deal with the wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, and that cannot trigger a par hat of learning for liability. I share function. Because of the Shabbat, the Ian Shnei Party. Tribes. Went ahead and see. So we'll say they bring two parts Shlosha, Levin Shlosha. So we'll say three tribes made a mistake. So it was it. And they bring three parts. Oh, Inga Omer Ella, Funky Levin Shnei parts. Katu Kimo Levin Kimo. Or maybe even it's not tribes. But maybe ultimately they're going to be two individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the bar and stuff like that. Therefore, again, the Pasuk says, Avalomar. Hakal Chayiv. The whole Kal, so Kal the Kal Chayiv. Let's say, but the Pasuk says, it is only the Kal who brings a par hat like that. Never been ayah. But what does it mean? The whole Kal the Kal Chayiv. Ketzad. Chatu Shnei Shvatim Levin Shnei Parim. Chatu Zayin Levin Zayin. Ushar. So we'll say, therefore, anyone who learned from this, if two tribes sin. Each of those tribes brings a parhel of David. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a parhel of David, and furthermore, Shar Shvakim Shalom Vakim Levin Al Yidei and Par. So say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Ilu Shalom Levin Al Yidei Achotim. Lekach Ne'emar Kal Lechayiv Al Kol Kahal Mikal Divrei Rabbi. So it's like this is the sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. The sheet of Rabbi is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the basin, that shevet brings a par to Elam Davar Mitzvah. I will say, Yehuda's sheet is that a shevet is shevet ikri kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par Elam Davar Mitzvah is kahal. Torah says there's only liability when hell follows an erroneous psak of basin. The focus is going to be what? How do you define Kal? That Yehuda defines Kal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows an erroneous psak of basin, and Shivas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par Elam Davar Mitzvah. That's part one. And that's only that. Even the tribes who did not sin bring a par Elam Davar Mitzvah for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's a Yehuda Shita. We don't consider, for example, the Gemara says, the Chayiv Akol Kal V'Kal V'Rebbe. So Yehuda ultimately holds that Halach L'Mais again, and the tribes who sinned, go ahead and what? Bring a par Elam Davar Mitzvah, and the tribes who did not sin, bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet is always 12. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvakim Shechatu. Listen to this. Levi and Zayin part of the Beis Levi Al Yidei and Par. Shenei Takal, the Nemar the Malakal. Bakala Amr the Malak Beis in Makal. Afkala Amr the Malak. Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda that's what? And that's when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par Elam Davar Mitzvah. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on that. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, I will say, the base. What he disagrees with is where we have Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. But yet, the night again, Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's Rabbi Shimon's model, the shvatim who committed Yaveru, inadvertently rely on the erroneous psak of the base. So they will bring a par, plus the base who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin shvatim shechatu. Based on being Al Yidei and Par, they need to read. And what's the last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds in Halakha L'Maisa it is only the base that brings the par Elam Davar Mitzvah. Never the sheet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only see Rabbi Meir says Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. What's in Rabbi Meir's model? The only time you bring a par Elam Davar Mitzvah is when there's a charge of charge of cause itself. So again, how we can charge we see two possibilities: 7 tribes or the numeric of the count. Either way, your here says is that when there is a charge who has sinned, it is only based on the brings the power Elam Davar Mitzvah, not the shvatim, not the shvatim. Nemar Kal, not the Nemar Kal Amalo, not Kal Amar Amalo based in below Tzibor. Afkal Amar Amalo based in below Tzibor. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says Yishmo. So what does he say? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar. Chatu Shisha Shvatim. They Rubo Shaltai. If 6 of the tribes sin, they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael. Zayin or 7 tribes sin. Afal She'ino Rubo Shaltai. Even though what? They are not the majority of the town. Nevertheless, be in part. So when Shimon ben Elazar says, he's coming to define what is majority. The majority is take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So it's first blind line. Amar Mai, we know that we'll say furthermore, what do we see in the Brayso above? That the only thing you bring a higher look up to that Tzibor is when but the phasing is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. Otherwise, the phasing is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Phasing knows, we know we did something wrong. Just what? We don't know what. We don't know what. We don't bring a power handle up the next year. No share the whole. Mankana was a wood who said this. Who is the king who says this? So the Gemara says, the low Rabbi Eliezer. So before we get to who we know it's like, tell you it's not like Rabbi Eliezer. It's not. Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafshah. In Elam Akol, Chayim. Those are Akol Chayim. So Rabbi Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of the second species where a person is not sure it's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate Caleb or I'm not sure if I ate Yosef. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a kapas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating Caleb or for eating Yosef is the same. It's a kapas. So the Eliezer says, who cares? Whether you know you ate Caleb, you ate kapas, as long as you know what? You ate something, right? You ate one of those items, then I can bring a kapas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. I want to say, Rashi points out over here that Allah Yeshua says your partner. Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not kind. So our Yeshua will say, the right doesn't look like you, Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous meaning was, we'll say, as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted someone whose intentional consumption would what, would be high price. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was Caleb, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara, our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you look at Rabbi Eliezer, no, you can even Rabbi Eliezer, why? Could be part of Helen of the Nancy was a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says, "Asher chaka aleh." We'll say the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv, or we should say that parallel government that's or that parallel government is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher chaka aleh. So it's like there's a specificity. There's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher chaka aleh with a specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasanani Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanani Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. Sorry. Hasanani Haksiv Asher Chatu. I will say there that pasuk is going to teach us something else as well. That one cannot be chayiv if you give katos if they are misasi. We'll say this answer means that I was involved in a completely different activity that created burden, resulting in the completion of an action. In that case, everyone is misasi. Everyone will agree that Allah again, I am not chayiv a katos in that case. My time is at the so we'll say, so now we're going down. So now what we have over here is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a parallel government or rough. Remember again, shitas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own path. Now that's what Rabbi Yehuda say. What should we say? That even the shvatim didn't sin, bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. Or Rabbi Yehuda shita, my Rabbi Yehuda, kasavar arba kahodik sin. It says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Parnal Davinas. Right? It says kahal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what are these 4 kals for? Chad v'chayva, kol kal v'kal. What does it teach you? That's what? And each and every shade that is chayim, and each and every shade that is called a kal, is called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad, the horat levabeis, the ma'isa colored the kal. What's it signal? That parallel to the Broadway, when it administers the ruling, and it's the tzibor who acts on the ruling. The chad legerira. What's it? What is teaching about gerira? What's gerira? We'll say the halacha l'maisa. Even the shvatim who didn't sin, bring gerira literally drag them on. Bring a carbon on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. The chad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz. And we'll say ultimately again, what does it teach me about about the fact that if one, if you will say, if you're actually the kind of shape of Shasabah is based in, it's not the same as the Masisi and Hodu Beis Sha'achul Ashvatim. It was an Anka Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Sak Halacha of its own based in, the Chat brings was a setback anything. So people learns out all of the Shivas from the four times the fact of the word Kali. Rabbi Shimon's model. So also colleagues see, it says the word Kal 3 times. Hakahal, Kal, Hakahal. Be'yakahal, or Gedikra. Let's say that he doesn't actually enforce Kal. Why? Because that fourth Kal appears in the phrase Me'ime HaKahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the cow, which means again Nathan made a mistake. He said that one we can't argue why, because that's just an expression. As well as people often say, from the eyes of the sun. So the attitude basket. So God was called cow the cow. So one cow comes from each. Then each Shevet has its own liability. The final exactly based in. Trey Achmini, Ne'emar Lamata cow, Ne'emar Lamala cow. It says cow over here. It says cow over here. Malahalan based in a cow. Just like Moshe says over here, that thing has to do with the cow. I've kind based in a cow. So it's over here, we're only trying it one. It is the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the exact done there. Cow, cow. It was a mayor doesn't darshan the settle. He doesn't darshan cows. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the two cows that are really wide. Now, the Mata cow, and the Mala cow, Mala Halon based in below seaboard, African based in below seaboard. I'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the cows are referring to based in not the seaboard, so Tobir is referring to based in not the seaboard. So let's remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the power hell of government at seaboard? The Basin. Basin brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately again from the exertion. Shimon Allah the night time off. Listen, Shimon Allah's logic. Sid Baya Ime Ha'ito Alma Mi'uta Sid Me'ime. We'll say, can you remember on one hand, Shimon Allah says as follows. The Pasuk says, Me'aya Ime Ha'ito. He understands Me'ime Ha'ito limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and you see that it says, Kilachala Abishkaga, the member of the Ruba in Mikudalo. So we'll say, one hand it says, Me'ime Ha'ita, if the matter becomes obscure from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if the small minority sins. Yet it also says, Kilachala Abishkaga, Kala Anal means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? The member of the Ruba in Mikudalo. Sounds like it's only below, but not the there was Hutchins on Hutzinkov, they one shall count. So I say Rabbi Shimon is teaching the following. In 6 of the tribes, community Avera, acted based on the erroneous exactly the Sanhedrin. They represent the majority of Klal Yisrael. Or a center of the tribe followed the erroneous sacrifice. You know what? They are not the numerical majority. Nevertheless, again, they are what's the elevation? That Shimon Rabbi Meir is now allowed to do the base. Who might see the covenant? What they would consider Rabbi Meir knows. In order for a power obligation to be triggered, the exact halacha has to be taken by the base, and the action has to be taken by the cow, which the Gemara says. What do we know? The Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, from the eyes of the congregation, the matter was committed to the the Rabbi says, in the Kala Abishkaga, Rabbi says the Pasuk from the Kala Abishkaga, that the entire nation acted inadvertently with Shikhazi mostly because the Rahman the body of the National Ishkaga would have just said the first Pasuk, Shahada Amina, I would have thought that even if the yards of the Pasuk is the high level of therefore, the Pasuk says that the entire nation is in the because of the Kala Abishkaga, and therefore, when it said the Kala Abishkaga, Amina, and the actually based in Bahadi Ruba. And I thought, I love the rice of the bacon has to act together with his brother. in the context of Zara. Just this halacha applies to the things within the road between the Zara, or that else for which they are but like all the things which are those very again what it's the base thing of one of the tribes, the base of one of the tribes, delivered in a erroneous view. We'll say again that does not has to be the Sanhedrin. You know, by the rule, Shemesh Echad Ragimuda, Balgar is not God. Me and my sweet Shash Mashmodon, it's listening to this message. We have to find situation. Special service guys. Shemesh Echad Ragimuda, but so what happens is one tribe act on the sound of the Sanhedrin. So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the exact of the times that each and every tribe brings its own power of government. So what happens in the following situation? One act based on the erroneous of the tribe to bring on behalf of the tribe that is. So the tribe committed out there based on the sounds of the Sanhedrin. The other tribe bring for that one Shiva Shastra is this charge like the you say the only time that the other tribes in the covenant of Moses' way is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes who committed and did sin based on the sacrifice. That's when we say that. But the tribes who didn't sin, that's the thing on the half of the tribes who did sin. However, again, I'm not saying that the leg of evil, but again, one tribe, now remember, I was saying, this model, even if one tribe sins, remember, I was saying, the whole model is one tribe is also called the Kaz. So if you do this model, you can have one tribe follows the Pesach of the Sanhedrin, the erroneous Pesach. They are going to bring a Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibur. That will happen. The Shaila is the other tribes have to also bring half of that one that the Saint said before that do this model, they always had 12. So not necessarily, remember, here's what we do though. We know when there's a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all tribes bring. Now the asking is what happens if one tribe sins? We'll say, what do we know if Rabbi one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called the Kaz, that tribe brings a Par Halam Davar. That no, that's what this, what that's actually starts to do though. All the other tribes bring on behalf of the one, the only tribe that the rest of the tribes bring is that there's a row of destruction. Then you were the ones who didn't bring about half of the like a legal though. But if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a row, and the other tribes is not good. Model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. One of the structures bring a power and love government zero by definition that right tribal liability for all who got the so say that's the Shiloh.
I mean, it's probably an LA reference, but you know, on the way to Highland Park, Mocha, those shoes look like they're like the official shoes of the servers that work there. Mocha, great restaurant in Seattle, California.
So what do they do?
This one was by toxoplasmosis.
What do the tribes do? So paragraph they bring one paragraph. Mishra Shimon says, actually, Mishnah says, not even what's the paragraph, one paragraph. Shimon over Shnei party. Shimon says two parties. What's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, that Shimon come to a body, we'll say next week, Shimon remember what's the case of Shimon? Shimon says, not only do the Shvatim bring their own trials, based on also, so we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes are saying, so Rabbi Shimon's knowledge should be 8 hard. 7 of the tribes, one's are based in, I was the father favorite that one. Rather, it must be one. We must be talking about a case of here where one of the shade that sin. So what's the case? The night, we behold us, they, if the shade is mistaken and it relied on its own faith, and the Shimon less like, Right? So we'll say that's because remember again, if they're relying on this, if the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in moving given by their own base and then what? And that's shit. We'll say that these not how have them done in that case. Hello, love, rather it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous moving of the science of our the Tanakama mind. Funny. And what's the reason being is the Tanakama? He named it up there, argue the body. The same one is for the man every day required. The charge of the shot is the pound of the next one. Hello, that you have to say that you don't shave it that much. And what's the shave it sin? What's it? What do you see that? It sounds like that when the one shave it sin, who brings the higher level of that support, and the other shavatim are not active in the situation. Are we off about it? What's the people here? Shavatim, they do much of how. What's in what the people here? There's 6 of the tribe, six of the Shavatim sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Right? Shimon ben Elazar. Was there a picture of Shimon Ben Elazar? That was the first white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Shimon was on Mishmo. It's 6 of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority. Hope Shriva Ababu Shemir Rubachokal and 7 sins. Right there, the tribal majority, so they're not the numerical majority. But the entire, what's it now? It is they bring a pattern. The Gemara says, Kashma, that you don't learn, it says as follows. Shevet Sha'asa Ba'araz B'Yitzina. What's it? If they shave it active, based on the instructions of its own tribal base. So what's now the also Shevet Nayiv. We'll say what? That Shevet is Chayiv, but all the other Shvatim are Patur. Ubaharaz based in Agono, after Shar Shvatim Chayiv. We'll say what if the one Shevet active instruction of the base in Agono, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be Chayiv Shvatim. We'll say Salot Balance is Halach Masbet. What's we just again by the way. The first of all, kind of here that they didn't need here or a hard hat on government even when it's based on something of the high court of that. If the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that Shevet will bring a fire of the but what? Not another Shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the base in Agodol, then, according to Yehuda, that Shevet brings a car at what? All of the other Shvatim are activated. Okay, so it turns out when you have any Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the sanctuary, it's hard to incredible. That's this is part of our world. But also Shevet al right? The Pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also, Shevet Chayiv, Ushar Shara Kalashatim. That only that one Shevet is Chayiv, but the other Shvatim are Patur. That's the case, probably, but there's no Shar doesn't do it. There was a difference to say whether Shvatim are Patur. Hatana Osa Shevet Chayiv. Which since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, I would have understood that one. So maybe to Hatana Osa Shevet Chayiv, but maybe you don't know, Shar Shvatim is doing it. Once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, by definition of the other Shvatim are Patur, Elohim Mashmalan, the Behoraz case, no, the Shar Shvatim is doing it. Behoraz, that it's only in the case, ultimately again, where Shevet is following the instruction of its own base, and that Shevet will be Chayiv, the other Shvatim will be Patur. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin, then once that Shevet has to bring a power of government and spread the what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. Incredible thing of Rabbi. Let's say so again. Whether or not Hassan can look the way so remains to be seen. But at least Cameron said that she just started to visible said that first of all a number of novels. Number one, that according to that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of base of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a power of government on speaking. Why? Because Shevet is called a cow. Not only that, but one Shevet, every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the ruling of its own High Court, then what? Then that Shevet has to bring a carbon, the other Shvat. Very strong message. About like this is Arbus. Shevet Echad Shasavaras Beis Agadol. Just listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet? Shasavaras Beis Agadol. We'll say follow the Psak Halacha of the Sanhedrin. So that's been handed down in the erroneous ruling. You have one Shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, my zero. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. So remember again, what was Shittas Rabbi Shimon? Shittas Rabbi Shimon was Rabbi Shimon holds people the Rabbi Yehuda. He says yes, that each Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own pile of government support. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. You also add that the Beis Din also brings its own pile. So if Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as the maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as the maximum. So the Shaitan will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Sabbath is according to Rabbi Shimon knew nice old we'll say, so ultimately again, what happens in that nice old we'll say, what's the level of liability in that specific case? The Gemara says, as follows, Tashma, what's it? Bring one card. Shimon Omer Shimon says two parim. But my asking, what's the case? The righteous case. If you want to say that it's a case where 7 of the Shvatim sin, Shnei Parim, or even 2 Parim, Shmona Parim. So what's Shvatim sin? According to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the Chata Shevet Echad. Rabbi Akiva says it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim sin, Ulamai. They'll say, what's the case? If you want to say the Shevet sin based on the Psak, the other own based on Rabbi Shimon less like we'll say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where you try where Shevet follows its own based on. What Rabbi Shimon says is right, but it follows the Gadol. Ella Bauras based on Gadol. Rather it's the Ras based on Gadol. Sanhedrin. This is Bura. Tanakama one, what's the Tanakama? How to the right, what's the Tanakama? When there's a numerical row, Shar Shatanari might so once even one Shevet brings then what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Al-Muhammad and Shimon Allah. Was it rather again it must have affected you that Shimon Allah Tashma. There's not the come say the Olam Inochayim Ella al-Horaj is the come say the only time you bring a power of government as well, right? It's an local amount again and follow the Psak Halacha of the Sanhedrin Agadol. My Chacham was in whether even Rabbi Meir, you want to say Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Meir holds that you need a tribal or American majority. So Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi have to say that on the right, then he is Rabbi Shimon, which the Gemara says ultimately against Rabbi Meir. See that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad the Kamadal. Let's listen to this. Rabbi said the common denominator between Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that she will say the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So, okay, so it's not different here. Or they both agree on it as follows. That even one Shevet is called a cow. Even one Shevet is called essentially cow. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing.
This one's posted by Big Boy with 3
C's. Shevet Echad the Kamadal. Amri B'Ksiv, Vayamo Yoshavat B'Kal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, Nocha Chatzah Hashem, Ve'inotzer Chatzah Beis Hashem HaChadasha. What's it that the pasuk said that Yoshavat stood B'Kal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, B'Kal Yehuda Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem HaChadasha. Literally again, the new house of God. What is that? The ninth Hadasha. Amar Yochanan Shechit Dvar. Was it really? This was the place where the Chadush. They made it. Was there always a Chadush? V'amru Tavul Yom Al Kanis B'Nachal Aliyah. Was it actually under your Shabbat? They went ahead and they made a brand new building, which was God. And it's Tavul Yom. Was it Tavul Yom someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires Harav Shemesh, still requires the sunset in order to become Tahor. They passed me that if Udo gets into the Makkah, so what's the point of it? The point of it is you see that Yoshaphat is standing in front of seeing one tribe. Or just Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So you must guess, you see from the Shul that even one Shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, "Matzlik Rabbi Dilma Shem Yerushalayim." If Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. Because the Muslim number again, all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael,
He wants to see them outside of their comfort zone. What do you think?
They were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was used the most extent. Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Yehuda. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the lashon kal is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Akinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes. That one tribe constitutes a cow. Which the Gemara says, go right, to bring another raya. It's said by Yomer Eli, Enemy Matlacha B'Sicha U'Nisaticha V'Yahal Amis. For second 12, he says, Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you to Kahal Amis. Now both sides. Now this was said Yaakov Avinu right before when? God is young and Leah. They will say who was born in that moment. Yaakov. So the 12 who says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. So you see from here that what? And even the birth of one tribe is called, Kal, Shlamino, Hogikam Rakon, what the is saying, Nisyalu B'cha Hashda, Kal Akrino. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another Kal. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the was saying, that even one shape is called a Kal. Maybe perhaps this is what Israel was saying. Maybe God was saying, you're about to give birth to Binyamin, you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called a cow, 11 tribes are not called a cow. Rather, the Gemara said, no, it must be you see from here that even one tribe is called a cow. So we'll say Gemara ends, we're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately had to start. So you see over there that what? That the Mesa, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara both says bringing two different types of sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of the cow, or ultimately again from Yoshaphat. That Yoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. Right, once we stop from here, there's Hashem will pick up tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. That was both times the documentation.
So just like trying stupid ideas. So you're already famous. This is what people do when they're not famous. They're like, what do we need to do for likes and so it's still doing that. He can't help himself. He's like, I saw somebody do a thing where like they got slapped by someone dressed as a cow. We should do that. Maybe David should dress up like a cow and John should hit it.
It just sucks. It's so bad. It's the worst. And you know who would like die laughing watching this?
Sorry to say good morning. Let us begin. All of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual commentator sponsor, dedicating overshoot instructions this year. As he's close from Sonos Novos for Am Yisrael. Commentator sponsors for the month of Allah, Bali, and the Bennett Goldberg. From the international experience, Abraham and Ben Hashem Pinchas, Fagan Azel, Bas Deli, and the hope that advance Hashem Tzilos of our Tzilah and all problems will be answered during this holy part. The Shmuel of the Dinners, Yizmi Nishmas Brothers from his father, Rabbi Ali from Yitzchak, Ali Ben Achaber, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichrono All the company sponsors of the Nishmas, Loni, Ben Ali, Zichrono And I've got the only spot. There's milk and no burger. And then we have those father, no burger, yes, so then have it all. So close off, you know, the American Tamagotchi, all of the Shamsa, now we have family data from all those things, which have little cultural stuff, and swap shit in the some of our languages. Shovel man, the color, and allow a whole so successful. The whole of not say, don't see that. Let us begin. Give you a amount of Gemara to do today. Just. Okay, but we are going to hear Hashem. Get it done. We will always get it done. We're starting. I think we're starting like in a second. We're starting on days on days. Days on the days. And we are picking up in Hashem. That's Hashem.
I just have a picture breakfast, you know what I mean? I'm trying to calibrate my own.
How old is the piano?
No, I'm pretty sure, objectively speaking, this is a very...
So it says, remember again, we began, this is about product 20 lines up on the bottom. So my Rabbanon, so it says, we have a statement of the name of Rabbi Rothschild. Said, these are the words of the Hannah, Rabbi Rothschild, only nothing to us about us, things didn't kind. But also, so it says, remember again, our entire Mishnah reflects the poverty. Yeah, warning, this did make me
Very technique from that shark fish. Definitely starts every morning and yells at them making their frappuccinos.
Come on. That's embarrassing. Just go with me. Just 10 minutes from the top of the day. 2, 4, 6, 8.
This one's called Amphetamine Bob. I don't know how we feel about that here. Yeah, a long time ago. Don't count the times Bob touches rates. It's supposed to be extra.
So since remember again.
That was very funny. Great editing by the chefs.
What was that? Okay, sorry about alright, we got this. I'm not getting somebody wrote me last night after the Shabbos shir. Somebody listens online. He said, what happened? The recording cut out from the beginning on the page. Now I get it. Okay. Okay, so here's the talk. Fine. So she says as follows. Remember again, the halacha is you have the Beis Din that passed it, right ahead, and the Beis Din went ahead and said, how long will I saw? They said, hey, this one. So remember again, then you have someone either on the Beis Din or ultimately again sitting in the gallery of the Beis Din. Well, halacha understands that the Beis Din is absolutely mistaken. Don't say it's mistaken. They still act upon that ruling. Halacha they are not talking about private attackers, right? Remember again, reliance on the Beis Din only applies to someone who really doesn't know any better and puts his full trust in the Beis Din, which makes sense for a regular person. But Lamai says someone who understands how Lamai doesn't have that exemption. Right? So you might use example. Like these individuals, the children as a Rashi points out over here, how you look in the face of Hamid, but how you look in the whole law. So these individuals themselves were not Dayanim, but they sat in front of the Knosler and that trucks on heads and days. Like there was always like a black of letters and like a judicial movement, right? There were always rows of students who were there. In case the Beis Din needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves we're not judges, but Halacha L'Maisa, again, we're fit for Torah. We're fit for Torah. Therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, again, if they were to rely on an erroneous statement of the Beis Din, David is not so reliable. I'm not lying. I got no. Yeah, someone like that. Like Shimon Ben Azai or Shimon Ben Zola. If they look at the Beis Din rules that David is looking at, they know that it's wrong. They know that it's a wrong, that it's an erroneous accept. It's wrong. That's amazing. That's intentional violation. Well, the time is, you are using that logic. Well, the time is, Pakisanya, Gasosa, Achas. Well, it says, ultimately, again, you have to ultimately be actual higher for us. It's because of, it's an individual that they ultimately decide to back us. If you said someone is instructing a Beis Din, he's positive. Kate said, what's the case? Only the case is just a little bit more than no other action. Like, man, it should tell. They saw ultimately Beis Din asking that they were and one of the members of the Beis Din realized that the Beis Din mistake.
And
Or,
that's
for
when we went over
example,
there,
someone, you have a combination
we went
mistake.
so loud,
Or,
it
it could
was
be a judge, you're sitting there and
amazing.
ultimately again, you relies on the human. You also get you would have done the such a person
Like, when I tell you, I was like, you go to the bathroom, there's no quality, there's face wash, there's napkins. I took about 300 napkins, shoved them in my purse, left my house now.
ultimately again, he is trying to stop the whole lot. Ultimately again, but he does what the instructions are taken in. He's fucking so the problem is like this. These individuals are still acting with the instructions are taken in. But at the end of the day, they know better. So how does this shit? Shabbos said, this is fascinating. Everything is shkat myself. So what we're asking over here is, so what is the case who relies on the erroneous sack of a base?
I had a red wine brandy rib.
Who again, knows that the base thing is wrong, but ultimately again, it's still called shogeg. What is that case? So what said, this is fascinating. Everything is shkat myself. So the other dasser knows that it's usher. They know that Caleb is usher. The katai watch this, the mitzvah b'shloy divrei chacham.
You know, it was really weird how diverse it was, because there's a set of rules of what you can and can't wear. Men can't wear sneakers, girls can't wear open-toed flip-flops. You have to wear a collared shirt as a man, and like so.
Not sure about kids. Yeah, it's a difficult obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. So these things are important. They think that biblical obligation of Christ in this situation where it's clear that the rabbis are wrong. That's the showing of this case. So again, fortunately, it's not me, it's not me. It's not intentional. You know, it's intentionally Taylor. And he knows that Taylor was also, but it's really
Here,
sitting at tea, it was a tea, 1902. It's not a crazy assumption. What does Rashi say? Smart. Rashi says, do not fear from the words that they tell you right or left. What does Rashi say? According to the Gemara, after you open, our young shoes small, our small shoe nothing. Even if the nation tells you that the right is left and the left is right, you have to listen. So, one could glean from that even if the business tells you that Chilud is longer, but you know that Chilud is absurd, that you should still listen if you can still listen. Again, commercial law, no, not that far. Not that far. And therefore, against such an individual would not be for personal liability. Still call the shogun. Right, you still call the shogun. Not shogun regarding but it's shogun regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Incredible. Let's say like Zach Cloud. I told that's what so it's very ambitious and here's the rule. Here's the rule. Any person who essentially acts of his own volition is always going to be tied to us. Remember, we're talking about cases of stability. When we see Chayit Tatos, which is Kapanic liability for inadvertent commission of an Aveda. So again, if he acted on his own volition, he could tie the Tatos. Acted as a result of the instruction. What about the Tatos? So it's a little bit makes that's the whole phase in the other shit out. So it's because you go ahead, the says, some of the reasons, let me give you an example of that. They can possibly give it look good. And then I'm going to say what happened. They didn't realize that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they returned it. Well, what's the problem? So here's the number. So we only got the first part, taking the second part, right? So Ruben heard that basically asking that Taylor is awesome, but he did not hear, sorry, it was Mutter, but he did not hear that he recanted that sucks. He acted on it. So one says, of course, he's going to be Mutter. So one says, how the heck is that going to go? Started on there in the bars. You're right. One says, anything on you're right. Mishnah went ahead and first the Mishnah sets the case, and then Mishnah first espoused the I'm going to be over Shmuel. Okay, so here's actually where that's at. Let's just have on. I'm going to be over Shmuel, right? So here's where you're ready to go. So the Gemara now says like this, all of this up until now, right? So we've been operating with one concept, which is when things do pastors and makes an erroneous psak, an erroneous ruling, and the individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is puzzled. So with the personal liability, because he acted ultimately again under the instruction of the base. That's what they're acting. And we'll say, up until this point right now, we've seen everyone agrees with that statement. Comes on the room, says in the shul. This is the other shul, the Rabbi Yehuda. That's Rabbi Yehuda. The Chum say, Yaku Chasamorat, Bein Chai. The Chum calling the Chum say natural. When an individual acts, even though he's acting under the instruction of the at the end of the day, is right. There's personal liability even when you act under the instruction of the and therefore, again, just plugging this in, Bezdin says Caleb is mutter. Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice safety piece of Caleb, right? And that's the dinner. The couple are going to say liable. Not us, because again, it's showcase. It's not a showcase, but it's still going to be liability. Okay, let's unpack this. Right? So it's essentially now what we have over here is a Machlokes Yehuda and the Chacham. He says individual acts based on exactly Bezdin is mutter. But Chachamim say is Chayiv. So Chayiv is what's the sign of the Nefesh Achas Nefesh HaMishkara Ba'asosa. If you look at this phrase, Nefesh Achas Nefesh, it was essentially three really words with many places. Never wanted to teach us. Obviously, if you answer Chayiv, Baraz Bezdin Pater. If you actually know the condition is given by the enemy, the Chayiv Chatos, these are based on the Tzach of Bezdin Pater. That's so good. That's ultimately. My Rabbi, what's the Rabbi? The Sayyid, Adam, and Omer, Miut Kalshachatu, Hayom, Shin Bezdin Levin al Ayudei Patsos. What's going to happen over the course of the next gap is that we're going to be kind of doing back and forth two concepts. This idea of understood that Bezdin Paskin ultimately again whether or not individual acted on it is their liability for an individual Chatos or not. But as you mentioned yesterday's daf, just go today's daf. There is also another concept, which is which means Bezdin issues an erroneous psak, and the majority of the congregation. Now we're going to discuss what congregation. The majority of the Israel acts on that stuff. Then that requires another single. Who's bringing that single thing? Is it the Bezdin? Is it Club Israel? That's what we're going to see. That's what we're going to see. So that's the most jumping to what we just want to decide. I died on Omer. He talks about the only minority of Club Israel sin based on the origins of the Bezdin. Hayom. You're still the individual members of the Club Israel. You have to bring a chatlas. Why? She Bezdin Levin al Ayudei Patsos.
Since Brian's got on vacation,
here that only the minority of Club Israel sin based on the psak of the Bezdin. Minority didn't have to bring a chatlas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no power of government at Seaboard, and therefore, again, if the Club Israel is not covered by that cover, because they're covered by that cover, everyone has individual chatlas. No Kalshachatu. Again, let's say, we're going to see this sugya. Right now, it's being mentioned over here, we're going to delve into divine governance. No Kalshachatu, you do it. Again, the majority of Club Israel sin, ultimately, again, they should be putter. We would have thought that therefore they should be putter from the individual Chatos liability. Why should it be in the Ayudei Patsos? Because the Bezdin is going to bring a car out of them. That's it. Hamabomar me'am ha'aretz. Afilu ruba, afilu kilo. Wow, okay. So now watch this. But I want to say like this. Who would have thought that when there is a power out of government at Seaboard, ultimately, again, individuals who receive water from the Chatos, Kamash Mamor, Me'am Ha'aretz. The Am Ha'aretz, the nature of the land, the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal Kabbanic liability. So therefore, Rabbanan saying, even when a power out of government is being brought, the individuals must still bring their individual Chatos, which shows you that even where there is liability on the part of the Bezdin, and the individual is acting on behalf as a result of the instruction of the Bezdin, there is still personal Kabbanic liability. Serious verses. So that's our machlokes. So it says, when an individual acts under the instruction of Bezdin, no personal Kabbanic liability, no Chatos. Rabbanan say no, even though you're acting under the instruction of Bezdin. Right? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. There is still personal Kabbanic liability from the Chatos. Incredible. So the Gemara says, just another level. Yeah, I want to do something here. Even if the Shivik Asmaisa, If we're talking about a weird, the individual just acted of their own volition. The acting structure was made a mistake. Basically, blah, the reason didn't deliver the sound. They basically not get a title. Ultimately, again, then obviously these are the Shalom Baruch bases. Basically, it's nice and Shalom Baruch. Basically, they're asking, we're just talking about a situation where people just made a argument that people just made the same mistake. So obviously, again, it's personal liability. Baruch. So somebody keeps saying, they didn't issue up an erroneous psak. Bahar, Iksid, Amaretz, Yeshividas, Maisu, but it's about the husband's now. Amaretz, by the obligation of Hantas, the most election of Shividas means that clubs or whether some individuals, minority, even the majority, they're making a mistake based on their own mistaken understanding. Nothing to do with the psak of being so this is by Shividas myself. I'm a lot of those in this system. Here we go. You have some of the Shividas myself. When the minority of Israel sins of their own volition, they made a mistake. Not a psak of being they made a mistake. Ultimately, you're going to try to find us each individual. Why? Shouldn't we do it? Are you doing it as all wrong? Because basically, it's not really a parallel government or all as they were called, being Chayav, hard Chayav, young Polo, but you should also be that's my student. You might have thought, therefore, the majority of clubs as well. It's not there. The shame that's myself of their own volition. That ultimately they should be puttered. Shall be in being Alan. Steals context, the list, ultimately, again, when the majority sins, when the majority sins, if it was not a Harash case, there was no psak. Ultimately, again, that guy but happens. I'm gonna pop on. Me nice, I was why he said it. Still not. Low basic. Big Lord brings a covenant that circumstance. Yeah, I hear it. I got a little bit of you, but that's the reason why you start to take such a liability. Last week's round, the community Baruch, making a high Baruch, must be because the minority goes ahead and half of the psak of the reason, ultimately again, there's going to be liability as a result of the ruling. Then a other Berisha Hamida, the higher shade that's my son, or the Masofne Hada Aruba, this was called the shade that's my son. So let's go ahead first, look at the case. For the meal, for minority, that will be high shade that's my son, acting on their own volition, and then we'll find these ultimately again by the majority. Where I can shoot the spice. I will not, with the law, I yield to the kind of machine the spice up. But again, from the fact that we're not looking for a case of meals of minority who are liable for their own actions, with a soap, I'll agree with the Shiva spice up. Shmamino, yield to the when a minority ultimately acts as a result of the instruction of the state, they are going to be held. That's another example of the us. The Shalom Baruch should just my son. Ultimately, again, and when Allah might say, actually, out of psak of days, ultimately, again, I will be Hayab and Chandos as well. If me, I stuck with that. The bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight what we're trying to say. That we need to help us to understand that which we thought was agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to Machlokas. Here's the thing, there's the one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this incredibly beautiful, yet somewhat complex journey. There's a fundamental Machlokas tonight. If an individual acts as a result of an erroneous psak of the faith, this is entirely a carbon tapas or Nathan said, Caleb is mutter. Ruben said, great. Always wanted to ask. Goes out. Eats Caleb. Finds out Nathan was wrong. Ruben is a shoulder. That's it. This entire tapas are not. Ruben says, it's going to say, having been accidentally consumed a piece of Caleb or the halacha, carbon tapas. Ruben is meaning out active based on exactly the basis. And then it says, this is kind of tapas. Rabbanon. Sorry, let me read on. No. The individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts as a result of activation. Rabbanon, yes. Just remember that Machlokas. That's good. Yeah, Machlokas for today. We're going to see it play out in a number of different ways. So the one says as follows. The one says,
Good. Right, we're both still constantly stressed. Because who's the one who opens the directions on your production just like today? I'm alright. Yeah, I'm not going to decide that you were really sad. What's a couple of people? So again, what's the word that you're going to exhaust us all the three winning phrases of the so, עדיין אני אומר, רומות עצמו בסוף לביודה. perhaps I can't get fully captured לביודה. רוב הקהל שחטו, so now again, we're jumping back now to our calendar and not going to this is but again, our calendar is hard. Something, a piece of information that's been really obscured from the congregation. Represents a situation that is simply an erroneous sight and the majority of funds still rely on it. Just now watch this. So according to this version, brings this carbon on behalf of God. So, you know, I watch this. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say, my focus number 2 that I want you to remember. When we how long level in Mexico, that's the basic issue of moving majority of so rely on it. Now, I'm going to see who brings that carbon. Watch this night. You go back. So we'll say, let me say it's outside. You have one on say, but ultimately again, in my butt. It is the Brazil that we are going to say, give it skin, 7 inches thick. Well, one way that it's more like there's one car for cars, so there's multiple cars for cars, so that would be a just again, that's not focus number 2, kind of keeping it this time. Here we go. So you can scratch it. You go back. Should I go on the dollar? 6 lines after the dollar. So if you go back, should I try to Chicago with the inside part? So it's the same tribe now, what's the run over here? What is tribe represent? Tribe represents your problem song. That is just not necessarily the numerical majority, but tribal majority. We're going to talk about that so many times as they come. I don't know if that's 2 years. Someone might say, right, 7 tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead and come in out here. So let's not now again, what's that? It's all short. It's all short. The Zion part. Rashi points out from Rashi. Last one on Rashi, Zion Shvatim. So, the name should have part. So it's interesting. Obviously, one power per shit. Now, somebody can go, the shit that how they're being below basic. So there's a lot actually happening over here. First of all, you see that it's the people who bring the power, not the base. And it's also interesting to see that each shit is considered its own power, considered its own congregation, and therefore each shit must bring its own power. Not from the Shmuel, so the Rabbi Meir. These are the words of Rabbi Meir. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, right now we're number 1 is in our Mishnah. But I want to say ultimately again, that you said the individual shielded from personal liability when you're like something. I want to say no, you're liable. I'm not still too liable, never going to see work. But I want to say faith is easy. I can say probably so. I'm not for sure. You're there. I'm a humble. You're going to say, you're the chance of our own things there. So it's interesting, but nothing that says, not but the dog. It's not a big Right there is what he says ultimately again, the individual. Shielded from personal liability, but he adds the advice to his own self-protection. But the Chachamim say ultimately, what are the fucking things?
Here we go. Total loss. Basically, spirit that over his mother. They went out and, or individuals went out, and their culture on the highway. They said to Potter, and over the highway. Yeah. So we'll say, what does this mean? Who is doing this? Who is taking this? Because if you look at what's on the right side, whole road is awesome. They are skins, and then this is skin of the example. So I understand the Paskin is even, but they went out and committed the American. Yeah, that's it. So this is not singular, it's not total for us. Again, if it's based into Paskin and based went out and then after they so I looked it up on a different site. Ultimately, so once again, this is how I looked up at that. So ultimately, again, it's the based in the Paskin. The liability for power like you're hoping but also you want to talk like this. The things went ahead and passed it. And the things themselves acted on their own side. You might have thought that also again was reliability. So a lot of power of government reliability. How awesome is though. How the living that sea was everywhere, based on and well, I say how, although the action is dependent on cloudy snow, and the sun is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership of the condition of sin. So ultimately, again, David is delivering the erroneous and cloudy snow. But ultimately, it's not how I got it. But you have to say, all the things are also like, it must be ultimately again, things we have to say. And what happened? And what happened? And how about the nice song? How about the majority of problems throughout after the policies? I have done it. Why would I there say? Why would I there say? So I my second power have up the price to get a long shadow of power shades. Or I will laugh. 40 days, and rather will say what happened. 40 days. What happened over here? A minority of clothing stone came along and asked for what shocking. Okay, so now I will say what. So ultimately, things are focused. Not summer, you have to jump some others based in water. What is it? You need to be home. Then when an individual, but I will say, you consider an individual up until what point in time? Up until what point in time? So it's the majority. Right? There's no difference between minority and clothing stone. And ultimately, again, it's the same thing. So again, I localize myself when an individual sins, when he does so, based on the sacrifice, he's going to be mother. In my summer, the other than his home, he also tells about us, based on how you based on the instruction of the biggest thing, he's still going to be carrying a personal cut. So we'll say, these are my focus. So again, because we're bringing it before we said that my focus was that we didn't come in now again, we might suggest again, we're not going to suggest again, but it's the same as my focus. Incredible. Whereas other people be alcohol. So a lot of the species says, well, our weapons are large, based upon natural. So everything is an individual act based on exactly the base thing that he's going to accomplish. It does not have personal liability. No practice liability in that case. Alright, so what's my focus on it? This is fascinating. I mean, things in the road, this is incredible, I'll say. So let's jump back. Power left that sequence. Bring power left over that sequence. What do you think about it? What brings power left over that sequence? Who brings it? My focus, good. Right? My focus, right? My focus is that the C1 ultimately again is good. So just keep that in mind, right? And where the ultimately again, where did you bring it? Now, where did they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of body cell has to sit based on the erroneous side of the base thing. So here's how I'm going to say, watch this. What's my focus over here? I will bring the macro to the base thing. Count towards the calculation of the majority of body cell. And again, so let's say with the base thing, so without Of majority. One of the things says yes. That's what the thing says no. My focus. And it was like, we're going to see, like I said, this is not your I love never in that sequence. This is when we get there, there's so much incredible information. He went so far. He went so far to release. All the things in Rossi wrote Cow. It was like, I don't know what happened. Yeah, the typical piece. The Justice Club still went ahead and committed the error. O cara tá falando de Chimiza, por nice, nice. Wow. So kind of people say, there is a third opinion, right? The opposite of the focus. One opinion says, Bobby still brings the power. Opinion says, they brings the power. But now there's a third opinion that says, everybody brings the power. Ultimately, the biggest thing brings the power. Crossover is the power. Policy, everybody's going to shame it, doesn't work. What's the other possibility? What's my focus? Just trying to figure out. What happens if I say they get every shit that have their own support system as well? What happens if a shame is the entire tribe acts based on the advice of the collective instruction on their particular base? So when I say, my coming, we're the coming, it's not shame is just about us, folks are shame high. So it's very interesting. Shame it on their head and act it under the instruction of the shame that will be high. That invites him, but we don't. Shekatu Shisha, or the other possibility was last week, very interesting. Shekatu Shisha, they will go Shakal, or Shiva Ava Shisha of the Shakal. Or was this your power? It's still part of the Mexico. Let's say we have a situation where 6 tribes still, but they are the numerical majority of tribes felt, or 7 tribes still. So you have the tribal majority, but what? They're not the numerical majority. What happens there? If I'm speaking, when you're sitting there, I want you to send them, which are on the orange slow, not strawberry will shut down. Shiva Abba will shut down. So it's a picture of Pastor Reformation. You see this law that for establishing majority will be established in one of 2 ways. Numerical majority or majority. Either one of those 2 will create a majority ultimately against 4 higher level of governance. You guys love us. What's the passage of Maradasi? That's okay. Again, takeaways over here. Takeaways. Still say my focus. Whether it's the move in the company or in the club, still say my focus. Individual acts as a result of a mistake or a ruling through the behavior. Individual liability for half of that. My focus. That's our overarching method. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and sub-lessons as well. No one's going to highlight them in that sequel. Is it movement? Is it club strong? Is it both? What constitutes a majority? Tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as you go along. This fascinating statement. Once again, this is Barra. It's a wild Barra. And let's remember again, from our high level what do you need? Majority. However, we're calculating majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, but the power is only brought to the majority of Israel sins as a result of an erroneous ruling of faith. Rashi says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by overwhelming statement by the residents of Eretz Israel. The Jews are do not count in this calculation. Shenemar, why is that Shenemar? Vayas Shlomo v'Yisrael Yisachar. So after Shlomo, don't forget Samidosh.
Makes me laugh because
the whole starts to know how struggle. And what we saw was a large assembly. In the whole Hamas, I'm not from Israel. The whole Hamas until the border of essentially on the territorial borders of so the Hashem was doing Shiva Shabbat about when they celebrate for 14 days. Once that was there, how God on the whole Hamas had not from Israel. And they thought he was kidding, so they gave him real answer, and he didn't get it.
Is it enough to say how a large assembly, a large congregation,
He's just got a very dry sense
the
of
border
humor.
is
That's what you
from
think.
Hamas up until the time. Why do that? Now, you're not supposed to watch this. How do you become about 100 people now? It is only the Jews of Eretz Israel that are called Kal, that are called Assembly of Israel. Outside of Eretz Israel are not